I clawed back from death's gutter into a world rotted by chaos where survival's currency is ghost coins, and humanity's lower than stray dogs. Last life? A speck crushed under boots. This time? I sold my soul's anchor, a crumbling house, for 11 trillion underworld coins. Power whispers through them, but I'm no fool. Why burn coins on brute strength when cunning's cheaper? The beggar puppet whined for alms, I took its bowl. The Buddha hungered for my fortune, I laughed. Let gods and monsters rage, I haggle apocalypse prices, hoard power like a miser, and outgrin predators. My coins stack higher, but my mind's the real vault. They call me greedy. I call it survival. While warlords bleed their treasuries, I upgrade broken relics, turn convenience stores into empires, and let others drown in desperation. The apocalypse breeds tyrants? Good. I'll be the thief king, the unyielding shadow who rules without spending a dime. This world devours the weak, so I'll chew it back, coin by cursed coin. The air conditioner blew a cool breeze as I lay in the white, quiet room. Suddenly, I jolted awake on the sofa, sweat streaming down my face as if I'd just endured a terrible nightmare. I stood up, dazed, and looked around. Isn't this my home before the weird? I thought, then reached out to touch my rib. Thankfully, the one that had once been missing was now intact. I quickly walked over to the bedside table and grabbed my phone. The screen showed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals January February / phoneme 1, 2023. Really? I couldn't have imagined that in just 3 months, something bizarre would strike the world and wipe out the entire human race. Dongjiang City would soon be filled with whales, yet some people would exploit the chaos. They discovered strange rules, forged pacts with the weird, and acquired all kinds of tricks, but every trick came at a price, demanding human organs, flesh, skin, and more. In my previous life, I'd obtained a trick after the strange came, the white bone golem. For the cost of 1 rib, it transformed into a small white bone golem the size of my fist. Every time I used it, 400 cc of my HP was drained by its parasitic nature, a steep cost indeed, so much so that using it more than 3 times a day left me barely holding on. Its combat power was almost negligible, so low that even a child could kick it aside, making it the lowest D-level trick. Yet, despite its limitations, I used it for intelligence gathering, sneak attacks, and theft, and it had saved my team more times than I could count by probing through the fog and detecting hidden dangers. In some horror trials, when vital items were guarded by deadly traps or powerful weird entities, that small, undetectable puppet phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme made the difference. I owe my survival in that strange world to it, even though its lack of combat power ultimately led to my downfall. The memory still sends a chill down my spine. I knew that if I wanted to avoid repeating my past mistakes, I needed stronger tricks. But stronger powers demanded a higher price, and the weird were greedy. They charged every time I used them, never letting me fall into arrears until I was utterly consumed. To sidestep such dangers, there was only one option: settle it with the Stygian coin. Ever since the weird arrived and merged our world with theirs, the only currency accepted between us has been the underworld coin. Not only could the Stygian coin cover the costs of these tricks, but it could also be used to drive and purchase various aspects of the weird world, even its assets. In that realm, the amount of dark coins you held directly determined your status and strength. Those who commanded power, decided life and death, and became masters were the ones with vast reserves of these coins. To obtain them, I'd need to burn them into myself beforehand. Otherwise, when the strange world descended, the only way to secure underworld currency would be by making deals with the weird or completing their trials, and there was no other way. After much thought, I decided to act. I needed to sell all my assets and exchange them for dark coins, then burn them into myself before the weirdness arrived. With enough Stygian coins, everything would become manageable. The first step was selling my house, my biggest asset. My parents had passed away early, and at 23, fresh out of college and newly employed, I had only a modest deposit. Yen Tao looked at the characters on the plan: intellectual, handsome, and fully in line with the requirements of internet celebrities, and even more resolute than ordinary small fresh-meat internet celebrities, and more able to show a male charm. I have to say that this image exceeded Yen Tao's expectations, and he was very satisfied. "Good job, Junon, you will come over for a meeting right away, and we will make persistent efforts to complete the project of Tricky God Hansheng tonight. Yen Tao is very popular, he can't wait for tomorrow. Hansheng has a lot of elements that can be fired, as if he has seen success. Yen Tao is full of energy. In less than half an hour, the leaders of the main departments of the whole company came and gathered together. Yen Tao opened the PPT and pointed to a handsome face on the projection screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an influencer project that our company is going to do. My name is Strange God Han Chang, and this will be our company's largest internet celebrity cultivation project. We want to be the strongest, the best. You have to give me 12 points of motivation to do everything to the best of my ability. I don't allow any reverie in the Tricky God Han Chang. We must succeed in stopping all the company's resources at this stage and concentrating all on the Tricky Hansheng project. Yen Tao said, and the leaders of various departments were clear that the general manager was extremely serious about this new plan. One by one, they also concentrated and cheered up, not daring to be the slightest sloppiness. In this serious, high-pressure atmosphere, Genie Taimei Internet Celebrity Company began the project of Tricky God Hansheng. From copywriting, character modeling, motion capture, video shooting, to final post-production. After a whole set of processes, it only took a week. After the video was completed, Genie Taimei released it on the internet. On the video, in the overall dark atmosphere, a virtual character in ancient costumes stands. He has a delicate face, an embarrassed gaze, and a chic and straight posture full of energy. Behind the characters is the eerie underworld, with gusting winds and ghosts. In front of the character is a fire with Stygian coins burning inside. The flames flickered, and the sparks flickered. At this time, the bright BGM sounded, and the virtual characters danced neatly around the fire. Rap sounded in my mouth. Burn, burn, burn. Burn the work card, burn the troubles, I don't want to work overtime. Burn, burn, burn. Burn inflatable people, burn roses, I don't want a girlfriend. The voice was pleasant, brisk, and slightly mischievous. As the song brightened, rainbows and birds appeared on the gloomy underworld. As soon as the picture turned, it turned into a splendid land of flowers, shining with sunshine, which was refreshing. The singing voice gradually moved to the high pitch, and the burning flames devoured the dark coins in a big gulp, and what flew out was not ashes, but all kinds of red stars, 5 stars, books, leather balls, girls' cosmetics. The flames soared into the sky, swept the screen, and the picture turned again into the sea. The rap on the sea was even lighter, and the sea water turned into a fire, holding the Tricky God Hansheng and flying into the sky. Finally, the scene changes back to the fire at the beginning of the period. The dark coin has been burned, and the breeze blows, revealing 4 golden characters. The video is very well made, with all kinds of light and shadow effects and special effects, and the video definitely belongs to the upper level. In the small video, that's at the ceiling level. Even if it is considered MTV, it is not much of a high-quality work. The overall style is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to young people. The music is light and bright, and it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to people's desire for a happy life, so it quickly spread on the internet once it was released. The click-through rate on a certain sound is as high as tens of millions. A headline also reached 8 million hits. Various Weibo and entertainment anchors have reposted this video, which has become a hot topic for people to talk about. Under this heatwave, the popularity of video has been rising, and it has become the hottest trend among young people. After half a year, the white bone puppet will be trained to become an S rank, which is an unimaginable goal in the previous life, and it is completely achievable in this life. Han Shang patted his left abdomen at this time. Miss White Bone, why don't we exercise after dinner? I need to be compensated, 200 Stygian coins at a time. Miss Bone's voice was still so timid and soft. Han Shang thought about it this time and suddenly asked. You should need 400 Stygian coins, right? 200 Astil coin is only enough power for you to use once, and there is no growth at all. Han Shang's words seemed to poke Miss Baigu's mind. Han Shang felt a strange feeling in his left abdomen, and only after a few seconds did he hear Miss Baigu's shy voice, 200 Stygian is enough, I'm afraid you don't have enough money. This time, Han Shang was stunned, and said in his heart that this Miss Baigu family is a rare person who thinks about herself. But he has a lot of money, so he doesn't have to save so much. It's always 200 dark coins. How can the white bone puppet grow? Why don't you get 400 sticks at a time, and if I don't have enough Stygian coins, I'll change it back to 200 Stygians. After a few more seconds, Miss Bones agreed. The next thing is to train the white bone puppet. Han Chang burned 400 yuan dark coins, and summoned the white bone puppet again. The next day, that is, the fourth day after the arrival of the strange world, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Han Chang finished his trick training in the store manager's room and walked out quite tired. Blue Eyes, is there water here? I'm going to wash my face. Han Chang asked at the Blue Eyes as soon as he came out. Good morning, boss, there is no boiling water, I'll help you get ice water. Blue Eyes, dressed in a clerk's uniform, gave Han Chang a 90-degree bow. Han Chang touched his face, and then saw that the cash register was full of dark coins. He was stunned and asked, Yesterday you collected so much in one day? Yes, a total of 3,500 Stygian coins were earned, and your 3,000 Stygian coins were not only recovered, but also earned. The Blue Eyes smiled brightly, and the corners of both mouths were almost hooked to the back of the head. Then she explained. Yesterday's customers were so enthusiastic, everyone spent more than 200. Oh, are the human tobacco and alcohol in our store so popular? Han Chang said in a slightly surprised voice. At this time, a strange person came out from behind the shelf. It was the strange door yesterday. His body trembled violently after shopping all night, and he said tremblingly, I only have 50 Stygian coins. I really don't have the money to buy 200 Stygian coins. Please let me go. Do you want to die? Blue Eyes lifted the bangs of his left eye, and the seeping gaze frightened the weird body trembling, and he turned around and returned to the shelf. The corners of Han Chang's mouth twitched, and he understood why the customer's spending power had increased so much, and he turned his head to look at the Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes were slightly embarrassed, but they smiled. How's that, boss? I'm doing well, right? Very good, but what about those weird people who don't have the money to pay? Let them pay off their debts with things, we can't suffer anyway. Blue Eyes looked behind him, and saw a pile of all kinds of messy artifacts piled up behind the cash register. There are kettles, dentures, jade pendants, prosthetic limbs, broken legs, artificial eyeballs. Most of it is garbage, but you can buy some money. Han Chang didn't object to this weird method of trapping death, but this blue-eyed woman was trying so hard not because she wanted me to contract her, right? Just as Han Chang thought this, the blue-eyed poked his head and prayed like a dog. Boss, I'm working so hard, are you considering contracting me? Han Chang was a little embarrassed. What would happen if he rejected this crazy woman on the spot? He was not afraid of this woman's violent eyes, but afraid that no one in the store would work so hard in the future. Good job, keep up the good work, and we'll talk about it later. Let's get out of this way. Han Chang didn't wait for the Blue Eyes to speak again, waved his hand and said, I still have something to do, go out first, you look at this store, don't look for me for small things, you can handle big things. With a ding-dong, Han Chang stepped out of the convenience store. Looking at Han Chang's departing back, his blue eyes were angry and his cheeks bulged again. The store manager fled, and he didn't agree to anything. Cut, is the old lady really that bad? Humph, what do you say, the old lady must let you contract me. The blue-eyed madman shouted, and then slammed the table hard. The momentum was terrifying. At this time, it was strange to go back to buy things just now, and finally bought all the 200 dark currency goods, and came to the cashier in a relaxed mood, thinking that this time he could finally pass the customs, but the sudden slap scared him to drop all the goods on the ground, and hurriedly said, Don't kill me, I can't buy it again. Blue Eyes. On the other side, Han Chang went outside, stretched out in the morning sun. He spent more than 10 hours practicing tricks yesterday, and his white bone puppet was greatly improved, not to mention anything else. Let's just say that this height is much taller than before, reaching as much as half a meter. Well, half a meter is not enough to fight, but pretending to be a dwarf is enough. The point is that he also comprehended a derivative trick, the bone spur. As the name suggests, it is a white bone spur that generates a spike towards the enemy. Is it powerful? Han Chang did an experiment in the room last night, and he could poke the gramophone to a pulp, and if he dealt with weird words, the intimidation level should be effective, and the killing level was still poor, but it could also cause some damage. In short, the progress is obvious. After all, if you have money, you can do whatever you want, and it is unreasonable, and you only need to work hard later, and in a few days, you should be able to upgrade the trickery of the white bone puppet by one level, from D level to C level. Han Chang was in a good mood, and then the mobile phone rang again, and when he took it out, he saw that it was Zhang Ke calling, and this kid had made more than a dozen calls before, because in the weird convenience store, the signal was not connected, so they were all missed. "Hey, is there something wrong?" Han Chang answered the phone. "Oh, brother Han is early, can you come to our house for a meal today? My dad said he wanted to invite you." On the other end of the phone was Zhang Ke's hearty laughter. "Okay, then it's scheduled for noon today, and you can drive to pick me up." Since Han Chang wants to use the Zhang family, this face still has to be given, and there are only instant noodles here, the food is too boring, and he can't let go of the delicacies of the mountains and seas while he still has the opportunity. At 12 o'clock at noon, Han Chang appeared at the Zhang family mansion on time. I have to say that the Zhang family is really rich. A large villa is located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by lush trees. Behind the house is a babbling stream, birds and flowers, and a beautiful environment. The villa is also very large. There are 3 floors high, there are 3 rooms on the left and right. Listen to Zhang Ke introduce this house as 360 square meters, with 5 rooms, 3 independent bathrooms, can be described as luxurious. The interior decoration of the house is antique, which is not much better than the princely generals of the past, and there are several ink paintings hanging on the wall of the staircase, so there are a few more books and cultural atmosphere. "Brother Han, please." Zhang Ke led the way and made a gesture of please, and the bodyguard Bing pushed open the door of the living room, and there was a dining table with more than 50 square meters inside, on which the delicacies of the mountains and seas had been arranged. Zhang Junshan was sitting on the sofa, and when he saw Han Chang coming, he immediately got up to greet him. "Oh, Mr. Han is here, please." Han Chang nodded, and when he saw Zhang Junshan personally pull out a chair, he sat down. Zhang Junshan accompanied the smiling face and shouted at Bing, "Take out the bottles of Lafite that I treasured." After speaking, Zhang Junshan turned around and continued to talk and laugh with Han Chang. For Han Chang to give face to the appointment, Zhang Junshan must be happy in his heart. Of course, Zhang Junshan will not be so confused as to put on a lofty posture, because for Han Chang, the Zhang family is not indispensable. There are still a few families in Dongjiang City that are similar to the Zhang family's financial resources, and if one of them does not handle the relationship with Han Chang well, they can completely change the family to cooperate. But the Zhang family can't do without Han Chang. Weirdness is rampant outside. Zhang Junshan is also afraid that his family will encounter weirdness, and Han Chang's strength is over there, and this Thai Zhang Junshan is impossible to miss. Therefore, Zhang Junshan understands that he is the one who really asks for others, so he has to lower his posture. Mr. Han will come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme when he is free in the future. You can treat this as your own home. Zhang Junshan said humbly, and at the same time beckoned to Zhang Ke and said, "Don't hurry up and pour wine for Mr. Han." Zhang Ke was not stupid, and he poured Han Chang full of wine. "Brother Han, you have a drink first, and our father and son invite you." "Well, let's have a toast first." Han Chang was no longer humble, and had a drink with the Zhang family's father and son, and then chatted a few more words, and finally cut to the chase. "Mr. Zhang, I need a lot of food in the future, as well as oil. Can you provide these?" "There is no problem with food, there are still a lot of them in our warehouse, and ZF has not yet been sealed and controlled, so we can take it out, but we can't help it. After all, oil is a strategic material in special periods, and our Zhang family itself has no business in this regard, so just..." Zhang Jun looked very embarrassed, and it was the truth. It is indeed difficult to get the oil, and this Han Chang, who has experience in the end times, is also clear, so he did not force the Zhang family, but just nodded. "Then let's send food first." As for the oil, Han Chengxi paid for a while, and it seemed that he still had to get it from the order. It's our honor to help Brother Han," Zhang Junshan said with a smile. After that, the two sides chatted a few more words, and the news was playing on the TV. Because of the weirdness and rampant in the past few days, most of the programs have been cancelled, and the TV station is basically real-time news. The latest news, in recent days, all kinds of bizarre and frightening events have broken out all over the world, and such incidents have gradually spread and expanded. Many international experts, professors, and various scientific researchers, including many well-known people in the religious and psychic circles, have studied this and found that the cause of such events is caused by something extremely special, and it is difficult to describe such objects in a scientific way. In fact, these objects do not have vital symptoms, they are more like the ghosts in our death culture, and it is clear that they do not belong to our world, so some scientists say that our blue star is overlapping with an alien world at this time, but there are not many people who hold this view. As of press time, human beings all over the world do not have a deep understanding of this special kind of objects. We only know that they are not afraid of our weapons, bullets will only pass through their bodies, ordinary cold weapons cannot hurt them in the slightest, only some of the burial weapons can hurt them. Now that the whole world is in action, the United States has established the Global Strange Response Organization to deal with this strange object, which is currently bringing together the best of humanity in all fields and is working hard to find ways to deal with this object. At the same time, the organization has uniformly called such special objects tricks. Citizens of Dongjiang City, in view of the strange rampant, all the highways in the city are blocked, and all transportation except for railway transportation is stopped. Recently, a foreign team said that they had discovered the logic of the behavior of trickery. They were not indiscriminate killings, their killings had a specific and purposeful nature, and the results of this research will greatly help human beings overcome the harm of tricks, and this station will continue to report in real time. Please ride bicycles when traveling, please stay calm after the occurrence of a strange and frightening incident, try to restrain yourself from yelling, there are survivors to react, as long as you show no horror in front of the strange, not frightened mentality, the strange will not be able to carry out the attack. Looking at the news, Han Chang was not surprised at all, this information had happened in the previous life. At first, the International Joint Research on Weirdness, the weird behavior pattern was discovered, and then a lucky person would get tricks, and then the weird and hurtful incidents began to gradually decrease, and human beings also recovered from the initial panic. But they didn't know it all, or they were too happy. The current weirdness is all intimidating, not even the killing level, and it really comes to the weirdness of the slaughter level and the destruction of the country, and then it is the era of human sorrow. At this time, Zhang Ke looked at the news with admiration on his face. The reason is very simple, a lot of information broadcast on TV, Han Chang had already told him yesterday. And the current TV news is all real-time news, and there is almost no playback and recording, which means that Han Chang obtained this information much earlier than the order agency, which in a sense can prove that Han Chang is a god. Otherwise, how could he have learned so much information in advance? Brother Han, you are so amazing, isn't what you said on TV what you told me yesterday? It turns out that you knew earlier than the TV station, and that group of foreign experts is not as good as you. Zhang Junshan also realized that this strange god was far more powerful than he imagined, and couldn't help but be overjoyed, and echoed. Mr. Han, I saw your ability with my own eyes yesterday, and Zhang Ku also told me a lot after I came back. I admire you very much, and sometimes our Zhang family asks you to help a lot. That's fine, I have a way to be weird in general. Han Chang glanced at Zhang Junshan lightly and agreed confidently. In fact, there are not many ways for Han Chang to deal with weirdness now, he can just protect himself. He used more of a way to deal with the weird by relying on his own wisdom and the knowledge of the previous life. But sometimes he can't be too sincere, after all, he still needs the assistance of the Zhang family. The father and son of the Zhang family were naturally happy and convinced when they heard this. However, at this moment, I only heard a cold snort from someone at the door, and then a mocking voice sounded. Where did the Brick family master come from? This weirdness is so easy to deal with, it can be used to kill so many people every day. With the sound of da-da-da-da, high-heeled shoes walking on the ground, as if a domineering royal sister was walking towards Han Chang couldn't help but turn his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Han Chang turned his head to look, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman, and the beauty was very moving. I saw a long-haired woman calmly walking from the door of the living room, with a tall body and a cold face. Wearing a black work uniform, his steps were sonorous, and the hem of his clothes swayed with his steps, staring at Han Chang with an unusually sharp gaze. When the person arrived, this big beauty had already made people feel a compelling aura. When Zhang Ke saw the beautiful woman coming, he first got up to greet him. Sister, why are you here? Isn't the city very busy? Zhang Jingqi, Zhang Ke's sister Tang, is only 1 year older than Zhang Ke, graduated from a top university in China, and is different from Zhang Ke who eats, drinks and has fun. Of course, this also caused Zhang Jingqi's arrogant personality since childhood. She is like the brightest North Star in the night sky, high above and beyond reach. After graduating, Zhang Jingqi worked in the city agency and is now a staff member of the Dongjiang City Strange Response Office. There is a very peculiar phenomenon in China, that is, such and such an office, such and such a group phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme represents special power. The personnel working inside may not have high positions, but they are all able to directly contact their superiors and be responsible for their work, so they have the authority to handle special affairs. Naturally, within the entire structure of the order, it has a position above the other departments. Zhang Jingqi's ability to enter such a department also shows her personal excellent ability. Of course, it is also related to her strong family background. At this moment, the iceberg beauty walked to the dining table and stared at Han Chang with disdain. As a member of the team dealing with the strange events in Dongjiang City, Zhang Jingqi knows too well the strangeness of this special creature, and it is not wrong to call him weird. Hot weapons can't kill, cold weapons don't work, except for some dark weapons, there is almost no way to take these weird things. Now the whole world is suffering from weird headaches, and there is no way to come up with a plan that works. Their patterns of behavior have also just been discovered, and many of them are undetermined. But the young man in front of him said with a big grin that he no longer had to deal with weirdness. What else could this be besides blowing up the cowhide? Oops, Jingqi, you don't call in advance when you come back, we are not prepared. Zhang Junshan stood up with a smiling face. He had already realized that the atmosphere was wrong. This niece has always been more serious, and she does her own thing. If she offends Han Cheng's kindness, it will be in vain. So Zhang Junshan stood up to ease the atmosphere and introduced the two at the same time. Oh, this is not an outsider, it's Zhang Ke's friend, named Han Chang. Zhang Ke on the side saw that what his father said was not in place, and added. Sister, this is the tricky god Han Chang, Genie Taimei. Zhang Jingqi's eyebrows frowned slightly, and her face was like frost. Without waiting for Zhang Ke to finish speaking, he said coldly. Yes. Just 2 words, as if it would be tiring to say one more word. Zhang Jingqi gives people the feeling that they are extremely rejecting thousands of miles away. And as these 2 words fell, the temperature around them was also a few degrees colder. Zhang Junshan's cold sweat came down. This niece is really not the right time to come. He laughed dryly and explained. Jingqi, you may be a little misunderstood, this Mr. Han is really capable. Aren't you dealing with the office weirdly now? Mr. Han is a master in this regard. Zhang Ke then added. Yes, sister, Mr. Han's ability is what I have seen with my own eyes, a black mang, with light, in the blink of an eye, he will kill a weird one, not to mention how handsome he is. Speaking of Han Chang's chic and heroic appearance, Zhang Ke, this kid, still couldn't get enough of it, and made a few gestures. The sense of déjà vu of this fantasy film really makes ordinary people very excited, and it is difficult not to worship it. But Zhang Jingqi looked at Zhang Ke like a fool. This kid is not serious from snacks and drinks, and he has always given people the feeling that he is unreliable. Seeing this, Zhang Ke's neck shrunk, his mouth pursed, and he nudged his father. If you don't believe me, then you ask my dad. Zhang Junshan nodded in cooperation and said earnestly. Jingqi, don't believe Zhang Ke's words, you have to believe what Uncle says. Uncle saw Mr. Han drive weirdness with his own eyes, this is absolutely not wrong. Zhang Jingqi showed a slight surprise, and at the same time a little shocked. She really didn't believe Zhang Ke's words, but Zhang Junshan, as an elder and a big man in the business world, his words still carried a lot of weight, at least he wouldn't lie to her junior. If this Han Chang really has the ability to destroy the weird, then the entire country of China will be able to be saved. Turning her head, Zhang Jingqi stared at Han Chang with a scrutinizing gaze, and then said. You prove yourself now. The concise imperative sentence is uncomfortable for a person to listen to, and it makes people feel full of provocation. Han Chang pouted, this woman took the wrong medicine, she came up and scolded me without injustice or hatred, a few meanings. And you said that proof will be proven, why? With his hands spread, Han Chang came to a disagreement. I'm sorry, I can't prove myself. Then tell me about the weird situation. Zhang Jingqi asked again, her tone still the same cold. Trick is trick, there's no situation. Han Chang smiled playfully, and then said again when Zhang Jingqi showed a disdainful look that your kid is not an imposter, but I really know one thing, that is, tricks can only be eliminated by tricks, and there is no other way. Han Shang remembered that this information was discovered on the 4th day after the Strange appeared, and on the 7th day, the human race was lucky enough to make a contract with the Strange. However, Zhang Jingqi obviously didn't believe this statement, and she still showed disdain. You're wrong, the test has proved that the artifact buried deep in the grave can also hurt weird. Yes, like you said, it's just an injury, but you can't kill it. Han Shang waved his hand and fought back very effectively. Moreover, Han Shang remembered a piece of information that the immortal weapon could not kill the Strange was also discovered on the 4th day. Both of these events were broadcast on the news that day, and they were treated as big news. After all, when all human weapons can't kill the monster, it is a very desperate state of mind, and it is easy for people to lose the heart to fight in this state of mind. The news that it could kill the weird was played as a stimulant to boost the morale of all mankind. Han Shang remembered that it had a very good effect at that time, and many people began to cheer up, thinking that the strange energy could be tamed by humans in the end, just as humans once tamed cattle and horses. I don't know how ridiculous my self-righteousness was at that time. Han Shang's words made Zhang Jingqi look stunned, and she couldn't come up for a while, and her face was embarrassed. Indeed, as Han Shang said, now humans can hurt weird people by using the spirit weapon, but there are no rumors of killing. At the same time, Zhang Jingqi had a feeling that he couldn't take Han Shang down, and he couldn't figure it out. If he didn't have the skills, he wouldn't be invited to the house by his uncle at all, but he refused to show his ability in front of him. What is said doesn't prove anything. Xiaomei was tightly locked, Zhang Jingqi was extremely unhappy, and Han Chengcheng in her eyes seemed to have become a stinky and hard stone, but her stubborn character did not allow her to give up. At the same time, this big beauty also has a strong sense of responsibility, so with patience, Zhang Jingqi continued to ask with a gloomy face. And what else do you know? Sorry, I'm not a free service, and the message just now is because your uncle gave me 10 truckloads of goods, otherwise I wouldn't have said a word. Han Shang leaned back in his chair, lightly picked up his wine glass, and took a sip of himself. Looking at Han Shang's smug appearance, Zhang Jingqi's lofty personality seemed to have been insulted. She had lived in the atmosphere of the stars and the moon since she was a child, and she was also respected after work, so she could stand this kind of anger. Is like a flower seedling in a greenhouse, as soon as it is blown by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme in the open air, Zhang Jingqi's face becomes more and more ugly, and suddenly slapped the table, dissatisfied. If you don't cooperate, I won't know what you're really capable of. Do I need your approval? Can't you be weird and have a weird license to be hunted and killed by the office? Han Shang wasn't scared at all, and even sneered. This woman takes herself too seriously. Zhang Jingqi's face turned black as soon as she brushed it, and she glared at Han Shang and said loudly. If you can really deal with weirdness, then please show it. The weirdness out there is rampant and domineering, and our society needs someone to do something. Oh, that person has to be me? Han Shang couldn't stop laughing after hearing this. This guy played with moral kidnapping, but Han Shang didn't eat this. He had no obligation to help people in society. Besides, there are so many weird things out there, what can he do alone? Killing a few weird ones can change the fate of human beings? It's impossible. Besides, Han Shang is not invincible, and when he encounters a weird one at the Dao level, he may not be able to get out of the way. Don't you have a sense of responsibility? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zhang Jingqi said. Then I'm sorry, I'm just irresponsible. If you are responsible, or you will go. Han Shang pursed his lips and smiled, his tone was quite teasing. Zhang Jingqi's teeth chattered, she really had never met such a big man, glared at Han Shang and scolded. You're a scumbag. Yes, I'm a scumbag. Han Shang is very thick-skinned, he hasn't experienced anything in his previous life in order to survive, and he can still be angry about such a trivial matter as being scolded by a beautiful woman and scum? This is too underestimating Han Shang's profound heritage. Seeing that scolding Han Shang was ineffective, people were still smiling, and even laughed complacently. Zhang Jingqi's face was even hotter, and she looked up at Zhang Junshan suddenly. Uncle, this person can't stay in our Zhang family, even if he has the ability. I personally don't think we can use it in the Zhang family. Zhang Jingqi is out of line, let Zhang Junshan drive people away. At the same time, he completely didn't have hope for Han Shang, and this man's self-righteous madness was unbearable. But how could Zhang Junshan drive away Han Chang? He couldn't hold on to this big thick leg. That's Jingqi, whether Mr. Han kills or not, that's his freedom, you shouldn't force others. Zhang Junshan's tone was quite complaining. Uncle, how can you help him speak? Zhang Jingqi's face was full of surprise. Sister, if you ask Brother Han to do something, you have to ask others, how can you talk like this? Zhang Ku on the side also helped to insert a knife. Zhang Jingqi saw that even the waste Zhang Ku came to accuse herself, so she couldn't help it, her face turned red, and she said angrily. You all think the same way, this is too selfish, if no one stands up, what will happen to our society? Zhang Junshan lowered his head and said in a suppressed voice. Jingqi, don't embarrass Mr. Han, it's already very good that Mr. Han can help our Zhang family. By the way, have you eaten, or let's stop talking about work and eat first. Zhang Junshan put together the mud and wanted to calm this nameless fire. But how could Zhang Jingqi stay for dinner? She was so angry that she wanted to refuse, and then left here without looking back. But before she could speak, Han Shang made up for it at the right time. Yes, Miss Shang, do you want to have a light meal together? Han Shang's words can be said to be home, because as soon as he said this, Zhang Jingqi, who originally wanted to leave arrogantly, was blindfolded, because now once she leaves, it will seem that she was angry because of Han Shang's words, and she can't get over her face. And with Zhang Jingqi's cold and arrogant character, she must be very unhappy. This Zhang de beauty is unhappy, Han Chang is happy, who makes this beauty so unsightly to offend Han Chang? Sure enough, when Han Chang asked her like this, Zhang Jingqi was like being a general, she didn't stay, she didn't leave, it was like putting her on a hot pot and roasting her. After 5 seconds, Zhang Jingqi gritted her teeth and glared at Han Chang fiercely, as if this had become her lifelong enemy, and then walked towards the door without saying a word. It seems that this was taken away by Han Chang. Jingqi, go back and say hello to my brother and tell him that our Zhang family has Mr. Han, and nothing will happen. Behind him, Zhang Junshan did not forget to entrust the family affairs, and praised Han Chang inside and out. This is simply murderous. Zhang Jingqi shook halfway through walking, and almost didn't fall. Han Chang looked at it and pursed his lips and smiled. This woman can pretend, but she doesn't understand anything. This kid is in such a hurry, he has to go with Mr. Han, why bother? Zhang Junshan complained a few words, and then said with a smile at Han Chang. Mr. Han, you don't remember the villain, that one was my eldest niece just now, and she has been arrogant since she was a child, so you can bear it. Come on, Mr. Han, you eat. Zhang Junshan diligently served Han Chang with vegetables, and Han Chang was not polite, this Zhang family was asking for himself and didn't have to care too much. On the other side, Zhang Jingqi roared and drove to the city ZF, and in the comprehensive office building, she walked into her department Dongjiang City Strange Response Office with a gloomy face. Dongjiang City's Strange Response Office, a special department that was established just 3 days ago, is very busy at the moment, everyone is anxious, the voice is noisy, and the phone calls are endless. Although it's daytime and most of the spooky will be affected, there are still a lot of spooky attacks. As soon as Zhang Jingqi walked into the office, someone came to report the situation. Director Zhang, there was an accident in the number 9 welfare home in the suburbs, where there are 78 children. Okay, I see, I'll take care of that. Zhang Jingqi's eyebrows sank, she took the report, the bad mood became more irritable at this time, she just joined the work and wanted to make some achievements, especially many people were talking behind her back that she could enter this department more because of the background of the Zhang family. Therefore, Zhang Jingqi, who is so strong, is very unconvinced, and she needs grades to prove herself. At the same time, she also has a deep hatred for weirdness, this kind of monster should not have come to the human world, killed so many people, they must be cleared. Suppressing her anger, Zhang Jingqi walked quickly into the team leader's office. Team leader Qin, I received a report here, out. Zhang Jingqi just wanted to report the matter of the 9th Welfare Institute, but the middle-aged man in front of her waved his hand with joy on his face, signaling her to speak slowly. The middle-aged man was talking to his superiors on the phone. Yes, understood, we will arrange it immediately, and we will definitely complete the task. Hung up the phone, Qin Shan's face was full of laughter. Hee, Xiao Zhang, you came just in time, I just got good news here, the international community has discovered a way to kill the weird, and we humans will be able to fight back against the weird in the future. Qin Shan paused, then slapped the table and sighed. None of us would have thought that. In fact, if we want to kill this group of weirdos, the underworld weapon can't do it at all, and you have to. You have to rely on weirdness, because only weirdness can eliminate weirdness. As soon as Zhang Jingqi heard Qin Shan speak, she faintly felt that Han Chang might be telling the truth, so she said it casually. This made Qin Shan look at Zhang Jingqi with a shocked face, as if he had found a treasure. Xiao Zhang, this news has just been put forward by a foreign group at an international conference, and it has not yet spread in China. How do you know this? This. Zhang Jingqi didn't want to say anything, and Han Chang's cheap appearance in her mind made her grit her teeth again. It was a scumbag who told me. Scum. Qin Shan's face was full of doubts. Yes, and he's a super scumbag. Zhang Jingqi's eyes showed a fierce look. Qin Shan was confused. Who the hell is this? Qin Group, I'll report to you about this person's situation later. Will we deal with this matter first? Zhang Jingqi changed the topic and handed the report of the accident in the 9th Welfare Institute to Qin Shan. There are 78 children. Quickly organize a rescue and set off immediately. Qin Shan's eyebrows tightened, and his face became extremely ugly. Soon, in the ZF compound, more than a dozen special vehicles set off and roared straight to the 9th Welfare Institute. In a command car in the middle, Qin Shan listened to Zhang Jingqi's report on Han Chang here. He first pondered for a while, and then asked questions. Is this Han Chang really an internet celebrity trickster Han Chang? It should be. That person's appearance is almost the same as on the underworld coin, and I recognized it at first sight. Zhang Jingqi said with certainty. Yes, then this young man is worth our contact. But Qin Group, this man doesn't have any sense of social responsibility. I asked him to assist us in our work and contribute to the elimination of weirdness, but he said that it has nothing to do with him, and he refuses to make a move. Zhang Jingqi said that this was angry again, and continued, and this person is very uncooperative. I asked him to show his due ability, and he ignored me. Qin Shan was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and then said in understanding. Actually, this is normal, dealing with the weird and dangerous, let him risk his life to save the world, that person must have an idea, this is not surprising. Qin Group, you also. Zhang Jingqi became more and more aggrieved. How could it be that even team leader Qin Tian was helping that man speak? Qin Tian raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Jingqi's words, and said neatly. Don't talk about the rest, we'll talk about everything when we get in touch with him. You call your uncle now and ask him to keep this Han Chang, and I will send someone over immediately. Zhang Jingqi had to nod her head and agree. Taking into account the overall situation, she called Zhang Junshan. However, he got very bad news, and Han Chang left the Zhang family. Then where did he go? Asked Zhang Jingqi. I don't know, Mr. Han didn't say to go there, he left in a hurry, and asked Zhang Ke to drive him away. Zhang Junshan said. Understood, then I'll call Zhang Ke. Zhang Jingqi hung up Zhang Junshan's phone, and then dialed Zhang Ke's phone, but Zhang Ke's phone could not be reached, indicating that he was not in the service area. Zhang Jingqi's face sank and said. Qin Group, that Han Chang's whereabouts are unknown, my younger brother Zhang Ke was with him, and he can't be contacted. Then wait a while and then contact again. If this person really has the ability, then he will definitely not be killed by the strange, we have a chance. Qin Shan's eyes tightened, and he pondered for a moment before saying. At this time, as soon as the car stopped, a voice came from the driver's seat. Report to the Qin Group, we have arrived at the 9th Welfare Institute, and the situation here is too weird. What's going on? Qin Shan's voice became cold, and he got out of the car and saw the 9th Welfare House not far away. It's just that now the sky above the welfare home is shrouded in a scarlet cloud, and only half of the building is exposed. At the same time, a terrible cry came from the red cloud from time to time, which made people shudder. Strange secret realm. Qin Shan was shocked. The weird secret realm is different from the weird trial, the latter appears more, and the tasks in it are arranged in a variety of ways, but as long as humans can complete it, weirdness is generally not difficult for humans, and it can be sent out safely, and even a sum of underworld coins will be sent. But the strange secret realm is completely different. It is an enchantment created by one or several weird ones, relying on their own strength. In this enchantment, their strength increases exponentially, and they usually become extremely strong and difficult to deal with. At the same time, there are not so many law restrictions in the weird secret realm, but as long as the rules of weird killing are met, weird can shoot casually. So far, there have been 5 strange secret realm incidents in China, affecting thousands of people, but none of them can come back alive. Xin Shan, who blurted out, frowned. He had a bad premonition that the teachers and students trapped in the welfare home would not be able to be rescued, which made his heart extremely heavy, and he slapped the car door fiercely and ordered, "Cordon off the scene and don't let anyone approach here. Then report to your superiors that we need support on our side." In the face of the strange secret realm, Xin Shan has no way to deal with it at all, and at the moment he can only blockade it to prevent the situation from expanding, and the rest can only wait and see what happens. And in this blood mist, the sky and the earth are dark. Only 5 meters away, the smell of blood in the air is strong, the surrounding is deathly quiet, and the whole environment is mysterious and depressing. Han Chang was cautiously searching around. He had 4 chapters of 100 yuan dark coins in his hand, ready to make a move at any time. An hour and a half ago, Han Chang was still eating delicacies and drinking wine at Zhang's house, when he suddenly received a call from the director of the welfare home. The dean on the phone was unusually anxious and frightened, as if something was approaching her. She told Han Chang that Lin Shui was missing, and at the same time, the entire welfare home was filled with a blood mist, and the fog became thicker and thicker. On the phone, the dean hoped that Han Chang could save them, but before he could finish speaking, it was as if he had encountered something terrible, and after letting out a terrible scream, the phone was disconnected. After Han Chang answered the phone, he immediately asked Zhang Ke to drive him to the 9th welfare home, and when he arrived at the scene, he found that the entire welfare home had been shrouded in blood mist, and the scarlet bloodlight went straight to the sky, and the entire surroundings were dyed red, like the end of the world, which made people fear and despair. And Han Chang looked at this scene with a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the Blood Domain Welfare Institute in the previous life? Han Chang suddenly understood that the strange appearance of the S-level skill had appeared, and at the same time, his heart was also tight. The reason is very simple. This weird appeared earlier. In the last life, Lin Shui got the Blood Domain Welfare Institute more than a month after the weird came, but now it's only 4 days later. This weird has appeared, and the time is too early. Sure enough, the intervention of others will always make things happen. Even if Han Chang is careful enough and has only seen Lin Shui twice, it still makes the events here change significantly. So in the case of an accident happening, can Lin Shui still be able to get the Blood Domain Welfare Institute smoothly? Han Chang felt that the possibility was not high, because the whole incident had developed in a different direction, and the result was really difficult to be the same as the previous life. But the Blood Domain Welfare Institute is very powerful. Han Chang can't lose this skill, and if Han Chang doesn't take it, then it will be taken by others in the future. With such a powerful trick, then this strong man will definitely rise, and once he clashes with Han Chang, it will be difficult for Han Chang to win. So Han Chang didn't want to give up. Some things must be firmly grasped in his own hands, otherwise he would regret it. Especially Han Chang has already invested in Lin Shui and gained the favor of others. As long as this girl does not die, Han Chang will help again, then the chance of getting the Blood Domain Welfare Institute is still very good. Of course, Han will not be reckless, and recklessly rush into the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. He also has to rely on 2 life-saving props, the Tiandi bank card and the stand-in doll. There is also a derivative trick that has just been cultivated, bone spurs. Of course, we can't forget the Vajra beads that I got before. With these, Han Chang still had confidence. He let Zhang Ke hide, and then entered the blood mist himself. After entering the blood mist, Han Chengqing felt an abnormal depression. The light around him was dim, he could only see the distance of 5 meters away, his ears were silent, and he could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. He carefully explored, and found that he was in the courtyard of the welfare home, where there were still tables and chairs for the birthday party the day before yesterday, and there were uncleaned paper plates on the ground. Not far from the side are all kinds of equipment for children to play with, such as slides and seesaws. A few steps further will reveal a bunker. Standing next to the sandpit was a little boy about 7 years old, dressed in a suit from a welfare home, playing with his head down and clutching the sand. In this kind of place, when such an ordinary child appears at this time, then you can know that this child is not ordinary with your buttocks. Han Shan walked over, and he stopped less than 2 meters away from the little boy. And the boy also noticed someone. He raised his head and stared at Han Chang with a pair of big dark eyes without pupils. "Who are you?" The boy's voice was accentuated, and it felt awkward to burrow into his ears. Han Chang put on a friendly face and smiled. I don't know who I am. This answer is strange, but it is definitely the answer of the old fritters, full of the accumulation of experience. You must know that there are no strange things in weirdness, and many weird killing rules are very peculiar, such as admitting that you are a weird friend, then you will attract death. Some are not allowed to look back, and if they look back, their lives are in danger. There are also those who can't say your name. Once you let the weird know your name, then the death period is not far away. Therefore, out of caution, Han Chang said a very strange thing. Chat groups, circle of friends, and self-media have appeared in the stock of Tricky Han Chang. All kinds of emojis, homemade funny pictures, and videos are also endless. Young people burn paper when they have something, and they write the trick Han Chang when they burn paper. Don't ask why, because he is God. The three elements of burning paper should be kept in mind. 1. The fire must burn prosperously, and only when the fire is prosperous can it be prosperous. 2. You must brush the circle of friends, this one has a lot of face. 3. Please write the name of Han Dashan, it's very important. Internet jokers also contributed to the fire, writing a lot of jokes about Han Chang. Heroes don't ask where they come from, and they don't ask how many tons they burn money. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert /phoneme is lonely, and it can't be too late to burn money. The Yellow River flows into the sea, and I am the best at burning money. Don't burn money during this year's festival, don't burn money, you wanna burn only Han Dashan. Soon, under this overwhelming marketing, it became a trend to burn the dark coins to the deceitful god Han Chang. I'm out of love, who will accompany me to burn the Stygian coin? The boss told me to work overtime. I want to burn the Stygian coin. I have a crush on a boy, and I'm going to burn the coins. Soon after, young people could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme be seen burning dead coins in the suburbs of the city and in the open spaces of the countryside. Unlike other burners, they were jubilant and laughing when they burned them. Troubles go with the embers, and youth rises with the scorching flames. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win /phoneme has not stopped, and it has gradually blown to all corners of society. On the construction site, the boss started work, burned incense, and kowtowed. Now an item has been added, burning the dark coin with the god Han. Without him, it is said that burning this can make the project smooth and everything safe, and it is more effective than burning incense to worship the Buddha. Before moving to a new home, burn a few pieces of Han Dashan's dark coins, and the new home is safe and sound, and all industries are prosperous. Even after giving birth to a child, someone burned Han Chang's dark coins, praying that the child would become a dragon and a phoenix, ride the dust, and be rich and powerful. This wave of burning of dark coins has caused an astonishing increase in the consumption of dark coins. Originally, there were very few people who bought the dark coins, and everyone burned the dark coins on the day of the death of their ancestors, and no one burned them at all. Now when I encounter something in my life, I will burn the coin, and some even burn a bundle before going to work every day, which has become a daily operation that cannot be shaken. The community was smoky and blazing, and it was forced to open up an area dedicated to burning dark coins, and a fire extinguisher was thoughtfully placed on the side. In this situation of burning the dead coins by the whole people, the business of the white shop is like a sesame seed blooming, and it is growing. The price has also increased from the original 20 a bundle, and you can still bargain. Now I bought 40, 80, 100. 200 a bundle, never bargain. Even at this price, the craze for burning coins is still the same. Therefore, the business of the major Stygian printing factories is booming. In the past, there were many birds at the door, and it was rare for someone to place an order, and now the door of the production is crowded with cars every day, all of them come to buy the Stygian coin. Because there are more people who buy it, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme have to rely on the relationship, otherwise they can't buy it. The machines in the factory are in full swing, and they don't care for a moment, and the products are in short supply. The same is true of the Tianma Stygian factory, where people rest every day and the machine rotates 24 hours a day. Zheng Deman looked at the news on the internet, and his heart was hot. The whole society is burning Han Chang's dark coins. And the one who placed an order for himself is also called Han Chang. The virtual characters on the internet look very similar to the real Han Chang. Can you say that these two are not connected? The boy didn't show any surprise when he heard this. As if he didn't care about Han Chang's answer, he continued to stare at Han Chang and asked again. Then do you say I'm scary? Han Chang didn't answer this time. He was worried that it was also a flag. Seeing that Han Chang didn't answer, the boy showed a grinning laugh. His voice was very sharp, his split mouth, his lips were cracked to the root of his ears, revealing sharp fangs. His appearance was extremely terrifying, and in the abruptness, the absolute horror element was full. Han Chang's mood fluctuated slightly. To be honest, the boy in front of him was gloomy and mysterious. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme and smiling at himself. In fact, it was very infiltrating. If he wanted his mood to fluctuate without any fluctuations, it was not something that a living person could do at all, but Han Chang did it. Because he had the Vajra Buddha beads, just when a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart, the Vajra Buddha beads worked, and a trace of clarity lit up in the depths of Han Chang's heart, like the refreshing feeling of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme oil essence rubbing on his forehead, which instantly made people sober. The boy looked at Han Chang and saw that there was no expression on his face, and his laughter slowly stopped, as if this kid had performed a lame stand-up comedy, and the audience looked at him like a fool, and he didn't laugh. The eerie atmosphere inexplicably turned into embarrassment. The boy wouldn't give up, of course, and he straightened up at this point, revealing a hideous look. You don't seem to be afraid of me, but I'll make you scared soon. The sound landed, and the boy jumped into the sand pit, as if falling into the river, and the whole person was swallowed by the sand. After 3 seconds, the sand pit shook slightly, and then a blood-red figure jumped out. It was still the same boy, but the boy had no clothes, no skin, and the blood vessels and muscles were clearly visible, just like human specimens placed in the infirmary, which gave people goosebumps. Am I scary now? The boy asked Han Chang again. Do you think I'm going to be scared? Han Chang hooked the corners of his mouth, feeling a little bored. Yes, it's really boring. He has no fear and horror. This little bastard in front of him can't move his heart with any tricks. It's strange if it's not boring. The boy was stunned for 2 seconds this time, his big eyes staring at Han Chang. Obviously Han Chang's incomparable calmness made him difficult to accept. The boy jumped out of the bunker, then turned and ran. Han Chang immediately chased after him as soon as he saw it. The visibility here was no more than 5 meters, and once the boy disappeared, it would be troublesome to look for it. And Han Chang's calm performance made the little guy change from a tragic actor to a comedian, and it is psychologically difficult to accept. Once he disappears, most of them will not come out again. How Han Chang obtained the Blood Domain Welfare Institute and how to save Lin Shui did not appear. Therefore, this little guy can't be lost. Without looking back, the boy ran into the distant woods, where the blood mist had thinned out and visibility could reach 10 meters. Han Chang looked up and recognized that the forest was not the place where Lin Shui liked to hide. That Lin Shui was probably over there, and this boy must know Lin Shui. Han Chang shouted loudly at this time. Where is Lin Shui? The boy glanced back at him. Han Chang grinned. This weird little trick was exposed. Sure enough, he knew Lin Shui. Then Han Chang couldn't let him go, followed a few steps closely, and accelerated to catch up. When the boy saw Han Chang speeding up, he also accelerated, and it didn't take long to drill into the dark forest, and the whole thing was gone. Han Chang didn't care about the danger in the forest, burned the whole 400 dark coins, and then sacrificed a bone spur in his hand. This thing is about half a meter long, one is sharp and the other is wide, the pointed end is extremely sharp, and the texture is very hard. It is not an iron weapon at all, and it can be used as a short spear in his hand. Holding the bone spur, Han Chang plunged into the dense forest. The darkness in front of him rushed in, and his heart fluctuated, but the Vajra Buddha bead immediately emitted a trace of coolness and pulled his frightened heart back. And just when Han Chang's mind calmed down, the darkness in front of him receded, and the sight was a red patch. The trees and the rocks were all covered in red, and there was a waterhole in the middle. To be more precise, it was a pool of blood, and the boy was standing next to the pool of blood, his dark eyes looking at Han Chang, and then looking down at the pool of blood. There was a figure lying in the pool of blood, and Han Chang walked in slowly, seeing clearly that it was Lin Shui. Lin Shui was lying in the pool of blood, face up, above the water, and the rest of her body was all sunk in the pool of blood. Her face was pale, her lips were chapped, her eyes were closed, and she didn't feel anything. Han Chang stopped and looked at the boy. The boy said, "She's my friend." Well, she's my friend too. Han Chang-dao. The boy's eyes widened, and he looked straight at Han Chang. I won't let you take her. Then what do you want to do? I want her to be here with me forever, just like me. As long as her flesh is corrupted, she will be here forever, and she will never be able to get out again. The boy's voice was poignant, obviously full of hostility towards Han Chang, and his hands were claw-shaped, as if he wanted to make a move. But it's a pity that he didn't dare to touch Han Chang, because his killing rule is fear. As long as humans show fear, he can kill people with just a few of them. It's a pity that Han Chang hasn't been afraid since he entered this Blood Domain Welfare Institute. Because of the existence of the Vajrabuddha bead, his mind is incomparably calm now. Of course, looking at the boy's tangled appearance of wanting to bite but couldn't, and then contacting the situation on the other side of the bunker, Han Chang had already understood this strange killing rule, which was exactly what he wanted. Without any worries, Han Chang also thought of how to deal with the boy, that is, to outwit. The kid in front of him obviously felt a little dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Shui in the blood pool, Han Chang said to the boy, "Are you sure you want to turn her into bones? Such a beautiful girl would be too ugly to turn into bones." Han Chang said with a pout, shaking his head. He also said that he was a good friend, and if she was a friend, she should be made beautiful. How could she be so cruel to make her so ugly? In the end, Han Chang let out another long sigh and shook his head again. When Lin Shui wakes up and finds that she has become a white bone, she will definitely be angry. I think she didn't even have to be a friend at that time. Han Chang said, and finally his eyes fell on the boy. This weird was obviously affected by Han Chang's words, and his expression was hesitant at the moment. Han Chang was happy in his heart. This weird should be very strong, but this IQ is obviously stuck at 8 years old. It's so easy to deceive. Is what you said true? She won't be friends with me after she turns into a white bone. The boy looked at Han Chang with an uneasy expression. Han Chang nodded very seriously, and said in an accentuated tone, "Not only do you have to be a friend, I believe Lin Shui will always hate you." The boy's eyes widened. Obviously he was trembling. Originally he just wanted to keep Lin Shui, he didn't think about it so much, and now he realized that he might have done something wrong. He turned his head to look at Lin Shui deeply, and said in a sad tone, "I didn't want to do that, but she came to see me today and said she wanted to say goodbye to me and go phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with a friend. I won't let her go, but she won't listen to me. She wants to abandon me. I just don't want her to go." Han Chang wanted to knock on his forehead at this time, and sure enough, after he intervened in this matter, the original incident changed. Lin Shui's friend in his mouth must be himself. If there is no Han Chang's existence, Lin Shui will be able to get the trick in a month. "The friend she said is called Han Chang, right?" Han Chang asked softly, which made the boy startled again. He stared at Han Chang with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" Han Xingxin said, Hey, do you still need to ask such a childish question? I know everything." Han Chang said very godly, and then shrugged his shoulders. "It's like I foresaw that Lin Shui would hate you forever after turning into white bones." "Well, then I won't let her turn into bones." The boy was in a hurry. Han Chang naturally smiled. He nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll pull her up." "You stand back for now." The boy really cooperated and took a few steps back, watching Han Chang pull Lin Shui out of the pool of blood. Han Chang probed Lin Shui's body here, and the temperature was still there, so he should not be dead. Then he glanced at the boy vigilantly, and pinched the back of the snowman on his side. Lin Shui slowly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Han Chang's face, and her confused eyes suddenly lit up. "Han Chang, why are you here?" "Of course, I'm here to find a friend." Han Chang smiled. "Then you take me away." Lin Shui pulled Han Chang's arm and struggled to stand up. When she saw the blood boy, she looked stunned, pulled Han Chang's arm and said softly, "This kid wants to keep me, can you beat him?" "I can't beat him." Han Chang replied honestly, but then said, "If you can't beat me, you have to fight. Who made us friends?" Han Chang said and protected Lin Shui behind him, looked at the boy and said, "Friend, Lin Shui is my friend, and she is also your friend, or we. She can't go." Before Han Chang could finish speaking, the boy's eyes burst into anger, and the hideous wounds on his face were cracked, and the red color was like a flame burning. At the same time, the gray sky overhead suddenly emitted a muffled sound, a great earthquake trembled, and a huge sound like a tide resounded around the dense forest. Han Shang looked around vigilantly, only to see the rushing blood rushing in, like the tide of the sea. Then he turned his head to look at the boy, who was already floating in mid-air at the moment, more than a meter above the ground. His eyes were blood-red, the corners of his mouth were cracked to reveal burning tiger teeth, and his vicious face was covered with burning red ravines. The face of this demon is comparable to that of hell, and the boy is short of 2 horns on his head. You seem to have made a great friend. Han Shang glanced at Lin Shui behind him. Well, he's great, but I think you're better than him. Lin Shui looked at Han Shang with misty eyes. Han Shang was overly expected. In fact, he was too far behind the boy in terms of strength. As long as he fought Han Shang, he would die. But Han Shang has a brain. He doesn't want to lose to an 8-year-old child with IQ. That's a shame. Wait a minute, please. Suddenly, Han Shang shouted, then pushed Lin Shui behind him, and said to the boy with justice. Don't you want a friend to accompany you? Then let me stay and let her go. Han Shang turned around and pointed at Lin Shui. The boy didn't agree, and he let out a sky-shattering roar. No, I want her, not you. With that, the boy stretched out his 10 fingers, and the scarlet claws stirred the aura around him, and he rushed towards Han Shang with a cold killing intent. In the face of this kind of killing momentum, Han Shang was very calm. In fact, he only had the option of calm. In the case of extreme calm, he clearly determined one thing: this weird only has a rule of killing, that is, whoever takes his friend, he can kill. But did Han Shang promise to take someone away? He didn't. On the contrary, he pushed Lin Shui away, which means that the rules were not established at all, and this weird monster was forcibly attacking. Then the result is punishment. And Han Shang had the ability to take this move. He touched the stand-in doll in his arms with one hand. The Heaven and Earth bank card could not guarantee that Han Shang would be unharmed this time, because this boy was too powerful, and he should be at the Tao level. In the weird apocalypse, the intimidation level weirdness generally has a D level, and a C level trick, such as the blue-eyed berserk trick, is a C level skill. But although it is C level, because there are huge loopholes and the growth is not high, Han Shang can't look down on it. Then there is the killing level of weirdness. Most of their tricks are C level, B level. This kind of tricks are already very good, and many people in the last days can break their heads for these tricks. Finally, there are the weirdness of the entry level, and their tricks are B level and A level, but there are very few entry level weirdness that have S level tricks. The current hideous boy is such a one, and his blood domain welfare house is an S level trick. Of course, weird is not the strongest at the entry level, and there are also the slaughter level and the country destruction level behind it. But none of these two types of strange tricks has ever been successfully contracted, and if it could be contracted, then the human race in the previous life would not have lived so sadly, like pigs and dogs. Looking at the boy's killing, Han Shang didn't have the slightest fear. He raised his arm, and 400 yuan dark coins were burned, and then bursts of black light rose up and down his body, and along Han Shang's fingertips, a white thing flew out. The white thing was a bone spur, which could reach more than a meter long, and it was very sharp, like a cold ray, stabbing at the boy who pounced. The boy didn't dodge or dodge, his whole body turned into a ball of blood, and the bone spurs rolled up like a tidal current, and the bone spurs shattered as he breathed. The blood light remained unabated, and it was less than a meter in front of Han Shang. At this time, bursts of hiss erupted from Han Shang's body, and the roar of the underworld was heartbreaking, and the rolling black mangs roared around, turning into a substantial shield and stopping in front of the boy. The blood light was blocked, but the power was huge, and the black light didn't last long, and suddenly it shattered, and a ball of red light pounced on Han Shang. Immediately after that, Han Shang's whole body was corrupted, and the flesh and white bones dissolved quickly, and finally the blood light was collected and fell in the distance. And where Han Shang stood, there was nothing but a pool of blood. Lin Shui looked at it in a daze. She didn't come to her senses for a long time, and it wasn't until a long time before she looked up at the boy, with deep hatred in her eyes. You kill him. You want to go with him, I don't want you to go. The boy's voice was a little humble. I don't care, you killed him, I'm going to kill you. Lin Shui picked up a branch on the ground, rushed to the boy and beat him. The boy didn't fight back, let Lin Shui hit him. His eyes were very dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why Lin Shui wanted to kill himself for that man. Could that man be more important than himself? This thought made the boy's heart extremely painful. He had always regarded Lin Shui as his best and only friend. But apparently Lin Shui is not like this. He jumped to the side, but Lin Shui still chased after him. Don't run, kill my best friend, you have to pay for his life. Is he really your best friend? Of course. Lin Shui said categorically. In the darkest moment of her life, it was Han Chang who gave him light, so this man occupies an extremely important position in her little inner world. At this time, Lin Shui pointed at the boy and said, "Remember the birthday cake he gave you the day before yesterday? If you want to eat cake, I can buy it for you." The boy's voice was almost pleading. "I don't want you, I want you to die." Lin Shui chased after him again. The boy jumped long in pain, avoiding Lin Shui, when a rumbling sound in the sky seemed to break the heavens and the earth. The boy's face turned pale instantly, he shouted in horror, and then ran in the direction of the orphanage. "Stop, don't run!" Lin Shui scolded, but she couldn't keep up with the boy's speed at all. However, before the boy arrived at the welfare home, a thunderclap fell from the sky, rumbling like a giant pillar of punishment, smashing a deep pit in the ground, and black smoke rose. The boy was struck by lightning, and he got up from the bottom of the pit in the dark, and after looking back in fear, he ran to the welfare home again. Lin Shui looked at it in shock from a distance, and couldn't understand what was going on with that thunderbolt. Isn't this the enchantment of that little bastard? Could it be that someone outside broke the enchantment? Or, in fact, this is the boy's punishment for violating the rules and attacking Han Chang, but fortunately, the boy is strong, otherwise he may be gone. However, this thunder also blasted him enough, and if he didn't go back to heal quickly, he would have to die. It's a pity that I didn't kill him. At this time, Han Chang's voice sounded from behind Lin Shui. He walked over slowly, his whole body was hot, and he touched his pocket, except for the stand-in doll disappeared. The heaven and earth bank and the Vajra Buddha beads were there. "You're not dead." Lin Shui turned her head and looked at Han Chang happily. "Sure enough, you are still better than him. Is that thunder just now your masterpiece?" Han Chang grinned. "Yes or no?" "Cut, you are still modest. It's not because of you. How did that thunder hit him on the head for no reason?" Lin Shui squinted and said, "Okay, you can count me on the head." Han Chang admitted, there was nothing to deny about this kind of thing. If he hadn't played a little clever, how could that boy have suffered from the thunder? "But if we want to get out, we'll have to find the boy again." Han Chang looked down at Lin Shui. Lin Shui looked at the Welfare Institute and said thoughtfully, "That guy came from a place called Nightmare Realm, and I've seen it look like a silkworm chrysalis, more than 3 meters long. You should interpret it as a coffin." "Hee hee, you're so funny." Lin Shui couldn't help laughing, but then she said with a gloomy face, "However, you have to be careful, that guy is still very powerful." "I know, but he lost most of his life from the thunder just now, and I should have a chance." Han Chang smiled confidently, then calmly walked towards the welfare home, and after taking a few steps, he looked back at Lin Shui who was following up. "By the way, what secrets does that kid have, you tell me?" "He's a bit like me, they're orphans, and they don't have friends, but he has 2 older brothers. But those 2 brothers have always bullied him, and he ran out, but he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme had nightmares, which silkworm chrysalis was in, and he said that there he would become stronger." Thinking of this, Lin Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, don't we have to hurry? Once we get that guy into a nightmare, we're going to have a hard time dealing with him." "It's okay, I have a way to deal with that kid." Han Chang put his hands behind his back, his head raised slightly, and pondered carefully. "This guy is an orphan and bullied by his brother, his inner world must be very inferior, and there is only one friend of Lin Shui, which shows that he is very autistic, and this kind of character of both autism and inferiority is generally easy to go to extremes. There are 2 sides to this extreme. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme it is very, very good to you, just like he did to Lin Shui, almost to the point of stupidity. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme that, the hatred is monstrous, and you can kill someone at any cost. There is only one way to overcome this weirdness, and that is to help him and make him grateful to you for the rest of his life." Lin Shui became his first friend. "And I'm going to help him get rid of his demons." Thinking of this, Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled, and he turned his head to look at Lin Shui. Later, how about we play a trick with him? What trick? Lin Shui stared at Han Chang with wide eyes. We'll tell him later, and the two of us will be his friends together. Why do you want to stay? Lin Shui said in surprise. Can't he come with us the other way around? Hey, you're right, this kid has always wanted friends, and it's a good idea to let him follow us. Lin Shui nodded her little head. Judging from her relieved expression, she actually had a good impression of the boy. She raised her head to look at Han Chang. By the way, I forgot to tell you, that kid's name is Archie. Archie, yes, made a note of it. Hey, I suddenly feel that you are different from ordinary people. That kid almost killed you just now, and you still want to be friends with him? He's just an autistic and inferior child, and I'm actually the same. Han Chang looked back at Lin Shui. Lin Shui is also an inferiority complex and autistic character. Whoever bullies her, she pranks others. In fact, it is caused by the insecurity of the inner world, because she is inferior deep in her heart. Her strength, as well as the domineering of the previous life, is actually the same. More to hide the weakness of her heart, she is afraid that her weak self will be known. She can only rely on strength to deter others, so she is the Ice Queen. And Han Chang's glance turned into a deep iceberg in Lin Shui's heart, because Han Chang blew himself up. Like her, they exchanged the most secret inner world with each other, and the relationship between the two became more intimate. It's a bond that has no secrets from each other and can be trusted. Lin Shui's gaze fluctuated slightly, and she tried her best to suppress the surging warmth in her heart. Alright, let's travel together. Okay, Han Chang gestured and turned around, but the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. He was not an autistic and inferior character, but he had already seen through everything, and he could harvest the hearts of others at will. To be able to grasp the weaknesses in the hearts of others means to be able to control others. At the same time, outside the strange and dense borders, the thunder in the sky fell violently, causing the entire heaven and earth to change color and the earth to shake violently. Qin Shan, Zhang Jingqi, and the staff were all shocked. Especially Zhang Jingqi's face also became very anxious as the thunder fell. Qin Group, the thunder just now is too abnormal. Will something happen to the children inside? Qin Shan didn't speak, but his entangled brows said it all, and his heart was also pressed against a stone. Looking at the welfare home where the blood mist was getting thicker and thicker, Zhang Jingqi stomped her feet fiercely. Damn! Some people have the ability but are unwilling to deal with weirdness, and they don't have any sense of responsibility at all. Why is this kind of person so dark in his heart? Is he worthy of living in the world? Zhang Jingqi scolded Han Chang naturally, her teeth itched and selfish for this guy. Shameless. Actually, weird should go to such a scumbag. Why are you looking for those children? Qin Shan on the side had a calm face and didn't say anything. He naturally knew who Zhang Jingqi was scolding, but he didn't know Han Chang, and he couldn't judge it. But if this Han Chang did this, there was actually nothing wrong with it. No one can stand on the moral high ground and order others, and that would be immoral. That's when someone came to report. Qin Group, we found a car nearby, and there was a person in the car. Someone just let him leave. Don't you see what's going on here? Qin Shan said with a fire chi. However, the man refused to leave, and he said that he was with. No, the reporter glanced at Zhang Jingqi and stopped talking. Zhang Jingqi's face was suspicious, and she asked, who is this person? Sister, it's me. I can't go. Brother Han has already rushed in to save people. I have to wait for him. With the words, Zhang Ke walked over. Zhang Jingqi's face was surprised, but she immediately retorted loudly. You said that the trickster Han Chang went in to save people. That man is a scumbag. Sister, Brother Han is not as bad as you think. As soon as people arrive at the welfare home, they rush inside without saying a word, without blinking their eyelids. Zhang Ke's chin was raised, and he said with admiration. Humph, I think you're dazzled. That kind of guy is so selfish. How can he go in to save people? He must be hiding. You kid is too young to be deceived by him. Zhang Jingqi wanted to say that you kid is too stupid to even distinguish between good and bad, but she still couldn't help but say it. Cut, believe it or not, Brother Han is a hero. Zhang Ke pursed his mouth and tried his best to defend Han Chang. Qin Shan's side couldn't be silent anymore. He looked at Zhang Ke and asked. What you said is true. That tricky god Han Chang has already rushed in? Of course, I personally sent Brother Han here and watched him rush in. Zhang Ke said indignantly. Qin Shan nodded slightly, without any thought, and instructed the staff on the side. Hurry up and notify the city's medical system and ask them to send an ambulance over. The hero has gone in to save people, and we have to be fully prepared to welcome the hero out. Yes. The staff turned and left. Zhang Jingqi's face darkened at this time and said. Xin Group, I don't think it's possible. I've been in contact with that scumbag. He doesn't even have a sense of responsibility. It's impossible for him to go in. I think there's a problem. If more people get closer here, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Qin Shan didn't listen to this. He said to Zhang Jingqi. Director Zhang, some things are too extreme. Maybe you have a little holiday with him, but you can't bring this subjective cognition to work. I still trust this Mr. Han. I believe that he has gone in to save people. Another point, to be able to go in without hesitation in such a dangerous situation. I also believe that Mr. Han has a certain ability, so we have to be fully prepared to treat the wounded in time. Don't say anything else. The last sentence, Qin Shan almost shouted with a black face. Zhang Jingqi is a colleague, he understands. People are capable and have a strong sense of responsibility, but it is too easy to be more serious and drill the horns. Zhang Jingqi stopped talking, but she was still suspicious when she looked at the thickening blood mist, and of course she was holding her breath. On the other side, in the blood mist, Han Chang and Lin Shui had already entered the welfare home, and it was a mess, with tables, chairs, benches falling on the ground everywhere, and the walls and windows were also blood red. There was even blood flowing on the ground. Han Chang also smelled a thicker bloody smell in the air than outside. He frowned, and looked around vigilantly. He had to be careful that there was no substitute doll. The Heaven and Earth bank card could not completely guarantee his life. In front is the dining room, where we eat. On the left is the girls' dormitory, on the right is the boys' dormitory, and on the second floor is where the dean and his family phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Lin Shui on the side explained, because she knew that Archie would not hurt her, so she walked in front, and then she pushed open the door of the dining room, which was also messy, and blood was all around. However, there are nearly 100 silkworm-like chrysalis here, most of which lie on long tables, neatly arranged. The other part was lying on the ground, half of which had been swallowed up in blood. This is. Han Chang looked at the silkworm chrysalis and found that this thing was moving, and there was a sound coming out. There should be something inside. Stepped forward, sacrificed a bone spur and cut the silkworm chrysalis, and a human face appeared in the cracked opening. Coincidentally, it was still the dean. The dean's face was frightened, his lips trembled, and he said tremblingly when he saw Han Chang as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Mr. Han, help! Help! Han Chang glanced at her coldly, did not answer, let alone save people, but asked. Where's the boy who tied you up? Yes, upstairs. The dean said. Han Chang didn't pay any attention to the dean, and said to Lin Shui. Let's go to the second floor. Hearing that Han Chang was leaving, the dean was in a hurry and shouted. Mr. Han, you have to save me. My body is about to be sucked dry, this thing is sucking our blood. Han Chang turned his head to look at the silkworm chrysalis and found that blood was oozing from under each of them, leaving the ground along the long table. Wait, let me do it. Before Han Chang could answer, Lin Shui spoke first, and she slowly walked up to the dean, with a smile on her face. The dean's face was originally pale, but at this time, he was even more pale and did not look like a person, and said in a panic. Xiaoxue, what do you want to do? Dean, you usually take care of me so much, I have to help you, don't I? Now I am naturally here to save you. Lin Shui smiled naughtily. Looking at Lin Shui's expression, the dean trembled. She had learned the quirkiness of this girl, who knew what she would do. Xiaoxue, don't come nonsense. I've always been very well behaved, haven't I? Lin Shui tilted her head and smiled like a little devil. The dean's goosebumps rose. How should I answer this? The answer is yes, then it offends Lin Shui. The answer is not, this is also against his will, it is too hypocritical. Seeing that the dean was speechless, Lin Shui leaned closer and continued. Dean, don't worry, I'll save you right away. Lin Shui slowly took out a plastic bag, which actually contained 3 frogs, and what was even more surprising was that these 3 frogs were still alive. Lin Shui, you, don't! Shouted the dean. Lin Shui still grabbed a frog and put it into the silkworm chrysalis. The frog burrowed into the gap of the silkworm chrysalis, and the slimy feeling made the dean tremble and disgusted. Ah! Of course, this is all thanks to Lin Shui, and even the dean has a fear of cakes. Maybe she will never want to touch these two things again in her life. And because of this, the dean locked Lin Shui up after the birthday banquet, and even starved Lin Shui for 6 meals, which can be described as even more vicious. So Lin Shui is very excited now. Let you, the old witch, pit me, and now give you another frog, indicating that it is not too late for the little woman to take revenge for 3 days. 2 days is just right. Lin Shui, you, hurry up and take out the frog. No, don't, that thing, that. Teacher, don't struggle so much. Don't you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme say that children don't cry or shout when you beat me, and you cry and scream when you're so old, you don't look like an adult at all. Lin Shui took the rest of the frog and shook it in front of the dean's eyes. By the way, what I gave you is the frog prince, you can kiss it, and then I can save you out. Isn't that what it is in fairy tales? Wow. Foaming at the mouth, the dean was about to faint. Unfortunately she didn't. The frog slapped her face. After giving a frog to the dean who had cared for her, Lin Shui was still unsatisfied, and she rushed at Han Shengdao. Wait, I have an old friend. Oh. Han Sheng nodded with empty eyes, knowing who this girl was looking for, and sure enough, offending Queen Lin was the stupidest thing in life. In the previous life, this was very domineering, decisive in life and death, without blinking his eyes, and now he just gave a frog, which can be said to be too cute. Maybe let her extremely vicious, perverse and tyrannical subordinates in the previous life see it, and they will probably be moved to cry. Her own queen is so merciful, she is about to become a bodhisattva. Lin Shui's old friend is naturally a big fat. This guy is not difficult to find. The whitest silkworm chrysalis must be him. He cut a hole to reveal a chubby white face. This big fat is almost dead, he is short of breath. The first time I saw Lin Shui, I first showed the joy of life. But this joy did not last long, and then fear rose rapidly. Cold sweat broke out on the big fat forehead, and he had an extremely bad premonition. In fact, he saw 2 frogs dangling in Lin Shui's hands. Lin Shui, I won't let you go. The big fat foresaw his tragedy, and let it go. At least he can still talk quickly, and he can't die. It's a pity that he is facing Lin Shui. This ghost girl can be compared to his pig's head. I saw Lin Shui squinting cutely and smiling. Big fat, I originally wanted to save you, but as soon as you open your mouth, you scold, so bye-bye. With a wave of her hand, Lin Shui's cute little face shook and turned to leave. Big fat chuckled in his heart, although he had a hunch that the possibility of this ghost girl saving herself was very small, but when a person was about to die, he could believe anything. In case of. This is what Lin Shui said is true. This is a chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live life slash phoneme, where is the big fat willing to give up? Just like a drowning person, a straw will be desperately grasped and will never let go. Lin Shui, don't go. I'm joking with you, you save me first. As long as I come out, I will become a ghost and thank you. Okay, then you become a ghost first. It's a death left and right, it's more comfortable to die first. Lin Shui smiled coldly. Please, help. Big Fat cried. His stomach was even more sore. He was usually the most powerful person who bullied Lin Shui, and at this moment he asked Lin Shui for help. His conscience was hurting. Of course, that face is also ashamed, but it can't be red when it's colorless. Alas, old lady, I'm just soft-hearted. Lin Shui patted her head and walked back. Okay, then I'll save you. The big fat tears flowed, looked at Lin Shui affectionately, and said excitedly. Lin Shui, thank you, I won't bully you anymore in the future. Okay, since you're so righteous, I'll give you a frog too. Maid. You fool me. Don't, the big fat face instantly darkened. He went from joy to despair, to pleading, crying, guilty, moved, angry. This fat face has been really busy for half a minute, changing back and forth, and Sichuan opera has to bow down to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme. What, you still want one? No, I don't want any of them. What, you still want 3, say earlier, 2 will be given to you, don't pick again. Are you? The 2 frogs were sent into the silkworm chrysalis by Lin Shui, and they were happily entangled with De Fat, who felt that his body was very itchy, sticky, and disgusting. Lin Shui, I was wrong, the big fat cried. His face changed again. Oh, then be a good person in the next life, bye-bye. Lin Shui left without looking back, and when she arrived at the door, she looked at Han Chang and showed her little tiger teeth and smiled. It's over, let's go to the second floor. Okay, let's go. Han Chang turned around and wanted to leave, but a cry for help sounded behind him. The big guy was stuffed in the silkworm chrysalis, and he couldn't see anyone, but he could hear someone outside, and when he heard that someone was leaving, everyone was in a hurry. Help! Wow, help me! Muffled voices came and went, many with crying tones. Han Chang glanced back, his heart was inexplicably irritable, and he shouted. Listen, don't shout, let's go up to that boss, and if you win, you can all be rescued. Now that I have saved you, you will not be able to get out. It's a waste of time to pull you out of the chrysalis one by one. After Han Chang finished speaking, the cry for help in the silkworm chrysalis continued unabated. No one wants to give up on this life-saving straw. Or Lin Shui has a way, said loudly. I still have 10 frogs here, who of you wants? The room was instantly clear, and there was silence. Lin Shui grinned and raised her eyebrows at Han Chang. Han Chang gave her a thumbs up. How's it going? My frog is invincible. How many times have you put it on? Can you discuss them like this? Frogs are so cute, they're afraid of what to do with me. Don't be afraid and they'll be fine. Okay, you're amazing. By the way, does that Archie like frogs? I don't know, by the way, that guy is called weird, isn't it? Yes, this kind of ghost is not a ghost, and this kind of thing that is not human is called weird, and it is 2 worlds with us. Wow. That means I've made good friends with aliens. Your idea is novel, but it can be understood in this way. The 2 of them talked and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Until the voices of the 2 were far away, the dining room was silent. After arriving on the second floor, there was almost no need to search, and there was a 3-meter-long silkworm chrysalis lying in the dean's bedroom with the open door. The target was huge, and it was facing the staircase. As long as the eyes were not blind, they could see it. Lin Shui walked in front and slowly approached the big silkworm chrysalis, and could see that the middle of the silkworm chrysalis was not closed, but wrapped in an oval ring, and the boy named Archie was sleeping in it. His body was arched like a shrimp, and his face was pale. He seems to be seriously injured. Lin Shui walked to the side of the big silkworm chrysalis and saw that Archie had broken an arm and a leg. Powerful weird can regenerate severed limbs. This kid actually has no entity, he is a mass of blood. Once the strength is restored, the arms and legs will be intact. Han Chang looked at Archie and said slowly. At this moment, he only needs to raise the bone spur to result in this entry-level weirdness, but Han Chang needs an S-level blood domain welfare institute. This kid can't die. Wake him up and tell him we're his friends together. Han Chang commanded Lin Shui as he took 2 steps back to prevent the kid from attacking him the moment he woke up. Lin Shui nodded and shouted at Archie. Are you awake? I'm back, and I'm bringing you a new friend. Archie didn't wake up, he was still hunched and reclined. Hey, are you okay? Lin Shui realized that something was wrong. It was impossible for Archie to ignore her. She reached out and wanted to push Archie, but the moment her fingers touched, a white light lit up. Han Chang could see clearly from behind him. The white light was emitted by the silkworm chrysalis, as if a circling galaxy suddenly appeared in the void, and Archie's body began to rotate. This is a nightmare space. Han Chang didn't hesitate, he reached out and grabbed Lin Shui, who had been wrapped in white light, and the 2 disappeared at the same time in the next second. If the world that Han Chang opened his eyes to see was expressed in surprise, weirdness, incredibleness, and countless words that express such meanings, it was estimated that he would not even describe 1/10 of the real scene. The world here is simply bizarre to the extreme. The chaotic space is like the ancient universe at the time of Hong Meng, with stings, auroras, and net-like lightning appearing everywhere. The stones floating in the void are like the tragic scene after the impact of the stars. The background is black, and the deep sky in the distance is immense. Han Chang looked around and found that Lin Shui was lying beside him. He pulled Lin Shui. This girl woke up, rubbed her eyes, and looked around with a face full of consternation. Damn! What is this place? It should be Archie's dream, but to dream of such a strange world, this kid's brain is indeed strange. Han Chang couldn't help but complain. Yes, this kid has a big brain. Han Chang. By the way, I was careless just now. Lin Shui said as she stood up from the ground, cut her hair, and smiled at Han Chang. I'm sorry, I've also affected you. I came in on purpose. Han Chang said casually. He didn't say saving people, but this gave Lin Shui face. This girl is very strong, so Lin Shui feels very comfortable. Han Chang actually understands people's hearts very well and some careful thoughts, especially for children like Lin Shui. Lin Shui smiled and didn't speak again. At this time, Han Chang observed the surroundings and found that he was standing on a huge pumice stone platform, with an estimated area of more than 100,000 square meters, similar to a large shopping mall, and beyond that was the void. I don't know what will happen if I fall into the void? This thought flashed in Han Chang's mind, but he would never try. Archie, this kid has a big brain, don't go to the end in 100,000 years, it's not worth it. What we have to do now is to think and analyze. First of all, since this is a dream, then everything can happen, such as Romeo and Zhu Yingtai are getting along, and Juliet is jealous on the side. Tang Bohu and Einstein competed on the same stage for the voice of China, and their singing voices shook the past and the present. And Hamlet avenged his father, Qin Shi Huang, by slaughtering Louis XIV. Meng Jiangnu cried about the Great Wall, and the Eiffel Tower collapsed. Anyway, there is nothing that will not happen, only what you can't think of, which is exactly what that sentence says. In addition, Archie's kid will definitely appear, because in the dream is the most authentic self. This kid's character is inferiority, and the three characteristics of inferiority are self-attack, self-denial, and self-cover-up. In essence, it is the inability to accept the humble and incompetent self. The inner feeling is pain, and the more painful it is, the more inferior it is, and the more inferior it is, the more painful it is, and finally a vicious circle. Therefore, this chaotic and broken world is a reflection of Archie's inner world. He was in extreme pain and tearing himself apart. So the question is back to the original point, how to crack this dream and leave, and at the same time accept this Archie? Han Chang was thinking about it, when suddenly a ball of bloodlight appeared in the originally empty place in front of him, and the light roared up, slowly transforming into a human form in midair, and gradually Archie's face appeared. As soon as he appeared, Archie stared at Han Chang with an unusually angry expression. You came in just in time, this time I'm going to kill you. In my dreams, I'm not bound by any rules. Archie's voice was almost roaring, and his 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, and he gritted his teeth with hatred for Han Chang. Lin Shui stepped forward at this time and stopped in front of Han Chang. Archie, don't be a bastard, we can both be your friends, don't you want to? Archie glared at Han Chang and said angrily. No, I don't want him to be my friend. Cut, this kid has such a big temper, you think I'm willing to be your friend, it's insulting to my intelligence. Han Chang complained again in his heart. On his face, Han Chang opened his arms very much and said with a smile. Don't excite Archie, I didn't do anything just now, you want to kill me, not me. And then I didn't hold a grudge against you, I wanted to be friends with you, and you didn't want to let me go. Archie is not good. Isn't this lice on the monk's head, obviously? Zhang Monde believes that the trickster Han Chang on the internet is actually the rich second-generation Han Chang. The use of the internet for image packaging, relying on pop culture elements for promotion, greatly stimulates the consumption of dark coins. Increase the customer base for the future Baishur chain stores. If this wave of popularity continues, making the consumption of the underworld become a habit, then this market will be very tempting. Compared to before, there will be 100-fold increase, no, 1,000-fold. I have to say that this Mr. Han is young, but he has such a wise mind and extremely shrewd operation, which is really admirable. Such characters are simply dragons among people, and they will be unlimited in the future. Although Zhang Monde couldn't raise the price because he signed the contract, he didn't make a penny more in this wave of dark currency craze. But he is full of excitement, he can be connected with such a bull. Is he afraid that the dark coin will not be sold in the future? As long as you can establish a long-term supply relationship and catch up with this Han Chang's little brother's white chain store, you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. The corners of Zhang Monde's smug mouth were hooked, and his eyes were shining. In Han Chang's high school classmates, the pot was fried this day. A student sent a message. Everyone, I have an uncle who is in charge of transportation, and yesterday he told me that Han Chang in our class rented their fleet. What do you guess this kid is doing? What else can you do? The house is sold, and you can still sell your kidney? Has this kid paid off the money? I heard that he borrowed a loan shark, and if he doesn't pay back, he will be cut. Cut a fart, he doesn't owe any money at all, so don't spread rumors. He rented a car to transport the Stygian coins. Do you know how many Stygian coins he bought in total? Stinky boy, can't you let it go if you have a fart? A sentence has to be broken into several pieces. Aren't you tired? What's the hurry? You don't believe me when I say it. This Han Chang actually bought 400 tons of Stygian coins, and I heard that he will have to ship it next month. He bought a total of more than 800 tons. In short, he bought all the money from the sale of the house. There was a pause in the group for a few seconds, and only then did someone speak, and the tone was very disdainful and full of all kinds of sarcasm. By Cuddy, what kind of excellent operation is this? Sell the house and buy the coin, go to the toilet and light the lamp, and find. No, this money is better in the stock market than buying it. Can I make a fortune by buying Stygian coins? If I could, I would eat. You eat, I eat keyboards, or the chewy kind. Then I'll eat durian and chew it. Brothers, you show off. Aren't you afraid that Han Chang will really make a fortune by buying the dark coin? I will also set up a flag. If Han Chang can make a fortune by buying the dark coin, Lao Tzu will eat upside down. Applause meme. Big brother, you're amazing. Big brother, you are a cow fork. Big brother, you are a miracle. There was a lot of ridicule in the group, and there were all kinds of hoarding in the past few years. Those who stock up on instant noodles, those who stock up on soy sauce, and those who stock up on but paper. Then the brain silkworm point has a salt hoard. And then the kind that hasn't been eaten for more than 10 years. But I've never heard of someone hoarding dark coins. Why do you use hoarding this? It's okay to order a relationship with your ancestors? You can't even fight with a fortune. Student A looked at the message and almost laughed and cramped, and quickly typed. Everyone, what you said is really accurate. I have to congratulate you, this Han Chang is really rich. Today's dark coins are not as good as they were 2 weeks ago, from 20 yuan a bundle to 240, which has more than tripled. Then Han Chang didn't know what kind of friendship he had with the director of the Stygian factory, and he actually pushed the price to the price of his son's blood and tears, 2,100 yuan a ton. It is estimated that it is only 12 yuan a bundle, and it has increased 20 times now. Archie looked stunned. Han Chang's words were very reasonable, and it seemed that he was wrong. But he always felt that there was something wrong with this. Han Chang was a very hateful person, and once he agreed to be friends with him, he seemed to suffer a big loss. Anyway, the man in front of him, Archie, just doesn't trust it. I don't like you, you're cunning. Archie, how do you talk? This is Brother Han, it's my best friend, why can't you be your friend? Lin Shui became angry when she heard this, glaring at her with big eyes and pointing at her nose and scolding. Apologize to Brother Han for me, otherwise I won't pay attention to you in the future. No apologies, this guy is dangerous. Archie made his temperament Dao. Lin Shui raised his eyebrows, and he was angry in his heart. It doesn't matter if others say this about him, but he must not say bad things about Han Chang. Archie, you're a bastard. Han Chang grabbed Lin Shui at this time and said with an empathetic attitude. Archie, in fact, you refuse to forgive me. I can understand, after all, you are wary of me. But I'm not wrong, I'm here to save Lin Shui, and I hurried over as soon as I heard that she was caught. And you just found out. In fact, I didn't want to take her away, I just wanted to save her. And you didn't actually do anything wrong, you just wanted a friend, and the requirements were very low, very low. It's okay if you want to keep Lin Shui, and you didn't do anything wrong, it's just that your method is wrong. You shouldn't soak her in the pool of blood. Therefore, in fact, we have not done anything wrong, this is just a misunderstanding, you and I both want to be good for Lin Shui. You can say that we have the same purpose, the same ideas, so I feel like we can be friends, and the best kind of friends, because we are all the same. Han Chang's words are actually bullshit, purely to appease Archie, the little bastard. If he hadn't been able to beat him, Han Chang's inner world would actually want to slap him to death. But I have to say that Han Chang's tirade played a huge role, and Akalang stayed in place for half a minute, feeling that this passage was a bit strange, but it did make sense. The most important thing is that he is very comfortable to listen to. You, Sammy, did not do anything wrong? Yes, you did not do anything wrong, and we are thinking and aiming for the same thing. Han Shang once again started to fool himself. Anyway, so much doesn't cost a penny, and he has nothing to lose. Then Han Shang also kindly took the initiative to stretch out his hand. How's that? Let's be friends. Archie was stunned again, but this time it only took 3 seconds, and he also reached out and shook Han Shang's hand. Alright, we're best friends now. Han Shang showed a bright smile and patted Lin Shui beside him. With Xiaoxue, the three of us will be partners in the future. Yes, partners. Archie said as if in a dream. He now has 2 friends. 3 minutes ago, this person's mentality was about to destroy the world, but now he is facing the sea, and the spring flowers are blooming. With joy, Archie wept. Of course his tears were red. This kid is a weird version of the red child. There can be no other color. I'm glad I'll send you out now. Please wait. Han Shang raised his hand to interrupt Archie's words. He came here to unravel Archie's demons, so that Archie would be dead set on himself in the future, so how could he leave like this? Moreover, understanding a person's inner world is also convenient for future control. Han Shang likes this feeling of holding other people's secrets. It's like you grabbing someone else's life. No matter how strong you are, you have to lie down if you want to lie down. You don't have to discuss. It's so arrogant. Archie, since we are all friends, there should be no secrets between friends, and we are fortunate enough to enter your dream, you see, or, let's have a visit. Without waiting for Archie to answer, Han Shang clapped his hands and hurriedly said, I heard that your family is very happy. Archie asked me to meet your mother and brothers? Han Shang grinned, very bright, in fact, very demonic, murderous. Lin Shui on the side didn't realize Han Shang's intentions. In her mind, Han Shang did everything right. And Han Shang took Archie down in a few words, which is much better than herself. She and Archie didn't trust each other so quickly when they met. Therefore, Lin Shui always felt that Han Shang was so powerful, so wise, and he was also very capable of doing things. This is a thick-skinned person in layman's terms. Archie was in a quandary. His dreams were full of negative energy, not to mention that he didn't want to let others know his secrets. Once touched by outsiders, he was stripped naked and exposed on the street, and the feeling of being stared at by the people around him was very uncomfortable. This is true of people, and the same is true of weirdness. Archie squirmed, let's go out. No, we can better be friends when we get to know each other, and we can better help friends. Han Shang further put on a fatherly affection, patted Archie on the shoulder and said, I know you have concerns, but please believe me, and Lin Shui, we can help you. We are as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme as a family, you name it. Han Shang was really sincere, and his loving eyes were full of care. How could Archie's 8-year-old IQ discern the cunning in the depths of his eyes? He felt that Han Shang's words were so reasonable, and he couldn't even find a reason to refute them. What's more important is that he was warmed by Han Shang's words, and the atrium that had been sealed for a long time slowly opened. Well, if you want to look, that's my home over there. As he spoke, Archie turned his head to look ahead, where red light flew up, rolling around the earth, gradually turning into a few clouds of light and shadow, and then a beautiful 3-story Western-style building appeared on the ruined ground. The bungalows are beautiful, with bright windows and a small attic. The eaves are yellow and the walls are painted white and spotlessly clean. There is also a beautiful small yard with flowers in bloom, green grass on the grass, and even a few flower butterflies can be seen shuttling between them. The scene is beautiful, tranquil, and fun. It can be said that what is now in front of everyone's eyes is a perfect painting. But then this heavenly beauty was destroyed. The door was violently pushed open, and the house trembled with obvious force. Then came out 3 children, all dressed in Western clothes. 2 of them were very strong, like calves, and they should have been 11 or 12 years old. As soon as they rushed into the yard, they threw wild revelry, rushed into the flower garden to chase butterflies, and trampled on the grass with footprints everywhere. Compared with these 2 naughty kings, the child in the back is much quieter. He looked only 8 years old, his face was shy like a girl, and his eyes were full of melancholy that a child should not have, and he timidly watched his 2 brothers play wildly, but he did not dare to go over. He found a corner and sat down quietly, his feet clamped, looking restrained and well-behaved. The 8-year-old boy could recognize him as Archie at a glance without looking closely. You're so quiet, more than a girl in doo-doo. Han Chang glanced at Archie jokingly, but what he said in his heart was, "This kid is too autistic, isn't it? How many years older than him is so terrible?" Han Chang remembered that he had been mixed with the big children on the street when he was very young. What was there to be afraid of? He would cry if he couldn't beat him, cry to other people's houses, and when his parents made a fuss, the unlucky ones who admitted his mistakes must be the older ones, and he never suffered a loss in this regard. Even later, several older children were afraid when they saw Han Chang and panicked when they heard him crying. After that, the older children have to give Han Chang a share of whatever they have to eat, and they have to take him with them wherever they play. Han Chang was bullied by others, and these people had to take action, otherwise they would be unlucky to go back. But Archie drooped his head, 100% unwilling to face this memory, and it seemed that what happened later was very painful for him. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the garden also changed. The freckled man among the two naughty kings shouted loudly at Archie. "Coward, come over to me and help me pick this flower." Archie stood up, hesitated for a long time, and did not dare to go over. "Bastard, come over here, rub it off," the freckled boy scolded unhappily. "This kid wants to be beaten, we haven't beaten him in 2 days, have we?" Another big boy with a wine vortex nose on the side sneered disdainfully, "Yes, it looks like it's time to fix him." The freckled boy laughed too. The two laughed, and laughed fiercely. In the distance, Archie was like a little pitiful, trembling all over. He had to pass. Craned his neck, afraid to come to the two of them like a dog. Then Archie glanced at the flowers he wanted to pick, hesitated, and didn't move, and whispered, "This is my mother's favorite crystal flower, if she picks it, she." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't pick it, I'll beat you now." The boy with the nose on the side also kicked in cooperation, shouting with his nostrils pointing to the sky. "Hurry up, you're a turtle." Archie lowered his head even more, and was forced to reach out and pick the flowers. With flowers in his hand, Archie didn't know who to give them to, and he looked back and forth at the freckled boy and the drunken-nosed boy, and the two of them suddenly laughed at the success of their treacherous plan. Ah, this guy was fooled. Stupid. You're going to be finished. Mom, Archie, he picked your favorite crystal flower. Hey, let's go. The two little bastards were about to run away after doing something bad, and the freckled boy was obviously even worse, and before he ran away, he stomped a few times in the flower garden before running away. At this time, a beautiful lady came out of the house, dressed gracefully and luxuriously, and had an extraordinary temperament. But the noblewoman had no feet, and under the hem of her skirt were a dozen tentacles that looked like octopuses, and when she walked down the steps, the woman lifted the hem of her skirt, and those terrible tentacles were clear at a glance. Arriving in the garden, the noblewoman looked at Archie, her delicate face distorted in an instant, and a layer of darkness was imprinted. "Archie, do you know what you did? It's a crystal flower, it's a good beauty material, it takes 10 years to bloom a flower, you little bastard, I really shouldn't have given birth to you, I should have eaten you." When the words "eat you" were spoken, the corners of the lady's mouth on both sides grinned deeply, reaching the root of the ear, and the mouth was more than 3 times larger, full of sharp fangs. Archie was so frightened in the face of a thunderous rage that he didn't dare to say anything, or even cry. This will be followed by a horrific domestic violence. Han Chang grinned, his face was speechless. This kid deserves to be inferior, he doesn't dare to fart if he is bullied like this? Lin Shui on the side couldn't stand it anymore, as if she was being bullied, and said angrily, "Kill them." Queen Lin really has a demeanor, although she is also inferior in her heart, but she is not afraid of things at all. Han Chang looked at Archie at this time. This kid's head was so low that he was about to tuck into the crotch of his pants. He patted Archie's head and scolded directly. "Waste, open your eyes, are you a man?" "I'm not a man in the first place, okay. Besides, I'm afraid, I can't beat them?" Archie cried out in pain. "Ha, if you kid can't beat him, you're not a man." Han Chang continued to scold with a stunned expression. "You kid doesn't have the courage to do it yourself, don't make a reason, don't you want to fight hard?" These words seemed to pierce the depths of Archie's soul, and he was silent for more than 10 seconds, then raised his head and looked at Han Chang deeply. "Can I really beat them?" "Absolutely." Han Chang gave a determined look. Archie was silent again. This time it took him 3 seconds to make up his mind, and he mustered up his courage, and his whole body roared with bursts of blood, like a gale tearing through the valley, and a thunderbolt in the sky, majestic and terrifying. With infinite killing intent on his face, Archie walked towards the bungalow illusion with a black face, his steps firm, and his eyes burst with an unusually sharp light. But this kid didn't take 3 steps before he stopped, and the blood on his body suddenly dissipated, and the whole person was like a deflated ball that quickly castrated down. Then a shadow fell over him, and he looked back. "I'm still afraid." Han Chang slapped himself in the face. If there was a pillar on the side at this time, he would definitely grab Archie's head and hit it hard. This waste is too wasteful. Waste out of the sky. Then what should I do? Your dreams are the only ones you can solve. Han Chang adhered to the last bit of patience and said with unhappiness. Will you help me go to the dream realm? Said Archwin. Ha, I'll replace you. Do you want me to do this kind of thing? Han Chang's mouth opened wide, and his expression was shocked again. This request was like asking for a cave room, and the groom actually wouldn't do that, looking at the glamorous bride to make his friends taste. It's weird, super weird. But then Archie's words made him change his mind. As long as you can help me, then I will make a contract with Lin Shui. Archie quickly explained, I can only make a contract with a young girl. It turns out that this is the reason. This is consistent with Han Chang's original conjecture, but it is nothing. After hearing this, Han Chang nodded slowly and said loudly. Okay, in that case, I'll help you reluctantly. Okay, thank you, you're really my friend. Archie's pained face lit up with joy. I'm going to send you into the illusion. You just stared at what I was doing. Han Chang taught people a word of advice. Immediately, the white light in front of Han Chang's eyes flashed, he felt his body fly, and he had a feeling of falling into the abyss, but fortunately, this feeling was fleeting, and soon the soles of his feet were steady, and a big mouth with fangs appeared in front of him, and dripping saliva fell to the ground, emitting a trace of white smoke. Han should have been nervous in the future, but the Vajrabuddha beads made his heart calm like water. At this time, he still had time to check his body, and found that he had small hands and feet, and a small face, a little boy who was alive and well. But there seems to be something wrong with me. It's cold there. Han Chang frowned, and said in his heart that this kid was. When I get out, I will definitely settle accounts with that Archie. Of course, at the moment, Han Chang has to solve this scene of filial piety and motherhood, and his mother's kind mouth is about to end his life. Lin Shui glanced at Archie in the illusion of the Western-style building, and then at Archie beside him, and said with disdain. You kid really let Brother Han pass? You really can't help a doe. Archie turned his eyes and asked, who is a doe? Don't ask this, let me ask you first, what is a contract, and why do you want to make a contract with me? Obviously, Brother Han is bothering to help you, should you make a contract with him? Lin Shui asked a lot in one breath. Obviously she didn't know anything about weird and tricky things. Archie told her about this, and told her that his trick was the blood realm, a dreamlike enchantment. As for explaining why he wanted to make a contract with Lin Shui, he paused for half a minute before finally telling the truth. What? So I've always treated you as a brother. Lin Shui cast an extremely contemptuous look. She stopped looking at Archie, and turned her head to look at the illusion. Han Chang became Archie in the phantom realm, and he was not panicked at all in the face of his mother's kind mouth. Even this noble lady was too ugly. The big mouth looked like a cauldron, and the originally slender arms turned into more than a dozen tentacles, and the tentacles under the skirt were stretched out like teeth and claws. The demon's essence is completely revealed. This is not a kind mother, she is actually a demon of hell, and the tiger does not eat children at all. After all, in Western mythology, the son killing the father is a normal operation, and the most bizarre thing is that this behavior is also defined as a hero. And not far away, the freckled boy and the wine vortex boy smiled brightly at each other, looking at the two of them gloating at Archie, who was about to be eaten. That kid is playing with eggs. Yes, his mother will definitely not let him go. The next scene took a 180-degree turn, which was unexpected. I saw Han Chang, no, it was Archie who was very calm and said very sincerely. My dear mother, your beauty is stunning to the world, and countless people have fallen in love with you, but your beauty also needs to be nourished by beauty water. Today, I saw this crystal flower in full bloom, and I remembered that you once said to me that the crystal flower works best when it is in full bloom, so I just take it off and dedicate it to you. I wish you eternal beauty and eternal brilliance. This passage is as fleshy as it gets, and Han Chang was about to vomit when he finished speaking. For the sake of the superpower of the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, he reluctantly endured it. Han Chang blinked and looked at his lovely and amiable mother. He was very confident that this sentence would definitely work. A monster is not good at being a monster, and she has to dress up in a fancy way, which doesn't take much thought to understand how obsessed she is with beauty. So just say a few nice things to your liking, and the monster must compromise in his own vanity. Indeed, Han Chang's analysis and decision-making were completely correct, and the noble lady's heart at this time was extremely complicated. First of all, she didn't expect Archie to say such pleasant words, considering that this child usually doesn't speak a few words but now he can talk at length. And every sentence has reached the heart of the noble lady. These words are like bathing in the spring breeze, which makes the lady extremely comfortable and happy. As for whether the crystal flower is picked at the most brilliant time, there is no need to worry about such trivial things. In fact, the lady herself did not know whether she had said these words or not. She slowly took the crystal flower from Han Chang's hand, put it under her nose and sniffed it, and her ugly face suddenly had a trace of warmth. The terrifying atmosphere that was originally tense and vowing to eat children disappeared in an instant, and became filial piety and motherly kindness, and warmth was strong. The noble lady gradually changed back to her original elegant humanoid woman, and she smiled lovingly on her face. Very good, Archie, you did the right thing, then you have fun, mother will go back to make beauty potions. The lady looked back and smiled. Archie is very sensible today, which is very good. But when the noblewoman's eyes swept over the flowers on the side, she found that the footprints were messy, and many precious flowers were trampled to sparse pieces, and a few of them were needed for her beauty, although they were not as good as crystal flowers, but they were equally rare. At this moment, the joy of the noble lady just now disappeared suddenly, her eyebrows tightened again, and she asked in a cold voice. Archie, what the hell is going on in my flower garden? The words fell to the ground, and the tentacles under the hem of the lady's skirt were restless again. In the distance, the freckled boy and the wine-nosed boy smiled at each other again, and they were disappointed to see Archie's cleverness turn the tide, but now it seems that the show is not over. Mother blamed the flower garden again. It seems that this kid can't escape, this time he will definitely take the blame. This kid is still finished. Mother will eat him, and there are a few flowers there that my mother likes. He, the two of them laughed together. But the next scene disappointed them again. Han Chang naturally wouldn't be defeated by this little difficulty, dealing with this monster mother, plus the two stupid boys over there, it was too easy for him. I saw him lower his head, his shoulders trembled slightly, and then his eyes were raised in a fog. These tears were originally Archie's frightened desire to cry, and they were just used at this time. Look at the lady. As if he had been wronged, Archie was pitiful at this time, and he cried. Mother, I'm sorry, I trampled on your flower garden, I was too anxious to pick crystal flowers for you, you can blame me. After saying that, Archie closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, and remained motionless, as if waiting for his mother's severe punishment. Of course, Han Chang was sure that this punishment would not come. Although this monster ate his son, it was not completely ruthless. Sure enough, looking at Archie's pitiful appearance, the noblewoman's anger cooled a little inexplicably. She felt that Archie was particularly sensible today, and her good feelings rose from the bottom of her heart, which made her unbearable to hurt Archie. At this time, she turned her head and carefully inspected the messy flower garden again. It was full of footprints, but almost all of them were big footprints, and Archie's 8-year-old foot couldn't step on them. All of a sudden, the lady understood that the troublemaker was her two eldest sons. In an instant, her anger couldn't stop boiling again. If Archie stepped on it, she still wanted to endure this breath, but if not, it would be another matter. You two come over here, the lady yelled angrily at the freckled boy and the wine-nosed boy. The two were still gloating, with a thief smile on their faces. They were dumbfounded to think that Archie, a kid who is usually silent and can only cry his nose, would come out like this. Mother, we didn't do it. It's Archie, he did it. The two guys still want to deny and blame others. But the next scene subverted their cognition. I saw Archie hug his angry mother and say in a pleading tone, "Mother, I stepped on it, it has nothing to do with my two brothers, it's really me." And the moment no one saw it, the corners of Archie's mouth were slightly hooked, and he was full of thief smiles. Archie! The lady was stunned again, and Archie's actions warmed the mother's heart again. This kid is so sensible today, is this because he is afraid that I will eat his two brothers? Even if it is weird at this time, there will be a little touch. Although the lady is cruel, she still has feelings. She looked at Archie deeply, and touched the child's head with rare tenderness. Archie, your mother is not blind, I can tell whose footprints are, and you are doing a good job. Mother, don't eat your brother. Archie said with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, child, the mother knows what to do. After saying that, the noble lady turned sharply, and walked towards the two eldest sons with anger in her eyes. Archie's plea made her hate the two eldest sons even more at the moment. Compared with the sensible Archie, these two little bastards can simply break their bodies into pieces and scatter their bones to ashes. The freckled boy panicked and argued loudly. Mother, the footprints were made by Archie in our shoes. This thing is really vicious, and it's still lying when it's dying. The lady naturally didn't believe it. Archie's performance was impeccable, and it was even more infuriating to frame such a child. I'm so disappointed that Archie is so protective of you, and you still frame him. You can't stay in the world. The lady's gaze showed murderous intent. Outside the fantasy of the Western-style building, the real Archie was stunned and shocked. Han. It's called Brother Han, he's your eldest brother, be respectful. Lin Shui reminded. Han, Brother Han, so strong. Archie's eyes were full of respect and admiration, and he was also facing his mother's cruelty, but he was able to deal with it wittily and perfectly resolve the crisis, but he couldn't do anything in that situation. Sometimes it's not okay to be unconvinced. Lin Shui naturally admired Han Cheng's words and deeds, but she was more of a smug, as if she was showing off to Archie. Well, that's my best friend, I'm going to find him, no problem. In the illusion of the Western-style building. The noble lady walked quickly towards the two big boys, the breath in her body suddenly rose again, dozens of tentacles opened their teeth and danced their claws, and the powerful oppressive force made the two big boys dare not move. Mother, spare your life. Leave us alone, mother. The freckled boy and the wine-nosed boy knelt down one after the other, and they both knew that using their strength to fight against the powerful mother was purely seeking death. Mother only needs to wave the lower tentacles, and they can be easily caught even if they escape 50 meters away. But their pleas for mercy didn't seem to have much effect, and the noblewoman had already made a move. Her face was hideously twisted, her mouth was wide open, and her mouth was full of fangs. Mother, you can't eat us. Once you eat us, how can you explain to our father? Yes, mother, father will come to see us in a few months. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the freckled boy and the wine-nosed boy immediately moved out of their biological father. Their biological father is a giant of the Demon Mountain, with a 3 tall body and infinite strength. Sure enough, when it came to her biological father, the noblewoman hesitated, her big mouth retracted, and her distorted face gradually calmed back to normal. But her anger did not subside, and she glared at the two older boys, and she said in an unusually serious tone. Remember, don't go near my flower garden, or I'll eat you. Yes, mother, we won't. We're never going to go again. The two hurriedly agreed, and cold sweat brushed down their foreheads. But Archie, who was in the distance, made a grimace at them, and raised his middle finger defiantly, and the corners of his mouth went up, extremely arrogant. I'm TM. The freckled man almost went berserk, but as soon as he got up, he was suppressed by his mother's sharp gaze. Don't move, what do you want to do? The lady was furious. At this moment, a figure ran beside her. Archie walked to the noblewoman's side with joy on his face, and hugged one of the noblewoman's tentacles tightly. Mother, thank you for letting go of the two elder brothers, in fact, they also want to help you pick crystal flowers. So sensible, so well-behaved, so murderous. The lady patted Archie's head lovingly and smiled. It's still Archie who is sensible, and my mother is very happy today. After speaking, his loving gaze suddenly burst into a fierce light and shot towards the two eldest sons. And you've got to learn from Archie, huh? I'm going back, and you're not allowed to make trouble for me again." With that, he turned to leave, and Archie bowed behind him to send his mother off. "Mother, let's go." Pretending, acting, and all kinds of conspiracy methods are not leaky, so that the freckled boy and the wine-nosed boy are all aggrieved. The point is that there is nowhere to explain this grievance, which makes them even more angry and unbearable. "Damn! Archie, you kid must die today. Kill you, and let you act again in front of your mother." The two older brothers stood up, glaring at Archie with angry eyes. Archie, Han Shang, still didn't have any fear. He shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the Western-style building. "Two dear brothers, you have to think clearly before you want to move me. My mother is upstairs, and she will come down at all. What will happen when the time comes?" Archie smiled at the two of them. The drunken-nosed boy was completely enraged, and he rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "I don't care, even if you are eaten by your mother, I will kill you." Fortunately, the freckled boy was a little clever and grabbed the wine-nosed boy. "Don't do it, we can't kill this kid in seconds, we can't kill him when the time comes. My mother is down again, and we are the ones who suffer." The drunken-nosed boy stomped his foot hard. "Do you just watch him arrogant?" "Yes, you can only watch me arrogant." Han Shang put on an extremely cheap expression again. "Sometimes people can do whatever they want when they are smart, come on." CNM. "Wait, we will have a chance." The freckled boy still has a bit of intelligence, and he held back his anger and threw cruel words at Archie. But the next scene shocked them again. Seeing that Han Shang still had a cheap expression, he smiled. "You're saying that there will be a chance in the future, right? Oh, look at you guys so stupid, I'm really worried about you. Think about it, do you still have a chance? Will I still give you a chance?" Then Han Shang sneered and looked at the two eldest brothers. That smile made people shudder. The freckled boy couldn't think of any other way for this bastard to fix them, but looking at Archie's bastard eyes, he had an ominous premonition in his heart that this bastard was going to fix some kind of moth. The reaction of these two brothers was still slow. How could their brains be compared to Han Shang? When they were still worried about what bad ideas Archie would have, Archie had already made a move. I saw Archie suddenly jump into the flower garden, then grab a handful of mud and wipe it on his face, and then raise his foot to crush all the remaining flowers to death. Another hard punch in the eye, and his left eye became a panda eye. After completing these steps, Archie suddenly howled and cried, and the sound could tear open an elephant. Don't, this is my mother's beloved flower garden, you can't destroy them." "Grass, Lao Tzu must kill him." The drunken-nosed boy couldn't hold back his anger, rushed into the flower garden, grabbed Archie with a cheap smile on his face and was about to do it. "Stupid, you've been tricked." The freckled boy stomped his foot and shouted, "Run!" Unfortunately, his mother's speed was much faster than theirs, and he saw a black shadow flickering towards him, bringing a terrifying momentum, which stopped the two older boys on the spot. The noblewoman's face was dark, and she looked at the courtyard, and the scene was like this. The boy with the nose is grabbing Archie and threatening to hit someone. Archie cried his nose, as if he was trying to protect the flower garden, and the flower garden was no longer a flower, and it was all gone. Finally, there was the freckled boy, who wanted to run in terror, but his steps were stagnant and he couldn't move a step. "Good, I get it all." The noblewoman's voice was silent, but unusually cold. "Mother, you don't understand, you listen to me," the freckled boy said urgently. "Are you trying to say that mother is blind and can't understand it?" "No, mother, it's actually." "But mother, our father, the demon mountain giant, he..." The lady squinted at the freckled boy and said coldly, "Do you know who Archie's father is?" The freckled boy shook his head. How could he know about such a thing? "His father is a blood demon of hell, that is the top demon. Can a giant compare?" The corners of the noblewoman's mouth curled, and she said with disdain, "So it's okay for me to eat you, who let you offend Archie?" The freckled boy was completely desperate. He knew the power of the blood demon, and that kind of demon was invincible as long as it grows up. If he is given another chance, he will definitely pretend to be a good brother and love Archie. It is still very awesome to have a blood demon brother, and he doesn't have to be afraid to go anywhere. It's a pity he didn't have a chance. The mother's intimate mouthparts fell, and the freckled boy let out a scream. Then there was the drunken-nosed boy, who was trembling all over his body before he died, and his fear was extreme. When the two older brothers are eaten, the mother regains her noble form and gives Archie a sweet smile again. "Sensible child, no one will be able to bully you in the future." Then he gently hugged Archie. The warm scene fell, and the entire Western-style building disappeared with it, and Archie changed back into Han Chang. After watching the whole process, the real Archie disappeared his nightmare, and he was once overwhelmed by this shackle, making him extremely inferior. He also ran away from home because of this incident, in fact in which he was eaten off an arm by his mother. Now that this nightmare is over, his heart seems to have opened a door, incomparably cheerful and joyful, easy to sprout. He is like a wild horse without the reins, about to run wildly. Seeing Han Chang coming, the figure of the man in her eyes became extremely tall. His wisdom, intelligence, and even cunning were so charming that people couldn't take their eyes off. "Brother Han!" Archie shouted, his voice trembling slightly, unable to hide his excitement. However, he was excited, but Han Chang was not excited, staring at her with empty eyes. "Hey, let's be honest, if you're a man or a woman." "Girl. My mother liked boys and thought I was a boy." Archie hurriedly explained, "I've already said it before, but you don't believe it." "I don't believe it, can you explain it again?" "If I knew you were a girl, I wouldn't have entered your dreams if I had killed you." Han Chang didn't want to mention this stubble anymore, so he diverted the topic and said, "Now it's time for you to keep your promise and make a contract with Lin Shui." "Brother Han, I have a request. I want to destroy this welfare home." Lin Shui said something abruptly. Han Chang can understand this. This place is her sad place, full of all kinds of unbearable memories of the past, and it is very helpful to improve Lin Shui's mood by completely erasing it. "Absolutely, as you think." Han Chang Dao. "So?" Lin Shui turned her head to look at Archie. "Sister Archie, let's start the contract." Archie is still a little shy, but much better than before. The letting go of her personality gave her a little more smile on her face. However, Han Chang was looking forward to it. This was a blood demon. He had heard of this strange weirdness in his previous life. His strength was terrifying, and it was worth cultivating. "Of course, I heard that it costs a lot of Stygian coins to cultivate this product, but what he doesn't lack is Stygian coins, which doesn't matter." 5 minutes later, the nightmare space that had ended the nightmare began to crumble. The crumbling swarm began to glow, and the whole world was surrounded by white light, and finally these white lights reunited in one place, and the surrounding light gradually dimmed. When the white light dissipated, and the blood-red world came into view, Han Chang and the two returned to the welfare home. "Leave this welfare house in Archie's blood domain space forever, and her trickery will be the blood domain welfare house in the future," Lin Shui said at this time. It turns out that this is how the name of the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, which was so powerful in the previous life and made countless people tremble, came from. Then they left the blood world, along with the teachers and students of the entire welfare home. The lives of this group of guys are really big, and none of the nearly 100 teachers and students in the whole hospital died. All of them are all fine, but they are bleeding too much, and their faces are pale. On the other side, when the white light appeared and the blood mist exploded like a tornado, everyone outside was shocked. "It's not good. The secret realm is about to burst, and the teachers and students inside will." Zhang Jingqi bit her lip anxiously and stomped her foot when she saw this. The people around her are as pessimistic as her, and nothing good will come of it under such a ferocious scene. Zhang Ko looked calm and said with a smile, "Sister, don't make a fuss, you have to believe in Brother Han's ability. People are tricks. If he was a trick, he would have rescued the children a long time ago, not after so long. You don't look at the current situation." Zhang Jingqi glared at Zhang Ko fiercely. At this moment, the blood mist dissipated like a violent phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and the terrible chi swept around with the blood mist, and the surrounding woods and roads were all covered with a layer of frost. It's the early summer of May, but it's like the early winter. "Hey, the orphanage is gone," someone shouted. With the shouting, everyone's eyes gathered, only to see that the original welfare home was gone, revealing a large empty area, and then saw that the hundreds of teachers and students in the welfare home seemed to be still alive. The people around were shocked. This was the first group of people to come out of the strange secret realm alive, and they had never been there before. People were really rescued. It seems that everything is fine. It's that tricky god Han Chang. Some people began to whisper, and Qin Tian reacted quickly at this time and shouted loudly. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you hurry up and save people? And if there is a trick in the crowd, Han Chang, invite him here. At the sound of an order, the medical staff who had been on call for a long time rushed to the group of teachers and students in the welfare home. The teachers and students of the welfare home were naturally fine, but everyone gathered together and was teleported, and at this time, they happened to meet Lin Shui and Han Chang. Because of the previous scene in the canteen, everyone is facing each other at this moment, and the atmosphere is inexplicably awkward. The dean's face was still sticky, and he couldn't help but shudder when he saw Lin Shui. The rest of the teachers and students also had complicated faces, afraid and jealous of these two. Lin Shui couldn't stand it anymore, and said in a very dissatisfied tone. I said that you are all white-eyed wolves. Brother Han worked so hard to save you, he didn't even give you a good look, he didn't even say thank you, and his conscience was eaten by a dog. This scolding made the faces of all the teachers and students embarrassed, thinking of what Han Chang said when they went upstairs. It was to deal with that boy and then save them. Now that everyone can come out, it must be that the boy has been subdued by this Mr. Han. The atmosphere turned silent, but fortunately, the dean could still distinguish the good from the bad, and said to Han Chang. Mr. Han, thank you for your righteous action. All the teachers and students of our welfare home will not forget you. When the teachers and students of the other welfare homes around heard the dean's words, they also cast grateful glances at Han Chang. That boy is really difficult to deal with, and he is a very powerful weird. Han Chang had a calm face here, and turned around and admitted his great achievements in saving people. This was not modest, in a sense. Han Chang did save this group of teachers and students. Then Han Chang said, but your welfare home is gone, and it was taken away by the broken void. It doesn't matter, as long as all our teachers and students are safe and sound. The dean hurriedly said, how can she be dissatisfied, and staying alive is the most important thing. At this time, the medical staff and the staff of the Strange Response Office arrived in the middle of everyone, and the scene suddenly became busy. The medical staff gave everyone a brief examination, and then carried them on stretchers and sent them away. The staff asked a few questions on the spot, and everyone pointed to Han Chang's side, and the group of staff immediately surrounded Han Chang, and then asked respectfully. You're the tricky god Han Chang, Mr. Han, right? Yes, I am. Han Chang replied. Mr. Han, first of all, thank you for saving nearly 100 teachers and students in the whole school. What you have done is admirable. The staff expressed their respect, and then said, we are the staff of the Dongjiang City Strange Response Office. Our team leader Qin wants to see you, please come with us. Saying that, these staff members were about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way and leave, but they found that Han Chang was standing still and didn't move. Mr. Han, you. Oh, let your team leader Qin come and see me by himself. Han Chang looked lazy, and he didn't mean to give face at all. Originally, Han Chang didn't want to deal with order, but now his mind has changed. If you want to challenge the weirdness of the city slaughter level and the country destroying level in the future, the power of order can cooperate. At least in the next half a year, the order will maintain a strong existence. Relying on this power, Han Chang can obtain many resources that cannot be obtained under normal circumstances. On the other hand, it is also the most important point that Han Chang thinks. Order has an overwhelming ability to collect intelligence, and can obtain information from all aspects of society, for strange detectives, summarization, as well as all kinds of international cooperation, and the sharing of secret information, which are not available to ordinary people. Even if Han Chang had a chance to be one step ahead in this life, he still didn't know some information, and the intelligence network of the order was too tempting at this point. Han Chang didn't want to miss this opportunity, and if he wanted to defeat the future Slaughter City level and destroy the country level, this intelligence resource was very important. Of course, Han Chang is more aware of his importance to order. His existence can change many things, and order urgently needs a strange contractor like him with outstanding ability. But Han Chang can't be a cheap chess piece. Sometimes people have to highlight their own value, and they can't take themselves lightly. Several staff members here were a little stunned, and they were unexpectedly surprised by Han Chang's non-cooperation, and someone said again, Mr. Han, our Qin group is fully responsible for the weird problems in Dongjiang City. and he is directly responsible for the above, and the responsibility is heavy, you see. But Han Shang still didn't eat this. He smiled coldly. I don't care who your leader is, I just know that I was bleeding and sweating in the secret territory, and my life was almost lost in it. Let your leader walk a few steps to round him? You. The staff was choked and his face turned red, but he just said a word, and Han Shangcheng snatched him. Love doesn't come or not, Lao Tzu's time is precious, and now I have to go. Lin Shui, let's go. After Han Shang finished speaking, he squeezed through the crowd and was about to leave, but Lin Shui behind him replied with a smile and quickly followed. The staff looked stupid and hurriedly shouted. Wait, Mr. Han, I'll contact team leader Qin immediately, you wait a minute. Han Shang ignored him at all, and continued to walk forward without looking back. Seeing this, the staff hurriedly grabbed the intercom to report. Qin Group, Mr. Han refused to go over, he said to let you come and see him. Let me go? This time, the group paused for 10 seconds, as if a cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme was blowing, a group of stupid birds were shivering, and someone was still standing upside down. After a long time, there are talents. In this way, Han Shang has earned a full 60 million. I said that he is worthy of being a college student, and he is indeed much smarter than us. Yes, if you don't admire it, we originally thought that classmate Han was bronze, but now we understand that he is the king. The atmosphere in the group began to turn, and everyone laughed at Han Shang for selling his house to pay off his debts, and for being a loser. Seeing that the former top students, the work is so good, and the outstanding people who can't climb high have become useless losers, which makes people feel happy. But now I find that people don't owe money, they invest in dark coins to make money. In less than 2 weeks, I earned 20 times. The clown who laughed for a long time turned out to be himself, which was not pleasant. But that's not all, Student A continued. Han Shang has not only earned 60 million, have you swiped the video of Han Dashan these days? Swipe, is it the trick god Han Shang? Send me every day, what's wrong? Could it be that this trick god Han Shang is our classmate Han Shang? Yes, isn't it the same name, what's the fuss? Some people in the group haven't realized anything yet, but some people are clever and feel that something is wrong. Taiwan Hai couldn't bear it anymore at the moment. Han Shang, who was originally ridiculed by himself, not only made a lot of money, but also had a greater development. He asked, quite unwillingly. Student A, is this tricky god Han Shang the same person as Han Shang in our class? Bin Dog, congratulations to the class leader for answering correctly. This Han Dashan is actually Han Ben himself. Haven't you all watched the video carefully? The name and birthday are written on the dark coin burned in the video, isn't it Han Shang in our class? This time, it was like a thunderbolt falling into the group, blowing up a group of people's ears and eyes, and their whole bodies trembled. The group was silent again, and everyone called up the video to watch it carefully. Under the demonic BGM, under the rap of burning. Everyone stared wide-eyed, slowed down to a quarter of the speed, and watched carefully. Sure enough. The burning coin had Han Shang's name written on it, as well as his birthday. Han Shang is actually a god. Hey, don't say I don't know, if you look closely, the appearance of the virtual character is really the same as Han Shang. Han Shang is now a super internet celebrity, and I see that his fans have risen to 10 million. A lot of advertisements on the internet are his virtual avatars endorsing, and it's all money. He's not a billionaire. Billionaire? Instantly touched the nerves of many people, and their hearts were suddenly blocked. Some people start to change their positions, from squirting to licking. Didn't we have some misunderstanding of Han Shang before? That's right, a few days ago, someone actually said that Han Shang owed a loan shark, and he was still sneering in the group. I couldn't get used to it that day. I really wanted to tear him in person. Our classmate Han is not that kind of person. That's it, who said it that day? It seems to be the squad leader. Human nature is like this, stepping on the low and praising the high. I looked down on Han Shang 2 weeks ago, but now I see that Han Shang has made a fortune, become famous, and become a big internet celebrity, and everyone wants to kneel and lick it, so that they can share some benefits. Taiwan Hai behind the mobile phone was still in a daze from being struck by lightning, and the hand holding the mobile phone was trembling. Han Shang is actually a trick, a popular internet celebrity recently. He's really good, he's so brilliant. Compared with himself, he is still struggling for 6,000 yuan a month. Compare it with other people's small goals. Don't say crying, I want to jump off the building, it's too a failure in this life. Toot toot. In the group, he was 8, and when he looked down, he was all scolding him. Taiwan Hai, you bastard, you kicked Han Shang out of the group, you have to be responsible. It's also you who spread rumors that Han Shang owes usury, and you have to apologize to Han Shang. Qin Tian was stunned, he was directing the rescue and coordinating the entire situation, otherwise he would have gone to see Han Shang in person, and now when he heard Han Shang's request, not only did he not get angry, but smiled. I really should go over to see him, I didn't handle this as the team leader properly, so you told Mr. Han that I would come over immediately. No, Mr. Han is leaving now, he. Qin Group frowned, put down the intercom, turned around and rushed to the crowd. But before he could take a few steps, he turned back and shouted. Director Zhang, you can come too. Yes, Qin Group. Zhang Jingqi's face was very dark at this time, and she was extremely complicated when she was about to meet Han Shang again. Qin Shan pushed away the crowd and ran all the way, the 4 words of the treacherous god Han Shang kept echoing in his mind. Was able to subdue the weird, and also rescued nearly 100 teachers and students in the welfare home, which is enough to prove this special strength and that sense of justice. Compared with those so-called masters who are full of selfish desires and sell their fame, immortals, this one is not only genuine, but also admirable. Then the value of this person has become extremely precious, and now human beings have not really dealt with strange methods, although they know that they can kill strange people, but how to do it? Therefore, Qin Shan made up his mind, this young man must fight for it, even if it costs a little more. Mr. Han. Soon Qin Shan caught up with Han Shang, who was not fast following Lin Shui. In fact, Han Shang was deliberately walking slowly, just waiting for the arrival of this Qin team leader. Mr. Han, please slow down, I think we can sit down and have a good talk. Qin Shan gasped and said. Han Shang stopped at this time and turned his head to look at Qin Shan. He was a middle-aged man with a square face, his face was both serious and full of a sense of justice, but the smile on his face made this Qin team leader a lot of relatives, and there was no sense of oppression, which made Han Shang feel good. Are you the leader who wants to see me? Asked Han Shang with a blank eye. Yes, my name is Qin Shan, and I am the person in charge of the strange response office. Mr. Han was not thoughtful enough just now, but I am really busy over there, and I ask Mr. Han to be considerate. Qin Shan's tone was very polite, and he stretched out his hand to show his sincerity. Oh, then what's the matter with you? Han Shang didn't stretch out his hand, and his tone was very flat. Qin Shan's outstretched hand was quite embarrassing, but as a leader, he still had a lot of aura, he didn't move, and still laughed. Mr. Han, you have the ability to deal with weirdness, which is rare. You should also know the situation we are facing now, not only in Dongjiang City, but also in the whole world, where strange incidents are frequent, and the death toll has skyrocketed. Mr. Han, don't you want to do something because you were born in this current chaos? Han Shang shook his head. I'm not interested in saving the world, leader, if that's the idea, I can go. Mr. Han, with great ability comes great responsibility, I hope you can think about it carefully. Qin Shan insisted. Oh, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, he. Han Shang sneered, leader, do you know, I have already died once in the secret realm just now, and I almost can't come back, just by your words, I have to send him to death? After speaking, Han Shang swept his gaze to Zhang Jingqi behind Qin Shan. Zhang Jingqi happened to look at Han Shang as well, the two looked at each other, and the beauty immediately turned away with a red face. The tangled expression was colorful, with 3 points of anger, 3 points of unhappiness, and 4 points of guilt. If Zhang Jingqi was a man, his current feeling would be very painful. Qin Shan also noticed Han Shang's gaze, and understood Han Shang's thoughts, but he had his own opinions. In his eyes, Han Shang was not ruthless and unrighteous on the surface. Let's take him rushing into the welfare home to save people. This person still has a sense of justice, but he has a lot of concerns. Mr. Han, I understand that we kidnap you with all kinds of big truths and high morals and force you to face weirdness, which is actually an irresponsible murderous act. Qin Shan was very honest, he paused and continued, in this way, if you have any requirements, just mention them, as long as I can agree, I will agree to you. Han Chang was silent for a moment, and there was a little essence in his eyes, which was exactly what he expected. Leader, let's do it. First of all, I need a privilege to be able to access all strange information, even if it is top secret, and I must be able to do so at any time, without any restrictions. Second, I also need an identity that is enough for me to move around Dongjiang City at will, and no one can restrict me. Thirdly, I do not accept orders from anyone, and I have the right to refuse certain requests for action. Fourth, I need a lot of material rewards, which I'll make a list of later, including some thermal weapons. Fifth, if the above conditions cannot be met, even one, then I will refuse to cooperate with you again, and forever. Han Chang's tone was very cold, and it was even more aggressive. Before Qin Shan could speak, Zhang Jingqi couldn't help but shout. Shameless, this is taking advantage of the fire. Not being ordered, wanting status, and huge rewards, and being able to refuse a request for action at a critical moment, this is like a vain behavior that only needs benefits and refuses to pay. The last one of the most annoying. If you can't be satisfied, you will never cooperate, you are a child who has a temper, and if you are unhappy, you will turn around and leave. How can there be such a thing? So Zhang Jingqi scolded Han Chang for being shameless, which is not an exaggeration. But Han Chang was sure that Qin Shan could agree to such an excessive condition. At this moment, the corners of Han Chang's mouth were slightly hooked, and his eyes looked at Zhang Jingqi very provocatively. As if he was declaring war. Tell this woman, don't beep, your family leader will definitely agree, and Lao Tzu will drag it to you to show you how to get it. Sure enough, Qin Shan replied after thinking for a moment. The first condition can be agreed. As the core person to deal with the weird, Mr. Han, you should be able to view all the weird information, which is reasonable. The second condition is also acceptable to us. In the future, you will be a special clerk in our department, and you can contact me directly if you have anything. The third point is to respect Mr. Han's wishes. If there is a great danger in the action, Mr. Han can refuse. The fourth point is about the material request. We try our best to meet it. For thermal weapons, this point needs to be assessed, to go through the process, and when the assessment is over, if it is qualified, you must be equipped with a gun, Mr. Han. The fifth point is that I think the cooperation between our two sides can be more sincere. There are many things that can be discussed, not too excited, too absolute. Qin Shan deserved to be a leader who was ordered in a critical situation, and promised all those who could promise and make concessions, and those who could take the sideball also agreed as much as possible, and also answered the difficult ones, and finally made a fool of the mud and left enough leeway. Han Chang is also prepared for this set. What he needs most is actually intelligence, and the rest is dispensable, but if he doesn't mention it, it seems that his purpose is too clear, and the other party will have some scruples, and make a few more excessive requests, but he can hide this real purpose. It can be said that Han Chang is also a human spirit, and he is not weaker than Qin Shan. Yes, I promised. Okay, Mr. Han, if you can, go back with us, and I'll arrange your accommodation. Qin Shan rode. I don't have to. I have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. As for how to contact me, I don't think it's difficult for you guys. Han Chang smiled and turned to leave. Zhang Ku, who was not far away, had been waiting for a long time, and the car had already passed. Here, Zhang Jingqi watched Han Chang get into the car and said, Team Leader Qin, do you really trust this Han Chang? Qin Shan nodded and said very firmly. This Mr. Han is not the kind of person you think he is. He may be selfish, but he is not too excessive. In fact, he has saved many people. In fact, each of us will have fears, hesitations, and worries, and the danger in the face of weirdness is not something ordinary people can bear. Mr. Han is not a soldier and has not undergone special training, and it is difficult for us to ask him to have such and such dedication as soon as we come up. He's a young man, and judging from the few things he asked, he doesn't have a bad ability to do things, and I think it's worth cultivating. Some things have to be done slowly. Not every good fighter is so conscious at the beginning. We have to be patient with this. Qin Shan's words. Zhang Jingqi was speechless. She looked at the car that was gone, and her heart was complicated. At this time, Qin Shan said again. By the way, I'll leave the liaison work with Han Chang to you in the future, Director Zhang. I'm sure you can. And you have to do a review. You shouldn't be very wrong about Han Chang's misunderstanding. You should be careful in your work in the future. Don't be too absolute to deny others. Zhang Jingqi frowned. This still has to be reviewed? In the car, Han Chang and Lin Shui were sitting in the back seat of the car. Zhang Ke was driving the car in front, and the kid looked at the welfare home that was gradually moving away in the rearview mirror, and said with the corners of his mouth curled, "Brother Han, you really showed your face this time. Even that Qinshan team leader took the initiative to come to you, do you know?" "Oh, what does that mean?" Han Chang said coldly, without the slightest interest. He didn't care at all about Qinshan, and cooperating with the order was just taking what he needed, and it would only last for half a year at most. Zhang Ke couldn't go on with the praise he made up later. The atmosphere was so cold that it made people have a toothache, but this kid licked the dog's heart and couldn't help but say again, "Brother Han, don't mention how handsome you were the moment you rescued people just now. Originally my sister also said that you were selfish, irresponsible, and would never save people, but the moment people rescued them, my sister was stupid. I saw her like that for the first time since I was a child. It was like a snap in her face." "Really, I don't think anything about it?" Han Chang said coldly, his eyes full of disregard. The atmosphere was awkward again, and Zhang Ke's licking dog soul was hit hard. At this time, Lin Shui mischievously answered, "That woman is your sister, and you are so happy?" The awkward atmosphere suddenly dissipated, and Zhang Ke put on a natural posture. "Of course, my sister has good academic performance since she was a child, and her head is good, so she presses me everywhere, and her family always compares her to me." "Damn, Lao Tzu is really annoyed. I'm angry when I see her. Brother Han is helping me out of my bad breath. Look at her deflated appearance. I'm happy." "Oh, then you're a piece of shit," Lin Shui said with a blank eye. Zhang Ke seems to have been stabbed in the chest. This ghost girl's thinking is strange, and the angle is tricky. But that's right, Zhang Ku is indeed a waste. If it weren't for the Zhang family's wealth, this product would be a lying king. "Hee, Miss Lin is talking interestingly," Zhang Ke said with a painful face. He didn't dare to make a face to Lin Shui. This person who was valued by Brother Han could only endure it. At this time, he glanced at the box next to the passenger seat and remembered something. "By the way, I bought you the baseball bat that Miss Lin asked for last time, the best kind you can buy on the market, 50,000 pieces, you try it." Zhang Ke said and handed the box to the back. Lin Shui took it, opened it, grabbed a stick about 78 centimeters long. The handshake felt solid, and the hand was also very heavy, waving in a small area, whirring with the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. "Well, this is a composite rod, which is much harder and tougher than aluminum rods." Zhang Ke tilted his head sideways and introduced. He knew that this ghost girl wanted this baseball bat to beat people, so he naturally had to buy it stronger. "Yes, this stuff is good." Lin Shui accepted it with satisfaction, and then leaned the stick on her shoulder. Her uninhibited appearance was like a big sister on the street, except that her body bones were not fully developed. This momentum had already been surpassed. "Is it quite worthy? I have to call you Sister Lin in the future," Zhang Ke said. "Hey, don't shout sister, okay? Am I that old?" Lin Shui frowned, and suddenly said, "Hey, bow your head." "How can I drive with my head down? There's a curve ahead." Zhang Ke didn't realize anything yet, and he was screaming in his mouth, and the glass on the passenger seat slammed and was smashed by a baseball bat. Debris flew. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme outside the car poured into the car violently. Zhang Ke opened his mouth. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme poured into his mouth, blowing his cheeks trembling. "Damn, give you a baseball bat, and smash my car." "Sorry, I just wanted to try how the stick is, the quality is okay." Lin Shui shook her stick, as if she was very satisfied. "It's okay, I still have a few cars at home." Zhang Ke was sure that if he dared to complain at this moment, the violent woman surnamed Lin would not hesitate to give him a stick. Just looking at the broken window and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, Zhang Ke was in a messy mood. When he arrived at the convenience store, Zhang Ke went back, and Han Chang took Lin Shui to see the blue eyes and made a brief introduction. The two girls stood facing each other. One was 165 meters tall, wearing jeans, like a tomboy, with an arrogant face. "Hey, Archie, this woman has a murderous aura, isn't it?" "Yes, this thing is also a demon, you should be careful." "Understood, this is bullying our newcomers and wants to get off the horse, and we can't lose." The other, 1.7 meters tall, was wearing a convenience store uniform, with a smile on his face, but his left eye under the cover of blue hair was bloody. This human woman has a strong treacherous aura in her, and she has a treacherous aura in her body, and she is very strong. Why do you want to be so arrogant on your face? Do you want to fight? The old lady is not afraid of you. I won't lose to you in 3 minutes, and in 3 minutes you're already lying down. The invisible two air masses between the two women collided fiercely, and the electric light and flint crackled between the stones, as if the energy mass that had turned into substance erupted into a momentum that destroyed the world and the earth. On the side, Han Shang was checking the business situation, especially the experience value of begging and breaking the bowl, which had increased a lot, but it was much worse to upgrade again, so he had to wait. As for the murderous intent between the two women, he also noticed it, but decided not to interfere. Isn't that question interesting? Are you the weirdness of Brother Han's contract? Lin Shui broke the confrontation and asked first. It's not. Blue Eyes said. Oh, that's a pet, but I think it's better to have a cat to scratch a mouse. Lin Shui showed a look of disdain. Cut, I'm in charge of this shop, don't talk about rats with me, everyone has to behave. The Blue Eyes sneered. Yes, but this shop is obviously Brother Han's. Lin Shui said with a humble eye, I think you are more suitable to wear a maid costume. I don't like that kind of thing that pleases men, it affects the speed at which I draw my sword. You actually have a sword. My fist is a sword, do you want to taste it? The blue-eyed body is slightly bent, ready to strike at any time. Happy. Lin Shui took half a step back, the baseball bat was clenched with both hands, the friendly conversation ended here, and the murderous aura between the two women increased several times. The two sides were on the verge of breaking out at the moment. As for what the result Han Shang was still looking forward to, he stopped what he was doing and watched patiently. But at this moment, a strange person came out of the merchandise area with a large bag and a small bag, and he did not go to the cashier to pay, but directly planned to push the door and leave. Suddenly, two murderous eyes shot over. Hey, pay first. The two voices said in unison. The strangeness at the door slowly turned around and said in a fierce tone. Pay for a fart, what can Lao Tzu do even if he robs it? As soon as these words came out, this weird one regretted it. I saw two roaring and murderous figures come up. 3 seconds. This weird one lasted for 3 seconds, and he was dismembered, and there was only a bit of scum left. You're good. Lin Shui was carrying a baseball bat, she was covered in blood just now, and she used Archie's strength. You're not bad, it's the blood demon who actually contracted, this thing is super strong. Blue Eyes said in surprise. Call me Kobayashi in the future. Lin Shui stretched out her hand handsomely. You call me Xiaolan. The two women actually shook hands. Do you want to have a drink? I have fresh tricky IT over there, recently I came to 1,000 eyes, don't pay, I cooked, just gouged out the eyeballs to make tea and drink, that thing is good for the eyes. Blue Eyes rushed at Lin Shuedao, and there was a little more enthusiasm in his tone. No, I only drink plain water. Lin Shui flatly refused, and said, it's okay, I'll go out for a walk. With that, he pushed the door open and left. Han Shang watched from behind, he had already witnessed the strength of the two of them joining forces just now, one word was strong. Of course, in the late stage of the great stage, Lin Shui's weird blood demon was strong, after all, it was a great demon, and he had the strength of the Dao level before he grew up, but it was not comparable to ordinary demons. Fortunately, Lin Shui was still measured just now, and she didn't use all her strength, at least she didn't use tricks, otherwise the glass door would have to be replaced. Putting down the dark coin in his hand, Han Shang also left the convenience store, he had to hurry up and find Lin Shui. That ghost girl is too strong, obviously using Archie's power, she has to pay the price, she doesn't want to show her painful and weak side in front of others, so she goes out, which will definitely hide in a corner and endure everything silently. Was said by Han Shang, Lin Shui was indeed lying on the bench of the station outside at this time, and there was a price to pay for using strange powers, even if Archie had an unusual relationship with her. But rules are rules, and no one or tricks can be exempted. And Archie's price is also very high, each time she uses 600 cc of blood, this kind of blood volume adults may not necessarily feel uncomfortable, let alone Lin Shui girl, she is actually in danger of her life, but she is stubborn so that she doesn't want to say a word, let alone let Han Chang worry. But the pain is very difficult to endure. Lin Shui's face was pale at this time, her body trembled slightly, and she whispered softly in her mouth. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Han Chang said as he stood on the side. He took out a large stack of dark coins and placed them beside Lin Shui. "Use this to avoid the price." "It's a dark coin." Lin Shui was a little surprised. "Yes, that's it. It's going to be weird and rampant in the future. This dark coin is hard currency, don't ink," Han Chang urged. Lin Shui glanced at Han Chang. Her eyes were a little dazed. She didn't know how to use this thing. She grabbed a few dark coins and was at a loss. Han Chang sat down at this time, gently hugged her thin shoulders, let her lean on herself, and then took the dark coin in her hand and introduced. "You silently compensate for the low price in your heart, so that the Stygian coin in your hand can react, just like this." Han Chang used a derivative skill, bone spurs. A cone-shaped bone rose from the ground not far away, sharpening the ground, smashing all the cement bricks, and then the Stygian coins in his hand burned 4 Stygian coins, and used 400 Stygian coins to compensate. Lin Shui also grabbed the 6 immortal coins, concocted them in the same way, and the 6 immortal coins in her hand disappeared. Her body suddenly relaxed, there was no pain at all, and her face became rosy again. "It works!" Lin Shui smiled. Han Chang put the rest of the immortal coin into Lin Shui's arms. "Put it away, it's a total of 100,000 coins, you use it first, and then ask me if it's not enough." Han Chang got up and wanted to leave, but turned around and added, "By the way, I don't like the Stygian coin, don't be polite to me." Han Chang went back to the store, and Lin Shui put away the dark coins and muttered to herself. "Hey, Archie, do you like this?" "What?" "You said you like the Stygian coins, because the sinister aura on them is pure." "Ah, I see, it's just that you absorb the yin chi on the underworld coin, and you can be strong, right?" "That's fine, I'll ask Brother Han for more in the future." You have to be grateful to me, you can't know Brother Han without me, give more strength when you fight in the future, you obviously didn't control that eyed girl just now." After chatting about this, Lin Shui's mouth curved slightly, reminiscing about the scene just now. Of course, this was her heart and did not share it with Archie. Here, as soon as Han Chang returned to the store, his blue eyes were drinking tea, and he smiled when he saw Han Chang coming back. "Boss, do you want a drink?" "Drink it yourself, I don't want to be disgusted." Han Chang pointed to the cashier. "By the way, you take 600 dark coins from it yourself, this is a bonus, you did a good job." "Thank you, boss, you're so much more generous to that brainless thing." Blue-eyed smiled. Han Chang waved his hand and had already entered his room. Coming to the room, Han Chang planned to start practicing the white bone puppet. This thing still needs to be practiced, and strive to practice the derivative skill white bone stand-in as soon as possible. With this, he can still make waves when he encounters weirdness in the future, otherwise he won't have that capital. Without further ado, Han Chang took out 1,000,000 dark coins, put a thick stack like a small mountain beside him, and then began to practice. The bone golem keeps being summoned, disbanded, summoned again, disbanded again. The use of back and forth, by using the consumption of Stygian coins, thus increasing Miss Bone's strength. I don't know how long it took. When Han Chang summoned the white bone puppet again, this thing suddenly became a normal tall person, and he was still holding a bone knife in one hand. It still looks very frustrating, but it obviously has combat effectiveness, and this bone knife is proof of it. It seems to be progressing again. Han Chang patted his left abdomen and asked, "Can you hold on?" "Let's continue, I think you're about to level up, right?" Miss Bone's voice was soft. "Then upgrade first." Han Chang is full of energy, and if the white bone puppet can be upgraded from D level to C level, this strength will be significantly improved. For a while, the yin chi in the room was coiled again, and the low groans of the white bone puppet being summoned kept ringing. The original mountain of dark coins on the side was also rapidly depleting, and at this time there was almost a third left. In just a few hours, more than 700,000 Stygian coins were consumed, and the growth of trickery could be described as costly. This is also the reason why the white bone puppet that Han Chang has used for many years in his previous life is still D-class, and he can't afford to burn it without money. Now that he has money, in a word, his brother is arrogant, and he burns hard. The practice continued until midnight, and the white bone puppet was finally upgraded, from the original D level to C level, and the summon white bone puppet was still as tall as the human being. One hand was a bone knife, and the other hand had an extra bone shield, and the body was slightly rickety, very much like a cannon fodder at any time. As for combat power, it's still a scumbag. But Han Chang can summon too. Yes, the biggest difference between C level and D level is in quantity, after one more white bone puppet, in terms of strength. It's like that. After all, the white bone puppet is a scumbag, and one more person really can't change anything, but it obviously looks much stronger in momentum. At least the fight is together, not alone. Then there are derivative skills. Han Chang learned bone spurs before, and this time he learned bone armor. After this thing is used, it can form a white exoskeleton on his body, clinging to his body. Although it will affect the action, the defense will be greatly improved, and in the face of weirdness, this bone armor should be able to resist the killing level weird attack, but it is just once, and the second time you have to resummon. Fortunately, Han Chang has a lot of coins and can withstand consumption, so sometimes the banknote ability is strong, and many things can really be done as you want. On the other side, in the weird response office of Dongjiang City, there was a stack of documents on Qin Shan's desk, all of which were information about Han Chang. Since you want to use this trick god, then his information must be understood. Qin Shan closed the last page of the information and asked Zhang Jingqi beside him. Have you investigated all the other aspects? All of them have been investigated. This Han Chang's identity is very ordinary. He is a child from a blue-collar family, but he has excelled in learning since he was a child, is smart, and has been admitted to a 985 college. As for the vigorous internet celebrity movement some time ago, it really has nothing to do with him. We went to Genie Time Company to check, and they really didn't know that Han Chang was really a person because of a work mistake. I think this kid is too strong in shit luck, and his strength to deal with weirdness should be unintentional, and I can only ask him about the specific situation. Zhang Jingqi made a detailed introduction. She is still very serious in her work and very strong in terms of ability, but she is not right with Han Chang. Qin Shan was silent for a moment after listening, and finally picked up a pen and signed a document, and then handed it to Zhang Jingqi along with a special certificate. Let's get in touch with Han Chang. Here are the documents of the Weird Operation Team, and you can cooperate with him in the future. Yes, team leader. Zhang Jingqi didn't complain, and responded seriously. Well, without further ado, you go, and then you go on your first mission. I have already sent you the details of the mission, and if you need help, please bring it up as soon as possible. At the same time, it is important that Han Chang must be present when he fights the strange and write me a material afterwards. Qin Shan has made arrangements in every detail. That night, Zhang Jingqi's car came to the door of the weird convenience store. She took a deep breath, and then strode into the enchantment. Zhang Jingqi walked to the convenience store, and the intelligence showed that it was clear that Han Chang came here after leaving the welfare home. The moment I stepped into the enchantment, the space around me changed. It was obviously the weather of early summer, slightly stuffy, but it instantly became cold and biting. Zhang Jingqi was wearing a black uniform when she came, her hair was naturally scattered, and she was carrying a briefcase in her hand, and her image was very dignified and formal. She tried her best to suppress the unhappiness in her heart and walked to the door of the convenience store. As for how to deal with Han Chang, she had already rehearsed it in her mind more than a dozen times. Try not to be humble or arrogant, and talk to this bastard as an equal. Of course, he represents the weird office, and he can't be too humble in terms of momentum, and he must show due solemnity later. Anyway, he just started to cooperate with the work. Zhang Jingqi didn't want to put herself in a very low position. For this reason, her steps are sonorous and powerful, she walks very firmly, and her expression is cold and serious, meticulous. With a crisp sound of the door opening, Zhang Jingqi stepped into the weird convenience store. Is Han Chang here? I am. Zhang Jingqi stepped into the store, saw the blue eyes behind the cash register, and asked aloud, and her tone was also serious and powerful. But she obviously didn't come at the right time. The blue eyes were collecting money, and there was a strange stomach and bloodstains standing in front of her, and it was obvious that this weird one couldn't pay. Go back to your mother's belly, there's no money for a fart convenience store. Swinging his fist, the blue-eyed left eye was full of blood, the covered hair was agitated, and the sudden shot turned into a strong fist. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals win wine / phoneme coercion, knocking off half of his body with the weirdness of his belly and intestines, and scarlet black blood splashed everywhere. Zhang Jingqi was stunned. She had also painted some light makeup to make herself look elegant and dignified, but the dirty blood splashed her face, and the uniforms on her body were all over. And the murderous posture of the blue eyes clearly told her that if she dared to come nonsense, this woman could also tear her apart. At this moment, Zhang Jingqi's good value not only dropped to zero, but the pride that was originally encouraged was also gone. Looking at the weirdness of only half of her body, fear began to rise in her heart, and she couldn't control it, and her legs trembled. Zhang Jingqi is still just a young girl after all, and it is normal not to see this kind of bloody scene. Oomph. It's really troublesome. I have to meet a few blind people every day. The blue eyes scolded in her mouth, turned her head to look at the door, and said angrily, "Don't block the door when you buy something, get out of the way if you don't want to buy it." Zhang Jingqi almost wanted to turn around and leave. This murderous aura was something she could bear, but fortunately, her sense of responsibility allowed her to stay, and she mustered up the courage again and said, I want to see Han Chang." The tone had lost its seriousness, and it had become trembling and extremely uneasy. The blue eyes looked at Zhang Jingqi carefully after listening, and then shouted to the store manager's room. "Boss is looking for someone," turned his head and said half-jokingly with blue eyes, "Beauty, I suggest you wash your face first." "No, thank you." Zhang Jingqi shook her body and wiped the blood off her face. A minute later, Han Chang came out of it, and the moment he saw Zhang Jingqi, he understood that the order had agreed to cooperate with him. After making a gesture of please, Han Chang said very politely, "Please take a seat." There was a small table near the cash register, and there were 2 chairs on the side, just to talk about things. Han Chang sat down first. Zhang Jingqi took a deep breath, calmed down and sat down, then opened the satchel and took out a stack of documents and a certificate. "Mr. Han, our team leader Qin Shan has signed the document. Welcome you to join our team. From now on you are a member of the Strange Response Office. This is your certificate. With this certificate you can go anywhere in Dongjiang City, no unit can stop you." After a pause, Zhang Jingqi handed over the documents, and Han Chang took them, but he flipped through the documents and didn't look at the documents at all. Zhang Jingqi was very unhappy with Han Chang's indifferent posture, but fear still made her hide this unhappiness and continued. "In the future, I will cooperate with you, and when Dongjiang City needs to solve strange problems, I will attack with you. So we will be a team in the future, I think." Zhang Jingqi wanted to show kindness, saying that the 2 of them would abandon their previous suspicions and work together, but halfway through her words, she was suddenly interrupted by Han Chang. "Wait, if I heard me wrong, you're going to work with me, and you'll be my secretary from now on?" "If you understand it this way, it's not wrong. My job also includes things like secretaries, and you can let me report on your actions in the future." "Don't divert the topic. I mean that whatever orders I have, you have to carry them out unconditionally, right?" Han Chang looked at Zhang Jingqi with deep meaning. Zhang Jingqi burst out with a sentence in her heart, "What do you want to do?" But she still said, almost, like this. Qin Shan's instructions to Zhang Jingqi were to try to meet Han Chang's requirements. "That's okay, you can help move the goods in this store in the future, I'm short of manpower here." Han Chang put away his documents and threw the pile of documents into the trash. Zhang Jingqi couldn't help it anymore, this was using her as cheap labor. "Mr. Han, are you mistaken? Although I am your subordinate, but this kind of private work." "Since you know that I am the boss, you still call me Mr. Han?" "Okay, Officer Han, I think you have gone too far. Didn't you say that it was carried out unconditionally? You see that you have no sense of responsibility, and you can't even stand this grievance for the sake of a just cause?" Han Chang shrugged his shoulders and returned all the things that the woman had accused him of before. "Han Chang, you bastard, you're going to bully me." Zhang Jingqi's mentality collapsed, and she almost didn't lift the table when she stood up. "Look at it, you have this attitude before you start work, and you still bump into your boss, so I'll tell team leader Qin Shan to change you." Han Chang was about to leave. "Wait," Zhang Jingqi said with a blushing face. She doesn't want to be replaced, and if she is replaced, it means that she is incapable of working, and she can't take care of the overall situation, which has a very bad impact in front of the Qin group. "Isn't it just moving things? I moved." So she could only grit her teeth and endure it. "That's Xiaolan, you arrange her work, and you fell into the dung pit on the road, it smells bad, and the clothes are still so dirty, change her into a set of work clothes in the store. Han Chang sniffed with a disgusting expression. Then he turned around and was about to go back to the store manager's room. Zhang Jingqi's heart at the moment is the kind of 10,000 horses galloping, trampling the grass away. Han Chang, you stop for me. I warn you, don't go too far. I came to see you first, to send you documents, and the second is to let you attack. There is a vicious and strange incident in this city, will you go? Hearing this, Han Chang stopped, turned around slowly, and looked at Zhang Jingqi with disdain. Are you teaching me how to do things? I'm the head, how many times do you have to say it before you understand? I only ask if you want to go? Zhang Jingqi asked aggressively. No, I've been injured in the orphanage, and I don't plan to take this job. Han Chang dropped these words and entered the store manager's room without looking back. Zhang Jingqi was completely left outside. She was ashamed and angry, grabbed her mobile phone to report to Qin Shan, but unfortunately the mobile phone had no signal. Turning back, she didn't stay in this place. But as soon as she turned around, she met Blue-Eyed, who was holding a work uniform in his hand and smiling maliciously. Don't want to leave, the boss asks you to work, so you can finish the work and leave. Zhang Jingqi wanted to tear her face and scold, but the half-cut weird snap fell to the ground, making her tremble, and she couldn't hold back when it came to her mouth. Han Chang, you bastard waiting, I will definitely report this matter to the Qin group and see how you explain it. I still dare to scold in my heart. Zhang Jingqi can only scold in her stomach at the moment. Han Chang returned to the store manager's room, took a sip of tea first, and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Continuing to use tricks will still be mentally exhausting, and Miss Bones also needs to take a break. Even if there are dark coins as compensation, they can't always use tricks, which they are the same as ordinary people, and they also have a limit. When there is nothing to do, Han Chang is bored and counts the next day. This strange incarnation seems to be the 5th day, and the 7th day is the day when he discovers that the strange can contract with people, and then there will be more and more humans with tricks, and then there will be more people visiting the place of weird trials, and at that time Han Changqing lost the advantage of his unique tricks. Why don't you take advantage of these few days to go around the place of trials and see if there are any good things you can get your hands on? Han Chang recalled the information of his previous life and thought of a place, Yenyun Tower, which became a strange restaurant after the strange came, and there were trials in the store. Of course, Han Chang didn't care about the hundreds of immortal coins that could be obtained from the trial. He remembered that there was a critical stone tablet there, and that stone tablet had the effect of closing the barrier. This means that as long as you place this critical stone tablet in the weird barrier, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the barrier. Once the barrier is closed, people and weird people outside will not be able to enter the barrier. Even the weirdness of the city slaughter level and the country destroying level is inaccessible. It's like cutting an enchantment from the real world, no longer connecting to each other. Without a door, you naturally can't enter the room. Of course, you can crack through the wall to enter, which is like smashing the void, establishing contact again, and forcibly entering the enchantment. But this kind of almost godlike power doesn't even have the weirdness of destroying the country. Therefore, as long as there is a critical stone tablet, the weird enchantment will have absolute security. Especially after half a year, the moment when the strange end of mankind really comes, it is even more important. There is such a critical stone tablet that can be used to grow old. Of course, the critical stone tablet can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the enchantment, and naturally it can also open the enchantment, but it requires a certain price to pay when opening the enchantment, but this is really nothing compared to the powerful effect of the critical stone steel. Han Chang thought about it again. He remembered that when Yenyun Tower was rumored to be a strange hotel, it was already a month after the strange incarnation, and after that, there were many people with tricks there who entered the trial. Soon after, the news of the critical stone tablet came out, which attracted more people for a while, and in the end, it was not known who the critical stone tablet had fallen into, and there was no news since then. I guess the guy who got the steel found a weird enchantment on his own, and then kept dogging. And because outsiders can't enter, it naturally becomes a mystery. In this life, this critical stone tablet cannot be missed. Han Qingyi moved. If he didn't take advantage of his unique tricks, maybe that Yenyun Tower had become a trick shop. Thinking of this, Han Chang will no longer delay. He can come back and practice again. If he misses the critical stone tablet in this life, his intestines will be repentant. Soon the door of the store manager's room opened. Han Sheng walked out. He looked at the store, he didn't find Zhang Jingqi, and when he looked at the blue eyes, the strange woman pointed to the locker room. Understood, Zhang Jingqi should be changing her convenience store uniform, and her blue eyes didn't let her go. Han Sheng didn't say anything, and left a sentence. I'll go out for a while, and you can watch from the store. Knowing the boss, I will take good care of that self-righteous woman. Blue-eyed comprehension. Han Sheng left the enchantment and went outside, and he found Lin Shui at the station. This ghost girl was bored looking at the sun in the distance. The afternoon sun was lazily shining on her little face, but it was a different kind of exquisiteness. Finding someone beside him, Lin Shui turned her head to look at Han Sheng at this time. Brother Han. Are you interested in going to the trick shop together? Han Sheng asked. Okay, I'm bored, I've wanted to move my body. Lin Shui picked up the baseball bat and looked at her, then let's go. Han Sheng took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked to the side of the road, where two shared electric vehicles were parked. Nowadays, there are no buses at the station, and even the subway has stopped, so you have to rely on your own tools. This shared electric car can still be used, you can ride it with a sweep, and there is electricity. On the other side, in the weird response office, Xin Shan received an important contact in the office. Xin Group, the deceitful god has already been dispatched, but Director Zhang did not accompany him, he took a girl with him. Can you determine their destination? The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme is the same as Yen Yun Tower, and it should be on a mission. Okay, Xin Shan's eyebrows suddenly stretched when he heard this. Our deceitful god is still under command and can be relied on. You continue to observe. If the deceit god needs any help, you will meet it as soon as possible. Yes, I see, Chief. Hanging up the phone, Xin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and absorbed Han Sheng into the team. Whether this person is reliable and trustworthy, whether he can use this person. In fact, Xin Shan is under pressure, and even set up a military order in front of several bigwigs in the combat department. Now these concerns can be put aside for the time being. At least Han Sheng has already attacked. Of course, Xin Shan wanted to cultivate Han Sheng more, and through the information collection of all parties during this time, Xin Shan thought that this weirdness could not be solved in the short term, and the battle with weirdness would be a long-term tug-of-war. Then under this chaotic situation, a strong man is needed to preside over the overall situation and forge ahead. Such a person should not only have the above background and status, but also strength, and Han Sheng is the best candidate. Yes, go and apologize to Han Sheng. Looking at the message, Tai Wenhai immediately threw off the bag. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I didn't spread rumors, these things were told to me by this kid Zheng Xing. I'm also a victim. Without Zheng Xing's rumors, can I kick Han Sheng out by mistake? Someone in the group immediately took Zheng Xing. You came out to say something, is it a rumor you made? Zheng Xing was also reading the information, and he was also stupid. Han Sheng's sale of the house is actually an investment, and this investment has made a lot of money. Now that people have developed careers and amazing wealth, they can't catch up with them by themselves. What am I spreading rumors? Han Sheng owes money is something you have to believe yourself, okay. Besides, you all agreed when you drove Han Sheng away, a person who splashed dirty water on me individually. I, Zheng Xing, am not that kind of person. Regarding the rumors about Han Sheng, Zheng Xing didn't want to admit it at all. Exam. I've never seen such a shameless person. Zheng Xing, are you human? Han Sheng still didn't admit it after spreading rumors, and said that we weren't. If it weren't for Zheng Xing, would we be like that? It's all your fault. Yes, kick this star out. If it weren't for him, how could Han Sheng leave? As soon as Tai Wenhai saw this situation, he immediately jumped out in time and said with a look of righteous indignation. Zheng Xing, don't try to play tricks, you are the first to spread rumors about Han Sheng, and now everyone wants to kick you out. I will say one last word. You deserve it. The screen flashed, and a pop-up window appeared on Zheng Xing's screen. You've been removed from the group. Crass, these guys actually kicked me. Zheng Xingqi's face turned pale, and he slapped the table with one palm. Kicked Zheng Xing away, and the group began to discuss how to invite Han Sheng back. Squad leader, you apologize to Han Sheng on behalf of us and add him back. Our classmates have been classmates for 3 years, and Han Sheng has always been generous in life, and he will definitely not hold grudges. Yes, yes, the key is that Han Chang is smart and wise. Do you remember that he asked us to buy the Stygian coin? Now think about it, this is a business opportunity. Cow, everyone upstairs didn't mention this stubble. Why are you mentioning this? When I think of the Stygian coin, Lao Tzu is like missing a billion yuan, and I have the heart to kill myself. That is to say, I knew that Han Chang asked us to buy the Stygian coins because he wanted us to make a fortune, and Lao Tzu had to buy the Stygian coins after selling his wife. Student B, when did you get married? Got married, I'm talking about Sanjiu in my window. Okay, don't talk too far, that squad leader, hurry up and invite Han Chang. Let's also add Han Chang as a friend, and say that you have to invite this true Buddha back. Yes, everybody's going to do it. There is no information in the group again, and the 25 people who are online in a group are all adding back to Han Chang's friends. Han Chang's mobile phone was beeping non-stop, and when he opened it, it was all high school classmates who wanted to add his friends. Han Chang, I blamed you wrongly. It turned out that you let us buy the Stygian coin for our good, and now we have come to our senses, please forgive us. Han Chang, it was a misunderstanding before, the Zhang Xing who spread rumors about you let us kick it. Han Chang, let's add a friend, and bring up the old classmates when we have time. Han Chang, in fact, I fell in love with you when I was in my 3rd year of high school, my personality was too straight and I missed you, I regret it, can we start? Classmate Han, I heard that you don't have a girlfriend yet, can you consider me? I had a crush on you in high school, where can I go to you tonight? This group of people is very boring, Weird is about to come into the world, only 2 months, I still have a lot of things to do, I don't have time to beep with you. In fact, Han Chang remembered that after the strange arrival in the previous life, his high school classmates were basically dead, and few of them survived. Is it necessary for him to take care of this group of dead people? Back to Han Chang's side, he and Lin Shui rode an electric car for a while, and there was no power on the way, and the road behind was arrived by bicycle, which took more than 2 hours in total. When I arrived at Yun Tower, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because it was early summer, and there were still a few hours before the sun went down, so I could completely avoid the time period when the weird strength became stronger at night. In fact, with Han Chang's current strength, with the cooperation of bone armor and bone spurs, it is difficult for ordinary killing level weirdness to cause damage to him, plus the Heaven and Earth bank card, unless he encounters an entry-level weirdness, his safety is guaranteed. Now that Archie is here again, even if he encounters the weirdness of the entry level, he has the power to fight. So even if it is a night to enter Yun Tower, it is not a big problem. Han Chang looked up at a 3-story old-fashioned building in front of him at this time. The old white wall obviously showed traces of time. The neon sign with the style of the 90s of the last century was erected on the south side of the building, and 3 slightly greasy big characters were extended on the front wall, Yun Building. This is a restaurant famous for making roast duck. Their crispy duck skin is a special dish, the entrance is smooth and crispy, and it is also a famous dish in Dongjiang City. But at this time, the door of Yanyanlu's store was closed, and the deathly silence seemed to be shrouded in a dark energy. Han Chang walked to the door, stretched out his hand and pushed it, and the door opened, making a gurgling sound. Just as Han Chang and the others entered Yun Tower, a group of people were observing in the residential building opposite. The house, which had been a private house, had been requisitioned by the Strange Response Office, and was filled with all kinds of equipment, including communication and monitors to monitor the surrounding roads. There were several men gathered in front of the screen, all staring at Han Chang in the picture. Team Wang, is it appropriate to let them in? Asked one of the team members. Wang Ming, the leader of the on-site action team responsible for the blockade and monitoring of Yun Tower, looked at the screen at this moment. That's what it means, so that we can't stop these two from entering, and even if they need anything, they have to come forward to help. Among them is the god Han Chang, who is the same person as the one on the nether coin. Wang Ming pointed to Han Changdao on the screen. He's the tricky god Han Chang? How can there be a real person? I always thought it was a made-up character. The team members were surprised. I also just learned that who would have thought that there were really strange gods in this world, but they are all weird, and it's not strange to have a strange god. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. This trick god is not only a real person, but also has some skills. You all know about the Ninth Welfare Institute, right? Wang Ming glanced at his subordinates around him. You know, isn't it what happened last night? Because I trapped the teachers and students of the entire welfare home, it had a great impact, and the Qin group went over in person. Then do you still know that the matter of the welfare home has been settled, and this tricky god Han Chengcheng is the hero of last night? Wang Ming sat down with his hands on his chest, and his gaze at the screen became quite interested. I said that, no wonder Xiao Wu when they closed the team this morning, it turns out that there is this great god. How does he deal with weirdness? Isn't this a worldwide problem? Yes, Team 1, haven't you come up with an effective way to deal with weirdness? The team members immediately shouted when they heard the solution of the incident in the welfare home. In fact, this is normal. No one would have thought that a human miracle would happen around them, and even Wang Ming himself was taken aback when he heard the news. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, let's keep it secret for the time being. This tricky god Han Cheng has now joined our team, and it is estimated that it will be announced in a few days, and it will be time for us to show our face. Wang Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows and exhaled. In the 5 days of this strange birth, the world has undergone great changes. Under the leadership of the United States, the world has established a global strange response organization. If the organization can announce an effective way to deal with the strange at the meeting, then China's voice in the organization will be raised a lot, and the benefits that can be obtained are self-evident. Of course, everything will wait for them to rescue Xiao Lu and the others. Wang Ming's eyes sank, and he remembered Lu Tong's 5 people. These 5 were also members of the Weird Response Team, but just last night, the scope of the weird enchantment of Yen Yun Tower suddenly expanded, and all the 5 people patrolling nearby were included, and until now they don't know whether they are alive or dead. Originally, Zhang Jingqi's mission to find Han Cheng was to enter Yen Yun Tower to rescue the 5 members of the Weird Team, and at the same time investigate Han Cheng's ability. Here, Wang Ming thought that Han Cheng was here to carry out a mission, but he didn't think that Han Cheng actually had another purpose, but it was very accidental that the location was Yen Yun Tower. They went in. One of the team members shouted excitedly. In the picture, the door of Yen Yun Tower is slowly pushed open, accompanied by a creaking sound, which is unsettling. Last night's enchantment suddenly expanded, but after that, it returned to its original state, and now the enchantment of Yen Yun Tower is still bounded by the gate. Inside the door is a strange world. Stepping in, Han Chengcheng felt a cold breath. Obviously the entire building of Yen Yun building outside was closed with doors and windows, airtight, but inside the house could really feel the terrible phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme howling, and the depth of the house in front of him was dark, and the visibility was less than 5 meters in front of him. Go forward. Han Cheng walked ahead. The 400 yuan dark coins in his hand had been burned, and he could use the bone armor at any time in case of emergency. Lin Shui also burned the dark coin. Her expression was much more solemn, carrying a baseball bat, and followed closely behind Han Cheng. Unlike Han Cheng's calmness like water, without a trace of nervousness, Lin Shui was nervous and uncomfortable, but she was very strong, and this emotion could not affect her at all. The 2 of them walked into the depths of the house one after the other, and the darkness was torn apart like a curtain. The light came into view, and a noisy sound sounded in his ears, and when Han Cheng saw the world in front of him clearly, he found that he was standing at the entrance of the lobby of Yen Yun Tower, with more than 20 tables in front of him, full of all kinds of weird seats. There are those who have severed heads, those who hold their heads in one hand, and those who eat in the other, and of course all the food is missing. There are disemboweled, dragging their intestines to eat. There are also strange things that are covered in corpses and look like mummies. All kinds of outfits, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, are completely a hodgepodge. At this time, the noisy atmosphere suddenly stopped, and the strange people in the lobby turned their heads to look at the door, and they noticed that a living person had entered the barrier. Hey, is this a meal? There are 2 living people. I just haven't eaten enough, I've got these 2. Hee, although it has not been processed, the original human flesh is also very delicious. The weirdos are starting to move, and they can't let go of the 2 delicious ones that have thrown themselves into the net. Hey, can you see me? Suddenly a voice sounded on the side of Han Cheng and Lin Shui. Han Cheng didn't even look at it, and Lin Shui turned his head to look. There was no fear in his eyes, but a little more excitement. Hee, you turned your head to show that you saw me. The weird killing rule of speaking is to only show the action of seeing it, including words and body movements, and now Lin Shui's reaction is exactly in line. This strange big joy, open fangs, a pair of withered handbones in the shape of claws, the body floated, his lower body was empty, condescending to devour. Lin Shui reacted quickly, and as soon as she pounced, she picked up a baseball bat and slammed it out. The pair of thick braids danced with Lin Shue's body, as if setting off a burst of fierce momentum, and after a muffled sound, which weird one was smashed in the head. Like a watermelon shattering, black blood splattered all over the ground, even the faces of the guests sitting at the front tables were splashed. The smell was so foul that all the tricks were shocked, and they looked at the two living people at the door one by one. "Is anyone else coming?" Lin Shui shook off the dirty blood on the bat, and swept around with a sharp gaze, and was scratched by her blood, and the crowd was full of cleverness. These two living people are not easy to mess with, and all the weirdness is aware of this, and the lobby is silent. The weird world is pure law of the jungle. As long as you are strong enough, no matter who you are, no one dares to mess with you. Now Han Chang and Lin Shui's situation is like this. Lin Shui's hard blow with the help of Archie's power, the strength of the blood demon is undoubted, and the power of the entry level is not covered. This stick directly beats the provocative intimidation level weird into slag, such a strong oppressive force, which weird still dares to speak. However, there were also strong people in Yen Yun Tower, and just when many strange guests were frightened, a strange person with a withered body and a skin and bones on his face showed a strange appearance of bones. "The two of you are Yen Yun Tower, but I can't allow you to go wild. Obviously someone is going to eat us, can't we fight back?" Han Chang sneered, and at the same time stopped the impulsive Lin Shui with one hand. "This is for the critical stone tablet. It is not wise to make extraneous branches, and there are also strangeness at the entrance level in Yen Yun Tower." "Humph. The two stinky rats have really hard mouths. Don't you know how powerful Yan Lu is? We beasts have to lie on their stomachs when they come, and we have to kneel when the Buddha comes, and stinky rats like you can only go to the back to participate in the trial. Rats are some strange contempt for humans. In their eyes humans are the most humble and garbage beings. Life and death are all up to their mood. This withered skin and bones are strangely the stewards in the lobby of Yanyanlu, and his strength belongs to the killing level, and he can be regarded as capable. Relying on the power of Yanyanlu, he is even more arrogant. So even if Lin Shui showed his means, he dared to provoke. In the face of this threat, Han Chang was very calm, and asked with a lazy gaze. "We can't sit here as guests? Rats can't be elegant. You only need to go to the kitchen to do chores. Hurry up and get in, otherwise you will break the rules. Don't think we dare not touch you." The weirdness of the skin and bones is becoming more and more public, and the meaning of threat is getting stronger and stronger. The weirdness around was originally afraid of Lin Shui's blow just now, but now when they saw that the people from Yanyanla came out to support the scene, they suddenly grew a strange momentum, suppressed the arrogance of the rats, and applauded one after another. "Ha, these two rats don't dare to be arrogant, see what they do. Cut, I don't know how to die with Yen Yunlo's teeth and claws, and the rats are very cowardly, but they don't dare. Hey, stinky rats, hurry up to the kitchen and rummage through your garbage heaps." Ha ha ha. Arrogant laughter echoed in the lobby, and the weirdos all wished that Han Chang and Yen Yunlu would do it, but naturally the two stinky rats turned into dead rats and were sent to the table. Han Chang was silent at this time. He slowly took out a stack of thick dark coins from his pocket, and then slowly counted them. While counting the money, Han Chang was still chattering. "I wanted to come for a weird meal, and taste what weird dishes tasted like, but unfortunately, sometimes I can't spend my money." Looking at the bulging dark coins in Han Chang's hand, his strange eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect this mouse to be so rich. Weird is also greedy, but unlike humans, they never hide their greed. Especially the low-level weird has the word greed written on their faces. The skin and bones are weird. If it weren't for the loss of muscles, there would be a layer of shriveled gray skin. This thing must have straight eyes, a wide-open mouth, and an exaggerated expression on its face. It's a pity that the shriveled mouth can't be opened, and the muscular face is always stiff, as if before he died, he suddenly remembered that someone owed him $1 million. Hee, it turns out that Mr. is here for dinner. That's our honored guest of Yen Yun Building, please. The strange tone of the skin and bones immediately became polite. He estimated that the dark coins in Han Chang's hand were less than 10,000, and 10,000 dark coins was his income for several years. If he served this master well, he would make a lot of money. "What? We don't have to go to the kitchen for trial?" Han Chang asked with a slap in the face. Weird and a little embarrassed, he seems to be too undisciplined, and he sells a little fast. That store has always valued strength, and we warmly welcome powerful guests, whether they are people or tricks. "Very well. I like you like this." Han Chang squinted and smiled. At this time, the strange faces around him became ugly. Just now I thought that these two mice were unlucky, and they all gloated, but at this moment, they were honored by Yen Yunlu as guests, and this change came too quickly. Some of them still have arrogance on their faces, and they are frozen before they have time to change, and their expressions have become very arrogant and confused, and there is a little strange consternation. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a second force, which is quite funny. But these weren't the most bizarre things, and in the next second, Han Chang enriched their expressions a little more. I saw Han Chang put the money in his pocket and said with a look of disgust, "Forget it, it's like pig, I'm not used to eating it, I'd better go to your kitchen to try, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way." Han Chang came here to get the critical stone tablet, and that stone tablet is said to be in the small courtyard behind the kitchen of Yen Yun building, and it is necessary to go to the kitchen. As for the trial of Yen Yun Tower, Han Chang planned to take one step at a time. He had a huge amount of dark coins, and he had a combat power like Archie, so he was more than capable of self-preservation. It's really not possible to directly fight a bloody way out of Yen Yun Tower. At most, it is a trip for nothing. The skin and bones froze weirdly. Han Chang's actions made him feel like he was being tricked, and he was deliberately tricking him. Immediately, the face that wanted to laugh became fierce and terrifying again, and his eyes stared at Han Chang. "Rat, do you think it's fun? Wait, the trial will surely kill you." Han Chang smiled and didn't say anything. Silence was the best answer at this time. He liked to look at the weird crazy gesture that wanted to tear him but couldn't put his mouth out. It's like Han Chang yelling at the skin and bones, "Lao Tzu can do whatever he wants, how can you bite me?" The weirdness around them was also scolded, and they were because Han Chang said that they were eating pig food, so what appetite did they have to eat now? And a few tables of guests got up and left on the spot. "You guys come with me." Skinny took Han Chang and Lin Shui to the kitchen. At this time, something happened in the kitchen. Didn't it be said that Lu Tong's 5 members of the weird response team were taken in? At this time 2 of them died, and the remaining 3 were gathering together to discuss things. What kind of trial is this? Is it clearly playing with people? No matter how you play, you will die. It is better to fight weirdly with that group of dogs. One of the team members is so strong that he can't bear it anymore. Then how do you fight? As long as they make a move, they can kill us, and we can't even break their skin at all, so it's useless to send them to death for nothing. Lu Tong is the head of the 3, and he still retains a sense of sanity. What should we do? We're going to die if we wait, and these weird guys are trying to kill us. Another member of the team also collapsed. Then you don't have to die. Lu Tong looked at the 2 team members, and suddenly lowered his voice and said, "I have seen a small courtyard behind this kitchen, or we can escape from the courtyard, maybe there is still a glimmer of life." Just as the 3 of them were discussing, suddenly the kitchen door was pushed open, and the skin and bones walked in with Han Chang and Lin Shui. "This is the kitchen, our trial task here is to be a waiter. The rules are very simple, as long as the customer finally scores higher than 60 points, it is qualified, if it is lower than 60 points, it is death." He looked at Han Chang with a strange and domineering attitude, and said in a gloomy tone, "Humph. You kid dare to play with me, I'm going to pick your skin myself later." Dropping this cruel sentence, the skin and bones slammed the door weirdly. And Han Chang's face was calm. He turned to look at Lu Tong and the 3 of them, and smiled. "A few of you are lucky, you are discussing how to escape, right? I advise you that this road will die." Lu Tong and the 3 looked at each other, and then Lu Tong hurriedly said, "Who are you?" "Hee, you guys are really suspicious. I heard a hair. If I heard it, that skinny trick just now could also hear it, and if you want to escape, you will break the rules, and that guy can kill you on the spot." Han Chang slowly analyzed. "So, then how do you know?" Lu Tong asked in astonishment. "I said that the 3 of you are gathered in a corner without treachery, so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. Can you do something else if you don't whisper? This is a weird trial ground. If you don't want to die, you must want to run, you still need to guess." Han Chang shook his head and pouted, and the 3 of Lu Tong were dumbfounded. "Since you can't run, then what can you do?" Lu Tong said a little unconvinced, "They are weird to deal with the office, and their understanding of weirdness is definitely better than that of ordinary people, and now they must be unhappy to be taught a lesson." "Humph, have you ever been tricky?" Han Chang asked rhetorically. Lu Tong shook his head. None of the tricks here are what they can beat. This one doesn't need to try, one try and die, many people have suffered. Then let me tell you that the only exit from this weird hotel is in the lobby, where there are many tricks. As long as you three big living people appear in the lobby, you will definitely be discovered. Han Changdao. Why was it discovered? We can dress up, those tricks can't react so quickly, we have a chance. Lu Tong said stubbornly. He also knew that this kind of opportunity was not much, but at least it was feasible in theory. Because the weird can smell the essence and blood of living people, the smell of the essence and blood on our body is a strong aroma in the weird nose, which can be smelled from dozens of meters away, and it is impossible not to be discovered. Han Chang looked serious, and then asked with a smile, how about it? If you don't believe it, you can try it. Lu Tong was silent, his face was ugly, and after lowering his head and thinking for a few seconds, he replied, forget it, don't try, I believe you. But Lu Tong was even more unhappy in his heart. Who was this person in front of him? How could he know more about weirdness than anyone in their weird office? May I ask you where you got all this information? Well, of course, I found it from the weird office. Han Chang said nonsense. He would not say that he was reborn, so he was very familiar with various strange behavior patterns. If Han Chang said this, first, Lu Tong would definitely not believe it, and second, Lu Tong might think that Han Chang's brain was abnormal. Anyway, normal people have these two reactions. Therefore, Han Chang's timely lie is the smartest answer. Anyway, the weird response office has been on TV, and the people know that it is absolutely reasonable to mention this. Besides, Han Chang is also a special officer of the strange response office now, so it's not wrong. But Han Chang didn't know that Lu Tong and the others were weird in the office. They knew a lot about all kinds of weird information, but they didn't know much about Han Chang at all. I'm sorry, we're the clerks in the weird response office. I've never met you, and we don't know that much about you. Who are you? Han Chang was taken aback, but his face did not change at all, and he said in a very calm tone. That's because you're so low that you don't see this kind of information. Humph. You're obviously talking about this. Our weird information now is all public, and there is no top secret level at all. Lu Tong felt that he had pulled back a game, his eyes were slightly raised, and he had the taste of contempt for Han Chang. Han Chang shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, you believe it or not, but as your boss, you should report the situation here first. Report? Do you really think you are a member of the weird office? Lu Tong was angry. This cheeky guy is really thick-skinned. He is still pretending to be exposed, and he is even more excessive, pretending to be a leader, and he has to report to work? Of course, I was originally a member of the weird office, and my position is higher than yours. Han Chang is full of confidence. As a special clerk, the Qin Group has promised him, he will be directly under the management of Qin Shan. This position will definitely not be low, and it should be okay to overwhelm the three in front of him. But Lu Tong became more and more angry when he heard this. Good boy, you are Li Ghost and Li Kuei, and you still want to blow your nose and eyes after you think it is fake. Lu Tong directly threw a certificate on the table, and said to Han Chang, unless you also take out this certificate, please respect the weird office, and you are not allowed to say that you are our clerk in the future. Han Chang smiled contemptuously, and if he wanted to say that he still had the document on him, he took it out of his pocket and threw it on the table as well. Lu Tong's eyes widened, and he hurriedly grabbed the documents to check, and the information after opening it was clearly written. The person in front of him was called Han Chang, a special clerk in the weird response office, and there were lines. Codename Strange God. It directly belongs to the leader of Qin Shan, and there is the autograph of the Qin Group at the bottom, as well as the seal. There are several anti-counterfeiting marks at the stamp, all of which are normal. This time Lu Tong was dumbfounded. He first exchanged opinions with the two colleagues around him, and both of them nodded to make sure that the documents were real. Lu Tong was silent for a long time, and after a long time, he shook his senses, changed his previous unconvinced attitude, handed over the documents with both hands, and said guiltily, I'm sorry Secretary Han, I misunderstood just now, and you can't be that internet celebrity trickster Han Chang, right? Han Chang didn't answer the question, and put on a leader's posture, and his tone could not be refuted. Lu Tong paused, pondered for a while, and then made a report. Here's the thing, last night the five of us were patrolling near Yenyun Tower, and then somehow the Yenyun building suddenly flashed black, and the surroundings became pitch black, and the five of us could hear the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme in our ears, and after about 10 seconds, the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals win-win slash phoneme stopped, and we saw things and found that we were in this tricky shop. Then, just like what you encountered, Officer Han, I was brought here by that skinny weirdness, let us be waiters, participate in the weird trial, and warned us that if we didn't participate, they would kill us directly. We were forced to participate in the trial, but it wasn't as simple as he said, but it was a big hole, 2 of our team members had died, and now there were only 3 of us left. We saw that we were going to die if we went on like this, so we thought, get out of here. After Lu Tong finished speaking, his sad and indignant face turned aside, and he hated the strange methods to the core. Han Shang didn't have any expression, he had seen this kind of thing a lot, weird and ruthless, how could it be so simple to let humans pass? Digging a pit was a normal operation. And he asked Lu Tong to report to work, in fact, he wanted to obtain information and avoid the pitfalls in the trial. Han Shang then looked at Lu Tong with a focused gaze and asked, can you tell me more about the weird pits? One is that the guests don't cooperate, they don't report the name of the dish when they come to eat, and they only let it be served casually, but he is not satisfied with the final score of a table of dishes, and one of our team members died like this. Lu Tong gritted his teeth and said hatefully, there is also a kind of customer who will report the name of the dish, but the dish he reports is something he doesn't like to eat, or even hate, and he will definitely give you a low score after eating. We have a team member who gets hit and dies on it. The last one is that the chefs in the store will sneak something weird into the dish, like putting some white bandages in the dish when delivering food to the mummies. Fortunately, this trick allowed us to find out early, otherwise we would have to die again. But this kind of thing can't be prevented, and after a long time, it will definitely be tricked. After Lu Tong finished speaking, he slapped the table in despair, looking very painful. Han Shang nodded, and looked at the trio very calmly. Don't panic, I have a way to deal with this. Is it really possible? Lu Tong looked at Han Shang in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Hey, you don't believe me when you look at me. Looking at the distrustful eyes of these 3 people, Han Shang said dissatisfiedly, you should think about it, if you don't believe me, do you have a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live slash phoneme? No. Lu Tong replied dryly. Not yet, since you have no way out, why don't you send out the letter and write it back? Han Shang spread his hands and swept the 3 in front of him. Lu Tong understands the current situation, both horizontal and vertical are dead, do you still need to hesitate? The clerk in front of him, Han Shang, knows much more about weirdness than them anyway, and after entering the kitchen, he has been calm as usual, without any panic, as if he is mature in his chest. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Tong said neatly, well, we believe in you. Han Shang nodded with satisfaction, having these 3 to help him cover up the acquisition of the critical stone tablet. Hey, what are you rats doing together? Are you trying to be lazy? The guests outside are waiting, and if you don't go to work, I'll chop you up as a dish. Suddenly a strange cook came up, fat and shirtless, revealing the stitched lines. There was one eye missing from his face, and there was a reptile lying in the black hole socket, crawling out of his eye, burrowing into his mouth and reappearing in his socket after a while. This one's head is empty. When Lu Tong and the 3 of them saw this tricky chef, their faces immediately turned pale, and their legs trembled involuntarily. It was he who secretly made it bad and put bandages in the mummy's dishes. Lu Tong said in a low voice. Han Shang remained silent, stepped forward, and greeted the tricky chef. Got it, we're going to work right away. Humph, you'd better be obedient, or you'll be short of meat in the store today. The trickster said ferociously, and then bent down and stared at Han Shang with his black hole in his eyes. Little mouse, I've heard about you in the lobby, but I warn you, don't think I'm afraid to touch you, I'm not a wretch like API. Appy is the skinny weird. This passage is a bit informative, and Lu Tong and the 3 of them all looked at Han Shang in surprise after hearing it, and said in their hearts, what did this person do in the lobby? Feeling the gaze of Lu Tong and the others, Han Shang smiled sideways, actually, it's nothing, my friend killed him with a stick. Lu Tong was startled, and looked at Lin Shui, who had been silent. Lin Shui set up a baseball bat and yawned lazily. But those arrogant and disdainful eyes were full of murderous intent. There is no doubt that as long as Han Shang says a word, this woman will not hesitate to make a move, and she knows that she is a ruthless character at a glance. Now there is no effective way to deal with the weird, these two are so easy to kill, what kind of ability is this? Lu Tong and the three of them were stunned again. Han Shang was still full of laughter on his face, and said to the tricky chef, I know, do you also want some dark coins? Get out. I'm not the kind of guy who can be bought casually, Apana bastard is a stupid pig, let you play tricks, I won't. The trickster cursed. Lu Tong's face trembled again when he heard this person not only kills weird, but also can play, what kind of means is this? Han Shang showed a trace of regret, patted the dark money in his pocket and whispered, how about 300? The tricky chef was furious, showing his nails and rake-like teeth, and said viciously, stinky rat, don't you want to play tricks on me? That one sold. Ha! The sudden turn made Lu Tong and the three almost fall. It turns out that this weirdness is also sanctimonious, and it seems to be very powerful. Of course, this trick god is even more powerful, and this properly plays with the opponent's grasp. Han Shang's smile brightened, okay, you come over and get the money. The trickster grimaced and said angrily, don't think I don't know what you want to do, it's still early for you to play tricks. Put it in my right pocket. Awesome. Everything has been seen through by you, and I have served you. Give you money right away, you come here. Han Shang silently took out the money. The corners of Lu Tong's mouth twitched, and the trickster god was also cooperating to play with Taoism. Bastard! You kid isn't a good thing at first glance. Hurry up, your sister, someone will find out. Chef Wei stepped forward, less than half a meter away from Han Shang. At this time, Han Shang smiled sinisterly, and a hand waved out violently, and a black light flickered. Poof! The sound was quiet but brisk, as if something had pierced the trickster's chest. Don't move! Han Shang threatened, my bone spurs can move in your body, and you will fall apart and shatter into pieces of rotten flesh. Stinky rat, you're playing me, the trickster scolded, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, if he had, of course. Isn't it normal to play you? I'm a god, and you should be honored. Han Shang then said, be smart, in fact, we can cooperate for a wave, you have to be honest when you cook later, don't mess around, can you understand? Understood, I promise to be honest. Very good, remember, as long as you are honest, I will give you 300 coins afterwards. Han Shang grinned. The heart is that pigs will give you money. But Han Shang slapped this trick and promised to give a jujube to eat very cleverly, and the trick chef immediately agreed. As you wish, my friend. Okay, now you go back to cooking, I'll go to the lobby, get out. Han Shang easily subdued the tricky chef and turned his head to look at Lu Tong and the three. At this moment, the three of them looked at Han Shang in shock, and they wanted to sacrifice their knees, the trickery was hundreds of millions of points stronger. Okay, don't look at it, get busy. Han Shang clapped his hands and pointed at Lu Daodao, you go to the yard to take out the garbage. Look what's there. Han Shang said in a low voice in the last half of the sentence. I know the tricky god. Lu Tong's voice trembled a little, and he was very excited to work with such a great god. Don't call me a god, call me Han Shengsheng. Han Shang glanced at him. Got it, I'll go right away. Well, you two will clean the floor, and I'll take care of the work in the lobby outside. After Han Shang finished the deployment, he planned to walk to the lobby. Then what am I doing? Lin Shui suddenly asked. Just sit back, look at that weird one, and then you can make a move. Han Shang smiled and walked towards the lobby. At this moment, the lobby was still lively, but when Han Shang appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed, dozens of pairs of eyes fell on Han Shang, and a few weird ones were whispering. Han Shang kept a smile and walked towards a new weird, this guy has a toad face, a big mouth, big eyes, and no nose. The boss with a bulging belly, with only 8 fingers, didn't raise his eyes when he saw Han Shang coming, and there was a cold snort of contempt in his nose. It seems to be a weird thing that only has extreme contempt for humans, and it's in the form of a monster. Han Shang bowed slightly respectfully, and asked politely, Sir, what do you want to eat? 100 flowers in Worm Valley. Lazy toads want to eat bugs, it's normal. Such a thought flashed through Han Shang's mind, but it was quickly extinguished by him. Shouldn't this contemptuous gaze and disgusting arrogance order such a famous dish as 1,000 fat human bones? This can't help but make people suspect that there is a cat. Yes sir, you wait a minute. Han Chang bowed slightly and turned to leave. And the moment he left, a small white figure fell to the ground. Hidden, silent, no smell, a little fainting chi in the lobby is impossible to find. The bone golem hides under the table. Watching Han Chang leave, the toad sneered strangely. Stinky rat, your flesh is my favorite, I'll swallow you in a while, that taste will definitely make me happy, ha ha ha. As for the bugs, I haven't eaten them in hundreds of years since I did the trick, and it's disgusting. The toad was weird and thought he had succeeded, and a pair of big eyes narrowed. As everyone knows, the white bone puppet at his feet sees everything in his eyes and hears everything in his ears. Han Chang naturally knew. He stood outside the kitchen door for a few seconds before entering, shouting at a couple of weird chefs as soon as he entered. 1,000 fat human bones, table 23 guests need. Don't call people to the stinking rats, beware of me frying you. There was a weird evil curse, being called by humans made this guy very unhappy. The other weirdos around him also looked at it, and it was obvious that like this weird, he didn't like to be dictated by humans. Han Chang was not used to him at all, and threw the menu on the table. Do you like to do it or not? Anyway, in the end, the responsibility for the guests not to eat the food is not on me, whatever. I'll fry you, wait. This weird one is still unconvinced, scolding and scolding. At this time, the tricky chef who had been hit by a bone spur stood up and slapped him directly into the oil pot. Rory, it's boring, I'm annoyed when I hear it, hurry up and get to work. This shout suddenly frightened those weird chefs who were still a little unconvinced, and they honestly lowered their heads and worked. The tricky chef who had been hit by the bone spur was obviously the head here, and he glared at Han Chang, but his gaze quickly looked away, he didn't dare to mess with this human. Han Chang didn't take it seriously, and then he saw Lu Tong throwing garbage back. He walked up to Han Chang and said in a low voice, there is indeed a small courtyard in the back, where the ground is full of white bones, and there is a dry well in the middle, and there is a sound in that place, let me pass, I don't dare to go over. Han Chang nodded, this information was basically the same as what he had heard in his previous life, the critical stone tablet was in the dry well, but I heard Lu Tong say that there was something strange in the well, and most of them were guarded there, and it seemed that it would take a lot of twists and turns to get the critical stone tablet. I see, you go and do something else, I'll take care of it here. Han Chang ordered, and Lu Tong left. Then Han Chang looked at the entire kitchen, there was a lot of space here, more than 300 square meters, and more than a dozen weird ones were working and it seemed very spacious. There are various ingredients in the corners of the surrounding area, and there are several small doors, which are supposed to be storage rooms. Looking around again to make sure that no one was paying attention to him, Han Chang hid in a storage room at this time. The storage room was full of all kinds of skins, human skins, animal skins, and strange skins, and even a few Han Chang couldn't recognize them. The skins were fried and hung on the beams, the small storage room seemed to be full of curtains, the pipes were a little dark, and the air was mixed with the smell of death and greasy. He closed the door with his hand, and then found an open space to sit on the ground, holding 4 dark coins in his hand, burning them out, and then a white puppet came out of Han Chang's cuffs, the little guy gently pushed the door open, poked his head, and then slipped out. After upgrading from the white bone golem only, Han Chang was now able to summon 2 white bone golems at the same time, and the white bone golem could be large or small, and the large one could be used as cannon fodder with a bone knife and bone shield. The small one continues to do reconnaissance, stealing and other work as before, which can be said to be flexible and versatile, and the white bone puppet is absolutely excellent in this regard. With the departure of the white bone puppet, Han Chang's vision of the white bone puppet appeared in his mind, and he could also hear the sound outside in his ears. The white bone puppets became 2, and Han Chang could switch between the 2 at any time, or he could monitor 2 at the same time, just like in the dozens of monitors in the monitoring room. The 2 white bone puppets were 2 screens. At this time, Han Chang monitored the white bone puppet that went to the courtyard outside. This little guy was very clever, he didn't attract attention along the way, and he turned over from the window to the courtyard very lightly. The situation in the courtyard immediately came into Han Chang's mind, just like Lu Tong said, this place is a mountain of bones, large and small, or human or beast bones are piled everywhere, and in the middle is an octagonal dry well. There was a bucket hanging from the well, but it was clearly dilapidated after no use for a long time. Go inside and see what's in the well. Han Chang gave the order to the white bone puppet, and the little guy approached the dry well step by step. Soon they reached the edge of the well, but they did not hear any sound against the edge of the well. Han Chang frowned slightly at this time and said, "Is there something wrong?" Lu Tong heard the voice, but now there was no change in the slightest. "No matter, let's look at the situation in the dry well first." The bone golem then jumped up to the mouth of the well, leaning out and looking down. The black hole is empty, and nothing can be seen. But just after looking at this, suddenly a fierce aura erupted from the well, like a hellish roar that rushed straight to the sky. "Get out of here! If you dare to disturb my sleep again, I will tear you apart." The white bone puppet was instantly torn apart by the powerful aura. Han Chang's body trembled, and the picture lost in his mind, becoming blank. Failed. The guy in the well has a very bad temper, and it is difficult to negotiate. No, Lu Tong can do it, why can't the white bone puppet? Han Chang pondered, and soon he thought about it. It's the difference between a trick and a person. That guy is waiting for someone to approach, and when he gets phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, he will think it's a threat. Then you have to go on your own. Han Chang frowned, and planned to get up and leave, and go outside first to deliver the toad's weird dishes. But just as he got up, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes behind the hanging skin. Han Chang's eyes tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, Han Chang burned 400 dark coins again. The black light flashed all over his body, and the white skeleton quickly covered his whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon including his eyes and nose, the whole was wrapped, leaving no gaps. With the bone armor, Han Chang also had the confidence to protect himself. He rushed forward, the black light in his hand flashed, ready to greet him with a bone spur at any time. The guy over there also realized that he was exposed, and the failure of the sneak attack was a strong attack, and the thing tore open the hanging skin and pounced straight up. It's a black guy, with the upper body of a human, the lower body of an insect, and the arm is a pair of mantis knife arms, about the size of a cat. Han Chang didn't dodge, he was confident in the bone armor, and the little guy in front of him was obviously very weak, belonging to the lowest level of intimidation. Han Chang didn't use bone spurs, and directly slapped the little guy to the floor. You almost got your way, and it seems that the weird place can't be taken lightly. Han Chang blamed himself, and he recognized the guy in his hand. Shadow worm, as long as you step under the shadow of the other party, you can attack, so the most common thing this guy uses is sneak attacks, but in addition, the combat power of this thing is very weak. But this little thing has a special ability, that is, it can cut through shadows, which is also its trick. Of course, this thing likes to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the shadows, so even in the weird world, this thing lives like a mouse, and it is not welcome. Let go of me, lowly stinky rat, let me go, the shadow worm spat out and cursed loudly. Even a person like him looked down on humans. Han Chang didn't give such a guy a good look, so he directly shook his left hand, and there was an extra slender bone spur, which was about to pierce the shadow worm. Don't do it, I surrender, don't kill me. The shadow worm immediately coaxed, but unfortunately Han Chang ignored him at all, and directly pierced the bone spurs. Poof! The bone spurs pierced the shadow worm's body, pinning it firmly to the floor, and the creature let out a scream, but it didn't die. Han Chang looked at it with a sneer and said in a joking tone, I didn't kill you, you just stay here. Tell them that they have burned the dead coins early, and that they have done everything they have done righteously, and there is no need to talk nonsense. After reading a few messages casually, Han Chang put away his phone and ignored it. Seeing that Han Chang couldn't be added, the group exploded again. Han Chang didn't add me, did he add you? No, maybe he didn't bring his mobile phone. I don't think you're still angry with us, or you will apologize on our behalf, squad leader. Yes, Taiwan High has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Taiwan High immediately responded. Everyone, don't scold, I want to apologize too, but Han Chang ignored me at all, and he refused when I pulled him into the group. Exam, can you apologize online? You Taiwan High won't be guilty of asking for guilt? That's right, go to Han Chang's house, kneel down for others, and apologize well? Taiwan High, you hurry up, otherwise our classmates will be here for this. Taiwan High wanted to scold his mother when he saw it, let him kneel down and beg Han Chang. Now that classmate Han is so awesome, he can make himself free with a word. Such a cowman, let him kneel down and call his father, he is willing. It's annoying that this group of convictions actually kicked all the responsibility to themselves. Kicked Han Chang away at the beginning, and you were also applauded. I have shit on my ass, and I have the face to say that my ass is not clean. Do you have a face? That, don't spew blood, kick Han Chang away, you all agree and applaud. It's a big deal. I took a screenshot of the message and sent it to Han Chang by email, so that he could also see what happened at that time. Tai Wen-hai didn't show affection anymore and tore his face. At this time, many people in the group were anxious and accused Tai Wen-hai one after another. Tai Wen-hai, are you a brute, dare to do this kind of thing? I'm not done with you. Tai Wen-hai, this is the end of our classmate relationship. Lao Tzu can't get used to your virtue. I'm going to find classmate Han. Fuck off your sister, you have a share in saying bad things about Han Chang behind your back. Tai Wen-hai, you are looking for death. Kind of coming. The group exploded, foaming at the mouth. An hour and a half later, the senior group, which had lasted for 4 years, disbanded. The 3-year classmate has become a stranger. On the other hand, Han Chang was in a happy mood, the printing of the dark coins was orderly, and the quality was also excellent. Jean Monde is really conscientious and thoughtful in everything, and many things make Han Chang feel at ease. Obviously, this director Zhang has been deeply trapped in the pie that Han Chang painted for him. I hope that Han Chang's chain of white shops can fly with him. Han Chang calculated, if everything went well, he would be able to harvest 20 trillion immortal coins after the weirdness. That's a staggering amount. Enough for him to make a career in a weird post-world world. But if you have money, you can't do it without people. Since ancient times, talent is the most important thing to achieve, and the weird world is different from the current world. Decisive killing, calm face, tenacious and persistent. Plus a bit of intrigue and cunning. This type of talent is suitable for surviving in a spooky post-world world. Those Madonna figures, the indecisive, are the fastest to die. The person Han Chang wants to use is naturally the former, and the latter cannot exist in his team. Now he is walking on the way to the number 9 Welfare Institute in Dongjiang City. I remember that in the previous life, there was a strong man who came out of the welfare home. This powerhouse has a trick of the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, which is a kind of domain-level weird skill. Characterizes as S rank in trickery. There are 5 levels of trickery, D, C, B, A, and S according to power, versatility, and rarity. The S class is the strongest known trickery. And those who have obtained the Blood Domain Welfare Institute only need to look at their opponents to absorb them into their own realm. In the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, a round of blood sun hangs high, and below is an endless pool of dry bones and blood. In the middle stood a red-walled welfare home, with blood-colored walls, rusty iron fences, and a dilapidated gate that turned slightly. Under the strange aura of slaughter, it makes people despair. After saying that, Han Chang stood up, and the shadow worm's face showed a look of fear, and it suddenly found that the human in front of it seemed to be even more terrifying than his kind. Wait, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme kill me, it's too torturous for me to be bound and die slowly. But I like it. Han Chang smiled back, and then left the storage room without looking back. Bastard, you demon, the shadow worm scolded, but unfortunately Han Chang couldn't hear it anymore. And he could only wait for death. His body was pierced and the power was slowly passing. He couldn't hold on for long, and it was accompanied by the despair of death coming step by step. When Han Chang went outside, the 1,000-fat human bone over there was just finished and placed on the end plate. Han Chang walked to the lobby. In the lobby, because of Han Chang's reappearance, all the strange eyes were attracted again, and the noisy atmosphere became quiet. Under a pair of piercing eyes, Han Chang walked calmly in front of the toad's strange body, and he put the 1,000 fat human bones away, and bowed his body. Please use it. Ha! The toad looked at the dishes served strangely, and suddenly slapped the table and said angrily, what I want is the valley of flowers and insects, a plate of insects, not human toes. Hee, please taste it slowly. Han Chang didn't pay attention to it at all, with a smile on his face. Anyway, the trial rule of Yanyanlu is that as long as the customer is satisfied, it is not a big problem to send other dishes. The toad was very angry, glaring at Han Chang, he understood that his little trick was seen through by the family. He actually didn't want to eat insects at all. What he wanted to eat was human flesh. Now that the food has been delivered, according to Yen Yunlu's rules, he can't stop eating. If he doesn't eat it, he won't give Yen Yunlu face. The boss of Yen Yun Building has a very deep background, and he is not an ordinary weird person who can be offended. In fact, those who can open a store in a strange world, the one who forms a force phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme has a powerful weird town behind it, or has a strong background. And Yen Yunlu belongs to both. Their store manager is on the second floor, and it is easy not to come down, but it is said that the strength is super strong. At the same time, Yen Yunlu also has a deep background, and that power is so powerful that it is so weird that it is impossible to look up. So the toad scolded weirdly, and in the end he had to eat it honestly. After all, the price of offending Yen Yunlu was something he couldn't afford. There is no utensils. The toad weirdly grabbed it directly with his hand, and stuffed a human toe into his mouth, and the touching delicacy bloomed on the tip of the tongue, which is definitely the taste that the toad weirdly likes, and he squinted his eyes very enjoyably. But the mouth is happy, but the heart is extremely unhappy. Please rate our food and whether it meets your requirements. Han Shang put a score sheet in front of the toad's weird eyes at this time. The toad had a weird face, grabbed the pen and reluctantly gave a score of 80. It is impossible to deceive when it comes to scoring, and if he makes a true evaluation that goes against his inner feelings, then he will be punished by the law, and the outcome is self-evident. And the full score is 100, so 80 points is a high evaluation, so according to the rules of Yen Yunlu, you have to give a tip if you go to 80 to express your satisfaction. Good luck, filthy stinky rat. The toad weirdly dropped 100 coins and left in a wicked curse. Han Sheng smiled and accepted the Stygian coin. Although he was very rich, he didn't mind having more. The Stygian currency would never be too much. Seeing that the toad was strangely stepping out of the threshold of the hotel, he didn't forget to thank him. Dear customer, thank you for your tip. This sentence is humiliating and redundant to thank you, and it properly belongs to killing someone and stabbing again. The toad was weird and almost fell at the door, and turned around and scolded. Stinky rat, as long as I meet you again in the future, I will definitely tear you alive. We're here to help. Han Shang showed a friendly smile. This belongs to the murderous and treacherous heart, and clearly told the toad that it is weird. You have the ability to bite me. The toad was weird and angry, his cheeks bulged, and he became a frog alive. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move when he was angry. The rules were over there, unless he didn't want to die. Han Shang no longer paid attention to the toad that was about to explode, turned around, walked back to the kitchen. He stopped for a few seconds when passing the stairs leading to the second floor. Here he could feel a powerful yin qi. There was a big guy living on this floor. His strength was very strong, which was consistent with the information of the previous life. It's best not to go upstairs. That guy is not easy to mess with. Han Shang is not an arrogant person, although he is not afraid of trouble, but he will not cause trouble for no reason. After stopping at the staircase for a few seconds, he walked to the kitchen, and as soon as he returned to the kitchen, Lu Tong and the three of them gathered over, and their eyes were full of respect. Now Lu Tong and the others have seen Han Shang's method several times. If they want to say something, they are strong. Not only are they not timid in the face of weirdness, but they have a powerful aura of incomparable confidence. This person is not a tricky god, but now no one believes it. Han, brother Han. Lu Tong changed his name, and his tone was more excited. We still need to work for 2 hours before we can go out. The trial of Yen Yunlu is until the store closes, that is, at 12 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 2 hours before the time. Therefore, when Lu Tong and the three of them saw the hope of life, they naturally had a color of joy. Han Shang still had a lot of things to do here, and he looked at Lu Daodao. There are fewer customers outside. I want to go out once. You can go to the work in the lobby in the back. Remember not to be afraid, be bold and careful. If there is any problem, my friends will help you. Han Shang glanced at Lin Shui. Lin Shui was yawning all day now. She was bored to death, and no one dared to assign her to work, and there were many tricks in the lobby. Who dared to provoke this ruthless person? Lu Tong nodded hurriedly, and then continued to be busy. And Han Shang walked to the door leading to the backyard, and at this time, a strange figure suddenly stopped him, and his face in the dark came to Han Shang, and he said in an extremely gloomy way, "Stinky rats, you can't get out here." Han Shang smiled. Can't you really go out? Lu Tong has already gone out. Aren't you obviously targeting me when you say this now? why don't you look at me? Your boss asked me to go out, why do you have an opinion? The weird in the shadows was stunned for 2 seconds, and then immediately gave up his position. Han Shang sneered and pushed open the door and walked out of the kitchen. A cold evil aura hit the backyard, and the eyes were dry bones all over the ground. This place is wicked. Han Shang thought so in his heart. Han Shang arrived at the backyard. This place is not big, more than 100 square meters, for high walls. The top of his head is a gray patch, and the ground is a high white bone. Standing in the midst of this, Han Shang felt that his body was cold and biting, and there was a well in a clearing in front of him. The edge of the well was octagonal, the mouth of the well was narrow, the bottom was wide, and a cloud of black gas was dancing above. Han Shang took a few steps forward, less than 10 meters away from the well, and there was a voice from there, low and powerful, like a high-ranking person who had lived for a long time giving orders. It's a stinky rat again. Did Yen Yunlu poke the rat's nest today? Hey, the guy over there, hurry up. Faced with such a situation, Han Shang naturally would not immediately obey. Even Lu Tong knew that there was danger in this well, so he didn't dare to approach. How could Han Shang walk over? However, Han Shang is smarter than Lu Tong. He is very good at acting at this time, and he pretends to be frightened in the face of irrefutable orders. You, who are you? Don't care who I am. If you don't come, I'll come out and eat you immediately, and those who know each other will hurry over. The sound in the well was slightly urgent. Okay, don't hurt me, I'll go now. Han Shang still pretended to be scared and agreed, but instead of taking a step forward, he stopped. There was even an extra bone spur in his hand. When the guy in the well heard Han Shang coming, there was a hint of joy in his tone, and he spoke again. You're a lot bolder than the rat in front. That guy was scared away by my throat. Ha, you rats are cowards. Oh, that's because you're too strong. Han Shang said in a casual manner. Humph, of course, the store manager in this Yen Yun building can beat me, and everyone else is scum in my eyes. The guy in the well said proudly. Oh, what kind of skills does the store manager have? Han Shang began to talk about the store manager, and it was not impossible to get some information unexpectedly. Hey, don't get too far, come here. The guy in the well is getting impatient. Oh, I'm rushing over, be patient. Han Shang said casually, but he still didn't move. 5 seconds later, the guy in the well wondered. Wait, you kid didn't come here at all, you're still there. Stinky rats, you are really cowards, and if you don't come again, I'll eat you right now. Now I found out that I didn't go over. There is something wrong with this guy. Han Shang suddenly thought of something, but his feet still didn't move, and he even became more and more calm. Yes, I don't dare to go over. You were so fierce. Who dares to get so phoneme? Alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Han Shang said with a hint of fear. The guy in the well was silent, and after an interval of 3 seconds, he spoke again. Don't be afraid, as long as you come, I promise not to hurt you. Do you swear? Han Shang knew that strange oaths were like laws, and if they didn't obey them, they would be punished. After a few seconds of silence, the guy in the well seemed very reluctant, and finally said with determination. Well, I swear I'll never eat you, so you can come over now. No, if you don't eat it, it doesn't mean you can't hurt me. Han Shang seized the loophole, and although he kept his oath, he would dig holes and play tricks, just like humans. Okay, I promise not to eat you, not to hurt you. This time you are satisfied, right? The guy in the well went berserk. Han Shang laughed at this time. A few waves of temptation were basically certain. The guy in the well couldn't get out, and secondly, his perception was limited. At least he wouldn't immediately know whether he was moving or not. In the end, he needs the essence blood of humans, and the essence blood of humans can help Weird restore his strength, and the trick in it should have been trapped for a long time, and the loss is great, so he urgently needs a living person to replenish it. This also explains why Lu Tong had a different encounter with the white bone puppet. Of course, he had other plans, otherwise he wouldn't have sworn by him. So now that it's been decided, it's not interesting to install it later. Han Shang mischievously picked up a bone and threw it towards the wellhead, and the bone flew to the wellhead, where it was directly shattered by the airflow materialized by the dense gas. What do you kid want to do? The guy in the well was furious. He had already reacted that Han Shang was teasing him, and he wouldn't come to the well at all. Stinky rat, you are too cunning. Hee hee, if you have the ability, you can jump out and eat me now. Han Chang sneered. Don't think I don't dare, I'm just. It's just that you can't get out, and you don't have eyes, so you can't see if I'm past or not. You're listening with your ears, right? Han Chang was anti-guest, and his tone became sharp. You guy. The strange momentum in the well was suppressed in an instant. Obviously Han Chang was right. Then, if you want to catch a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme person and eat it, to replenish your strength, then if I didn't guess your killing rule wrong, I just need to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you. After all, Han Chang has been in the weird apocalypse and has seen a lot. You also know this. The well was surprised this time. His killing rules are very different in the weird, and few people know about it. His scalp suddenly went numb, and the guys outside were extremely difficult to deal with. Of course I know, and not only that, but I also know that if you can't eat people, then you can get out of it by other means, but you need someone to help you do that, so you are willing to swear to give up cannibalism. Han Chang continued to analyze. You, who the hell are you? Said in a strange tone in the well. Han Chang said it all. His original intention was to recover his strength by eating people, which was the most direct and convenient way to get out of trouble. But if you can't eat people, you have to rely on other methods. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that I maybe, might help you. Han Chang said playfully, and then added, it mainly depends on your sincerity. I see. The strange in the well immediately made a decision this time, and immediately said, I swear, I will never hurt the human friend who came to help me. As long as you help me get out of this dry well, I will never hurt him. Very well, so now let's talk about how I can help you get out of the dry well? Han Chang asked. Help me find my eyes. As long as I have eyes, I can recover most of my strength, and the prohibition in this well will no longer be able to trap me. Then where are your eyes? At the Yen Yun Lu boss's place, he trapped me here. The strange in the well suddenly became excited. Perhaps it was this hatred that made him unforgettable. He suddenly said vigorously, friend, I promise that as long as you help me get out of trouble, I can still give you a good thing. I can sense the weirdness in you, you contract a little trick, but it's funny, that thing is just right for you. Then I have no reason to refuse. Han Chang smiled and said, deal, I'll help you get your eyes back. After saying that, Han Changchao retreated, and it was not until he was about to reach the door that he turned around and went back to the hotel. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Han Chang immediately rushed into the room where all kinds of skins had been stored before. The shadow worm was not dead, he was nailed to the floor by bone spurs, and it was extremely painful. Coming to the weird insect, Han Chang looked down at it. Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? I won't believe your nonsense. The shadow worm cursed. Okay, then you just keep waiting to die, disturb. After Han Chang finished speaking, he went out, and an urgent cry came from behind him. Wait, my friend, I'm joking. I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, you just ask. A sneer appeared at the corner of Han Chang's mouth, and he turned around and went back to the storage room. The shadow worm, a cat-like spook, lives in the shadows and hates light. In the corner, the underground is its favorite perch. And in the house with the shadow worm, there is no place that this guy doesn't know. The reason is very simple, this thing is not welcome, nor is it tricky. He goes around the corner every day, relying on his small and flexible posture, and there is almost no place to stop him. Therefore, it can go to most areas of the building, and it naturally knows Yen Yun Tower well. Han Chang was definitely right when he asked this trick worm, and then he grabbed the bone spur and asked. Tell me, where does the manager phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme here? 2 floors, replied the strange worm. Be specific. Han Chang moved his bone spurs. I hope you can cooperate well, otherwise I will let you go. In the middle of the 2 floors. The weird worm's face was in extreme pain. Well, what's in the yard behind this house? Han Chang added, it's the guy in the well. I knew it was a very strong eye demon, and it had been locked up for hundreds of years, and when I came here, the guy was locked up. The eye monster is terrifying, and I usually don't dare to approach it, so I don't know very well. Han Chang nodded. He knew the eye demon. It was a very powerful weirdness, and their attack method was also very special. that is, the legendary killing with eyes. To put it more bluntly, it is to stare at you. And there is some kind of trickery in their gaze. As long as he glares at him, then the blood veins in your body will be reversed, and a huge force will come from within, tearing your body apart. This move is absolutely murderous and invisible. Some super powerful demons are like this. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme a glance can kill a large group of weird. So this kind of guy is very difficult to mess with, and he is also a notoriously difficult character in the trick world. Did that demon have a pair of eyes for the store manager to hide? Han Chang slowly pushed forward, and finally asked the key point. This, I don't know. The shadow worm swallowed. Han Chang moved the bone spur again at the right time, and the painful thing screamed, that pair of eyes is in the store manager's room. Are there any restrictions in the manager's room? I mean the mechanism or something. No, otherwise how would I get in? But that room is too dangerous for me not to go to. Very well, then you explain what is necessary. Han Imaging was a cat that smelled the fishy smell, and broke the casserole to ask the end. Is this important? I'm just stealing the Stygian coin. The manager of the store is rich and lives in a big hotel, while I am poor and can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme in this shabby place. The shadow worm said indignantly. It's really the accent of the times, and even weirdness feels like this. Han Chang snorted and said. Okay, I'm done with my question, so? Are you going to let me go now? The shadow worm became excited. No, you deserve hell. Han Chang suddenly exerted a force on his hand, and the bone spur sent a few points forward. Stinky rat, you said you were going to let me go. The shadow worm scolded. The hole in his chest was twice as large, and it seemed that he would not be able to hold out for a few minutes. Han Chang let go of his hand and sneered, there's no way you let you know too much. If I let you go, maybe you'll go to the store manager and tell him that somebody is thinking about the devil's eyes. What do you think is going to happen? Han Chang opened the door, then turned around and added, remember to be grateful to me. I didn't kill you immediately and let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme a few more minutes. Grass, stinky rat, you're a fucking demon. The scolding of the shadow worm echoed fiercely in the storage room, but unfortunately the door was closed, and Han Chang outside couldn't hear it at all. Even if you really hear it, with Han Chang's kind of interest-oriented, cheekless character, will you care? It must be that people don't talk much, and when they come back, they will insert a few more bone spurs and send the shadow worm to the sky in time. When Han Chang came outside the house, he had to take care of the trial first, and he was not in a hurry to send the white bone puppet to the second floor to get his eyes. Coincidentally, at this time, Lu Tong really encountered something. He ran over with a worried face, and said urgently. Brother Han, no, there's another troublemaker. This time people didn't report the name of a dish, let's serve it casually. It's really suspicious if you don't order food. After hearing this, Han Chang said, okay, I'll do this, you can go and do something else. Lu Tong nodded and was about to leave, but Han Chang grabbed him again and whispered in his ear. You help me pay attention to that skinny weirdness, this thing won't let us go so easily. I understand Brother Han, I must be staring at him. Lu Tong went. Han Chang walked to the lobby, and at this time, the lobby was silent, and all eyes fell on table 17. There sat a charming young woman, with long wavy hair, a delicate face without a hint of reverie, autumn fluctuating eyes. In front of her was a snowy peak, wearing a light blue dress, and her slender arms were as white as jade. This woman is indeed very beautiful, but it is not enough to attract so many eyeballs. What attracts the attention of the weird people is her strong strength, and Han Chang sensed the bursts of yin qi on the weird woman. As he approached, Han Chang felt the heavy pressure, and even breathing was unnatural. No wonder it was so quiet. It turned out that Wei also knew how to do tricks in a low-key manner, for fear of provoking the dissatisfaction of this big man at this time. Han Changban straightened his waist, gently patted Miss Bai Gu on his left abdomen, and comforted him, but his face was neither humble nor arrogant, and he bowed slightly, without losing his manners. Guest, you just said that we can serve the food casually, which really makes us very embarrassed. Can you please order a few dishes, and let us prepare? The beauty raised her neck strangely and slightly, looking at Han Chang lazily, and her tone seemed to be soft but actually threatening. Is there a rule in Yenyun Mansion that customers must report the name of the dish? Human, hurry up and prepare, I need 6 dishes, they must be delivered within half an hour, don't let my patience wear out. After speaking, he looked away from Han Chang and ignored Han Chang, and at the same time, a vague yin chi turned into an invisible force and spread around. Han Chang's chest was stuffy, his forehead suddenly tightened, he stared at the strange woman in front of him, realizing that this was only a strange entry level, and his strength was above Archie. Even if he called Lin Shua to come over to help, it would be impossible to beat this woman, not to mention the store manager on the second floor. But obediently make 6 dishes, is this really feasible? This weird one is obviously here to stir up trouble. What she wants to eat is herself and Lu Tong and a few humans. Don't report the name of the dish, casually, as long as the satisfaction is less than 60 points, they all have to die here. What should I do? Han Chang's mind was racing rapidly, and soon his body straightened, his face regained its brilliance, and he said with full of energy. Guest, if I would like to recommend you a dish, you will definitely like it. The strange woman showed curiosity, turned her head and looked at Han Chang again. The tricky woman is very strong, her demeanor is also elegant and noble, and the yin chi on her body is full of inviolable and powerful aura. For such a character, if you go to cater to her, such as being a licking dog, then you will not get anything, but will get her contempt and disdain. In the eyes of the strong, the weak are all right. In this case, it will only make the strong feel more that they are above and can pinch the weak at will. So the kind of person who licks the strong when he sees the strong and slaps the sycophants is not a smart person. So in the face of the strong to confront, the face is hard? The result will also be tragic, the hero does not suffer the immediate loss, and the Green Mountains are not worried about the lack of firewood. The wise words of the ancients are not just talking, it is really reasonable. You can't beat it hard, and the most annoying thing is the hard-mouthed king, which is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme forced or sick. Han Chang is healthy, has a clear mind, and does not like to shoot horses at every opportunity, let alone take the initiative to provoke tough opponents. He knows exactly how to arouse the favor of the strong, and that is to keep him curious about you. In ancient times, the lobbyists relied on this to eat, and used all kinds of strange actions and exaggerated words to attract the attention of powerful people from all walks of life. Then threaten them, analyze their interests, and finally get great benefits for themselves. So at this moment, Han Chang also took out something that made him weird and curious, a dish that didn't exist at all. Sure enough, the tricky woman took the bait, she turned her head to look at Han Chang, the corners of her mouth hooked slightly, and said with interest. Tell me, what kind of dish is it? It's a vegetable salad, mixed with hundreds of vegetables, added with delicate cream, and then stirred, with the world's most precious sesame oil. If you look at it on the surface, vegetable salad, a food that is convenient for girls to lose weight, is a bit petit bourgeois, which should make this strange woman interested. It's a pity that the tricky woman waved her hand after hearing a few words, and said in disgust. If you serve such a dish, I want to eat you right now. Oh, yes, then I know what to serve, thank you for the information. Han Chang was not frustrated by the failure of the recommendation, on the contrary, he also showed a happy expression. As if it was really as he said, he knew what the woman wanted to eat. The strange woman raised her interest again, looked at Han Chang and asked. You're very interesting, you know what to serve without saying anything, tell me what kind of dishes they are? Han Chang smiled awkwardly, spread his hands, and said with a wry smile. You're so smart, you see through my tricks, I don't know what you want to eat. Be humble at the right time, make the strong realize that he is in control, and thus give him a sense of satisfaction, so that he can continue to have a good impression of the weak, and a sense of conquest that is not at all existent. Sure enough, the woman snorted coldly and said with a smile. Oomph, you stinky rat, you're cunning. You know what? You're so thick-skinned. Generally, the Great Wall is not as thick as mine. Han Chang smiled. How dare you speak, the guy who spoke to me like this last time is just a pile of bones. The woman waved her hand, hurry up, it's been 5 minutes, and there are still 25 minutes left. As you wish. Han Chang smiled and bowed back, then calmly walked to the kitchen. At the moment, all the weirdness was looking at him, and this stunned stinky rat was too eye-catching. Now in the face of a terrible evil spirit, this thing is still fearless, and it talks eloquently, even if it is exposed to the trick, there is no panic at all. Watching him walk towards the kitchen with great calmness, many tricks suspected that this guy was already confident. In fact, Han Shang did know what dishes to serve, and he was more than 90% sure that he would be able to pass the test. On the other side, something happened just now when Han Shang was talking to the strange woman. The skinny weird had been watching from behind, and when he saw Han Shang and the weird woman all the time, he wanted to rush over to stop the stinky mouse. Does this little bastard really want to offend an evil and weird person? This woman can tear down the entire Yen Yun Tower. What's more, this is a good opportunity to send all these stinky rats into the oil pot. How can you let this bastard beep again? But when he was about to step out, someone stopped him. Lin Shui carried a baseball bat on her shoulder, yawned, and squinted at the lobby steward. I just have nothing to do, and I'm happy to fight. The murderous gaze made the skin and bones tremble. He had seen the methods of the woman in front of him, and his strength was definitely above the killing level, and he himself was a killing intermediate. If he fought Lin Shui, he would not be able to get any benefits, and he might even be injured. Skinny gritted his teeth and endured it, glared at Lin Shui viciously, and then turned to leave, and began to think about how to pit Han Shang and the others again. This group of stinky rats must not let them go, not a single one of them can be let go. Here, Han Shang returned to the kitchen and faced the tricky chef. Do you have a lot of tricky ingredients? A kind of magic and weirdness that sees people talk and sees tricks and tricks, which can be called a husky in the trick world. Yes, the biggest advantage of this product is also his biggest disadvantage, that is, he is too good at complaining, and he has to complain about anyone he sees, so this weirdness is very annoying, and he is not liked by weirdness. The only one who can judge in front of a powerful evil monster is this kind of fool. There is one, I just killed it the day before yesterday. Chef Wei thought for a moment and said. Very good, make a braised pork with many mouths, remember to put more spices in cooking wine, and send another bottle of good red wine later, it will take more than 50 years. Han Shang instructed in every detail. Are you sure that evil ghost loves to eat this? But the tricky chef glared at Han Shang suspiciously. Originally, the life and death of Han Shang's group of stinky rats had nothing to do with him, and he even hoped that Han Shang would get into the oil pot quickly, but the bone spurs on his body still made him quite worried about Han Shang's safety, so he asked such a question. Of course, I'm pretty sure that this dish can definitely reach more than 80 points, and there are a few dishes that are all meat dishes and no vegetables. Han Shang commanded again, and then clapped his hands and shouted, You pigs, all hurry up and get busy with me, otherwise I will let my friend stone him to death first, and send it to the oil pot to let that evil and weird taste first. The strange expressions of the crowd were angry, but none of them dared to stand up and say a word, because the guy who dared to yell at Han Shang before had already fried it in the oil pot. Brother Han, that skinny weird was also scared by us. This is Lu Tong, and Lin Shui also came over, especially Lu Tong. He is much calmer now, and he has long lost his helplessness and despair before. Well, keep staring at that skinny weird, I'm sure he's going to have to do something. Han Shang's eyes were gloomy. In fact, he really wanted to slaughter that skinny guy, but unfortunately he didn't have a chance yet. Looking around again, Han Shang saw that he was okay for the time being, so he planned to release the white bone puppet to steal the eyes of the demon. He walked into the skin pantry anyway, and the shadow worm inside was dead. Sitting down cross-legged, the yin chi on Han Shang's body floated up, and after a few fluttering and coiling, two fist-sized little guys came out of Han Shang's clothes, quietly pushed open the door, and went out one after another. Releasing two white bone puppets in a row, Han Shang was bound to win, and the eye demon trick was the key to obtaining the critical stone tablet. The two bone golems set off one after the other, their small bodies climbing over the railing, climbing up the second floor along the pillar in the corner, and then quickly passing through the corridor to the door of the middle room. The door to the middle room was closed, and there was a powerful weirdness waiting inside, and you could feel the strong sense of oppression through the door. You can't rush in. With the vigilance of this kind of strong person, the slightest movement will be discovered. Han Shang gave an order to the two weird beasts, telling them to find a place to hide first and wait for the opportunity. Fortunately, the time came quickly, and it wasn't long before a strange man in a hotel uniform arrived at the door with a dark-faced man. Our store manager is inside, customers, you wait a minute. The hotel tapped on the door lightly and said, Manager, Mr. Zhuang is here. Well, let him in. A deep, gruff voice came from inside the room. Mr. Zhuang, our store manager is invited. Pushing open the door, the hotel made a gesture of please. The man known as Mr. Zhuang stepped inside, followed by the greeting of an old friend. Store manager Go, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are really idle enough. If I have such good luck as you, I will also open a tricky shop. How can it be as light as you say? I have trouble every day, and now there is an evil and weird thing downstairs, and I have to serve a snack on that thing. There is a heavy figure sitting behind the 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide desk, like a mountain of meat. Even if it sits, it is more than 1 meter 7 high, and the wide body is even more bulging chair. The face was equally chubby, the head was a little pointed, like a triangle, and a large grin with jagged teeth in the mouth. With a cigar in his hand, the smoke fills the room, but it is not choking, but there is a cozy and lazy atmosphere. This weird-looking guy is the manager of Yanyanlu. He is not the boss, but he is responsible for everything in this store. At this moment, he greeted Mr. Zhuang warmly when he arrived, and then he glanced at the clerk at the door. Bring me my amethyst tea set. Yes, store manager. The clerk left, and not long after he pushed a delicate cart to the door, on which was placed a set of exquisite tea sets, antique, with teapots, tea bowls, pedestals, all kinds of gimmicks for scrubbing, a few pebbles placed in the middle, forming a hill, but quite cultural. Because there was a threshold at the door, the clerk lifted the cart to step over. Seeing this opportunity, Han Chang let a white bone puppet jump into the car, hide under the car, and follow him into the store manager's room. After putting down the tea cart, the clerk left, closing the door as he left. The shopkeeper in the house got up to pour tea for Mr. Zhuang personally. He stood up to be 2 meters tall, more than 1 meter wide, and his waist was like a big wine barrel. Mr. Zhuang came to try my zombie tea. This thing is made of zombie tricks as fertilizer, and the taste is guaranteed to be as good as you like. I like human blood tea even more. Mr. Zhuang got up and walked over. He was more than 1.9 meters tall, his whole body was strong, he looked like a martial artist, and he was wearing loose clothes. In addition to the dark face on his face, there was a pair of blazing eyes, which flashed imperceptibly fierce from time to time. Chaos has begun, and the old guys are not satisfied. Mr. Zhuang grabbed the tea bowl, suddenly suppressed his voice, and changed his words. The big guys have always been like this, haven't they? Said store manager Go, sipping his tea, also lowering his voice. This is the prelude to a storm that can destroy the whole world. What the hell is that? That's all I know about the brilliance of God. Mr. Zhuang put down the tea bowl, looked outside the door and said, I have to go. Jinwei Street is almost here. The boss asked you to make some preparations. Reassure the boss that nothing will go wrong. Store manager Go also put down the tea bowl, and then opened the door for Mr. Zhuang in person. Mr. Zhuang stepped out the door, glanced down the hallway, and then walked away quickly. Store manager Go closed the door and went back to the house, but at this moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his originally drooping eyes instantly burst into essence and shot to a corner. With a whoosh, a shadow flashed, and the speed was very fast, and it was silent in an instant. Puppet! Store manager Go looked at him tightly. Even if the thing was fast, it didn't escape his eyes, and he flew out after a low drink. The white bone puppet outside the door deliberately made a noise, and then attracted the store manager Go to chase after him. The little guy is not strong but agile. The key is that the body is small. It is convenient to drill there, and it will disappear when he drills into the crack in the wall. Store manager Go was faster. His fat body burst out with incredible agility, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the corner of the wall, and a meaty hand waved out and grabbed at the wall. With a bang, Yin Yunlu trembled slightly, and store manager Go's fat hand scratched through a wall, and between the smoke and dust, there was an extra white bone puppet in his hand. Little mouse, where is your master's white bone trick? Store manager Go squinted, and the wicker-like black light danced all over his body, spreading out along the almost transparent thin line on the white bone puppet's body. At this moment, Han Chang, who realized the danger, immediately cut off the connection with this white bone puppet. Poof! The white bone puppet in store manager Go's hand dissipated, and his eyes sank. Damn, that little mouse found out. He looked downstairs, his expression full of solemnity. At this critical moment, who came to the store to peep? Is it that evil and weird? The store manager Go quickly returned to the store manager's room, and through the floor-to-ceiling window, he looked at the table of the strange woman downstairs. His eyes were full of vigilance and suspicion. At this time, another bone puppet outside the door poked its head out, holding a pair of goo eyes in his arms, which was stolen by the strangeness in the house when the store manager Go was chasing just now. This little guy is very fast, and because store manager Go is too careless, his eyes are generously placed on the loft board on the wall, and it is easy to get it. The shadow insect didn't lie, and there was no prohibition on this thing. It is estimated that the store manager Go was very strong, and he didn't provoke for a long time, and this thing was confused by the quiet years, otherwise it wouldn't be defenseless at all. Now that the eye demon had stolen out, the remaining bone golems scurried towards the hole in the wall. Store manager Go also helped a lot, and the hole he scratched with his hand was just right for the white bone puppet to escape quickly. In less than half a minute, a little guy burrowed into the storage room, and two walnut-sized eyes rolled in front of Han Chang. Looking at this pair of eyes, Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled, and quickly put it away. Without further ado, hurry up and find the eye demon. But as soon as Han Chang walked out of the storage room, the trickster who greeted him put a plate full of mouthy tricky meat on the table. It's your turn to deliver food. Han Chang stopped and smiled. Okay, I'll send it now. The strange thing in the eye can only be put aside for the time being, and deal with the evil and weird first. Picking up the steaming mouthful of treacherous meat, Han Chang calmly walked to the lobby. Han Chang's appearance once again attracted many strange eyes, and like the previous times, this time it was even more silent and surprisingly quiet. At the same time, looking at the dishes in Han Chang's hands, many strange people were curious. What kind of dishes were this delivered? Evil and weird, that is. The strange woman was also extremely curious. A pair of apricot eyes widened slightly, and watched with great interest as Han Chang delivered the food. This is a lot of mouthy tricks. The tricky woman recognized it at a glance, and her tone was surprised, as if her WeChat chat was being peeped at. With this sentence, Han Chang showed a hint of joy, and sure enough, my judgment was completely accurate. Yes, honorable guest, this is a lot of mouthy meat, with a lot of good ingredients. Please taste it slowly. Han Chang bowed as he spoke. The strange woman was a little stunned. She looked at Han Chang, and the disbelief in her eyes was overflowing. And looking at the strange woman in such a stunned appearance, the surrounding people who watched the lively melon-eating weird were also shocked. What is the origin of this human being? He really guessed it, and sent a dish that the strange woman likes very much. Then 5 other dishes were also sent in turn. Some people made soup with blood, fried broken bones, stir-fried human eyes, steamed skin sacks, sweet and sour sausages. The 5 dishes were all meat dishes, and they were all dishes made of human materials, and she was stunned for a few seconds when she looked at these dishes, and from her stunned expression, she could see that these 5 dishes were quite suitable for her taste. Turning her head, the tricky woman couldn't hold back any longer, looked at Han Chang and asked. Interesting, you haven't been boastful before, you do know what to serve. It's just that I'm curious how you did it, and the other weird people were looking forward to it at this time, just as curious. Han Chang smiled slightly, and his answer was elusive. These are all told to me, distinguished guest. No way, I didn't say anything before. The strange woman's apricot eyes widened, and she was a little angry. I'm not lying, you said before that if I send a vegetable salad, then you want to eat me on the spot. I had been observing you at that time, and you frowned slightly, obviously disgusted by the word vegetable. Han Chang said with a slight expression. Indeed, I hated eating vegetables the most since I was a child. The tricky woman was stunned, but then she asked again, then what's the matter with this main dish with a lot of mouthy meat? This is also what you said. Didn't you say that the guy who was noisy in front of you last time has turned into white bones? So I guess the only thing that will dare to be noisy in front of you is duo talk. This thing is very cheap, everyone knows it. Han Chang shrugged his shoulders with a smug expression. The strange woman was stunned for another 2 seconds after hearing this, and then smiled. Yes, your powers of observation and your eloquent words are very good, and I have to admire you as a clever mouse. But if this is not Yenyun Tower, even if I risk punishment at this moment, I will eat you. Being tricked by a mouse's IQ, the evil and weird heart is unhappy, but Yen Yunlu wants to give face, and she can't make a mistake. Thank you for the compliments. Han Chang was very thick-skinned and didn't care at all. I didn't take the threat of a strange woman seriously at all. Humph. The strange woman glanced at Han Chang disdainfully, and then smiled again. But you're really interesting, so if you have a chance, you can come to this place. The strange woman elegantly shook her hand, and a small silver card was caught by Han Chang. There is an address written on it, 13, Jinwei Street. Han Chang glanced up at the strange woman. He remembered this town Trick Street. This place is not simple. In the previous life, this street was a place where countless weird people gathered, with all kinds of trial trick shops. It was a very special and extremely lively place. Of course, it was also full of death, with nameless corpses lying on the corners, and the strong smell of blood in the air. This town was extremely dangerous. Han Chang quietly put the card away. The strange woman smiled playfully, and then tasted the food. I just casually ate a few bites of the 6 dishes and dropped the chopsticks, and then gave a high score of 90. Finally, he dropped 300 coins and got up and left. Looking at the strange departure of this evil ghost, the atmosphere in the lobby that had been suppressed for a long time was lively again, but at this moment, many strange objects of conversation were Han Chang. The rat's performance was so impressive. To escape this realm, you must defeat the realm's master. And the master of the realm has supreme strength in the realm, and in a flash of thought, he can summon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and endless weirdness comes from all directions, strangling and devouring everything. The souls of the deceased will be imprisoned forever in the Bloodland Welfare Institute, and they will become part of the Blood Welfare Institute's power. This kind of domain-level trick is extremely lethal, and there are also extremely harsh conditions for obtaining this level of trickery. First of all, it has to be a 12-year-old. And it's a girl. Han Chang didn't understand this, but that's what he got the news. In the last life, the person who had this trick was a girl named Lin Shui. She is petite and lovely, with a pair of watery eyes that are harmless to humans and animals, but no one dares to look directly at these eyes. Those who see it are in danger of their lives. Lin Shui also relied on this magic skill to be revered as the queen of the blood domain in the weird post-world world. Dominate the city of 10 ruins and become the overlord of one side, and no one is disrespectful. In the previous life, Han Chang had only seen her once, and she was still far away. At that time, the lady of the blood domain was already 18 years old, beautiful and cold and glamorous, and arrogance and death were always around, like roses on a desperate mountain. As far as the eye can see, 10,000 people surrender. Now Han Chang is looking for this Lin Shui. If he can see her before the weirdness and establish a good impression with her, he will be able to be included in his command in the future. With the right-hand man of this divine skill, Han Chang will become even stronger. At this time, Han Chang stopped, and he saw a girl on the side of the road in front of him looking at him with wary eyes. It was a pair of big watery eyes, breathtaking. Behind the girl was a 3-story house with red walls, and a dilapidated wooden sign hanging from the entrance to the courtyard. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. The 9th Welfare Institute of Dongjiang City. Han Chang saw that the girl was about 11 or 12 years old, staring at the stranger who came over with big eyes, as if he was a little afraid, and when he saw Han Chang approaching, he turned around and ran into the welfare home. But the girl didn't run a few steps, and was stopped by several boys who were a few years older, and these boys were 5 big and 3 thick, like a few hills blocking the girl. The fat boy who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme crossed his hands on his hips and shouted fiercely. Lin Shui, did you put the dead frog on my bed? Lin Shui glared at the fat boy fiercely, silent. Maid, it's you, you're looking for death, the fat boy scolded, glancing left and right, and a few boys surrounded him. Lin Shui turned around and ran back, but it was too late. Boys on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme side gathered around her and blocked her in the middle. I still want to run. You little devil, beat me to death. The fat boy screamed and punched Lin Shui in the face. Lin Shui stumbled, fell, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Lin Shui was very stubborn, staring at the fat boy viciously with a pair of big eyes, and she didn't cry. Dare to stare at me, let you stare at me, let you stare again. The fat boy raised his foot and kicked it. Lin Shui blocked his head with his hand, and let the surrounding punches and kicks be silent. It didn't take long for Lin Shui to be beaten and her head was bleeding, and her blue floral skirt was dirty, and several boys were also tired and relaxed for a while. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Shui suddenly jumped up and bit the fat boy's ear. Oops! The fat boy screamed like a pig, grabbing Lin Shui's hair with his backhand and pulling it around. Stinky woman, Lao Tzu killed you today. Lin Shui was thin after all, and her 11 or 12-year-old height was less than the fat boy's chin, and she was torn open by the fat boy, but Lin Shui also bit off a piece of flesh, and the fat boy's earlobe was bloody. Made, the fat boy was furious and kicked with his foot. This foot is so powerful that even if an adult is kicked, he will be injured, let alone a girl like Lin Shui. Once kicked, Lin Shui had to be seriously injured. Even the store manager Go on the second floor was impressed by Han Chang. This guy and his companions had just come to the store and killed a low-level weirdly way, and then he was repeatedly brilliant in the trials. Such a human being could not be an ordinary person. Store manager Go was moved. He wanted to meet this Han Chang in person. Grabbing the bell on his desk, he shook it gently. After a ding-dong sound, a clerk knocked on the door. "Go, bring me the human who just went downstairs." "Yes, store manager." Downstairs, Han Chang took the 300 dark coins into his arms and left happily. As soon as he returned to the kitchen, Lu Tong and several people gathered over. "Brother Han, it's already 11:30, and it will be early morning in half an hour, and our trial is almost over." The joy of Lu Tong was beyond words, thinking about the despair in his eyes before, and now he was about to leave alive. The difference was still very big, of course, thanks to Han Chang. Han Chang was very calm. With his understanding of weirdness, the more he went to the end of the trial, the more he would come out, and weirdness didn't have much goodness. "Everyone should take it easy, and don't let your guard down until you go out. Han Chang's words have just been exported, and this troublemaker is coming." I saw that the Skinny and Bone came from the other end strangely, and said with a gloomy expression, "The rats have just counted your luck, but your trial is not over, so don't be too happy, and from now on you go clean up the corpses." "We won't," one of the team members immediately refused, but as soon as he said this, he knew that he regretted it. If you dare to disobey the trial, you will die." Skinny smiled sinisterly, black chi danced on his fingers, and an extremely dangerous aura burst out of his body. The team member who said the wrong thing stepped back in horror. Lu Tong was very righteous, and he wanted to step forward to help, but someone was faster than him and had already stopped this skinny weird. "Do you want to fight?" Lin Shui couldn't hold back for a long time, although the tricks in this place bypassed her, but her eyes were full of hostility, and Lin Shui, who had been isolated by the welfare home, was naturally extremely unhappy with this kind of gaze. "I have long wanted to catch a weird one, fight happily, and teach them a lesson to be respectful in the future." "You dodge." Skinny stopped his pace strangely. He was still very jealous of Lin Shui. "I don't flash, what can you do with me?" Lin Shui drooped her eyes and didn't let me go. Skinny gritted his teeth, stared at his eyes, and didn't dare to say a word of cruelty. The atmosphere froze. Just then, a voice broke it all. I saw a clerk walk into the kitchen and say loudly, "The human who delivered food to the evil ghost just now came over, and the store manager Go was invited." Hearing this, he took a step back and smiled sadly. "You're finished, store manager Go is eyeing you. No matter how much you can fight, you can't win him. Don't want to get out alive tonight, not a single one." Lu Tong and the others suddenly turned pale and looked at Han Chang uneasily. Han Chang's side was calm as usual, his brain was spinning rapidly without hindrance, and soon the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. This was an opportunity to get rid of this weird skin. After Han Chang thought about it in his heart, he had an idea to take this opportunity to kill this skinny weird. Brother Han is worthy of Brother Han. There is no face in his life dictionary. People phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the world. The one who wins is the strong, and the one who loses has nothing, so as long as he can win, everything can be thrown. What's more, it is useless and extremely annoying face. Han Chang naturally sees it very openly. Now, as long as he can kill this skinny weird, Han Chang doesn't mind sacrificing his invincible character. Immediately, he changed his image of being playful and impermanent, shrewd and resolute, and replaced it with a sad and complaining face. "The manager of the tricky shop asked me to go. It seems that there is more luck than luck." Drooping his head, Han Chang turned his head to look at Lu Tong and the others, and said bitterly, "I didn't expect that I had to stay in the end." "Brother Han, don't think like that. How can you stay if you're so powerful?" Lu Tong immediately persuaded. "That's right, Brother Han, it's only been half an hour, so I have to get through it. Yes, I've fought so far, but I can't give up." The other two team members also joined in the encouragement. Brother Han, it's a big deal, let's fight with this group of weird people and kill them together. Lin Shui's eyes widened, the little girl was fearless, and her righteousness was awe-inspiring. Han Chang still had a wry smile on his face, shaking his head, showing all kinds of helplessness. Looking at Lin Shui, he hugged her gently, as if he was saying goodbye at the end, full of reluctance. Skinny looked at it strangely, with a smug smile on his face, and urged indifferently. Hey, don't bother, where is my store manager waiting? Let him wait in a hurry, your kid died even worse. He. Han Cheng ignored this, and whispered a few words in Lin Shui's ear. Lin Shui's eyes lit up instantly, but this girl was not stupid. She immediately put away her mind, pretended to be very sad, and cried. Brother Han, then you should be careful. If something happens, call me, and we will save you. If something happens to me, you can run. What are you doing to save me? Han Cheng squeezed out a little smile, then turned around to leave, and gave Lin Shui a meaningful smile before leaving. In Han Cheng's heart, Lin Shui's performance is simply a full score. This woman is indeed Bing Shuai smart, and her acting skills are not bad at all. No wonder she was able to sit on the queen-level figure who dominated one side in the previous life. Let's go, our store manager is on the second floor. Seeing this, the clerk led the way, Han Cheng followed behind, and the two of them went out of the kitchen one after the other. There was a crooked passage after leaving the kitchen, and when Han Cheng passed through the passage, he quietly let out a white bone puppet, and at the same time handed over the pair of demonic eyes to the puppet. Lin Shui sighed, watching Han Cheng leave, secretly looked at the weirdness of her eyelids, and the corners of her mouth showed a trace of coldness. Brother Han is really powerful, he has already figured out how to kill this monster, humph. This thing doesn't even realize that it is going to be a big disaster now. The skinny bones are very nervous now, and the stinky rat that I can't get used to the most is called out by the store manager, and the rest is easy to do. Facing Lin Shui and a few people, this product set up a shelf again, and said fiercely. Hey, how many of you haven't gone over to dispose of the corpses? What are you doing here? The skin and bones swept over Lin Shui and the others with full of fear. These people were all full of anger, and none of them passed. But at this time, Lin Shui gave Lu Tong and the three of them a look, and then said to the skin. Let's dispose of the corpses, don't scream. Skinny snorted coldly, looking at Lin Shui and the others who finally got acquainted with each other to deal with the corpse. His face couldn't help but be happy, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arose. When he arrived at the workshop where the corpses were disposed of, a strange one swept Lin Shui and a few people, and then pointed to the two corpses on the stage. Just these two, dig out the inside, then separate the limbs, chop them into small pieces. Remember that there can be no loss of heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. This is all sold for money, and you will leave your life as if you messed up. Lu Tong glanced at the corpse on the stage, and suddenly became angry, gritting his teeth angrily. If nothing else, just because the two corpses on the stage were their teammates, the two who died before. It's so cruel. This is our teammate, Lu Tong wanted to shout at me not to do it, but was quietly kicked by Lin Shui. Lu Tong was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Shui suspiciously, and saw that the little girl stepped forward and threw out 300 yuan coins. Hey, how about making a deal? We'll take these two corpses, and the 300 coins will be yours. Lin Shui stared at the strange road in front of her. This weird look at the eyes of the dark coin, the greedy nature was obvious. He secretly glanced at the side of his eyelids, and found that the hall steward did not pay attention to him here, and went to do something else. He smiled secretly, and whispered to Lin Shui. Yes, but you'll have to find a corpse to replace you, or I'll have no meat. Lin Shui thought for a second and immediately replied. Instead of the corpse we have, you wait. After speaking, Lin Shui looked at the skinny side. The guy was checking the work of the tricky chefs, and his appearance was simply underwhelming, and he gave suspicious pointers from time to time, which made several weird chefs look at him coldly, and he was very unhappy. At this time, the white bone puppet left by Han Cheng appeared, and he quietly slipped to the back door leading to the courtyard, and then pushed the door to go out. Lin Shui saw the opportunity and suddenly shouted. What's that? The stunned voice instantly attracted the attention of all the strangers in the kitchen, and they all looked at the backyard door, but saw a white bone puppet slip out. Skinny was startled, and immediately rushed forward without much thought, and shouted in his mouth. Where did the white bone puppet come from? Search me around, there must be a white bone weird nearby. As he spoke, he himself had rushed to the door of the backyard, pulled them away, and chased them out urgently. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, he saw the white bone puppet, and the little guy was running quickly in the pile of bones, jumping, and then turning over to the mouth of the well, and was about to jump. Seeing this, Skinny immediately shouted, "Don't go down, come over to me." At the same time, the skin did not stop, and rushed quickly towards the dry well. The bone golem glanced back at him, then leaped into the well. Seeing that the white bone puppet finally jumped, Skinny hurriedly stopped. He knew who was trapped in the well. If he let that demon come out, he would definitely die. That guy's strength was not much worse than that of store manager Go, and it was even easier to kill himself. The only reassuring thing is that the eyes of the devil are gone, and this guy has lost most of his strength. But even so, he didn't want to take risks, and he retreated, more than 20 meters away from the wellhead. At this time, a domineering roar came from the well, as if a force was about to erupt from the well. "Ha, finally my eyes are back, store manager Go, and all the bastards in Yin Yung building. I'm going to kill you and stuff you all into the toilet and flush them away." With a domineering scolding, a pitch-black figure roared up from the well, with a black phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, like a pillar of punishment, straight into the sky. Horror was written on his skinny face, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. A pair of bright eyes burst out of the originally empty eye sockets of the eye demon, and looking at them couldn't help but make people chill. When did this guy steal the eye? By the way, it was the bone puppet. The skin and bones were weird immediately, but it was too late, and the strength of the eye demon with eye soared, and he wouldn't even have a chance to lift his shoes. Sure enough, although the eye demon was dressed in tattered clothes, an extremely fierce aura erupted from Joe's body, coming slowly, and the domineering spirit of the strong man was unstoppable. The eyes of the eye demon have extremely strong trickery, although this eye demon is not particularly powerful, and he can't stare at anyone to the point of death, but his chilling murderous and ferocious gaze has already frightened the skin and bones, and he doesn't dare to stay in the courtyard at all. Turning and running, it only took 2 seconds for Skinny to get back to the door, and then reached for the doorknob, but that's when something strange happened. The door suddenly opened on its own, and out of the door came a mischievous girl, with a baseball bat on her shoulder, staring at her skin with domineering and indifferent eyes. "If you still want to run, Brother Han has already arranged it for you clearly, you can die here." Seeing that the door was blocked by Lin Shui, he yelled angrily, "Get out!" Although he knew that Lin Shui was strong, the eye demon behind him was much stronger than Lin Shui. But compared with the two, there is still a better chance of desperately breaking through Lin Shui. It's a pity that such a chance is also slim. Lin Shui's whole body is full of blood, like a dragon protecting his body, forming a blood-colored barrier around his body, and before the attack of the skin and bones comes, this bloodlight will fly towards the skin and bone face door. Skinny clawed with both hands, and grabbed at the blood-colored barrier, and his momentum was not weak, but he couldn't penetrate the blood-colored barrier at all. On the contrary, he was pressed in front of him by the barrier, and he was pressed down by 1,000 forces, and the skin-covered bones took 3 steps back, and the flesh and blood on his chest were shattered, and he was blurred. The wounded Skinny knelt on one knee weakly, and his heart was at a loss at the moment. At this moment, Lin Shui only needs to make a move to easily end this weird, but she didn't kill the killer. In fact, she has more important things to do, and the matter of killing the skin and bones will be handed over to the eye demon. Whoever you swore by will not harm him who helps you out of the well. Lin Shui walked forward quickly, past the strange skin, and shouted at the demon in the eye, "I am a friend of the person who swore with you." "Cut, stinky rats are coming to remind me, get out of the way." The eye demon scolded him, but he didn't make a move, letting Lin Shui run past him. He turned his head sideways, and couldn't help but complain, "Hey, the blood demon on your body is a ruthless guy, that thing is stronger than me when it grows up." Lin Shui jumped on the wellhead at this time and turned her head to reply, "You don't care about my business, get out of the way." After speaking, Lin Shui jumped into the well. The eye demon was frightened, not angry, but laughed, and sighed. "This girl is interesting, but that kid is even more interesting, hee hee." The kid in the mouth of the demon naturally referred to Han Chang, and he suddenly raised one hand horizontally and grabbed a pile of bones. The pile of bones flew up, thousands of bones floating in the air. There was a little purple glimmer in it, and the eye demon turned his head violently. A pair of eyes floated with blacking chi, and in an instant, the air was filled with treacherous power, and the purple mang's short bones trembled in the air, as if something was tearing at it. Humph. There's still a trace of remnants, but it's useless. The demon sneered, and the light in his eyes skyrocketed by a few points, and the purple mang's short bones suddenly broke open with a crisp sound, and the brilliance dissipated immediately, leaving only a faint trace of soul intent. With a flick of his arm, the purple mang's short bones were thrown into the well. The demon said indifferently at this time. The gift I promised to that kid, you take it from the stinky girl, and we will never owe each other again. With that, the devil turned to look at the skin, and his expression was full of hatred. He has a monstrous hatred for all the tricks in Yen Yunlu, and he wants to kill every trick. Demon, my store manager will come over soon, why don't you take this opportunity to escape? He shouted loudly. He was telling the truth. How could the store manager not notice such a big movement in the backyard? Humph. Lao Tzu hates that someone teaches me how to do things. Am I really afraid of your store manager? He hates that someone mentions the manager of Yanyanla the most. The defeat of the year is his great shame, which pot of skin and bones is not opened, and he could have left a whole corpse, but now even the whole corpse is a luxury. Although the two were more than 20 meters apart, the invisible oppressive force did not have the slightest effect, and the skin and bones clicked all over the body, and the body seemed to be squeezed by something, tangled into a ball. With a bang, the skinny chest exploded, the internal organs flew everywhere, and the head was blown off, holding only a layer of skin still hanging on the body. Then the stump fell to the ground, and the skinny head cried out in horror. Spare your life, spare your life. Spare your head. The demon stepped on his head with a kick, and then he did not leave, but looked at the well. Over there, Lin Shui had already jumped out of the well. Just now she found the critical stone tablet in the well, and took the stone tablet away with the convenience store deed card that Han Chang gave her, and then she received the purple mang's bone thrown by the demon, which was also accepted. Lin Shui, who finished doing the errand, immediately jumped out of the well, and Han Chang ordered that the speed must be fast, otherwise the store manager of Yanyanla would be in trouble as soon as he came. So Lin Shui almost finished these things at a lightning speed, and the whole process was about no more than 15 seconds, and now she had to hurry up and go back quickly. Jumping down the well, Lin Shui walked as fast as flying, and when she passed over the side of the demon monster, she also collected the skinny corpse by the way. I want this thing. Humph, that counts as you owe me. The demon sneered, but as soon as his words came out, $100 coin flew into his hand. I bought it, and no one owes it. With a bang, Lin Shui closed the door and returned to the kitchen. Grabbing 100 Stygian eyes, he smiled playfully, and then looked up at the second floor. The time moved forward a little by 5 minutes. Han Chang followed the strange clerk who led the way to meet the store manager. Of course, Han Chang really didn't want to see the store manager. If they really met, Han Chang was very sure that the store manager would not let him go easily. Especially when the store manager found out that Han Chang had contracted a white bone weird, and found that the strange eyes in the room were gone, and he could guess that Han Chang did it with his ass. Did he still have a chance to escape? Even if he had a heaven and earth bank card blocking it, he couldn't get out of the face of the weirdness of the entrance level, so Han Chang lied halfway through that he had a stomachache and wanted to go to the toilet. The weird clerk frowned and scolded, there are a lot of stinky rat things, go and solve them. Yes, it will be fine right away. Han Chang ran into the toilet, and then he was single-minded. On the one hand, he controlled the previously released white bone puppet to give eyes to the demon, and staged a scene that happened in the backyard just now. Now that Lin Shui has returned to the kitchen safely, it is done. On the other hand, Han Chang controlled a white bone puppet to the door of the store manager's room. Just as the demon left the well, the store manager in the room noticed something unusual, and he immediately looked at a bottle on the wall. The bottle was covered with a lid, as if there was nothing unusual, but the eyes of the demon that had been placed inside had disappeared. In an instant, the store manager realized that something was wrong, and he didn't have the heart to wait for Han Chang, so he immediately rushed out of the store manager's room to go to the backyard, but at this time, a little guy at the door flickered in front of his eyes. What kind of eyesight did the store manager have? He immediately realized that it was a white bone puppet, and remembered that he had caught one before, and now he ran out again, and he immediately didn't want anything else, so he immediately reached out and grabbed it. The strange strength of the high level of the entrance level is still undoubted, so he grabbed it casually, and the invisible trick force grabbed the white bone puppet and caught it. Like last time, this time the store manager didn't ask a word, and the white bone puppet dissipated. Store manager Go looked dazed, and then became furious. Damn, if I find you, I'll crush you. After shouting, store manager Go slammed his head against the wall. Manager Go was tricked, and he slammed into the wall in a fit of rage. Of course, he did not commit suicide, but took a shortcut. Crashing into the wall, a mountain of meat rumbled to the ground, and the entire Yin Yun Tower trembled. The eyes on the bone pile clasped his hands on his chest, as if he had seen an old friend, and said loudly, "Hey, a dog that's fatter than a pig, I haven't seen you for many years, you become a pig completely, ha ha." Store manager Go's face was gloomy, and he looked at the demon in his eyes and said coldly, "Have you forgotten how you lost to me before? I'm fighting you today." The demon suddenly collapsed, the gloom in his eyes danced wildly, and the surrounding trickery was bursting, and an invisible momentum flew towards store manager Go like a blade. Store manager Go didn't move, the pieces of meat on his body trembled like a spring, and the aura around him soared, as if a barrier had been erected to block the surging momentum. Boom, exploded between the two strong men. Store manager Go seemed to have discovered something, his eyes sank at this moment, and his body flew out like a cannonball, passing through the billowing smoke and dust, and crashing into the demon. Unfortunately, the speed of the demon was one step faster, and he was already 30 meters away. "Ah, dog thing, you're too fat, not fast enough. If you have the ability, don't go." Store manager Go's eyes were gloomy. "When I'm a pig like you, I'm not fooled." The demon took a sip, jumped up the high wall, and laughed wildly. "Dog, you washed the dog's head, I will come back at any time to get it." Before the words could land, a cloud of black light burst out from the eyes of the demon, fast and fierce, hitting the ground and blasting out a deep pit. Then this attack, the demon took advantage of the momentum to turn over and leap out of the courtyard, and his figure disappeared into the gray background of the world. "Don't want to run." How could store manager Go let go of this old rival? His body crashed out again, and then disappeared into the background. Here, Han Chang and the clerk who led the way have already reached the second floor, but looking at the hole in the wall that is 3 meters high and more than 4 meters wide, this meeting is completely useless. "Looks like your store manager is busy," Han Chang said with a smile. "Something happened in the backyard." The clerk looked outside and said, "Forget it, wait for the store manager to come back, you stinky rat, hurry back to work." "Okay." Han Chang walked forward with a smile, swept left and right, and suddenly turned around with a bone spur. Poof! The bone spur pierced the clerk's head, and the thing didn't even have a chance to snort, and fell straight down. "To put it mildly, why are you rushing?" Han Chang said as he kicked the clerk's body out of the hole, which would soon become part of the pile of bones. Then Han Chang returned to the kitchen by himself, and when he passed through the lobby, he found that the store was starting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and the customers who were still eating got up and left, and a few weird ones were cleaning. These strange eyes were very unkind when they saw Han Chang passing by, but when Han Chang looked back, the group of guys looked away uneasily. Hee, if Han Chang is still a scumbag of combat power like in the previous life, those weird people will definitely call Han Chang unceremoniously and order him to clean up. Back in the kitchen, Lin Shui had already put the skinny corpses on the table, and at the same time collected the bodies of the two team members. Looking at the corpses that were about to become slag, the weird people on the side looked at Lin Shui with dissatisfaction. "This one doesn't work, it's all rotten, there's no bit of meat, how can I replace it?" Lin Shui was not ambiguous, and directly threw out 3 more 100 yuan coins. Looking at the Stygian coin, this weird one stopped talking. "Our time is up, it's time to go." At this time, Han Chang walked up to everyone and said to everyone, "Brother Han, are you back, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Tong and the others saw Han Chang, they immediately surrounded him with concern. "It's okay, the store manager is busy and can't see him." Han Chang Dao. "Brother Han, everything is done." At this time, Lin Shui came phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme and said in a low voice, "Well, let's go now, it's midnight, and our trial is complete." Han Chang Dao. "Then how do we get out?" Lu Tong asked. "Look for the lobby steward here, he can open the exit." At this time, the strange man who was processing the meat said, and after receiving the money, the guy became enthusiastic. The lobby steward is right under your sword. Lin Shui said in her heart, but asked quietly on her face, except for that annoying steward, who else can send us away? The chef here, he can do it too. Immediately, everyone followed the instructions and looked not far away. It was the tricky chef who had been stabbed by Han Chang before. Chef Wei was naturally willing to help. He sent Han Chang and a few others to the door of the lobby, and then asked, "It's time to pull out that thorn for me." "Okay, you wait." Han Chang stretched out his hand and patted the trickster on the shoulder, and a bone spur fell out with black blood. Chef Wei felt a loosening of his body, a flash of joy flashed on his face, followed by a touch of fierceness in his eyes. He swept over Han Chang and a few others, and his tone became fierce. "Hey, there's still 300 coins left. No, you have to give me 1,000, I see, you gave someone else 600. No problem at all, 1,000 is 1,000. Han Chang took out a stack of dark coins, but did not hand them over. "Open the passage first and let us out. Give the money first, you don't have a choice, I can open this place now. Chef Trick is starting to ask for a lot of money." Han Chang frowned and said coldly, "Open the passage first, it's not negotiable." "Humph. The stinky rat is what you ask me for now, and you can't go without me. So I'm not afraid of you at all now, dare to touch me and try, I promise that none of you will leave." The trickster glared and shouted with a bloody mouth. Han Chang sneered again, his eyes gradually fierce. "I really want to try it." Come, when I'm afraid of you, I'm sure you won't dare." There is no one in the eyes of the trickster, and it is extremely rampant. Han Chang couldn't bear it anymore, and suddenly a bone spur flew out, and stabbed directly into the neck of the tricky chef, and then grabbed the collar of the goods and slammed it to the ground. Bang! The chubby body of the tricky chef smashed to the ground, the tiles were shattered, the face was covered with blood, the mouth was crooked, and he couldn't say a word, only humming. "Ha! What did you say? Let me come, how does it feel now?" Han Chang smiled cruelly, and punched Chef Trick's fat face. The eyes of the trick flew out, and then pressed to Chef Trick's mouth as if listening to him, and shouted for a moment, "What, you still haven't opened it? Then I'll continue." Bang! Another hard slam on the ground, followed by a hard kick in the face of the trickster, and blood flew all over the ground. A few weird people who were cleaning on the side looked at this scene, and their whole bodies were stunned and terrified. This human being is terrible. After 5 minutes of fighting, the tricky chef had changed his appearance. His arm was broken, his eyeball was missing, and his mouth was crooked, and he was punched back, which was considered correct. There were wounds all over his body, and many pieces of flesh had fallen from the stitches, and there was filth all over the place. Now that the trickster could speak, the creature hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. I'll open the passage for you to go." "Well, then stop, hurry up." Han Chang shouted with cold eyes, one hand clenched into a fist ready to strike at any time. Yes, I'll open it right away." The tricky chef replied in horror. He was also asking for hardship, originally thought that these rats had a request for themselves, and they could knock on a stroke without fear, and show their majesty, but they didn't expect to be beaten into a pig's head in the end. The tricky chef didn't dare to bet anymore. He was sure that he would beat himself so hard that he would be killed even if he couldn't get out. Stretching out his arm, the trickster drew a strange pattern at the black exit in the air, and then the light flashed out of thin air, and a 5-star magic pattern image appeared, floating into the darkness and disappearing. At the moment of disappearance, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew in the darkness, and the skin felt cold, but everyone's faces showed joy, and this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was obviously blowing in from outside. Let's go out." Han Chang glanced at everyone, Lu Tong glanced at each other, and ran out together, followed by Lin Shui. Her cold gaze swept the lobby, then retreated, and slowly left. Han Chang did the same. He walked backwards, and kept holding the trick chef in his hand, so as to prevent this thing from playing tricks. Falling back into the darkness, the brightly lit lobby in front of me was drowned out, and the surroundings became extremely dark, but fortunately, the air was cold and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme sounded in my ears. "Brother Han, we came out, this is the real Yen Yun Tower." Lu Tong turned on the mobile phone lighting, a light illuminated the surroundings. He found the door, ran over and pushed it open. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme outside blew and unscrupulously at this time, which made people feel relieved. Han Sheng threw the tricky chef on the ground at this time, wanted a bone spur and turned it out, suddenly thought of something, didn't kill him, pierced his body with a bone spur, and then dragged it out of Yenyun Tower. Someone outside noticed the movement and shouted excitedly. Team Wang, you see Lu Tong and them came out, as well as the little girl who went in earlier with Han Sheng and his partner. Wang Ming couldn't hide his excitement on his face and shouted. Hurry to the scene, and get an ambulance to come and check on everyone. Wang Ming said as he rushed down the residential building, and he also called Qin Shan and the gap between the downstairs. Qin Group, tell you a great good news, the god of treachery rescued people, and he still has something with him. I look like a weird. Qin Shan on the other end of the phone said excitedly when he heard this. Well, the gods have done a great thing for us, an absolute big thing, and I'll go there right away. Snap, hanging up the phone, Qin Shan shouted at the people in the office. Prepare the car and go to Yenyun Tower. On the other side, Wang Ming led people to the door of Yenyun Tower quickly, and when they arrived, they were already full of people. Medical staff were examining Lu Tong and others, and the bodies of the 2 dead team members were also sent away. Then, a dozen or so personnel wearing protective suits were surrounding the tricky chef. Wang Ming came to Han Sheng first. He admired this trick god from the bottom of his heart, took his partner into Yenyun Tower, and then brought people out. Just a kind of ability, this dedication is respectful. Mr. Han, I'm Wang Ming, the person in charge here. Wang Ming introduced himself first, and then said, thanks to you this time, otherwise our team members wouldn't be able to come out. Han Sheng hadn't spoken yet, and Lu Tong on the side spoke first. Lao Wang, we really have to thank Brother Han. Brother Han has worked hard and paid a lot to save us. Also, Brother Han, he is really a god, and we can see that ability, 1 word, 2 words, very strong. Wang Ming nodded in understanding and said to Han Shengdao. Mr. Han, Team Leader Qin is about to arrive, do you want to wait for him? Okay, I'll wait for him. Han Sheng glanced at the tricky chef on the side, and said, I just have a gift for him here. It's not that Han Sheng sent the trick chef because he wanted to help the order, he knew very well what the human race would face in half a year. When the time comes, facing the strangeness of the city slaughter level and the country destroying level, it is not at all something that the power of human beings can compete with. He did this purely to be a favor, and if he killed this trickster, he would kill it, and there was no benefit at all, so it was better to lose it to the order and consider it his own credit. With this credit, I can get a hot weapon from the side of order, and there is still a demand for this Han Sheng. In the weird end times, most humans still can't resist bullets, and it's much more convenient to have a gun, so you don't have to use tricks to kill people every time, and things that can be done with a single bullet can make things easier. Half an hour later, Qin Shan rushed to the scene, and the moment he saw Han Sheng, the serious person who did not smile also stretched his eyebrows, patting Han Sheng's shoulder full of love. Xiao Han, I really didn't misunderstand you, you just joined our team and made a great achievement, I will report it to the above, and I will give you a great reward when the time comes. Okay, then get me a gun first. Han Sheng was not polite, and directly made it clear. His cooperation with the order is more about the need for intelligence, and the need to get a few guns, not to mention when. Qin Shan smiled, this is okay, I will write it into the report, but I have to go through the procedure. Then hurry up, the streets are so chaotic now, and I still need a weapon urgently. Han Sheng said. Qin Shan didn't answer, he looked at the tricky chef on the side, the thing was stuck to the ground with bone spurs, struggling to walk away, facing more than a dozen people around him, baring his teeth and roaring. This thing is for you to study, as for how to imprison him, you should have a way. Han Sheng looked at Qin Shan, he remembered that the strange method of human internment in the previous life was to mix the soil from the ancient tomb and cement and cast it into a special material of concrete. The weirdness in the confined space made of this material can't escape, but it can only imprison the worst intimidation level and killing level weirdness, no matter how strong it is, it can't be imprisoned in this way, and they can easily break through this level of defense. It was now in the early stages of the appearance of the strange, but what Han Sheng understood was that the order already had the technology to do so. In fact, they had the idea of capturing weirdness on the first day of weirdness, but they couldn't capture weird special situations, and there was no way to deal with it for a while. However, this situation will soon change, and it is now the 6th day, and tomorrow will be the 7th day, and the secret of the strange power contract will also be discovered, and that's when humanity will begin to capture the strange action. Qin Shan did not answer Han Sheng's question, but he knew in his heart that there was a special laboratory above, and a way had been developed to imprison the weird, and this weird could just be used for testing. Han Sheng didn't wait for Qin Shan to answer, and continued, if you want to kill weird, you can only rely on weird power. Weird killing requires rules, but weird killing weird doesn't need any rules. Han Sheng paused, and his gaze suddenly became solemn and profound. And if you want to make good use of the strange power, you can make a contract with them. Han Sheng told the secret, because this secret was about to be a secret, and it was still valuable to tell it at this time, and it would not make much sense if he told it another day. Han Sheng also maximized the conversion of his intelligence into benefits, and it was of great significance to Huaguo to know this secret one day in advance. Qin Shan has also experienced many major events, and has a rich life experience and a strong heart that remains unchanged when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. But even so, after hearing this information, he was still stunned, and his face changed. He looked at Han Sheng and asked for a rare question. What you said is true. In fact, Qin Shan already had the answer in his heart when he asked this, it must be true, otherwise how to explain Han Sheng's special ability? This trick god must have already known the tricky method of the contract, so he has a special ability to deal with weirdness, and Qin Shan has long guessed about this. Han Sheng naturally understood Qin Shan's thoughts, his ability to deal with weirdness would definitely cause others to conjecture, and now that he took the initiative to bring up this secret, he also gave himself a reasonable explanation. Of course, Han Sheng will also have reservations. He is reborn and has a huge amount of dark coins on his body. This information is his secret, and he will never tell others. Of course it's true, I'm a trick myself. Han Sheng gave birth to a bone spur in his hand as he spoke, and the gray bone was extremely sharp at one end, appearing in the palm of his hand out of thin air. This scene simply subverted most people's cognition. I was lucky to have a contract. When one of the strangers was injured by his companion and couldn't survive on his own, so I let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on myself, and that's how the contract was made. Han Sheng made an excuse for himself to cover up the true information, and then continued. I'll write you a report on how to contract the weird way later. After speaking, Han Sheng looked at Qin Shan. He wanted to see how this Qin Shan reacted, whether this information could bring him great benefits. Qin Shan's eyes were blazing, and it was difficult to hide the excitement between his eyebrows, but he was still very peaceful. Xiao Han, what you said is very important to us, and I think we can be at the forefront of dealing with the strange world. After a pause, he said, you have made great contributions in this regard. I want oil, I don't know if you can provide it? Han Sheng didn't want to be vain, he didn't care about any honor, he wanted something substantial. After the strange birth, social resources were almost frozen, although the Zhang family could rely on the Zhang family to obtain tobacco, alcohol and food, but the strategic reserve material of oil was not something that the Zhang family could get. In fact, oil will become extremely important after the strange end times. At that time, the streets were full of cars and large machinery and equipment that had been abandoned because they had run out of gas. If there is oil, we can continue to maintain a civilization, such as electric lights. Relying on diesel generators to generate electricity and provide lighting, we can still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the civilized world, otherwise we can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the life of primitive people when night comes. At that time, what was the use of even strong trickery? The quality of life was greatly reduced, and it was difficult to bear. So oil is very important, very important. Han Sheng put forward the conditions at this moment. Qin Shan knew it. He knew that if he didn't give oil, then Han Sheng's strange report on how to contract would not come out. Yes, I can promise you that. Qin Shan didn't think much about it, and directly agreed. Han Sheng's face was calm. It was really comfortable to be able to talk to a smart person, and he could save a lot of things. Then I'll go back first, and by the way, finish the report as soon as possible. After speaking, Han Sheng glanced at Lin Shui, and the two were about to leave. At this time, a car drove to the front, and as soon as the door opened, Zhang Jingqi got out of the car in a hurry. The woman glared at Han Sheng viciously as soon as she got out of the car, and then complained to Qin Shan with grievance and anger. Sheen Group, this Han Chang didn't want to cooperate with us at all. He actually treated me as a cheap laborer and worked in his convenience store. After that, Zhang Jingqi trembled angrily. I worked in that shop for 12 hours before I was allowed to leave, and it was all weird in and out. Han Chang asked casually. Oh, so you're scared? Get out, don't be afraid, it's not normal, okay? Zhang Jingqi raised her eyebrows, glared at Han Chang again, and then continued to Su Qin Shan. Sheen Group, such a person can't stay. I propose to let Han Chang leave our unit, and this person has a very mysterious connection with weirdness, so he should be locked up for review. Ha! Are you a bloody squirt? What do you mean that I have a mysterious connection with weirdness? That weird shop is running weird. I just don't have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme, just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme for a while. Han Chang is not ambiguous. You are going to arrest me, can I still talk to you honestly? Besides, I am not using cheap labor. You said that the weird shop is weird, isn't it just the right time to observe and study weirdness up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme? My original intention was to give you a chance to stay there and get a good understanding of weirdness, and to get more information to deal with weirdness, but I didn't expect you to think elsewhere and slander me for squeezing your labor? Han Chang was also angry and looked at Qin Shandao. Qin Group, I didn't do anything wrong, you know. Qin Shan frowned. This matter made him upset. Originally he arranged Zhang Jingqi to be Han Chang's assistant to alleviate the conflict between the two, hoping that the two could reconcile and do a good job together, but now it seems that this is an extravagant thing. These two have become incompatible enemies. Of course, Qin Shan also has a mirror in his heart. He knows very well what Han Chang has done and what he can help Huagua. So he knows what to do. Zhang Jingqi. Qin Shan rarely called him by his name, and his face was extremely serious. Before you came, did you know what Han Chang had done? What can he do? Isn't he just pretending to come here to report? He told me that he would not carry out the mission. Zhang Jingqi blurted out. You talk nonsense without understanding the situation. Han Chang not only obeyed the order and came here to save people, but also made a great contribution and caught a strange one. At this moment, suddenly a figure rushed over. Kick the boy away first. Get out. Don't bully her. Han Chang stared coldly at the fat boy who fell to the ground. This kid was furious when Han Chang saw it. After all, this fierce light was exercised in the weird post-world world, and the murderous power was soaring. Where could this little hairy child bear it? The fat boy was like a chicken being targeted by a tiger, so scared that he didn't dare to let go of a fart, and with the support of his companions, he ran away in a gray way. Watching this group of boys run away, Han Shengkai turned his head to look at Lin Shui. Lin Shui had already stubbornly got up from the ground, not crying, patting the dust on her body. It seems that this kind of thing happens phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme, and Lin Shui has become accustomed to it. Are you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme bullied by them? Han Shang accosted with a kind smile. Tui Lin Shui spit out a piece of minced meat, which was bloody on the fat boy's earlobe just now. I didn't suffer, I wasn't bullied. After speaking, Lin Shui raised her head and glanced at Han Chang, and that gaze was as cold as falling into an ice cave. Sure enough, this is the future queen of the blood domain. After glancing at Han Chang, Lin Shui turned around and ran. Han Chang saw her running into the nearby woods, and remembered the rumors in the previous life that the Blood Queen was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme bullied when she was in the welfare home, which caused her to be extremely withdrawn, and sure enough, this was true. But perhaps it was because of this bullying that this girl learned to be strong at a young age. He became decisive and ruthless. This is an important weight for the survival of the weird postworld. Sometimes bad things can turn into good things. It depends on how you use it. Lin Shui used it well. Han Chang looked at the forest over there. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. He planned to go over and have a good talk with Lin Shui to enhance his relationship. At this moment, someone behind him called out to him. Who are you? What are you doing in our welfare home? Han Chang turned his head and saw that it was a middle-aged woman, wearing the work clothes of the welfare home. Got it, it's the staff here. Oh, I want to sponsor a child in a welfare home, so come and see. Han Chang casually made a reason. If you want to sponsor the children in our hospital, we welcome it. When the middle-aged woman heard that someone wanted to donate, she immediately became attentive. But she found that Han Chang didn't look at her, but looked at the forest in the distance. She frowned slightly. Sir, you want to fund that Lin Shui, right? No one went to the dark forest at all, except for the demon-like Lin Shui. Everyone in the welfare home knows this. Han Chang nodded, pursed his lips and smiled. Yes, I think that little girl is very nice. The middle-aged woman hurriedly waved her hand and persuaded her. Sir, don't sponsor that Lin Shui, this girl is sick here. The middle-aged woman pointed to her head, and then added. She's our little devil, who makes trouble every day. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either / phoneme stuffing frogs into people's nests or putting sand in other people's cups, and none of our children likes her. Actually, except for this Lin Shui, the other children in our welfare home are very well behaved. Sir, if you want to sponsor you, I will introduce you to a few other children, all of whom are better behaved than Lin Shui. Han Chang looked at the middle-aged woman non-committally and asked rhetorically. If no one bullied Lin Shui, would this kid do these things? Lin Shui was thin and weak, only 12 years old, and there were many children in the welfare home who were taller than her and more arrogant than her. What could her weak body do in the face of their bullying? Except for stuffing frogs into their nests and putting some sand in the cups to disgust people, Lin Shui had very few means to fight back. In fact, it doesn't hurt the bear kids at all. On the other hand, those bear children just now beat Lin Shui to death. So the fault is definitely not on Lin Shui, the problem of bullying her children is even greater. Sure enough, these words made the middle-aged woman stunned, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Han Chang ignored her and walked straight to the forest. Xin Shan let out a deep breath, his face extremely disappointed. What, he's already saved people when he came here? Zhang Jingqi looked at Han Chang in shock, the latter gave her an indifferent smile, and the angry Zhang Jingqi wanted to bite someone. Yes, he completed the task, and there is also a purpose for arranging you to work in the trick shop. If you feel dangerous, you can contact the office to ask for support, instead of complaining about Han Chang. Xin Shan's tone aggravated a little, and finally turned his back and said mercilessly, that's it, you don't have to follow Han Chang in the future, I'll let Lu Tong replace you. As for your work arrangement, I don't think it's suitable for our weird response office, so I'll apply after I go back, so you'd better change departments. Zhang Jingqi was stunned when she heard it. The Qin group sold herself entirely, and she didn't spare any mercy. She was full of grievances. She entered this part to reflect her own value and take off the halo of relying on her family background on her head, but now she not only failed to take off the halo, but on the contrary, she also provoked a body. Han Chang's side was quite satisfied with Qin Shan's disposition. This Zhang Jingqi was upset at a glance, and it was best to leave. And he also understood that Qin Shan did this completely to take care of his own mood and give enough face. In a word, Han Chang is too important to the weird office, so important that he can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme without him. Han Chang left here, and Lu Tong personally drove him and Lin Shui back to the convenience store. In the car, Han Chang looked at Yen Yun Lu, who was gradually moving away, and was also thinking in his heart. The power of order is very strong, but you have to be careful when relying on such power. Zhang Jingqi's words woke him up. You can't expose your whole cards too much, otherwise order will not hesitate to forcibly control him in order to deal with weirdness. Lu Tong was very excited here. He regarded Han Chang not only as a lifesaver, but also as an object of worship, and drove all the way with great hospitality. Brother Han, the Qin group told me, let me work with you in the future. You say what I will do. Okay, why don't you work at a convenience store? There is a shortage of manpower, you work hard, and you have a chance to perform. Han Chang said without any disobedience. Brother Han, you can do whatever you want me to do, don't treat me as an outsider in the future. Definitely not. Han Chang smiled, the free labor was really fragrant. As soon as Han Chang returned to the convenience store, he made a simple arrangement, so that Lu Tong and Blue Eyes knew each other. This time there was no conflict. Lu Tong was also willing to work. He was a little resistant to seeing the strange entry and exit in the store, but he was not afraid, he was competent. Han Chang himself entered the store manager's room, and he began to write a report, writing down the information that would be revealed to the world tomorrow. including how to contract weird, the positioning and ranking of weird skills, as well as various weird levels, and the cost of using tricks and abilities, etc. Originally, this information was set by others, but now it is all occupied by Han Chang. Of course, Han Chang doesn't care about this false name. It only makes sense if the false name is turned into something real, otherwise it's just a brain-dead self-congratulation. Finally, there is also the acquisition of the Underworld coin, which should also be known by the order by burning it to oneself before the strange incarnation. Han Chang didn't have much worry about this. Because this method can no longer be verified, and no one can go back to the past, Han Chang can flatly deny the fact that he has a large amount of dark coins. Moreover, the Underworld coins are all in the Tiandi bank card, and no matter how good the order is, it can't find that place. The only thing to pay attention to is to be careful when using the Stygian coin in front of others in the future. After writing the report, Han Chang asked Lu Tong to send it back in person, and he himself continued to practice tricks. After several confrontations with Yen Yun Lu, he has deeply realized the importance of strength. Sometimes being alert and clever can indeed allow you to avoid a lot of dangers, and it can also bring you a lot of benefits. But in the face of real or insurmountable power, all so-called schemes are in vain. Therefore, only when you become stronger can you really have confidence and the capital to survive. Right now, what Han Chang hopes most is to practice another skill of the white bone puppet as soon as possible, that is, the white bone stand-in. This skill is equivalent to a stand-in doll, which can resist a deathbound game, which is too important for Han Chang now. After a day and night, plus 3 hours of workout in the morning, and spending hundreds of thousands of coins. Finally in the store manager's room, a fist-sized puppet appeared. A little different from the white bone puppet is that this little guy looks flesh and blood, and his face is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Han Chang. It's finally out, and it's going to be 2 lives from now on. Han Chang was very satisfied. The only fly in the ointment was that there could only be one stand-in puppet, and one could only be summoned if one was consumed. In other words, it can't be like the one in the game console, Alibaba. Up and down, left and right. And then 30 lives. At the same time, the white bone miss on his body has also been upgraded, from the intimidation level to the killing level. The spooky ascension is slow and the trick is improving, but it's about the same. Han Chang also sensed this enhancement, and his whole body was shaken, and his hearing and vision perceptions became much sharper, as if he had been reborn. Sure enough, Weird and the host are a community. Of course, the premise is that there must be enough dark coins, and without the dark coins, Han Chang didn't develop derivative skills from the white bone puppets in his previous life, so it's really very, very important to have money. Cultivating tricks is actually the ability to spell money, and after the level of weirdness is raised, the price to pay every time you use its ability has also risen, and now it costs 500 dark coins to use Miss Bones once. There is still a bit of a gap with the 600 Archie. But the future is promising. After doing this, Han Chang got up and moved his muscles, and then came to the utility room at the back door of the store, where the critical stone tablet was buried now. The critical stone steel, the blue-gray surface is covered with various scratches, like an old man full of vicissitudes and wrinkles, with a long time. On the obverse are 4 large characters, critical stone steel. On both sides of the big characters are 2 lines of small characters. On the left is open and unimpeded, and on the right is a sand and a stone tablet are bounded. Then on the back is a pattern of geometric shapes, like some kind of mysterious rune, which is incomprehensible. Han Chang had a question at this time: how to use this stone steel. There was no specific information on how to use it in the rumors about the critical stone tablet in the previous life. Han Chang didn't think about it so much before he got the stone steel, and now looking at the runes on the back, a thought came to him: could it be related to these patterns? Han Chang pondered for a moment. He planned to depict these patterns and send them to the order to study. Anyway, it was difficult to solve them by relying on his ability. Of course, he also has concerns, that is, he is afraid that the order will know that he has a critical stone tablet. Han Chang thought so about this. Sometimes people can't look ahead and think too much about things, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. The more you worry, the more things will happen. It's better for you to do it generously, but there are not so many obstacles that you have to worry about. The existence of this critical stone tablet was also known to Han Chang, and now that he had taken it away, then the people who went to Yenyun Tower later would have no way of knowing it all, that is to say, as long as he himself didn't say it, who would think of this? Besides, the world has changed greatly after half a year, so it is necessary to think about it so much, but let the order solve the secret of this pattern, but it can help Han Chang himself. So Han Chang immediately found paper and pen, then drew the gourd in the same way, copied it, and then took a photo and sent it to Qin Shan. The message was, Qin Group, this is a string of mysterious symbols I found when I was in Yenyun Tower. I guess it must be related to weirdness. If we can solve the secret, it will be of great help to us to deal with weirdness. The message was sent, and in less than 5 seconds, Qin Shan's side replied to the message in seconds. Good job, Xiaohan. I will hand over your information to the relevant departments for interpretation as soon as possible. Han Chang replied again. Qin Group, these symbols should be very important. If they can be deciphered, I hope to know them as soon as possible. It's totally okay, Xiaohan has complete trust in you. This time you saved 3 team members, and now the people in our department are impressed with you. Qin Shan obviously had a sense of encouragement, and continued, I believe that you will be able to carry the banner in the future and stand alone. The last paragraph was completely Qin Shan's ardent hope, but he didn't know that Han Chang grinned disdainfully after reading this information, and then asked unceremoniously. When will the oil I want from the Qin Group be delivered? It's already been sent, 3 truckloads of oil. I'm afraid you won't be able to store it. I have my own way to do this, then thank you very much. After replying to the message, Han Chang put away his phone and looked at the gray sky, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly. Through Qin Shan's words just now, Han Chang could guess that in fact, the order still had some distrust in him, because if it was true unconditional trust, he would not talk about this kind of trust or distrust, because saying this would be a kind of suspicion and appeasement. Qin Shan's original intention was to appease, but Han Chang analyzed the essence. Cooperation with order can only be if it is like leaving, and he must not expose himself too much. As for the problem of storing oil, let Zhang Ku help. The Zhang family is also involved in the construction industry, although the current situation is a little chaotic, but as long as you give more money, you can still hire people to work. Immediately, Han Chengcheng called Zhang Ku. Dongjiang City Strange Response Office, 2 p.m. Qin Shan stayed alone in his team leader's room, and at this moment, the resolute leader was reporting on his work in front of the computer screen. Old Warden, we have gained a lot from the strange incident in Yenyun Tower, and I have already written a report on the specific situation and handed it in. A white-haired old man on the screen said with a serious face. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme your report, and to be honest, it's very exciting. If we ordinary people can make a contract with the weird and get the weird power, then this will completely rewrite the history of human development. Yes, I also have the same opinion. Humans with strange contracts will become very powerful, which will cause other social problems. Qin Shan agreed, and then changed the conversation, but at the moment, we are not entangled in this point, and it is our top priority to establish a strong force to deal with the strange as soon as possible. I don't need you to remind you of that. The old man was a little displeased, and he said, I have asked the 6th laboratory to start studying the information you sent, and what I want to tell you is that the strange one sent has promised to cooperate with us, and he has promised to contract one of our warriors. That's great, so that we won't be passive in the face of weirdness in the future, and we can take the initiative to deal with it. Qin Shan sat up straight, and his voice became a little louder. But there will be a price to pay for the use of trickery and trickery. Of course, Han Cheng's report said that you can use the Stygian currency to compensate. The problem is that the only way to obtain the Stygian currency he listed is trial, and there is no other way to complete the weird task, which is too limited. The old man said in a solemn tone. That's true. I also think that there are too few ways to get the Stygian coin, so the value of the Stygian will be too high. My personal advice is to limit the number of times you can use trickery and not use it until you have to. Qin Shan wrote. This is a solution, otherwise our warriors will die quickly. The old man was silent for a few seconds. Obviously he was also helpless about this compromise plan. There is one more thing, that Han Chang has made a great contribution this time. How are you going to deal with it? Finally talking about Han Chang, Qin Shan's eyes shone brightly, and he said. The ability of Comrade Han Chang is beyond doubt. He was ordered twice in danger and rescued people twice, which shows that his strength is enough to take on great responsibilities. And this time he also captured a strange monster and wrote a detailed report, which can be said to have made a contribution that is difficult for others to achieve, and to tell the truth, we all have to set up a monument to him to thank him. As for his loyalty, I personally think there should be no problem. This person is arrogant and disobedient, but talented people are like this, and I am willing to be patient with him." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly at this time and said, "Then you plan to reuse this person?" "We are already reusing Han Chang, and if we don't have him, we won't see any hope until now, so it's not a matter of whether we are willing or not, but we can only rely on Han Chang." Qin Shan's eyes were scorching, and he looked directly at the old man without the slightest flinch. The old man looked away first, and he was silent for a moment before saying, "Since you think there is no problem, then we will trust him with all our strength and try to meet his reasonable demands." "Yes, Captain, I know what to do." Qin Shan's face showed joy, and his spirit was also lifted. The old man also smiled and pointed to Qin Shandao. "You are still old-tempered and stubborn. But I also admit that you have more poisonous eyes than an old man like me, and you can't be wrong when you see people, so I believe you. Don't worry, I will take this Han Cheng personally, just like you took me back then." Qin Shan said emotionally. Okay, let's put his business aside for the time being. I have one more thing to tell you. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the United States Weird Response Department has a meeting to say that there is something important to announce. I want you to participate, and at the same time, bring Han Cheng with you. Since you have decided to believe him, you must let him participate." The old man said. "Yes." Qin Shan agreed, but his eyebrows were slightly frowned. He had a lot of opinions about the strange response department of this United States. The reason is very simple: this department is controlled by the Eagle Sauce country, and all standards have to be followed by them, and you have to be commanded everywhere, and you have to obey, otherwise they will wave the stick, saying that you ignore the overall situation and ignore the common crisis of mankind. So Qin Shan actually didn't want to participate in this meeting, he said calmly. "Is there any standard to be set again? I think that since we are at the forefront of dealing with weirdness, some things have to follow us." After a pause, Qin Shan asked for instructions. "Why don't we publish the report in our hands? Sooner or later, someone will know the secret of the strange contract, and then they will be scolded for disregarding the safety of all mankind. Second, we can also be one step ahead, and in the future, we will have a greater say in dealing with the weird department, and we don't have to be restrained everywhere." "Okay, then I'll watch you perform tonight." The old man slapped the table and said imposingly, "It's time for us to kill the arrogance of some people abroad, but don't let me down." "Yes, Chief, we will not lose to them in this matter." Qin Shan stood up and saluted a standard military salute. "It's easy to do things when you're rich, but it's not a thing at all to be super rich." Han Cheng easily took out 1,000,000 immortal coins for Miss by Gouda consume, and used this to forge the purple bone sword. Such arrogance, to be honest, in the weird end of the previous life, most of the human beings could be angry. Even a queen-level powerhouse like Lin Shui has to sacrifice his knees. With 1,000,000 dark coins, Miss Baigu began to operate. She turned into a phantom and appeared outside Han Cheng's body, and then grabbed it lightly. The purple bone floated in her palm, hovering slowly, and slowly the purple light on it became more and more intense. This is followed by a change in the purple bone, which slowly lengthens and widens. Along with all this is the rapid consumption of millions of dark coins, and there are bursts of trickery in the air, and from time to time a few sharp scratches appear in the void disorderly, which are powerful, shaking the surroundings. The chairs and tables in the manager's room were shattered, the box spring bed was badly deformed, and the walls were slamming and bulging. Han Cheng didn't care about this. He watched with great interest as the purple bone sword took shape, and under the last strong purple light, a powerful trick roared in the room. The door was opened, and there was a loud noise, and the blue eyes looked over in astonishment. The room was in a mess, but a purple short sword had been formed in the air, 1.5 feet long, and retained the shape of a bone, so it looked unusually simple, even a little simple, and there was no such magnificence as a famous sword. However, there was a majestic power coiling on this bone sword, and the black light danced on its edge, and the momentum was terrifying. There are traces of sword magic in this sword, so there is a part of the sword intent left. Miss Bones spoke up at this time, her voice a little low because of the hard work of forging the sword. Hearing this, Han Cheng's eyes burned, and he stretched out his hand to try to hold the bone sword. The moment it was touched, the bone sword trembled slightly, and the tentacles were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave, but Han Cheng still held the hilt of the sword tightly. The moment he held the hilt of the sword, an indescribable power passed into Han Chang's mind through his arm, as if there were countless figures performing superb swordsmanship, making Han Chang's eyes suddenly brighten, and his expression was stunned. At the same time, bursts of sword intent also sprouted with these sword moves, taking root in the depths of Han Chang's memory. With the sword intent, Han Chang's whole person became inexplicably manic. He swung out a sword casually, and a hole was torn in the back wall. The sword intent was not gone, and he directly opened a scratch on the ground outside, scorched black and angry, and the power was amazing. At this moment, the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme outside the house suddenly poured in, blowing Han Chang's hair, and the pride of the swordsman erupted. Wow, manager, you're going to tear down the store. What kind of planes? Blue Eyes came over with wide eyes, and were surprised to see the tragic situation in the store manager's room. It's okay, even if the store is gone, you can buy it again. Han Chang said as usual, and casually put away the purple bone sword. Of course, there was also Miss White Bone, who was exhausted and needed a good rest. What? Are you really rich? Are all capitalists like you? Said Blue Eyed unhappily. I am richer than the capitalists. Han Chang was not modest. Damn, you're so arrogant. But I like it. Blue Eyes suddenly squinted and smiled. The boss will contract me, I can help you warm the bed. Han Chang couldn't help but look at this coquettish a few more strange glances, and said in an indifferent tone. Do you want to scare me to death? I don't even dare touch you in the dark. So this kind of thing doesn't need to be mentioned, okay? After that, Han Chang walked out of the store manager's room, turned around and explained a few words. I'll have someone clean up here, we're closed for the next few days, so you can help oversee the work. By the way, there's no need to show your eyes, that thing can scare people to death. Han Chang has already contacted Zhang Ko, and soon more than a dozen workers will come to build an underground oil storage depot, and by the way, let's rebuild this store manager's room. Humph, is the old lady so terrible? Seeing Han Chang leave the store, the Blue Eyes shouted angrily, and touched her face. The old lady looks like a Peugeot in the weird. It is obvious that the boss, your aesthetic level is not good, okay. Outside the store, Han Chang sneezed. What's the cold? Lin Shui on the side glanced at Han Chang. No, it's mostly someone scolding me. Han Chang looked back at the convenience store, and was about to say something more when his mobile phone rang, and he saw that it was a message from Qin Shan. Xiao Han, there is an important international meeting tonight to discuss how to deal with weirdness, and I hope you can attend. Lu Tong has already driven over to pick you up, you make some preparations, and finally receive a reply. This is a lot of miscellaneous things in the public gate, and it is to save people, and it is to hold a meeting. Han Chang frowned, and replied directly with 2 words. Don't go. It's back over there. I'm approving your gun, and I'll be able to do it soon. Well, I thought about it. It's okay anyway, let's go. Han Chang also immediately reciprocated, isn't it just a meeting? Lao Tzu just slept the whole time. More than an hour later, Han Chang and Lin Shui sat in Qin Shan's office. In front of the two of them was a 21-inch display screen, and the international conference would be held via video. Now there are still a few minutes before the meeting, and Qin Shan will have a few words with Han Xuan here. Xiao Han, the meeting to be held is led by the United States, the World Strange Response Organization. The meeting is very important, you should be mental. Qin Shan is ready, and he will announce Han Chang's report when the meeting starts, and it is indispensable to let Han Chang say a few words at that time, so he will be prepared when he says this. Han Chang didn't think much about it, he came to the meeting purely for a perfunctory look. If he didn't fall asleep, it would already be very face-saving. Soon, the meeting was held, and a European face appeared on the screen in front of him, and Qin Shan introduced that this was Mr. Robert, the chairman of the World Strange Response Organization, and he would preside over the meeting. Robert, in his 50s, with very neatly combed blonde hair and the 3-dimensional silhouette of a standard Western man, made an opening remark in front of the microphone. Delegates of various countries, first of all, thank you for participating in this meeting. In the past 24 hours, strange things are still rampant all over the world. I have received reports from many countries, some of which have suffered very seriously. Let's first understand the situation. It turned out that this meeting was the turning point of the human race, and the human race realized that it was possible to make a pact with the strange, so as to use the power of the strange to destroy the strange. Han Sheng frowned slightly. He remembered that the last time was the strange contract secret discovered by the people of the Eagle Sauce country, but this group of guys was very unkind before announcing the news, and they took a lot of benefits from it. Robert, who continued to preside over the meeting, clicked a few more times in front of the computer next to him and said, "The N countries in Africa will report on their situation first. Country N is a country in the south of Africa, and it is also a hard-hit area after the weirdness, and I heard that it is now a ZF-free state, and the street is simply an apocalyptic scene." And the representative of Country N also had a bitter look on his face when he came up, and he poured bitter water when he opened his mouth. "We're suffering very badly, and today we're reporting more than 5,000 deaths, fires, car accidents, people are hiding in the mountains, the cities are almost empty. Oh God, let's be honest, any of you who will save us?" The representative of Country N was obviously excited, and Chairman Robert took over the conversation and said comfortingly, "Sir, I want you to stay calm. We are trying to figure it out, you have no doubt about that, and I can tell you that we already have a savior." Robert was still very beautiful when he said this, because this good news like God would definitely attract the surprise and inquiries of many delegates, and when the time came, he would take the opportunity to push out the representatives of the Eagle Sauce country, and they would announce the news of the strange contract, and the whole meeting would be very perfect. But as soon as the goods were finished, the representative of Country N scolded him. "Savior! Mr. President, please don't tell me about this savior. The food emergency aid you said 3 days ago has not arrived, and our people look at the sky every day, and there is no fart except for a few seagulls flying from the west." Damn! Robert almost wanted to blurt out when he heard this, but he still maintained his demeanor and said, "Next, I would like to ask Country D to express its opinion." At the same time, the representative of Country N, who was still scolding his mother, had been banned. The representative of Country D was also bitter, saying, "We lack food, medicine, all kinds of first aid facilities, and who can help us drive away this group of demons? Westerners prefer to call weirdness demons. If God can't do it, ask the Buddha. If the Buddha can't do it, ask the Prophet. If the Prophet can't do it, please. Of course, Satan welcomes him if he can, damn it. Anyway, hurry up and end this." This representative is obviously even crazier than the representative of Country N, and he is already hungry, and even Satan wants to invite him. Han Shang was quite speechless when he heard it. He was carrying a real-time translator at the moment, so even if the other party was speaking the language of all birds, he could still understand it. "But when I understand it, it's very annoying, and it's all whining." In Han Shang's eyes, the current situation is not the worst, and the real end times have not yet come. "Please be restrained, sir, we are all having a hard time now. Savior, I said earlier that it is among us, you." Mr. Robert wanted to change the conversation again, so as to take the opportunity to launch the Eagle Sauce country in a grand manner. But the representative of State D was similarly at the mercy of the point. "Savior, do you mean God? Oh, don't mention that we pray every day, and our tears are almost dry, and it's useless. Just today, I saw a brave priest holding a cross in his hand and being eaten by the devil. It's horrible, he's bitten in two, bloody. Hey, can you not paint that image, okay? And what kind of enterprise-level understanding do you have? I'm not talking about God." Robert's heart was angry, but he still had to keep his image corrected. "Sir, you don't have to be so pessimistic. The savior I'm talking about is actually..." "Mr. President, I have something to say. There is a country that took advantage of the chaos to blow up the oil pipeline and blame the strange. We have evidence for this, and we express our solemn protest. We are here at the World Weird Response Conference, studying how to deal with weirdness, and there is a yarn relationship with your family's oil pipeline. Can you not mention it?" Robert's forehead bangs were scattered, and the neat Kim found that it was a little messy, like a defeated rooster, and replied speechlessly, "Well, Mr. E, you should find another way to solve this kind of matter. This meeting does not include this topic." Directly cut off the speech of the representative of Country E, Robert decided to say it himself. "This can no longer go around in circles, and the Earth will be about to leave the galaxy if it goes around again. I would like to thank the delegates for summing up the situation, which in general is so strange that it is running rampant in every corner of the world, and that we have nothing to do with it, and that we have been bullied by it. But what I will say now is that this has changed, and it is a group of brave people who have made it all a monument to all of humanity." After a pause, Robert deliberately created an atmosphere and continued. "Then now we ask out. Mr. Robert, please wait a minute, we have something to say. At this time, Shin Shan interrupted Robert's speech in time. What do you want to say? Why interrupt me at a critical moment? Robert's face was very dark, and no matter how self-reliant he was, he couldn't stand it, but for the sake of apparent etiquette, he still slapped his swollen face and became fat, and gave Huagua this opportunity. Okay, Huagua representative, what do you have to say? I want to say that I would like to thank the chairman for his grand introduction. In fact, this brave savior is the god of our Chinese people. Shin Shan said in a solemn tone, and he paused to observe the situation of the participants. At the top of the screen, there are small icons of the participants, and you can see that the delegates of various countries are extremely shocked when they hear this, especially Robert's eyes are shining with doubt, full of bewilderment. Originally, the representative of the Eagle Sauce country told him that they should tell him the information of the strange contract at the right time to achieve the best publicity effect. And the purpose of achieving this effect is to obtain more benefits, especially when the global response is strange in the future, and the Eagle Sauce country wants more permissions. However, being cut off by Huagua is greatly beyond expectations. Henry, the representative of the Eagle Sauce country, had a dark face at the moment, and he had not released a word. Was he going to be banned? It seems that something happened to Huagua, and Huagua preempted us. It's impossible, no one else can do something like weird contracts. The guy named Roy is a farm worker, and this morning while he was shaving sheep, he was lucky enough to meet a wounded and dying weird, through friendly exchanges. Well, it's more accurate to say that the weird threatens Roy, the kid. Roy is 5 big and 3 thick, he is a tall man of 1.9 meters, very strong, but in stark contrast, this thing is as timid as a sesame seed, and after being threatened with checkmate by the weird, this thing agrees to let the weird parasitize, and then the first weird contract of mankind is born. Han Sheng's version of fooling Shin Shan before was actually from this. However, if the Chinese really have contractors, then our information is not exclusive, that is, it cannot have a monopoly effect. Henry patiently explained to the big man who lacked brain cells. That's impossible. In short, weird won't contract with people casually. I know this very well, the Chinese must be lying. Roy thinks that he is God's only favorite, so he says this categorically, leaving no way back for himself. Henry was silent. He communicated with the other representatives of the Eagle Sauce country, and finally they decided to take a look at the situation first, and see if there were really contractors in Huagua. Without them, they would be able to initiate slander. On the other side, Robert, the chairman of the board of directors, finally recovered from his state of bewilderment, and he said aggressively, Representative Huagua, please allow me to ask a few questions. First of all, are you sure that there is a way to deal with the weird? Second, who is your weird god? Finally, I want evidence, preferably a video, and I hope you can provide this. Robert's words were full of spikes, obviously not believing the words of the representative of Huagua, and there was a kind of difficulty. Of course, this is their consistent style, and it has always been so, narrow, arrogant, and inexplicably with a sense of superiority. Even Han Shang was very uncomfortable to listen to, although he didn't want to be a hero, but if he could slap this Robert's face, he would still be happy. Shin Shan took over and said in a very affirmative tone, we definitely have the video, and it will be announced later, and at the same time, we are willing to share all the information we have and fight against weirdness with all countries in the world. Then you also have a contractor. Finally, Robert couldn't help but blurt out. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the laptop next to him, which had the communication interface that was communicating with Eagle Sauce country, and whispered, Hey, Mr. Henry, aren't you going to do something? Henry whispered, as long as he has a strange contract, he must have a trick stronger than ordinary people, and even have tricks. Roy's weirdness is tricky, and this big man also demonstrated it in front of the representative of the Eagle Sauce country, but it made him lose a finger, and he regretted it very much. Well, Representative Huagua, if you can show the tricks of the contractor, then you can prove that what you say is true. Robert's tone was filled with some malice. Is this? Shin Shan glanced at Han Shang. Han Shang gave him a very affirmative look, and Shin Shan immediately replied, Yes, our contractor agreed. Then the picture shifted to Han Shang. Han Shang did not have the slightest mood swing. He raised his palm to face the camera, and then a bone spur protruded from his palm. Like a movie special effect, this scene made the participants extremely surprised, exclaiming, staring, and covering their mouths in disbelief, as if some impossible miracle happened, but it really happened. Han Cheng's performance was not over yet. When the bone spur completely left the palm, what appeared in front of everyone was a bone spur that was more than a foot long from gray and white, 10 centimeters thick, one of which was unusually sharp, exuding a trace of coldness, and through the shield, you could imagine how terrible it would be for that spike to pierce into the flesh. Oh God, this is actually true. Is this Chinese really a god? Robert's heart was turbulent, his eyes widened, his mouth became O-shaped, and he had to admit that the Chinese were not lying. Thank you, friend of the East, I believe what you said, you do have contractors. Robert was a little embarrassed at this time, because this was different from what he expected. He was originally going to hold the beautiful fruit, but the current situation made him quite embarrassed. That's too coincidental. I want to say that there is also a strange contractor in the Eagle Sauce country. I don't know who this first honor should be given. I don't care about the first, only a fool cares about this kind of first. Han Cheng put away his bone spurs and pushed the camera away. This host made him unhappy, otherwise he wouldn't want to show tricks. At the same time, Han Cheng had already seen Qin Shan's intentions. He wanted to push Han Cheng out like a hero, and after that, Han Cheng, the deceitful god of Huagua, would become a kind of symbol, and he had to do something to satisfy the title of this hero, otherwise he would be disappointed and scolded. It's a kind of moral kidnapping, but it's useless to Han Sung. I think the first one should be our treacherous god. Qin Shan was unceremonious. He took the host's words very proudly, and glanced at the representatives of various countries on the screen. We still have a video here to prove the true strength of our gods. After that, Qin Shan uploaded a video, which played the scene of Han Cheng and a group of people coming out of Yin Yun Tower in the early hours of last night, and there was not only a picture of Han Cheng showing tricks to Qin Shan, but also a picture of the arrested trick chef. Is this true? Robert said in shock, because he saw Han Cheng dragging the weird out of the door. This scene was too amazing. You must know that there is no precedent for humans to subdue weirdness. Han Cheng's move can almost rewrite human history. Of course it's true. In fact, we've already negotiated with this weird one, and he's agreed to work with us. Qin Shan's tone was very calm, and after a pause, he asked, "Do you need me to ask him out?" "If you can ask him to come out," Robert said. "All right, bring number 1 inch." Qin Shan shouted outside the door, and then the tricky chef appeared at the door, but he was packed in a large cement box, only revealing a small window. Through the small window camera to enter the shooting, you can clearly see the appearance of the tricky chef, full of meat. There are obvious stitching marks between the meat pieces, and the cracked mouth is full of sharp teeth. Such an image is certainly not human. Whether the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals libLive/phoneme broadcast screen moves or not, cannot escape the detection of the technology of various countries, and the most convincing thing is that this trick chef showed his trick, meat bullet. The whole body curled into a ball, turned into a ball, and bounced in the cement box a few times. This amazing picture once again filled the participants with consternation. It's true, oh my God, this thing can be subdued by humans. Can you invite that treacherous god to come to our country, and pay as much as you want? Trick god. Trick god. I remember, it can't be the hot oriental god of the East some time ago. Hey, we seem to have hope. This god is better than God. The comments kept ringing out, and now there is no doubt that Huagua is the first country to subdue the weird, and everyone is more worshipful, and at the same time hopes to let the weird gods go to their country. Of course, this situation is impossible to happen, Qin Shan responded. The strange god is a code name. He will be the number 1 person in our Huagua's weird response, and an important treasure of our Huagua. You Huagua uphold the principle of information sharing and getting through difficulties together, and are willing to share research on dealing with weirdness with other countries. After that, Qin Shan also took out a report he introduced. This report was made by the gods themselves, and it introduced the types of weird in great detail, and the level according to their strength. There is also an introduction to various tricks, as well as a hierarchy according to rarity, growth, acquisition, power, and so on. There is also information here, such as the cost of using sticks or trickery, but it can be replaced with Stygian coins, which also has an explanation of how to obtain them. Qin Shan spoke eloquently, once again surprised everyone present, and at the same time there was a deep reverence. Huagua's willingness to share this valuable information is a very high gesture, and there are no preconditions. This is not the same that some countries always want to order others. Great, I said that you were simply the light of mankind on behalf of Huagua, and I only want to express my gratitude to your country on behalf of the World Strange Response Organization. Robert was impressed, and Huagua prepared detailed information and shared it without hesitation, which not only proved that they were the first, but also showed that they had a great mind to save the world. But Henry was very upset, and he turned to the delegates and asked, "What should we do? This situation is so sudden, and the people of Huagua are one step ahead of us." They also shared the report unconditionally, so that our information would have no effect, and in the future, the whole Weird Response organization would have more say in the country. Someone continued, "Not really, but we don't have any way around it, do we?" Henry looked angry and helpless. He looked at Roy and said, "It's a pity that you can't be a hero." "No, I said a long time ago that the Chinese man couldn't have a tricky contract. His tricks were fake, I promise. That guy must have played tricks just now," Roy said unconvinced. "But it's true, Roy, you're not the only one, and your trickery is pediatric compared to others." Henry shook his head in frustration. "No, I'm the best. Let me show my hand in front of them too, guaranteed to shock them." Roy didn't give up. He grabbed in front of the camera and shouted, "Hey, my name is Roy, I'm the real human hero, you see my tricks?" The creature shouted, and then a black inchi floated from his arm, and then the skin hardened like a hard stone, and the surface was also very rough, full of a heavy feeling that was difficult to break. "See, this is my trickery, and I am not afraid of anyone with this defense." "Oh, it seems to be very powerful, too," said Mr. Robert, surprised, and then asked with great interest, "Can it make you petrified all over?" "I would say that it would be too ordinary if it was just petrified on the arm." "Of course," Roy shouted, and then exerted all his strength, desperately exerting himself, but a few wisps of inchi floated on his arm, and no inchi appeared anywhere else in his body. Of course, it is impossible to petrify where there is no inchi, and in the end, after holding it for 10 minutes, Roy only has his arms petrified in addition to sweating profusely, and this kid's face is now as ugly as constipation. This guy doesn't seem to be good. Compared to a bone spur in Huagua, what is the use of this petrification? Yes, bone spurs can pierce weird. What can petrified skin do? The defense is too bad. Can you only block it with your hands? The participants couldn't help muttering, and their faces were a little mocking. But no, the ability to petrify the arm really doesn't really do much. Even Robert shook his head and said, "I'm sorry sir, I have to admit it fairly, that Huagua God is much stronger than you. Robert didn't continue. He meant that you don't want to be embarrassed anymore, but Roy didn't appreciate it at all, and continued to roar. "You are favoring that Chinese man, this is unfair, I am obviously better than him, are you all blind?" This time he had just finished speaking, when suddenly a sharp pain rose from his abdomen and then spread all over his body. At the same time, his fingers seemed to be gnawed by something, and they shortened rapidly, and blood dripped to the ground. 1 or 2. All 9 fingers were gone, and with the previous one, Roy became a fingerless man. He howled in pain, but it wasn't over. The stomach of the thing was broken, and it was bitten from the inside by something. Blood gushed out, and the scene was terrible. In the previous life, the queen of the blood domain was bullied, which also made her cold-blooded and ruthless after gaining power, and she didn't trust anyone. She lives like an ice empress. It seems to be high, but deep down in his heart, he is insecure after being injured and refuses to trust others easily. So now that I have established a trust in Shaolin Shui's heart, this girl will be able to belong to me in the future. Han Chang strode towards the forest, and there were big eyes looking at him in the dark space over there. Lin Shui hid behind the big tree, watching the young man who helped her come over, her little heart pounding. She had no parents when she was very young, and she was bullied all the time after coming to the welfare home, and she never had any friends. There was no one to help her. The nursery staff believed the other children's words even more, thinking that she was a troublemaker and made trouble every day. Also treated her coldly, scolded her loudly, and even beat her secretly. So she learned to be strong when she was very young, but inside she was miserable and she wished she had a friend. Friends can give her a sense of security and can give her something to rely on. Looking at the young man coming, a trace of throbbing flashed in Lin Shui's big eyes. She stepped out from behind the tree. She is no longer hiding. Seeing Han Chang walk to him, Lin Shui had no stage fright and spoke first. "What are you doing here?" "I'm coming to see you." Han Chang took out a pack of macaron desserts and handed it over. "Eat?" Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then twitched her little nose, pouted, and grabbed it. Tear it open, take out a small round cake, stuff it in your mouth and chew it. The sweet taste flowed on the tip of her tongue, and Lin Shui's ruthless gaze trembled. It's very sweet. Thank you. Lin Shui returned the remaining macarons, but Han Chang didn't take them. It's all for you, but you'd better finish it here. Han Chang said with a smile. Lin Shui nodded. It was true that someone would definitely snatch it back. She didn't squirm phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, grabbed a piece and stuffed it in her mouth. It was the sweetest thing she had ever tasted. After eating 6, she held on, looked up at Han Chang, and asked suspiciously. Why are you giving me this? Because we can be friends. Han Chang said bluntly. Why? Lin Shui stared at Han Chang's eyes, a 12-year-old girl like an adult who had gone through hardships. Because I was also bullied a lot when I was a kid. Han Chang touched his nose. This is true, but which boy didn't fight when he was a child? Is that still called childhood? Lin Shui's gaze lowered and she didn't speak again. Han Chang understood that the future queen already had a good impression of herself. Sure enough, emotional investment has to be done as soon as possible. If she waits for her to gain strength and become the queen of the blood domain, she will only have a glimpse from afar. But now it's different. Han Chang has a place in this girl's heart. Alright, I still have something to do. I'll come to see you later. Han Chang didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. Watching Han Chang leave, Lin Shui watched for a long time, and just as Han Chang was about to leave the forest, she suddenly shouted loudly. Lin Shui. Well, my name is Han Chang. Han Chang turned around and shouted, and then left the woods. Out of the woods, Han Chang had a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. He guessed correctly. This blood queen seemed to be cold-blooded and ruthless, but in fact, she was just pretending to gain a sense of security. Lin Shui's inner world is actually fragile, and she needs warmth the most when she is most vulnerable. A pack of macarons will do the trick. Han Chang looked up at the welfare house at this time, but he was not ready to fund Lin Shui. He was afraid that too much involvement in Lin Shui's world would change the trajectory of her fate, causing her to be unable to obtain the tricks of the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. So Han Chang went straight back, and in the rest of the days he had to go to a few future trial places to see. Those places of trial will have very useful, or powerful tricks. Familiarizing yourself with the venue early can go a long way in future operations. After Zhang Xing was kicked out of the group, he gritted his teeth angrily. Roy's eyes widened, and he fell. The moment he fell, the treacherous man stood up from the corpse, as if he had regained his strength after eating flesh and blood, and a pair of glowing black eyes swept over several other representatives of the Eagle Sauce Country. Damn! Henry yelled, "Run," and the group of Eagle Sauce Nation representatives scattered in all directions, but were quickly devoured by the treacherous pounce. The atmosphere of the meeting became heavy, and Robert didn't know what to say. Here, Qin Shan glanced at Han Chang with the meaning of inquiry. Han Chang shook his head sneeringly and said, "A fool, he overused tricks, then the price to pay is to be multiplied, so that trick ate him. I also wrote about this in the report." Qin Shan didn't say anything. He turned his gaze, looked at the screen, and spoke again. "Mr. Robert, I think our report on the gods is very valuable, and you can see if our country should make more contributions to the world's response to the strange in the future. To contribute more is to have more right to speak, and to have more right to speak can take more benefits." Qin Shan also spares no effort to fight for the interests of the country. What he does is absolutely not wrong, and he is very competent. There should be no feelings between countries, there are only interests between countries. Of course, in the future, we all over the world should ask you Huagua for advice on weird issues. Robert affirmed. The meeting of the World Weird Response Organization is over, and the result is that Han Sung has become a big celebrity, the first man in the world to contract weird, the first man to subdue weird, and the first man to sum up all kinds of weird information. Anyway, there are many honors for the first place, and coupled with the previous paper-burning campaign, the deceitful god Han Chang has penetrated into the hearts of the people of the world and has become a veritable godlike figure. This may sound like an exaggeration, but it is true. Han Sung has become a superhero of all kinds. Han Chang was not happy about this. Fame is sometimes a burden, and obscurity is actually an excellent protection. The end of the world is coming, and what Han Chang wants is the benefits of substance, not this kind of nothing, but the false name of carrying a moral benchmark. After the meeting that day, Han Chang and Lin Shui took Lu Tong's car back to the convenience store, and there was no word all night, and Han Chang received a call from Zhang Ke the next morning. "Brother Han, our company is dead, it's weird, can you come and take a look? Then you drive to pick me up, I'm at the convenience store." For the Zhang family, Han Chang has to give a face. After all, the Zhang family is helping to build the oil storage depot behind the house. More than an hour later, Zhang Ke's car arrived, and Han Chang and Lin Shui got into the car. Zhang Ke's face was very bad in the car, and he introduced while driving. "This morning, there was an employee named Li Hua in my father's company, and when he opened the drawer, he found a human head, and he was so frightened that he screamed, and then everyone went to look and found no human head. This happened the other day, but no one was hurt, and then it stopped, so no one paid much attention to it after it happened. I didn't expect that more than an hour later, someone found a human head in the men's bathroom, and this human head was Li Hua's, but what was infiltrating was that Li Hua was still working in the office, just like a living person." Han Qingyan's expression was calm when he heard this, and he asked, "That Li Hua is still in the office now? Where is it? Knowing that this thing is weird, how dare we still alarm him? Now that everyone in the office has run out, he is the only one left." Zhang Ke replied. Han Chang pondered for a moment and said, "It's likely to be weird, but I'm not completely sure, I have to look at the head." "Brother Han, do you mean that the human head is fake? Is the human head real?" Zhang Ke said in surprise. "It's also possible that it's all fake, it's all weird." Han Chang Dao. "Damn! That's too scary, how could I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme these days?" Zhang Ke's face turned pale suddenly. One weird had already made people panic, and two weird people couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. At this time, Lin Shui interjected and shouted, "Hey, is weird so terrible? As long as you are not afraid of him, he can't harm you." The intimidation level weird killing pattern is basically like this, and Lin Shui is not wrong about what she said. Zhang Ke's face turned red and said, I'm just timid, Sister Lin, don't laugh at me. Besides, how can I compare with you and Brother Han? Now the name of the treacherous god Han Chang is popular on the internet again." Speaking of this, Zhang Ke suddenly became interested, and turned his head to look at Han Chang. "Brother Han, do you know, didn't you show your face at the World Congress yesterday, and the TV stations behind you are broadcasting you, taking turns to broadcast? It's said that you have made great contributions to our human race, or you humans don't know how to deal with those weirdness, but you showed us the direction and gave us practical and effective methods. Now that your report has spread on the internet, many people know how to deal with weirdness, and there are also those who are brave enough to go to the weird trial place to earn Stygian coins. How can you say it, Brother Han? In short, you are now the savior, and everyone thinks that you deserve your name." Han Chang drooped his eyelids. He knew about this, just like the guy named Roy in the previous life. After announcing the strange ability contract, he was also called the savior of mankind, an angel sent by God. It's just that now this honor has been transferred to Han Chang. In fact, Han Chang doesn't want it, and even regrets going to that weird conference last night. By the way, Han Chang suddenly remembered the final fate of that Roy in the previous life. That guy was carried away by all kinds of honors, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme demonstrated his useless tricks, and the final result was a strange belly and a miserable death, just like the final result last night. So Han Chang felt that he should be sober. All this bullshit honor is moral kidnapping, it is better to be obscure. Then I didn't say anything all the way to the Zhang family's company. Because of the strange incarnation, only a few people in this company are still working, barely maintaining the company's operations. Of course, it's good that there are few people, otherwise this matter will be a big problem. Following Zhang Ke, Han Chang and Lin Shui arrived outside the office, and Zhang Ke pointed inside through the window. "That is Li Hua, Brother Han, let's see if it's weird." Han Chang looked at the office through the glass. There was only one person in the office, and there was no trace of Yin Qi on that person's body, but it looked a little strange. He always shook his head, and from time to time he held his head with both hands and turned it, like a thing that was not placed in the right place and needed to be realigned. "This is supposed to be a living person." Lin Shui spoke first, and after she contracted Archie, she also had a sensitive sense of Yin Qi. "No, the absence of Yin energy does not necessarily mean that you are alive. Han Shang shook his head and said, there are many ways to conceal yin qi in this world, and if it is too weird, it will be difficult to detect yin qi. This is very similar to Han Chang's white bone puppet, because it is weak, it doesn't have much yin qi, so it is naturally difficult to be detected. Lin Shui nodded teachable and stopped talking. Zhang Ke was puzzled when he heard this, and asked, Brother Han, you should give me an accurate word, is this a person? In my opinion, 80% is not a person. Han Chang said with confidence. And just as Han Chang was speaking, Li Hua in the office was about to lower his head and type, when he suddenly snapped his head and fell on the keyboard, and his real face rolled on the keyboard. Then the headless body held the head with both hands and pressed it back again. However, Li Hua looked at his ass and was depressed for a long time, and finally realized something, turned his head 180 degrees, and turned positive. Damn! It's really not human. Zhang Ke's face turned pale with fright, and he turned his head to look at Han Chang. Brother Han, what do you think? Han Chang didn't answer, and looked at Lin Shui. Xiu, if you don't hand over this weird one, I'll go to the men's bathroom to take a look at that head. Han Chang wanted to take this opportunity to train the future queen. Do you need to keep the whole corpse? Lin Shui asked rhetorically. Whatever you like. After Han Chang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ke. Take me to the men's toilet, that human head should still be there, right? It's still there, who would dare to touch such a scary thing? Zhang Ke hurriedly led the way. Brother Han is going here. Follow Zhang Ke through the corridor, turn the corner, and come to the end of the corridor, which is the men's toilet, but there is an old man standing at the door of the men's toilet, looking at about 60. Uncle Lu, our janitor. Zhang Ke muttered to Han Chang, and then went up and said, Uncle Lu, there is a trick here, don't hang around anymore, hurry up and go to the utility room. Everyone else in the company was staying in the utility room, and Uncle Lu nodded quickly when he heard it. Knowing Zhang Xiao, I also came over to pee urgently. Said that he left in a hurry. Brother Han, it's inside. Zhang Ke took Han Chang in, then pushed open a toilet door and pointed to the toilet. Han Chang looked down and saw a human head at the bottom of the toilet, face up, and he could clearly identify this face exactly the same as Li Hua in the office. There is no yin qi floating on the head, the expression is calm, the eyes are slightly closed, and the incision on the neck is not even bloody, which is very neat. Anyway, this human head doesn't look like a dead man, but it looks like it's still alive, and this incision is even more strange, not cut by a sword, not a drop of blood. Take out the human head. Han Chang glanced at Zhang Ke at this time. Zhang Ke was stunned for a few seconds and didn't react. Do you want me to take it? Han Chang asked rhetorically. Okay, I'll take it. Zhang Ke was reluctant, but he definitely had to come to this matter, so he had to frown, put one hand into the toilet, and timidly grabbed the ear of the human head and lifted it up. Snap, as soon as he took out the toilet, Zhang Ke immediately threw it on the ground, splashed the water, and then jerked the tissue and wiped his hands desperately. Don't be busy wiping your hands, touching your face, and making sure it's a real person. Han Chang said again. Do you want me to touch it? Han Chang said again. Okay, I'll do it. Zhang Ke didn't dare to hesitate any longer, squatted down, and carefully touched the face of the human head. The tentacles were soft, not like plastic and other materials. He concluded, Brother Han, it's a real person, and this, it seems to be alive, it's all hot. It's hot, how long has it been since he had an accident? Han Chang suddenly stared. I went to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the toilet found that the head was around 9 o'clock. Zhang Ke replied. Oh no, hurry up and pick up this Li Hua, this guy may still be alive, let's go. Han Chang turned around and left the men's toilet after speaking. Behind him, Zhang Ke picked up the head and hurriedly followed. Brother Han, what the hell is going on? Han Chang didn't reply, but replied, don't ask more, there may be more than one weird place in your place. What, there are 2 more? Zhang Ke's face instantly became extremely ugly. Not just 2, maybe more if it was that guy. Han Chang thought so. Han Chang rushed to the office. It would be bad if Lin Shui had already done it. With the queen's arrogance, Li Hua would probably become meat sauce, and he would definitely not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. In fact, this Li Hua did not die, but was replaced by a kind of head change trick, and this kind of head change trick Han Chang heard about it in the previous life. It is said that this kind of weirdness can easily take off other people's heads, and then replace it with a kind of weirdness called head tricks, and the head trick can be transformed into the original person to continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme among others, and generally can't find the abnormality. The strength of this head picking trick is not weak, it is generally killing level, and the rules for its head picking are also varied. Some shout names, some touch their heads. Anyway, as long as they meet one of them, they can take off their heads. Moreover, this trick is extremely good at hiding. It is difficult to find its traces, and it is naturally very difficult to deal with him. Han Chang rushed to the door of the office, only to see Lin Shui raising a baseball bat at Li Hua in front of him. Seeing this, Han Chang hurriedly shouted, "Don't hit his body, just hit his head." Lin Shui was stunned when she heard this, but her reaction was fast, and the stick in her hand was raised by 3 points, aiming at Li Hua's head. The sound of breaking through the air was crossed, followed by a solid muffled sound, and Li Hua's head was knocked away. This scene caused an exclamation. It turned out that the rest of the employees in the company saw someone dealing with the weird, and ran over curiously to watch, and the 3 men squatted on the windowsill just in time to see their heads smashed away. The scene is violent, and the scene is weird. Generally, the head flies, and then it should be a column of blood, but Li Hua's neck is a clean section, and he can clearly see the esophagus, trachea, various nerves and vertebrae, and even blood vessels, but the blood just didn't shed a drop. This scene made the 3 of them stunned. Lin Shui glanced at the 3 melon-eating people outside, turned her gaze back indifferently, and looked at the head that was knocked away by herself and landed on the side of the wall. But in the next second, something even more bizarre happened. The head came to life, and more than a dozen tiny fingers suddenly grew from the broken part of his neck, and then crawled and ran like a centipede. "Damn, I don't want to eat lunch today." Seeing the rushing head, Lin Shui showed a look of disgust, rushed up with an arrow step, and then smashed the stick down, this time slamming the head directly into a twist, splashing the ground like mud. Lin Shui wiped the stains on her face with her arm, shook her head, and rushed at Han Changdao, who walked in. "What the hell is this disgusting brain trick? A low-level weirdness that moves with the head trick, belongs to the intimidation level." Han Chang introduced as he walked, and then he saw that Zhang Ko had also come in, so he pointed to Li Hua's body and said, "Press it." "Yes." Zhang Ko walked over, held his head in both hands, and pressed his head tremblingly. To put it in his heart, Zhang Ko was very panicked at this time. He was afraid that as soon as his head was pressed, Li Hua would become weird and suddenly bite him, just like in a zombie movie. Fortunately, after pressing his head, this terrible nonsense did not come true, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, and the kid smiled and said to Han Chang, "Brother Han, press it." But the next second Li Hua moved, staring at the wide-eyed scream. There was a madman in front of him who was screaming. Anyone would be scared stupid, not to mention that Zhang Ko was still holding someone's head just now. This Li Hua shouted, and he was so frightened that he jumped up more than a meter high, sat on the ground with his butt, and his face was full of sweat. "Tricky, tricky!" Li Hua exclaimed in horror. "Fool your mother! You have a head and blind eyes, I'm Zhang Xiao." Zhang Ko scolded. Li Hua was stunned when he heard this, and then he swept left and right in a panic, and found Zhang Xiao on the ground, 3 colleagues at the door, and a man and a woman on the other side. He regained some sense. I'm not dead." "Of course you're not dead." Zhang Ko stood up from the ground, pointed at Li Hua's nose and scolded, "It's a shame that I was holding your head just now to save you." "I'm sorry, Zhang Xiao, I didn't know you could save me, Li Hua immediately apologized. "What kind of apologies to me, over there?" Zhang Ko pointed at Han Chang. "That's your savior, don't you know? It's the trick god of last night's TV, thank Brother Han quickly." "Brother Han, thank you for your great grace in saving your life." Li Hua bowed to Han Chang and thanked him. At this time, the 3 employees also looked at Han Chang and muttered, "Hey, that's the god himself. It looks very spiritual, and the aura is enough, and it looks extraordinary." Of course, the cliff that can subdue the weird man is the strongest. The tone of the 3 was admiring, and their eyes were also full of respect. Han Chang didn't have any expression on his face, he was just like that. He looked at Li Hua with a solemn gaze, and asked, "Remember who took off your head?" "Forget, before you took off your head, you remember that it was a terrible black shadow, and you can't remember anything else." Li Hua still had palpitations. Then you saw a human head in the morning? Han Cheng continued to ask. Yes, as soon as I went to work and opened the drawer, I saw a human head, and I was scared to death. Han Cheng nodded, pondering in his heart that this person who was taken off his head should have triggered two rules. One is that his head is treacherous, that is, he is frightened and fearful. After all, the head trick is a low-level intimidation-level weirdness, and the rules for harming people are the most common way. But as long as this rule is triggered, then it will be targeted by the deceitful after that. Then this Li Hua triggered the rules of deception, and his head was taken off like this. It's just that there are many kinds of head-picking rules, but I don't know which kind of head-picking trick is here. Can you recall anything? Think about it as much as you can. Han Cheng continued to ask, if you want to subdue the head-picking trick here, you must understand his head-picking rules, so that it can be more targeted. I seem to remember being tapped on the shoulder from behind when I went to the bathroom, and then when I turned around, I saw a dark shadow. Li Hua recalled diligently. Turn around and kill. Han Chengdao, this is also a kind of rule. If this is the case, it will be easy to do. Then we can't look back at people. Suddenly, Zhang Ko interjected, and he said nervously, then we have to think of a way, otherwise it will be dangerous if the head is removed. He looked at a few of the employees and took a look. I said, Zhou Bing, come here, back to back with me. A young man went over and stood with Zhang Ke back to back. Zhang Ke said with a smile, how about Brother Han, there is no way to take us off in this way, and we haven't exposed our backs to others anyway. Don't you think it's stupid to do this? Han Xiang looked at Zhang Ke like a fool. It was not unreasonable for this thing to be scolded for being a wreck, and his brain was obviously in water. Brother Han is stupid, this is the best way, why don't you do the same? Although it is a little troublesome, it is safe. Zhang Ke didn't realize his stupidity, and let his subordinates do the same. A few employees didn't hesitate. Zhang Xiao's method is okay, although it looks stupid, but it can save his life. Immediately, the remaining two were also back to back. Han Cheng couldn't stand it anymore. He asked Lin Shui, do you have a mirror on you? Lin Shui took out a small round mirror the size of a palm and gave it to Han Cheng. Han Cheng took it and took a picture behind him and said, isn't this okay, so convenient to use back to back? This. Zhang Ke's face was hot, embarrassed on the spot, isn't it, what a mirror can do, it's so stupid. Zhang Ke's face was hot, and his method seemed to be really stupid. Touching his head, he said to one of his men. Well, you go get some little mirrors. Zhang Xiao, that's a girl's makeup mirror, how can we men have it, we have a mirror in the toilet. The employee was embarrassed. The mirror in the toilet is mounted on the wall and must not be carried at all times, which is troublesome. Zhang Ke looked at Han Chengdao. Brother Han, there is no mirror here. Han Cheng's gaze gradually became disdainful, and he said indifferently. Is your brain an ornament? No, it's rusty. Saying that, Han Cheng took out his mobile phone, called up the video recording function, and then shone it behind his back. Nowadays, mobile phones have front cameras, can't you see the pull behind you? Zhang Ke was stunned again. He didn't expect such a simple method, his embarrassed face was melancholy, and he didn't want to speak. Is there anyone else in your company? Han Cheng said again. There is also our Uncle Lu, he said that he went to pee. An employee said. Uncle Lu, we met just now, I'll call him and ask him to come over. Zhang Ke raised his melancholy eyes at this time. Okay, then you all stay here and don't go out, I'll go outside and find that trickster by myself. Han Cheng said as he walked towards the door. Let me go with me. Lin Shui was carrying a baseball bat and was going to follow. No, someone has to guard this place. Han Cheng ordered, and then added, besides, I can't do anything about that head-picking trick, I'll just do it alone. It's true that Han Cheng has a heaven and earth bank card, unless it's weird at the Dao level, it can't hurt Han Cheng at all. Besides, Han Cheng is not what it used to be now, and Miss Baigu is also only killing level weird, and her strength is rising, so she is not worthy of the trick here. But I don't want to guard this group of stupid people. Lin Shui glanced at Zhang Ke, the guy felt an unfriendly gaze, and his neck shrank in an instant, and his face was melancholy again. Isn't it because you're stupid that someone needs to guard you? Lin Shui, I want you to stay. Han Shang still insisted. This Zhang Ku was useful to himself, and he had better not have an accident. Seeing that Han Chengdu said this, Lin Shui didn't insist any longer. Okay, then I'll keep this group of fools. These words caused a group of employees of the Zhang family to sweat, especially Zhang Ku's face became more and more melancholy, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Hey, it's not okay for a stupid person to say that. I just didn't think of looking behind me in the mirror. As for being said to be like this? Coming out of the office, Han Chang came to the corridor outside alone. He walked slowly, guarding the surroundings. At the same time, Han Chang was also thinking in his heart. There were a few points of information that Han Chang could confirm for this trick. First, the strength of this depraving trick should be at the killing level, and it is definitely not at the Dao level. The reason is that if this head-picking trick was at the Dao level, then Han Chang and his party should have been in trouble a long time ago. Two people with strange contracts entered a strange territory at the entrance level, and they could understand with their butts that there was definitely a problem, which could make you walk around comfortably. Obviously, the treacherous trick here did not have the ability to compete with Han Chang and Lin Shui, so he chose to escape. The second point is that the head-picking rule is not necessarily to turn back and kill. After all, only Li Hua has encountered head-picking, and his experience needs more evidence. If there are more than 3 people who encounter head-picking rules are all head-picking, then it can be so certain, but it is a bit arbitrary to confirm it now. There is also a third point that Han Chang cares about the most, that is, the head trick acts together with the head trick, and where there is a head trick, there must be a head trick. According to Zhang Ke's words, the company found out that the head was strange 6 days ago, that is, the day after the strange incarnation. So the head-picking trick should have been in this company as early as that time, and it stayed for nearly a week, and it only picked off Li Hua's head? After discovering the head trick at first, nothing else happened, so why didn't the head-picking trick take action? He needed to lie dormant for a week to take off Li Hua's head? So there must be a problem here, and if you want to know the answers to these questions, you have to catch the head-picking trick. At this time, Han Chang stopped. He had already walked to the end of the corridor. On the left was the toilet he had just visited, and on the right was the stairs going down. It is a small 2-story building, with an office area upstairs and a storage area downstairs. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Chang was about to walk down the stairs, when suddenly he heard footsteps in his ears, obviously coming from downstairs. Is there anyone downstairs? It can't be that Uncle Lu? He hasn't gone to the office yet? Han Chang walked down the stairs in confusion, facing an open passage, which was different from the layout above, with a corridor above, various departments on both sides, and a larger office. Here is an open storage area. The goods are piled up all around. The air is full of a sense of oppression, and it seems unusually deserted, but it is also because it is too deserted, resulting in the footsteps are very clear. Han Chang followed the sound and looked over, only to see a figure in a goods area, turning around the shelves and disappearing. Han Chang ran over quickly, wanting to see if it was Uncle Lu. But when I ran closer, I turned the shelves, and there was an open space in front of me, and there was no one in front of me. I ran over in less than 5 seconds. There is no place to hide here. Where did that figure go? Han Chang's eyes tightened, and he faintly felt a little wrong. There was something wrong with the figure just now. Maybe it was just a trick, but there was no trace of Yin Qi in the air around him, nothing. Han Chang fell into deep thought, but after only thinking about it for a moment, he turned around and walked quickly in another direction. Although the storage area is large, it is not all of the first floor, and when you go to the end, there is a room with a large line on the wall that reads, "Import and export goods are registered here." It used to be a storekeeper's place, and now the door is closed. Han Chang walked to the door and unscrewed the door, but the door was unlocked. A little way through the door, there was a strange smell coming from inside the room, which made Han Chang frown, and he was about to pull the door down to take a look, when suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. "You are a friend brought by Zhang Xiao, right?" said Uncle Lu, standing at the door. "Why are you still here? Zhang Ku didn't call you to go to the office?" Han Chang asked rhetorically. Through the gap, Han Chang looked at the room behind Uncle Lu, where there was a pair of tables and chairs, and there were various registration documents on the table. On the left was a bookshelf for copywriting, and on the opposite side of the bookshelf was a shelf for miscellaneous items. The whole room is simply furnished and there is nothing strange about it, but there is a white on the ground in the middle, and under the is a litter of puppies. No wonder there is a strange smell in this house. It turns out to be the smell of urine from this litter of dogs. I got a call, and I was about to go somewhere. Uncle Lou replied, and then found that Han Chang was looking at the dog, so he turned sideways and said, "This dog is raised by me and used by the gatekeeper." After a pause, Uncle Lou added, "I heard that dog urine and dog blood are particularly effective, so I let the dog go." "You're guarding the door and the goods?" Han Cheng-hu glanced at the old man suspiciously. "No, 2 positions are done by 1 person. Lu Bo Deo." "Well, then there you go." Han Chang didn't enter the room, turned sideways and let Uncle Zhang leave. Zhang Bo nodded politely at Han Chang, closed the door and walked to the stairs. Looking at the back of this Uncle Lou, Han Chang found too many suspicious points. There was something strange in one place. Isn't such an old man afraid of death? Of course, Uncle Lou didn't find any yin chi on his body. If there was a bone spur in Han Chang, he would have greeted him a long time ago. But this doesn't mean anything. Didn't Li Hua just now not find yin chi? So this Uncle Lou still has a big problem. But if you think about it carefully, Li Hua just now is too obvious. His head can fall off. Obviously the head trick can't be well combined with the human body. There is always such an uncomfortable place. But this Uncle Lou talks freely, and there is nothing unusual about the head on his neck, which is no different from ordinary people at all. If there is a problem with him, then there is only one possibility. Uncle Lou is the trick that picks the head, and it is difficult to hide the yin chi with a killing level weirdness, but it is not impossible, and some specific tricks can do it. So this old man is very suspicious. Han Chang's gaze tightened, and he looked deeply at Uncle Lou's back. But at this moment, suddenly there was a scream from upstairs, like killing a pig in the middle of the night, which instantly made people's hearts explode. Han Chang frowned. Something happened above. If it was a tricky head, then Lin Shui would be able to deal with it, and he would definitely not make this kind of pig call. One possibility is that there is a trick. Han Chang glanced at Uncle Lou's background again. The next second, he rushed out quickly. He passed by Uncle Lou and rushed to the 2nd floor first. Uncle Lou followed behind Han Chang, and when he heard that something had happened, he also quickened his pace. 10 minutes ago, Han Chang just left the office. Here Lin Shui found a place to sit down casually. She has nothing to fear, the strength of Archie on her body, plus her character. As long as she dares to find her, she will serve with a stick. However, Zhang Ku and the others were a little afraid, and they gathered together in fear, and Li Hua touched his head in disbelief. It was estimated that it was difficult to imagine that his head had fallen off just now. "Why does my body stink so much?" Li Hua touched his head and sniffed. The smell in the toilet was too strong. Zhang Ke looked at him crookedly, and said in his heart, "You kid almost went into the sewer, can this not stink?" But this time he was smart and didn't say it, otherwise if Li Hua knew this, he would definitely vomit this time. "Zhang Xiao, what are we going to do now?" asked an employee. "Wait. Brother Han is very powerful, let's just sit and wait." Zhang Ke replied impatiently, then looked around and the kid suddenly had an idea. "I said let's rest against the wall, so you don't have to care about the back." "That's a good idea, there's definitely no one behind the wall, and if you meet someone on the shoulder again, you won't look back." The employee continued. "That's for sure, listen to me." Zhang Ke came back confidently in an instant. He pulled up a chair, and sat down against the wall. Everyone else sat the same, pulling chairs against the wall. It's just that these 5 people are lined up against the wall, and the atmosphere is inexplicably embarrassing, just like 5 kindergarten children who were pulled out to sit in the corridor and punished. Lin Shui looked at these people, and there were 5 fools in her eyes, especially Zhang Ku in the middle, who was getting more and more stupid. Not only are these guys stupid, they're hopeless. Li Hua is still trembling, although his head has fallen out of this memory, so that he will not collapse about falling into the toilet, but as long as he thinks about it, he is afraid. So unlike others, his vigilance is particularly heavy, and a pair of eyes sweep around from time to time, as if he is about to burst out from the side. But after a long time, nothing happened, and he couldn't bear it, and his spirit began to relax. As soon as this person relaxes, he is easy to get sleepy, and Li Hua is even more so. From tense nerves to relaxation, the whole person is unguarded, and he yawns. At this time, something was smashed on the top of his head, and his skull hurt, and he reached out to touch it to be a piece of cement slag. Could it be that the ceiling is broken? Out of instinct, Li Hua looked up, and suddenly he saw a black shadow. This black shadow seemed to have been seen, which evoked his terrifying memory, and in an instant, Li Hua's whole body was cold from head to toe, and he hurriedly lowered his head and looked away. But when he looked down, he found a head rolling at his feet, and his face looked exactly like himself, smiling at himself. "No, don't look for me again." Li Hua's face turned pale and trembled, followed by a miserable scream. The screams exploded, causing the people around them to rush up, and they all looked at Li Hua nervously. I saw this kid sitting on a chair and shouting, as if he had seen a trick, but there was nothing around him. "Maid, you're trying to scare us to death." Zhang Ke scolded, and kicked it when he went up. Li Hua was kicked painfully, but he also came back to his senses. Looking at everyone around him looking at him, he shrank his neck in shame and said, "I thought my head had fallen out again, so I just..." Zhang Ke was speechless when he heard this, and said with a tugging face, "You can't want to scare us to death. Touch your head before you call it, and then call it when it really falls off again, okay?" Li Hua lowered his head and didn't squeak. "Humph." Zhang Ke sat back in his seat angrily with a cold snort, and the others also regarded it as a false alarm, and sat down again, and couldn't help complaining about Li Hua in their mouths. Lin Shui also glanced at Li Hua a few times, and then she looked away disdainfully. "This group of fools will make trouble." The office was calm again, but 3 minutes later, Zhang Ke suddenly noticed something shaking under his feet. He looked down curiously, only to see a human head roll under his chair and disappear. This scene frightened Zhang Ke. He raised his head with wide eyes, and suddenly saw a black shadow looking at him outside the window opposite. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and an extreme horror instantly exploded in Zhang Ke's heart. Weird. As soon as the shout sounded, Zhang Ke's eyes were dark, and then he didn't know anything. "Zhang Xiao, what's wrong? What's the trick? Zhang Xiao, are you okay?" The 3 employees hurriedly leaned over and asked. Zhang Ke's face was pale, and he looked at the 3 of them in a daze, and suddenly the corners of his mouth smiled evilly. "You have come just in time, and look at your feet." The 3 of them looked down suspiciously, and saw that each person had a human head under his feet, 3 human heads and 3 faces, each of which was exactly the same as a person. Damn, there is. The 3 wanted to scream, but then they couldn't scream, because they saw a dark shadow suddenly appear in front of them, and then the 3 of them also looked dark, and they didn't know anything. In the end, only Lin Shui was left. She naturally found the black shadow, and at the moment when the last 3 were replaced with their heads, she stood up, the blood on her body danced, the momentum was fierce, and the black shadow looked at each other. It turns out that this is the appearance of the head picking. It's really ugly. Lin Shui twitched the corners of her mouth, and was about to make a move, when there was a hurried footstep from the corridor. It didn't take much thought to know that this was Han Chang coming back after hearing the scream. "You can't seem to run away," Lin Shui sneered. But as soon as she finished speaking, something rolled under her feet, and when she looked down, she saw that it was a human head, and her face looked the same as Lin Shui's. "Beware, this guy is dangerous, use tricks quickly." Suddenly, Archie's voice exploded in Lin Shui's mind, but it was too late. Lin Shui only saw that the black shadow 5 meters away just now suddenly came to him, and he stretched out his hand to pick his head. Lin Shui was not ambiguous at all. At this critical moment, she lay backwards, avoiding the pair of black hands, and then she fell to the ground and rolled up, hurriedly got up, covered in blood. She was like a bloody berserker, swung out a baseball bat, and at the same time used the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. In an instant, the sky and the earth were upside down, time and space were reversed, and everything around her became blood red. Under the bleak blood moon, Lin Shui was standing in front of the dilapidated gate of the 9th Welfare Courtyard, and the 2 iron doors behind him fell one and the other creaked obliquely. After that, the 9th Welfare Home immersed in the sea of blood and mist was slaughtered and suppressed, like a scene in hell. Lin Shui was really surprised when she used this trick for the first time, even if Han Chang had told her that her Blood Domain Welfare Institute was an S-level trick, and it belonged to the strongest level of trickery that humans could contract. But such momentum is still beyond Lin Shui's imagination. "Hee hee, welcome to our home," Lin Shui sneered while carrying a baseball bat. In the corridor, Han Chang ran fast, and he rushed into the office as soon as he came. The door slammed open, and there were 5 Zhang Ku and his employees inside, but Lin Shui was gone. But then Han Chang smelled a thick smell of blood in the air, and he instantly understood. Lin Shui used the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. Han Shang rushed back to the office, and there were only 5 people including Zhang Ku in the space of more than 200 square meters, but Lin Shui was gone. However, through the solemn smell of blood in the air, Han Shang saw that Lin Shui had used the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. It seems that it is not idle to be able to force Lin Shui to use this trick, but Han Shang is not too worried. The Blood Domain Welfare Institute was invincible in the previous life, and in the eyes of countless strong people, it is not easy to lose here. Han Shang pondered in his heart, his eyes swept over Zhang Ku and the other 5 people, and found that these 5 people had dull expressions, tilted their heads, and looked at him with a hostile expression, which made people suspicious. Not to mention others, as far as Zhang Ku is concerned, with his admiration for Han Shang, as long as Han Shang appears, he will never be so indifferent, and he will already greet brother Han warmly. So Han Shang suspected that these 5 people should have their heads replaced. Han Shang examined the necks of the 5 people, and sure enough, he found a thin line. Then reasoning down, you can conclude that the person who was imprisoned by Lin Shui in the Blood Domain Welfare Institute should be a trick. But Han Shang's eyes were slightly downcast, obviously non-committal. What's going on here? At this time, Uncle Lu also entered the office. He looked around, and then ran to Zhang Ku. Han Shang's eyes moved slightly when he saw it, but he didn't stop it. This Uncle Lu looked at Zhang Ke's stunned eyes and said, "Zhang Xiao, are you okay?" Zhang Ke suddenly sneered when he heard this. He looked very weird now, his neck was crooked, saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he still said to himself, "This body is not used to it, it is really uncomfortable, it is too twisted." These words were creepy, and then the thing turned to look at Uncle Lu and said with a grim smile, "Come, I'll change your head too." After finishing speaking, Zhang Ke had already made a move, grabbed Uncle Lu's neck, and seemed to take off his head. Uncle Lu was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled Zhang Ke's hand, but Zhang Ke, the rich second generation who usually doesn't do gravity work, was extremely powerful at the moment, and Uncle Lu couldn't pull it away. Seeing that Uncle Lu would be strangled to death even if his head was not removed. At this moment, Han Shang moved, and a gray-white bone spur in his hand was thrown, hitting Zhang Ke's head accurately. Poof! Foul-smelling black blood flowed from Zhang Ke's head, and then his head was carried to the ground, leaving only the headless torso standing. Without a head, Zhang Ke's hand instantly lost its strength, and Lu Bo got out of the trap and retreated behind Han Shang to gasp for breath, but the paleness of his face was enough to show how frightened he was just now. Looking at Zhang Ke's body, which was not bleeding, Han Shang smiled confidently. Sure enough, they all had their heads replaced. Then he swept the 5 chairs against the wall, and he said sharply, "The rule of this trick is not to turn back and kill, he should be." Han Shang didn't say anything in the second half of the sentence, because he had already taken a step forward, as fast as a flying leopard, and another bone spur flew out of his hand. This time Li Hua's head was pierced. Then Han Shang's body moved sideways, and the bone spurs went to the next one. In less than 5 seconds, all 5 of them had their heads cleared. There were 5 more human heads on the ground that had been pierced through the skull, and 5 headless bodies that stood still. On the other side, in the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, Lin Shui looked at the black shadow domineeringly and sneered. "You're just a trick, aren't you? But if you can get here, you'll have to kneel for me." The shadow didn't speak, just stood, his whole body black, like a figure. "Why don't you want to leave a few last words?" Lin Shui shook her arm with one hand and held a baseball bat in the other, and slowly approached. The black shadow was still speechless, but in the face of Lin Shui's approach, he reacted. His body bent down slightly, and his hands were put in front of him, as if he was about to take action. "I advise you not to struggle, here I have the final say." Lin Shui stepped on the blood-soaked ground under her feet, kicking and splattering blood. This time, the black shadow moved first, and just as Lin Shui's words fell, he moved sideways to the left, with a fast speed, and then he ran half a circle, quickly approaching Lin Shui from the oblique side. In the face of this sudden attack, Lin Shui had no fear at all. On the contrary, she slightly mentioned her competitive fighting spirit. "Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Don't you just want to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me and take off my head?" The corners of Lin Shui's mouth twitched, and her contemptuous gaze instantly became sharp, and then a silver smooth through the void, and the baseball bat smashed out. Phew! Baseball bat by. Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that the enemy was above her head. She didn't raise her head, but turned sideways, and the blood in her whole body turned into a pillar of blood, roaring up with a momentum that soared into the sky. The black shadow above jumped high, and was about to pounce on Lin Shui's head, when this pillar of blood just caught up, and was instantly engulfed and turned into nothingness. But what made him even more unacceptable was that Han Chang didn't know usury, and people sold their houses to invest in dark coins, and they made a lot of money. Also became a super internet celebrity, and the limelight is in full swing. Thinking of Han Chang's letting him buy the Stygian coin, Zhang Xing's heart was bleeding, and he crit 100,000 points. If he had known that what Han Chang said was the truth, and he didn't curse himself to death, then he would have to buy dark coins if he smashed the pot and soul iron. With a yield of 20 times in just 2 weeks, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This Han Chang is also true. Can't you say it a few more times and persuade it a few more times? Or tell me directly, if you want to speculate on the Stygian coin will rise sharply. If you say something detailed, can I not sell it? Zhang Xing desperately tried his best to find a reason for himself, and it was not his fault that he missed the opportunity. That was because Han Chang didn't make it clear to himself, and he didn't say it a second, a third, or a fourth time. Pass. So it's Han Chang who is wrong, not himself. Damn Han Chang, Lao Tzu didn't get rich because of you. Zhang Xing thought about it and took his anger out on Han Chang. However, thinking that she had spread rumors about Han Chang, Sister Zhang did not introduce a girlfriend to Han Chang. And this girl named Lin Lin promised to talk to herself, maybe she could be her girlfriend. Thinking of Lin Lin, a big beauty, convex and backward, 36D, Zhang Xing got some kind of balance. But as soon as he thought about it, the intermediary door was slammed open, and the matchmaker Sister Zhang rushed in stride. Has a stinky face, and the word king on his forehead is sharp. Was full of murderous spirit, and slapped the table at Zhang Xing as soon as he entered the door. Zhang Xing, are you still a human being? Zhang Xing was stunned and stammered. Zhang, Sister Zhang, what do you mean? What do you mean? Lie to me and say that Han Chang was a loan shark and is a loser. You can really spread rumors, but I still believe it. If it weren't for Lin Lin calling me today and telling me that this Han Chang didn't know money at all, and he became a super internet celebrity, he is now worth more than $1 billion. You rabbit cub, Lin Lin cried, saying that if she had known Han Chang earlier, they would have become a couple. Dog, you still want Lin Lin to be your girlfriend, which green onion is better than Han Chang. Han Chang is such an excellent young man, Zhang Xing is not worthy of serving urine basins to others. The saliva that split his head and covered his face sprayed directly on Zhang Xing's face, and Zhang Xing was stunned and didn't reply a word. You kid wait, Sister Zhang will clean you up later. Scolding, Sister Zhang left the intermediary store. Seeing the intermediary door closed, Zhang Xing was relieved, but he felt extremely lost. It seemed that this girlfriend was gone. But I got a promotion and a raise. There are also good things to some extent. Zhang Xing comforted himself very much. But as soon as he thought about it, the intermediary door was slammed open again. This time it was his boss who came in. Zhang Xing hurriedly nodded in greeting. Boss, you're off work, why are you back in the store again? Lao Tzu is looking for you when he goes back to the store. The boss stretched out his hand and gave Zhang Xing a slap, pointed to his head and scolded. You kid really dare to fool people. There is a long-term resident in the villa you introduced, and they have rented it for 20 years. That house has only been owned for 50 years, and it has been going for 20 years. How many years do you let the customer who bought the house phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in? Originally, he thought that he had moved the homeowner to reduce the price and facilitate the transaction, how capable he was, but it turned out that people were doing the game and wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Boss, I don't know about this. You won't have to go to work tomorrow, I don't have you in the store. The boss waved angrily to drive people away. Zhang Xing felt like the world was spinning in an instant. He even lost his job, and he had nothing left. Compared to Han Chang, he lost without a complete body, and at this moment he thought about ending himself. Easily killed the trick of picking heads, Lin Shui looked up proudly, only to see 5 heads falling down in a hurry. 5 seconds later, the Blood Domain Welfare Institute was withdrawn, and Lin Shui reappeared in the office, holding 5 human heads in her left and right hands, looking at Han Chang with a calm expression. Solved, I'm going to kill that head-picking trick, here's their head. Press it on them. Han Chang Dao. Soon, the heads of the 5 returned to their places, and each of them was terrified as they regained their lives. That Zhang Ke kept touching his neck and asked the employee. Isn't my head right? Lin Shui looked at it and said coldly, I pressed your neck, do you still have questions about my technique? This, Sister Lin, I don't mean that, I'm afraid that my head is not right, and it will hurt to twist my head in the future. Zhang Ke didn't dare to offend Lin Shui, and laughed awkwardly. Humph, your head is straight and hairy, it's full of water, it's swaying, it's not the same. Lin Shui's sharp complaint instantly made Zhang Ke stunned, and he couldn't say half a sentence. After a while, this Zhang Ke asked Han Chang. Brother Han, this trick has been solved, are we safe here? Han Chang nodded here and said, it should be fine, but you still have to be careful, new weirdness will come back at any time. Yes, if it's still weird, then you'll have to worry about Brother Han again. Zhang Ke said flatteringly. Everyone is relieved, there is no weirdness, and there is no need to be nervous all the time. At this time, Uncle Lu continued. Zhang Xiao, since there is no trick, then I will go down, there is still a lot of work to be done in the warehouse below. Okay, then you should be careful, it's better not to be alone, I'll let someone accompany you. Zhang Ke kindly wanted to match Uncle Lu with a partner. But Uncle Lu shook his head with a smile. No need, I haven't had this old bone for a few years, so I'm afraid of what's weird. With that, he left the office and went downstairs. Zhang Ke saw Uncle Lu leave, and said with emotion. We are Uncle Lu's most daring, and we also ran around when we had a trick before. Han Chang's eyebrows moved when he heard this, and he looked at Zhang Ke with sharp eyes. You'd better come with me somewhere. After a pause, Han Chang glanced at everyone. It's better for everybody to go, because it's dangerous to stay here. Danger! Zhang Ke trembled in his heart and exclaimed. Brother Han, is there still weirdness here? It's not that there is still one, but it hasn't been eliminated at all. Han Chang Dao. This time, Lin Shui's eyes trembled, and she looked at Han Chang in confusion. The rest of the people were even more frightened, and the nerves that had just been relaxed were tensed again, and no one wanted to be taken off their heads again. Hasn't the head-picking trick been killed yet? But I've just finished it. Lin Shui looked at Han Chang with a puzzled expression, the black shadow changed her head but she saw it with her own eyes, and it was also true that she was killed with her own hands after that. Why did Han Chang say that he had not been eliminated yet? Of course we didn't, and if we think we're done, we've fallen for that weird trick. Han Chang smiled contemptuously, the weirdness I encountered this time is indeed unusual, very cunning. Brother Han, are there 2 deceptions? Lin Shuihu guessed suspiciously. No, just one. Han Chang replied very confidently, looking at Lin Shui who was still suspicious of him and smiled, let's go downstairs now. Where are you going? Zhang Ke asked. Go to the goods registry. Han Chang said and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and walked out of the office. Behind him, Lin Shui hesitated slightly, but immediately followed. No matter what Han Chang thought, anyway, she didn't think Han Chang would be wrong, just follow along. Zhang Ke and the other 4 saw that the 2 capable ones were gone, and they dared to stay there, so they also followed. The group went up the stairs to the first floor, then through the storage area to the end, stopping in front of the room where incoming and outgoing goods are registered here. Isn't this the place where Uncle Lu stays? Zhang Ke looked at Han Chang suspiciously. Han Chang ignored him and went up and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and it was Uncle Lu who opened the door, and he was a little surprised to see everyone coming. Who are you? We're here to see you. Han Chang looked at Uncle Lu in front of him, and his smile became unkind. Okay, take off your own head, the real trick. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Ke and the others were stunned, but out of trust in Han Chang, these people still involuntarily took a few steps back. Lin Shui frowned, she never thought that this Uncle Lu would be a trick, but since Han Chang pointed it out, there would never be a mistake. Instead, she took 2 steps forward with a baseball bat, her gaze becoming fierce. Uncle Lu was frozen in place. Han Cheng's words obviously made the old man have a great reaction. His face was ugly, and he said with anger, "Friend, even if you were brought by Zhang Xiao, you can't just talk nonsense. I've been in this company for almost 15 years, and Zhang Xiao, this kid is still what I watched grow up. You say I'm a trick, what evidence do you have?" Zhang Ku also felt that there was a problem here, so he took a closer look. "Brother Han, Uncle Lu speaks very neatly, and his head is not crooked. It is unlikely that he will be tricky." Hearing this, Han Chang turned sideways slightly and asked rhetorically, "Who said that the head is crooked? Those are all head tricks, and this head trick is obviously much stronger than the head trick in terms of level, ability, or intelligence." Han Chang turned his head and looked directly at Uncle Lu with a cold gaze, aggressive. "If you can pluck someone else's head, you can pluck your own, right? I don't know what you're talking about." Uncle Lu's face became darker and darker. Do you want to continue pretending at this point?" Han Chang said cynically, tilting his neck. "Whatever I pretend, I'm about to fall into the ground, and I'll be killed by trickery, or I'll die in your hands." Uncle Lu said angrily. "Okay, then I'll kill you." Han Chang suddenly said fiercely, and he made a move in the next second. A grey bone spur flew out of Han Chang's palm, reaching the center of Uncle Lu's eyebrows like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Uncle Lu's face changed drastically. He was obviously too late to dodge, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block it and was a beat slower. I saw black blood splashing, and Uncle Lu was hit by a bone spur on his head, and he fell backwards. In this abrupt scene, except for Lin Shui, the faces of the rest of the people changed greatly. Han Chang killed someone with this move. Zhang Ke said in panic. "Brother Han, what can I do about this? Dead man. Dead fart. Are you blind? Don't you see what color the blood on the ground is?" Without waiting for Han Chang to explain, Lin Shui glared back at Zhang Ke fiercely. Hearing this, Zhang Ke looked at the bloodstains on the ground. The blood was black, and suddenly remembered the heads of the people upstairs, which one was not dripping with black blood, and in an instant, Zhang Ke's face changed again, and he was drenched in cold sweat. The next second, Uncle Lu himself gave the answer. He stood up from the ground, his head was stuck with a bone spur, piercing back and forth, still bleeding, and his body was already full of blood. Then there is the neck. Because of the force just now the flaw is exposed, and I see the flesh cracked, revealing the gap in the interface. Such an injury, such a neck, besides, it is not a trick, and I don't believe it. I thought I had deceived you, but I didn't expect to come to the door. Uncle Lu's voice became rough and powerful, full of killing and brutality. He glared at Han Chang and asked in a cold voice, "How did you find my flaws?" "You are full of flaws, how do you say I found them?" Han Chang shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, "Don't be too narcissistic, let alone treat yourself as a pig, as long as a normal person can see it." Suddenly, a gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blew from that corner, and Zhang Ke shivered. Normal people can see it, but Zhang Ke didn't see it at all. Okay, is he a normal person? Of course, Li Hua and the others also feel the same way. They have all lived with Uncle Lu for a long time, and they have come and gone every day after the strange incarnation, and they also haven't seen it. "Are you laughing at me?" said he was furious. "What's wrong with laughing at you? You're stupid yourself, and I can see at a glance what you've set up. Is this to blame?" Han Chang sneered again, and after a pause, he said, "Okay, looking at your elementary school-like curiosity, then I'll tell you. First of all, you have already discovered us when we entered this building, and we have also found that we are all contracted to be weird, especially this Shoshua next to me. She is very weird. You can find that you are not an opponent at all at a glance, so if you want to win, there is only one possibility, and that is to take off our heads. For this reason, you will take action. The first step is to go to the toilet to dispose of the head. Without the head, Li Hua will not be able to save it, and we will not come up with the rules for you to take off the head. If you don't know the rules, you will have the opportunity to take action against us. I know that the trick of picking the head is very rebellious, and you can take off the head of an opponent who is much stronger than you, so you still have a chance. It's a pity that you went a step late. I arrived just in time with Zhang Ke, so you can't make a move. If you insist on making a move, you will expose yourself. You probably don't even have the confidence to win, right? picking his head glared at Han Chang viciously, his eyes were already self-evident. Han Chang continued, so, you can only leave with patience, and then find a chance to deal with us. Soon the opportunity arose, and you found me alone in the office looking for a trick, and you used a little trick to lure me in the corner of the shelf, and you wanted me to catch up, and then sneak up on me in a warehouse full of piles, and then wait for an opportunity to change my head. Han Chang didn't continue, looking at the trick of picking his head. This weird cracked the corners of his mouth, and a pair of tiger teeth were fiercely exposed. It seems that Han Chang is right again. Han Chang found a black shadow in the corner before. If he chased after him at that time, he would have fallen into the trap. Fortunately, Han Chang was not stupid, and he decisively did not chase it, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Han Chang smiled and continued. At that time, I didn't chase down, I kind of escaped the trap you set, and then I found here. Wait, I'll explain what that dark shadow is. Han Chang suddenly asked with a smile in his eyes. That black shadow should be your body, right? You are a trick to pick off your head, you can take off other people's heads, and naturally you can also take off your own heads, and your head moves separately from your body, which is the basic operation of your head picking. Damn! This thing can still be separated. Zhang Ke changed color again when he heard this, but then this guy's face showed doubts. No, if it is a deceitful body, his head is on Uncle Lu's head, and his body should be headless, but that black shadow has a head. Stupid. He won't press a head on his body. Without Han Chang's explanation, Lin Shui helped answer. Zhang Ke's face was melancholy again. Lin Shui's answer seemed that he was very stupid, and suddenly the shadow of inferiority complex in his heart expanded a lot. As we continue to analyze, your body arrives in the office and you start a head-swapping operation. Judging from the results, you were very successful and replaced the heads of Zhang Ke's several people, but unfortunately you failed in dealing with Xiao Shui and were brought into the enchantment. Han Chang was stunned again at this time, and he stretched out his finger to remind. Here I have to explain your head-picking rules. At first I guessed that you were going back to kill according to Li Hua's words. Obviously this guess is wrong. From Zhang Ku and others who were still changed by you with their backs against the wall, it can only explain one problem. Your head-picking rules are that as long as the other party sees you, you can make a move. Very good rules, simple and straightforward, and very practical. It's a pity that you failed, and you were beaten to the ground. As soon as Han Chang's words came out, the head picker over there snorted coldly. Han Chang smiled. Oh, I almost forgot a little. In fact, it was also one of your plans to destroy your body. Since we can't take our heads off, it would be a good result for us to mistakenly think that we have eliminated you, so that we will leave and you can continue to do whatever you want. I have to admire that your brain is very smart. The trick finally spoke up, and he still praised Han Chang without hesitation. No, I still have doubts. That's what you're here for. Han Chang's gaze became sharp at this moment. He stared at the treacherous eyes and said, You have been here since the day of the strange incarnation, but at the beginning, you just released your head to scare people, and did not take off people's heads, and after almost a week, you suddenly made a move, which made me very puzzled. I like to do that. What do you want? Said in a tough tone, but anyone could tell it was a cover-up. I see there's something wrong with you in this room, so let's take a look. Han Chang's tone hardened, and at the same time he gave Lin Shui beside him a look. As long as this head picker dared to make a move, he would be killed immediately. He looked at Han Chang and lowered his head again, as if he couldn't let go of his tangled mentality but dared to offend people. But his afterglow betrayed him, and the guy glanced at the kennel from time to time. Han Chang naturally saw it in his eyes. He was also testing what he said just now. This trick had already been revealed. Do you still want to hide? Actually, your kennel is too obvious, isn't it? Han Chang smiled, sneering at the head picker, and the head-picking trick was stunned for a moment. He realized that the secret had been discovered. That thing is mine, you can't take it. Oh, then what if I kill you? The thing is not mine. Han Chang spread his hands and smiled. Your brain is still too stupid, or you think too naive. You've wanted to do that for a long time, just to get confirmation from my mouth, right? Say whatever you want, but you've already clearly lost. Han Chang took a step back. Xiao Shui, this guy is handed over to you. Give me 3 minutes, I still want to use the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. Lin Shui strode towards the head picking. Her whole body was full of blood like crazy hair, and her expression was fierce. Stop, I surrender, I can make a pact with you. Pickup yelled. No, the skill of picking people's heads is too wasteful, and only fools need it. Han Chang responded. You say my head-picking trick is a waste? Pickup Trick was stunned, feeling the biggest insult in this life, although his strength is not strong, but the head-picking trick is invincible. As long as he can let him touch the opponent's head, there is no head that can't be removed, no matter how strong you are. Of course, it's a waste skill. Your head-picking trick seems to be very strong, very domineering, and even against the law, but if you want to take off someone's head, you need to meet many conditions, such as you have to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the opponent, otherwise your hand won't touch someone's head at all, and if you can't touch it, you can't pick it. But if you think about it, if the enemy knows that you are only a trick, will it give you a chance to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you? Han Chang shrugged his shoulders and said, as long as you meet an opponent who is stronger than you, it will be difficult for you to perform this trick. Do you still want to say that your trick is very strong? Alright, it looks like you're ready to die in despair, so let's get started. Lin Shui had already arrived 2 meters in front of the head picker, only to see that her blood surged all over her body, and countless tentacle-like blood rays flew towards the head picker. It was impossible for him to be restrained, so he suddenly rushed to the kennel and grabbed it with one hand into a claw. Since he can't get it, then no one can think of it. In fact, dog urine dog blood pressure route cannot suppress weirdness, otherwise, humans have a way to eliminate weirdness, and there is no need to contract weirdness. The kennel was swept away, and below it was a pit half a foot in diameter and more than a foot deep, and the naked eye could see that at the bottom of the pit was a gray and blue plant, with curly leaves like mimosa, and on top were several black soybean-sized fruits, which were black. It's the forgetful grass. Seeing this plant, Han Chang immediately understood. He looked at the head picker. No wonder I didn't find your trace before. Even if your body didn't stop you at the first time when you wanted to pick your head, it was all because you didn't have chi on your body, and you can do this all by relying on the forgetful grass fruit here, right? The head-picking trick roared, but he couldn't be fierce for long. Just as the words fell, Lin Shui's trick had already arrived, and a piece of blood came like a raging dragon's breath, and suddenly the blood flowed in all directions, rolling like a hellish blood waterfall. After 3 seconds, the room returned to calm, and the blood converged into a cloud of floating light, but the poignant killing intent in the room remained. And Lin Shui and the head-picking trick have disappeared. Han Chang bent down indifferently at this time, looking at the corner of the forgetful grass's mouth with a hint of joy. He remembered that this grass grew on the banks of the Styx River in the strange realm, and the quantity was extremely scarce, and there were also trades for this grass among the strangers, and the price had always been very high, and even a plant was hard to find. The reason why it is so precious is because the forgetful grass can shield the chi, even if it is a slaughtering city-level weird person. As long as he carries a fruit of the forgetting grass, then the abundant chi in his body will be restrained and traceless, and there is no way to detect it at all. Han Chang planned to bring this forgetful grass back to cultivate, and the fruits in the future could be sold for money or kept for his own use. It can block chi, and such a convenient effect must be very useful. And just when Han Chang was complacent, the vein blood flickered, and Lin Shui appeared. She showed her tiger teeth and smiled. It's over. Then call it a day. Han Chang turned to look at Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku was still in a daze, and only then did he come to his senses. Brother Han, I'm really bothering you. I'll thank you another day. With a waste in Zhang Ku's face was full of flattery. He helped his family solve this weird and saved his family's business. Can he not be grateful? Of course, Zhang Ku was even more secretly glad that the thigh of the thigh was worth holding and was very timely. The strange incident of the Zhang family was solved, and Zhang Ku was also very good at being a person, so he sent 2 truckloads of cigarettes, alcohol, and food as a thank you gift the next day. Now in the strange and chaotic times, this tobacco, alcohol, and food have been controlled everywhere and distributed in a unified manner, and the value of these 2 truckloads can be sold for a 3-bedroom, 2-hall, 150 square meter house. If you let others know, you will be even more greedy and envious. You must know that many people are now relying on instant noodles to survive. Not only that, the Zhang family also helped Han Chang build an underground oil storage depot, which took more than 3 weeks. Almost a month after the strange incarnation, the oil storage depot was completed, and 3 tanks of oil were also stored. Then there have been a lot of changes in the past month. First of all, after learning that Weird can make a contract, and can use weirdness to kill Weird, Many people began to look for their own opportunities to make a contract with Weird, and after a month, this group of contractors has formed a certain scale, and began to emerge in a weird society. They are divided into two parts. One part is the contractor of the order background, such as Han Chang is now also regarded as having the background of order. This part of the contractor has the largest number at the beginning. After all, the power that the order can use is relatively large, and it can obtain the conditions of the strange contract. This part of the order contractors has become the cornerstone of social stability, and they appear in various parts of society, constantly dealing with all kinds of strange events, and can be said to have made a great contribution to curbing the spread and development of strange events. It is precisely because of the efforts of these contractors that the originally chaotic society began to stabilize. Some enterprises and institutions also began to produce, and human society has a tendency to slowly get on the right track. This is the same both at home and abroad. After the initial despair and panic, people gradually regain their confidence, and they are no longer as afraid of weirdness as they were at the beginning, which has reduced the weird and hurtful incidents a lot. There are also some contractors who are civilian, and they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme use their personal power to capture the strange and then make a contract with it. Or secretly use the power of the official to obtain a strange contract. Others are purely lucky, and some weird will be hunted down under certain conditions, such as when they are seriously injured and dying, or they are completely curious, and make a contract with humans. Most of these folk contractors made a living by collecting money to eliminate disasters for others, helping the rich to ward off the strange and protecting them from strange intrusions, or accepting a bounty to kill certain strange people. This part of the civil contractors can be regarded as wandering on the edge of the law, although there are sometimes outrageous places, but they can also be regarded as an important supplementary force for human beings to fight against weirdness, so the official also turns a blind eye to this and allows it to exist. However, there are some civil contractors who have completely different values, and they also have ambitions after gaining power. They will do whatever it takes, and they will make no secret of what they want. For example, extortion, taking advantage of the chaos in society, dividing the boundaries and establishing himself as the king, and even directly starting to kill people. As weird contractors, it's more convenient for them to kill people than to kill people. Tricks need rules, but they don't. As long as they want to kill you, they will do it without restraint. The ordinary strength of this group of contractors is simply not able to arrest, and the contractors of order are more likely to deal with weirdness. So in this chaotic era, this group of people has become wild wolves in the wilderness, acting recklessly, showing their claws and fangs. At the same time, with the emergence of this group of civil contractors, the number increased. The club formed by them also took to the stage, and as for what the club would do, it would do anything as long as it had a stake. They are wandering between gray and black, and one of the clubs has some connection with order, which can be described as intricate. Of course, these clubs have one of the most important livelihoods, and it is also the fastest way for them to make money, and it is not illegal. It's about catching the weird and selling it at a high price. After that, weirdness also began to mark the price clearly, and many rich people became both rich and powerful, and became more high-minded and looked down on all beings. The club also made a lot of money from this, and then with money and many contractors, they became more powerful to bargain with the order. Of course, it's not that the order doesn't want to take care of this, but there is no way to manage it during this special period, so we can only watch this group of people grow bigger. Han Chang is a person who has lived a lifetime, and it is not surprising that he has long been accustomed to this. In fact, these clubs, rich and powerful weird contractors, will stand on the stage in the weird apocalypse in the future, and become the protagonists of this world competition. Han Chang was naturally not idle in this month. First of all, his begging bowl was upgraded again. This time the upgrade cost Han Chang 30,000 coins. If he didn't have a lot of money, he could do whatever he wanted, otherwise such a large amount of money might not be able to rise. However, the blue eyes were no longer surprised after seeing Han Chang easily take out 30,000 dark coins. She now knew that the boss was not very rich, nor was he a thief rich, but this guy ran a printing house. Which kind of dark coins were printed casually? There was no opponent in the arrogant galaxy, it was so. Begging Broken Bowl has now become a sea-level artifact, and the upper and lower limits have become 200-500, which is a considerable amount, and many low-level weird people may not be able to touch so much money even if they pour all they have, so only after upgrading from begging and breaking the bowl. There are 20 or 30 weird bankruptcies in the convenience store every day, And then they can't take out anything that can be mortgaged, and at this time, the blue-eyed violent Iron Fist is the sanction of justice. So Han Chang's 722 convenience store is now terrifying, and the horror makes people shudder. Wei was scared, but Han Chang was happy. He also increased the salary of Blue Eyes for this and gave a special bonus of 3,000 with these 3,000 dark coins. The Blue Eyes have actually been upgraded and become a killing level, and this arrogant convenience store waiter is even more terrifying. As long as the blood-red mad eyes stare at all beings, then the strength of the Blue Eyes can skyrocket by 20 times, and it can be described as invincible in the same level, and can even wrench the wrist and wrist with the Dao level. But Blue Eyes' Tricky Eye Rage skill has been changed from 3 minutes to 1 minute. Blue Eyes wondered, is this considered strengthening? How does it feel weaker? Han Chang is even more glad that he didn't contract this girl, otherwise 3 minutes would already be very embarrassing, and if it is shortened to 1 minute, wouldn't it be a fiery battle, and solve all the battles with one punch? In fact, this is very difficult. After all, it takes 2 seconds to set up a POS during the battle, and the remaining 58 seconds are actually 40 seconds at most, and the remaining 18 seconds have to be used to retreat. After all, 1 minute of transformation time is too short. Once you go deep into the enemy formation, there are enemies all around, and you have to retreat before you wilt, so the real domineering time is only 40 seconds. 40 seconds is too short, and what's even more excessive is that this kind of brain-dead skill can be completely avoided by the enemy. You've transformed, and it's strong, right? Okay, then we'll come back next time. And then after a minute he came back again. What are you going to do? So although it was upgraded, the Blue Eyes were confused, and now she began to have a little inferiority. Han Chang can be said to have made great progress in this month. First of all, Miss Baigu, who was contracted, was upgraded to the middle level of killing, and her strength has taken a step further. Then Han Chang realized 2 derivative skills. One was the bone prison, that is, 5 curved white bone sharp thorns suddenly stretched out from the ground, concentrating each other on the top of his head, forming a cage like a hand. This bone prison is strong and durable, and has a variety of uses, not to mention the basic function of this capture, that is, when being chased by the enemy, it can also use the bone prison to trap the enemy, so as to delay the enemy. Sometimes it can be used on itself, and when attacked, it suddenly summons a bone dungeon around you, forming an indestructible bone dungeon, which will be devastating to the enemy. There are many other uses, such as this bone dungeon can be a good place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme when camping in the wild, and staying in it overnight can avoid many dangers. Another ability is the Curse of the Bone Seal, which leaves a black weird figure on the target, and as long as there is this shape, the target will suffer from a nightmare of 0 luck. Nothing will go well, and even if he doesn't do anything, bad luck will befall him. This curse doesn't seem to be harmful, but it's easy to break down the mentality, and generally everything will not go well when you are cursed, and then your mentality will be anxious, and you will naturally show flaws when facing the enemy. So to sum up, these 2 tricks are definitely the best skills for traveling at home, killing people and overselling goods, and strangling weirdness. In addition to obtaining these 2 skills, Han Chang also began to plant grass, that is, the forgetfuline grass brought back. This thing is difficult to grow in the treacherous world, so it is precious. Han Chang still has little expectations for cultivation, but after this grass was moved to the convenience store, it actually grew well, and the branches and leaves were luxuriant, growing a few inches. Han Chang also picked the fruits on it and planted them, and one of them sprouted, so that Han Chang now has 2 forgetfuline grasses, and if he continues to cultivate them like this, the situation is gratifying. You must know that the fruits of the forgetfulness grass are all very expensive, and it seems that there will be no shortage of dark coins, and there may be more and more. Han Chang naturally likes this. Sometimes more money does not mean happiness, but on the basis of more money is absolutely pleasant. There are a few more points. Han Chang is now also equipped with a gun, with 20 rounds. In order to match this gun, he has been audited several times, and he has participated in more than a dozen ideological education courses, and finally signed a stack of guarantees before he can get it, which can be said to have paid a lot. But it's worth it. Contractors aren't all invulnerable, and it's still possible to eliminate a contractor with a single bullet. In addition, Han Chang also obtained a lot of information through the order. Some of these things he knew in his previous life, and some of them were unaware, and now when he looks at it, combined with the occurrence of the previous life, he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme has a sense of abruptness. Therefore, there is still something to be gained from cooperating with order, which is incomparable to any team organization in terms of intelligence gathering capabilities. This is not Han Shang has obtained a very important piece of information, and Jinwei Street has appeared. The area of this street is very large, and in fact, no one or trickster can tell how big it is and how many tricks phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme minute. And this tricky street is very dangerous, hidden strong people abound. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme a careless will offend the trick that should not be offended, and the result is naturally tragic. There is also a piece of information that is also very useful to Han Shang, that is, the appearance of the dark fire trick. Although this trick is not as good as Lin Shui's S-level Blood Domain Welfare Institute, but it is also an A-level trick, the strength is very strong, and it can also be upgraded to the potential of S-level, so if you can get this trick, it will help Han Shang a lot. It's just that this information is not yet detailed, and he can't determine the specific location of the weird one with the dark fire trick technique, so Han Shang can only wait patiently. In addition to this information, there is some information from abroad, mainly the rise of the Holy See. After the strange rampant, in the face of life like a mustard, the fuck life will die at any moment. Values have collapsed, and people have begun to seek solace in their hearts and minds, and they need a haven from their fears and pains. As a result, many people have regained the faith they had abandoned, and have begun to reverence, and piety, and have a tendency to regain the power of the Holy See, and have a tendency to rise to the top of power again. Among them, the Holy See itself has become a force composed of strange contractors, called the Knights of Sanctions, of which the 4 knight captains are the strongest, and are called the Sanction 4 Knights. Of course, there are also contractor organizations that roam the gray and dark areas abroad, the most well-known of which are Hell Island and the Army of the Dead. These two organizations are very strong, and even have the power to send mercenaries. They are well organized, have huge energy, and have all kinds of light and heavy weapons, and the strength of the contractor is equally strong. Han Shang was not very surprised by this information. He found that what happened abroad was basically unchanged because of his influence, and it was basically the same as in the previous life. By the way, the interpretation of the rune pattern of the critical stone tablet is still continuing, and there is no progress for the time being. Han Shang was very concerned about this matter, and unlocking these rune patterns might be able to activate the critical stone tablet. With the critical stone tablet, Han Shang can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme an island like life, and he doesn't have to worry about the weirdness of the city slaughter level and the country destruction level that appeared 5 months later. Of course, Han Shang was not a fool. He had to find a way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme it when activating the critical stone tablet and prepare accordingly. Otherwise, as soon as the critical stone tablet is activated, the convenience store will be separated from the Blue Star world. At that time, if you want to connect again, you need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme the steel. Once you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme the steel, you need certain materials, and these materials are not available in the convenience store. Then Han Shang can never go back, and when the materials are used, he will die, and this way of dying is very stupid. Finally, I would like to mention one more point, that is, Han Shang attacked a total of 3 times in this month, and after 3 times, Han Shang seemed to be hidden by Qin Shanxue, and he didn't let him attack again for half a month. Han Shang is clear in his heart. It must be that there are more contractors in order of himself, and many things don't have to be done by himself. At the same time, Han Shang is a banner. As the first man to discover that weird can contract and divide all kinds of weird trick skill levels, he is an important existence in his own right, whether it is abroad or at home. Many people call him weird. Therefore, Han Shang became very important, and Qin Shan's ease of not using him was also in consideration of protecting him. Of course, Han Shang was happy to do so. On the one hand, he could casually check the information of the order, and on the other hand, he continued to practice tricks to improve himself. It's just that the improvement after trickery is much slower, which is very frustrating. At this time, Han Shang was practicing tricks outside the store, and Lin Shui on the side was also constantly summoning the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, and the two of them consumed a huge amount of dark coins, but Han Shang, who couldn't spend enough money, didn't care at all, and burned it casually. But this happy picture was quickly broken, and Lu Tong, who was in charge of contacting Han Shang, crossed the barrier at this time, came to Han Shang, and said in an unusually solemn tone, "Brother Han, the Qin group has a new mission. A strange incident occurred in a shopping mall, and the strange strength during it is strong. We have already lost 3 contractors, and now we can only ask you to come out. Oh, what's weird, is there any information? Han Shang looked up at Lu Tong slowly. He had to calculate it with a small abacus. If the opponent was really strong and dangerous, he would definitely not go, just find a reason to prevaricate. Well, there's no intelligence, everyone who went in died, and none of them came out. After pondering for a moment, Lu Tong said with an ugly face. What is it? Han Chang continued. It's an Oriental department store. Han Shang thought in his mind, there was indeed a strange incident in the Oriental department store in his previous life, and he remembered that the incident killed more than 600 people at once, which still caused quite a stir in society. If he was not mistaken, Han Shang remembered that there was a very strong weirdness there, the evil sword treacherous. The evil knife is very strong, the strength is at the level of entering the Tao, and an evil knife in his hand kills people, which is crazy. Han Shang remembered that this evil sword trick was the department store he left in the end, because he killed everyone in the building and left after no one could kill him. In other words, no one in the previous life could subdue this evil sword, but in this life, Han Shang was actually encountered. Han Shang is naturally 150% reluctant to go. He doesn't want to be a hero, let alone obey all official orders without a bottom line. He has his own principles, that is, he only goes if he wants to go, and if you don't want to go, don't bother me. I'm inconvenient here, I have injuries on my body. Lu Tong, you refuse for me. Han Shang pretended to have a faint pain in his body, and said in an embarrassed tone. Okay, brother Han, then you continue to recuperate, and I'll talk to the Qin group. Lu Tong was not suspicious, he turned around and left the enchantment. But within 3 minutes, Lu Tong came back again. This time he said. Brother Han, the Qin group asked you to talk to him on the phone and say that there is something important. What's the matter? It's not forcing me to go to the Oriental department store. Han Sheng smiled bitterly in his heart, but he had to give Qin Shan's face. After all, he also needed official strength, so he got up quietly and followed Lu Tong outside. As soon as he left the convenience store enchantment, Han Shengchun contacted Qin Shan. Hey, Qin group, I was really injured in the last mission, and I haven't fully recovered until now, so you can find someone else for this mission. Han Chang was merciless and directly refused. Qin Shan on the other end of the phone probably had a headache after listening to it, and was silent for 3 seconds before he spoke. Xiao Han, I have no choice but to do it, otherwise I won't ask you to make a move easily. Qin Shan said in a bitter tone, the current situation is that we have 3 excellent contractors who died inside, but we don't have the slightest information about the strangeness inside. I think only you, the god, can go in and settle all this. Call me a treacherous god. The Qin group is pouring me with gold and ecstasy soup again. Han Shang doesn't want to eat this, he has a clear heart in his heart. The Qin group is really injured on my side, and I don't want to go over. Besides, I said that if I didn't want to carry out the mission, you couldn't force me, and you said yes. Han Shang became unkind and moved out his past request. Qin Shan on the other end of the phone frowned. If he hadn't had no choice, he really didn't want to move Han Shang out, but the pressure forced him to use Han Shang, and he had no room for compromise on this, so he had to be patient. Xiao Han, we sometimes have to have a kind of indomitable spirit. I know you are disgusted by this, but in this era, someone has to stand up and do something. For example, you have made great contributions to us before, I express my gratitude and admiration for this, and I also think that you are a responsible person, so Xiao Han has no one else to choose this mission except you. Damn! And come to the same trick, and it is definitely a fool, first hold it high, and then send a sense of honor to send you to death. Han Shang's face turned cold and said, it's inconvenient for me to go over to the Qin group. Han Shang made a solemn statement. If Qin Shan was forcing him, Han Shang would hang up the phone mercilessly. After all, it was he who sent him to death. Even if you scolded Han Shang for being selfish, he would admit it. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with avoiding danger in living. Qin Shan on the other end of the phone was silent, and only spoke after a long while. This time Qin Shan's tone became more gentle, and even had a taste of begging. Xiao Han, otherwise, in view of the fact that the weirdness in the Oriental Mall is too powerful, we can take our time, collect the intelligence inside first, and quietly organize people to go in to save the masses, so as to avoid facing the conflict with the powerful weird. However, there is no radio connection between the inside and outside of the barrier, and any signal will be blocked. That's why I wanted to put a repeater at the entrance to the barrier and use it to communicate with the outside. Then we sent drones into the mall to investigate, and after identifying the location of the survivors, we organized a rescue manpower. And this task of placing the communication repeater needs your help, Xiaohan. You can rest assured that this mission does not need to go deep into the mall, it is on the edge. At the same time, you are allowed to run away in case of danger. Xinshan moved out his second plan, which can be said to be a major compromise compared to the first plan to clean up the strange shopping mall. In fact, Xinshan was ready for Han Chang's refusal before looking for Han Chang, and this second set of plans was prepared for this. Han Chang thought about it here. He still needs the official at this stage, especially in terms of intelligence. He has gained a lot recently, and with the appearance of Jinwei Street in the future, more official information will be needed, so it is very irrational to turn around with the official at this stage. My house, located in the old town of Dongjiang City amid excellent facilities and top-rated schools, averaged more than 26,000 per square meter. Covering 98 square meters, it could fetch around 2.6 million, and after taxes and expenses, I'd net roughly 2.3 million. But I couldn't wait. If I didn't act quickly, in 3 months the strange world would descend, and wealth wouldn't be just paper, it would be life or death. With urgency, I logged into our neighborhood group, a chat I joined during last year's mask incident where nearly everyone knew that properties were slated for demolition later that year. I posted, I have a 98 square meter 3-room apartment for sale at 24,000 per square meter. Full payment only, and the transaction will be completed within a week. Sure enough, the post drew immediate attention. Messages began pouring in. Han Chang, I want your house, I'll pay in full. Xiaohan, I'm Aunt Zhang, an old friend of your mother. Sell it to me, and I'll introduce you to a partner, followed by others bidding. Sell it to me, I'll bid 25,000 per square meter, how about that? Then Zhang Xing, a high school classmate who now worked as a real estate agent, messaged me privately. Brother Han, I'm Zhang Xing. If you're selling your house, count on me, I won't let you lose out. I knew his game. Selling through an agent meant paying an intermediary fee, usually 5%, which would cost me hundreds of thousands. Even if I found another buyer, it would only delay the process. I couldn't afford that extra expense, especially when every penny was destined to buy Stygian coins. So I immediately replied, Zhang Xing, it's not that I don't appreciate you, I simply refuse to go through an intermediary for my house. I need to sell quickly. After sending that message, I ignored his subsequent pleas. As for the explanation, forget it. In this society where science flourishes, you go and tell people that a strange world is coming, and at that time weirdness is rampant and order collapses. Who will believe you? If you don't get caught in for treatment, that's all polite. So it's no wonder that Han Chang is selfish, and some things can only take care of himself. Can remind you that it is also a sentiment. Zhang Xing's excited face on the other end of the phone suddenly darkened. Test. Han Chang took care of his old classmates and refused to do so. Well, if you're in such a hurry to sell your house, you must be in debt outside. Humph. And let Lao Tzu buy dark coins to burn for himself, you curse me to death. Bang. Zhang Xing angrily dropped his mobile phone. Zhang Xing had just dropped his mobile phone, and a middle-aged aunt happened to walk in. The mobile phone smashed on Sister Zhang's face. Oh, Zhang Xing, who are you, bastard? Beware of me suing your boss. Zhang Xing saw that it was Sister Zhang. This woman was a matchmaker, her mouth was very slippery, and she told her boss that she was determined to get out. Shrunk his neck, Zhang Xing immediately compensated. Sister Zhang, I'm sorry, didn't my phone slip and fly out? What phone can fly like soap? Sister Zhang sat down angrily, glared at Zhang Xing, and asked. Ask you about the matter, when will I be able to rent out those 2 suites? It's almost over, a few customers have already gone to see it a few times, and I'm watching the show. Zhang Xing said as he made a pot of tea for Sister Zhang. Then you hurry up for me, my house has been empty for half a year. Sister Zhang complained, then paused, and asked again. By the way, Zhang Xing, you and Han Chang are high school classmates. Sister Zhang, let's ask you about something. Do you know how Han Chang is doing? This young man graduated from 985 University, and his family is about to catch up with the demolition, not to mention Sister Zhang, there is a girl here who can take a fancy to him. Having said that, as long as Han Chang agrees, he can be dealt with. As soon as Zhang Xing heard this, his eyes rolled, and the bad water in his stomach came. Didn't you Han Chang refuse to take care of me, and curse me to death? Okay, I'm not going to let you have any good things. Then, that Sister Zhang, Han Chang is really good, I came here with him for 3 years of high school. But that's also Han Chang in the past, and now here, this person. Sister Zhang frowned when she heard this, and asked. On the other side, Sister Zhang left the intermediary store and sent a message to Han Chang. Han Chang, you have been developed recently, and you have made a lot of money by engaging in dark coins. Sister Zhang's side has a girl named Lin Lin, who looks so smart, why don't you talk to her? I think you're a good match, a couple. A photo was also posted after the message. The woman in the photo is indeed very beautiful, with a strand of long hair reaching to her waist, and the face of the internet celebrity is white and flawless. The exposed collarbone is white and lovely, and a pair of eyebrows and eyes are flirtatious. Coupled with a perfect body, it can be described as a special thing. However, Han Chang took a look at it and refused. Sister Zhang, I don't need it, let's talk about my girlfriend later. The weirdness is coming, and the world is changing. Do you need a girlfriend? No, you don't. What I need is a woman. And in troubled times, strength is respected, and with strength, women naturally have it. It's not that much trouble. Han Chang rejected Sister Zhang, he put away his mobile phone, called a taxi, and went out again. He's going to find an incineration plant to burn the Stygian coins. To be honest, he was very busy during this time, and he rarely even looked at his phone. What has been popular in society recently, how much has the housing prices been, and what is going on with Demao and Ermao? He doesn't care at all. Not only that, but his mobile phone has also turned off all kinds of pushes, and he can't receive those messy messages at all. So for the popularity of the strange god Han Chang didn't know at all. However, these days, Han Chang can see people burning dead coins in the open space outside the hotel every day. This day is not Qingming, and it is not the winter solstice, so there should not be so many people burning dark coins. It's weird. Han Chang was puzzled, but he didn't ask more. The weirdness is coming, he himself has so many things to do all day long, and he has no time to care about these idle things. His purpose now is very clear, which is to successfully burn the face value of 200,000 Pluto coins, and then wait for the arrival of the strange world. With 20 trillion underworld currency resources, Han Chang is full of ambition and will definitely be able to do something about it. There's still a month left before the weirdness comes. Inside the Genie Tai Mei Internet Celebrity Company, Yen Tao convened a meeting of various departments to summarize the situation of the marketing tricky Han Chang for a month. At the meeting, the secretary made a report. Nowadays, the name of Han Chang has spread everywhere in society. Not only young people, but even middle-aged people, children, and the elderly all know the tricky god Han Chang. When everyone encounters all kinds of things in life and encounters all kinds of troubles, they will burn the dead coins for the tricky god Han Chang. Pray for all the best. This kind of behavior is becoming more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts, and many people have formed the habit as a daily routine. As long as it continues to develop, it can even become a cultural inheritance. And Genie Tai Mei Company, which has the image right of tricky god Han Chang and the right to operate, has a very broad money scene. In short, the previous operation greatly exceeded our expectations, and the acceptance of the whole society for Han Chang was very high. As a result, our company's revenue increased by as much as 26 times last month. Financial estimates show that it will increase 16-fold this month. Perhaps in the near future, our company will be able to replace Penguin and become the most profitable online company in China. The secretary finished the report in an impassioned tone. There was thunderous applause in the conference room. As the main operator, Yen Tao's face was full of red light, and the corners of his mouth were proudly hooked, enjoying the honor, and he didn't get up until the applause stopped a few minutes later, propped up the conference table with both hands, and said with high spirits, "Ladies and gentlemen, our company's first step to fully promote Han Chang has been a great success. To be honest, this achievement has greatly exceeded my expectations, and now there is a social atmosphere in which the whole society is burning coins. In addition, just placing a communication repeater on the edge, and not having to go deep into the mall, can still run in case of danger, which makes the mission much less dangerous. Han Chang could also send the white bone puppet to investigate first, and then go in after making sure that there was no danger. So this mission can also be said to be foolproof and stable. Thoughts flow, and the sea of thoughts flies. Han Chang finished thinking about it and gave the answer, that is, to go. But on his face, Han Chang still pretended to be reluctant. Hey, okay, since you've said that in the Qin group, I'm definitely going to have to go. Han Chang said that he had given Qin Shan enough face, and inside and out, he was saying that Lao Tzu only made a move when he saw your face. There were also steps down the Qin Shan side, and he said immediately. Okay, Xiao Han, I'm sure you can take on the big responsibility. Lao Tzu just wants to survive after the weird end times, dominate one side by the way, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme like a person, but he doesn't have your lofty ambitions. Han Chang showed no mercy, but his face was extremely solemn. It's rare for the Qin group to afford it, so I should do my best. The communication ended, and the performance of the two old foxes came to an abrupt end, and then the dispatch began. Calling Lin Shui, Han Chang and the two of her got into Lu Tong's car and sent straight to the Oriental department store. In the office, Qin Shan hung up the phone, clicked on the computer, and contacted the old warden again. Captain, Han Chang has been dispatched. The incident in the Oriental department store will definitely be settled. I believe in the ability and sense of responsibility of this tricky god. But I also listened to the call you just now. That kid doesn't seem to want to pay attention to you at all. Will he really take on this responsibility with righteousness? The old man's eyes revealed dissatisfaction. Qin Shan was silent for a moment before replying solemnly. I'm sure he'll be able to carry the load, and if we don't even believe him, we'll have no one to take advantage of. This time, the weirdness in the Oriental Mall can only be dealt with by the gods. He is our trump card. I once said that this kid will be brought by me, and you can watch it, the captain. After speaking, Qin Shan unbuttoned the uniform. If he doesn't have this responsibility, then I will take off this clothes. Oriental Department Store is a famous commercial center in Dongjiang City, located in the most prosperous area of the city, and it has always been a place where there is a constant flow of people before the strange incarnation. But now the place was bleak all around. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme swept the broken newspapers on the ground, and there were fallen leaves and garbage everywhere, and it was obvious that the place had not been cleaned for a long time. The Oriental department store in the middle of this is also lonely. A 5-story commercial building seems to be shrouded in a solemn atmosphere, and faintly you can see a trace of black light dancing around it. This scene is like a scene in the underworld, and under the dim sky overhead, it makes people feel chilled. Han Chang and Lin Shui were standing in front of this building at this time, as the official contractors of the order. They were both wearing black and gray standard uniforms and special goggles, clean and heroic. Next to them was Lu Tong, who had already communicated with the staff who had blocked this place, and reported to Han Chang at this time. Brother Han, the repeater is ready, everyone is waiting for you, do you want to go in now? Han Chang's gaze kept looking at them all, and then turned his gaze to Lu Daodao. Okay, let them follow us, and go in now. The words fell, and Han Chang's mind once again confirmed that there was nothing strange on the first floor of the mall now. Yes, just 20 minutes ago, Han Chang had already sent a white bone puppet to investigate, and he didn't find a single weird one in the space of about 30,000 square meters on the first floor, and he didn't find any living people. Many dead people were found, and many corpses were lying on the ground, bleeding all over the ground. Judging from the wounds on the deceased's body, no knife wounds were found, many of them were torn alive. Traces of ripping. If a person's head is torn off, the flesh and blood are separated, and the messy wounds are visible at a glance. The rest also have been bitten and scratched, and it is obvious that the weirdness in this mall is not one, but a group. Of course, Han Chang is not afraid of weirdness, but he cares a lot about evil sword tricks, and this kind of entry-level weirdness is by no means simple to deal with. Let's go! Han Chang shouted vigorously and walked in front. Lin Shui followed closely beside him, followed by Lu Tong and more than a dozen staff members. This group of people were dressed in gray clothes, wearing hard hats, and carrying a half-ton square machine. This machine is a communication repeater, which is connected to a wire that leads to the on-site command center in the distance, and when it enters the mall, the repeater receives the wireless signal in the mall, and then transmits it through the line, which solves the problem of wireless communication with the outside world in the weird enchantment. 5 meters away from the entrance of the mall, Han Shang's eyes suddenly dimmed, and then his whole body was cold, and there was a strange sound in his ears. It's clear that you've entered the weird barrier. Han Shang walked quickly, and when he entered the mall, he saw a dirty and messy scene, garbage all over the ground, and many corpses. In fact, this mall has been closed for a month, but the day before yesterday, this place was cleared, and more than a dozen weird ones were destroyed, so the blockade was lifted and merchants were allowed to come back to dispose of their things. Originally, no one dared to come back, and it was obviously more important than the fortune of one's own life. But now the situation is different, with the increase in the number of contractors. Now you can see and hear the good news that the strange has been eliminated and the good news of where the ban has been lifted everywhere in the news, and the whole society has begun to be optimistic. Therefore, the merchants in this place took the risk to come back after getting the information, and some brave customers also wanted to take the opportunity to try their luck and see if there were any bargains, so more than 2,000 people were crowded here yesterday. Unexpectedly, there was a strange attack that night, and then the entire building was shrouded in a layer of chaotic black fog, and the people inside couldn't get out at all, and the people outside didn't dare to rush in. After the incident became bigger, the people in the weird response office immediately blocked the surroundings, and at the same time organized 3 waves of manpower to enter the rescue, but they were unsuccessful, and they also lost more than 10 people and 3 contractors. Now it is said that there should be more than 700 people trapped inside. Because of the large number of people and the large impact on the surface, Qin Shan had to send Han Shang as the trump card. Han Shang was standing in the center of the south courtyard of the department store at this time. This building is in a north-south direction, about 200 meters long and more than 100 meters wide. The north and south wide courtyards can look at each other. The space is spacious. If the repeater is placed in this is also good. In addition, Han Shang didn't want to go deeper, so he turned around and said at this time, "That's it. You installed a repeater." "Got it, brother Han." Lu Tong nodded and followed more than a dozen staff members to get busy. Lin Shui followed Han Shang to guard the surroundings. She was still the same, with an arrogant posture that didn't let go of anything, and she was very sassy with a baseball bat. In fact, Lin Shui also has this strength. Archie's strength is very strong, plus her domineering. It is normal to have this aura. Han Shang's gaze swept around at this time, and at the same time, he continued to command the white bone puppet in his mind to be on guard. Suddenly, a series of figures came into mind. It was a group of survivors on the 3rd floor who were running down the safe passage. There were more than a dozen of them. Their steps were in a hurry, and they even fell and got up quickly, not daring to delay in the slightest. Apparently there was something behind the group of survivors. Han Shang's eyes froze. He didn't want these people to lure that evil sword down. Facing Lin Shuedo. "There's someone up there. You stay here, I'll go up and take a look." Lin Shui also heard footsteps, coming from the corridor above. The corridor was located inside the building, and the outer wall was isolated so she couldn't see it, but she trusted Han Shang, just nodded, and took a step back, guarding the space of more than 10 meters around. Han Shang climbed up the escalator with a sigh, because the escalator had already stopped because of the power outage. Coming to the 2nd floor and finding the exit fire door of the safe passage, Han Shang took out his gun and waited for the group of survivors. Soon the heavy fire door was pushed open, and a group of survivors rushed out, still full of hope, thinking that they could escape and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, but someone was pointing a black hole at them. "Go back, don't come over." Han Shang's voice was categorical, and there was no room for accommodation. The survivors were stunned and gathered at the door and did not dare to move forward, but they saw that Han Shang was wearing an official standard uniform and a blue epaulette on his left shoulder, indicating that this was the official contractor. "I said, big brother, we are not tricks, we are people, let us pass." "Aren't you here to save us?" "Weird is behind, and you should stop him." The survivors shouted, but Han Shang still said expressionlessly, "I'm stopping you, get back in here, don't lure the weird here, or I'll shoot." "Is this the official contractor?" Han Shang's words immediately stunned the group of survivors, and a middle-aged man with a big belly who looked like a boss couldn't help but scold. "Grass, what are you doing in the office?" "I'm going to protest, you dare to shoot." After that, the middle-aged man stared at the blisters and walked over. "Let's go, ignore him." Before the group could take a step, Han Shang opened fire, and he was unequivocal about the guy who threatened his life. When the gunshots rang out, a smoking black hole appeared on the fire door, and more than a dozen survivors were shocked on the spot. Cold sweat broke out, and no one dared to move. I mean what I say, don't come to test me, get back to me now. Han Chang raised his gun again and aimed at the chubby middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was stunned, and his forehead was full of beads of sweat the size of beans. The middle-aged fat man was stunned, the one in front of him really dared to shoot, and there was no ambiguity at all. The original arrogance was suddenly gone, and his face was tense and at a loss. But the sound of footsteps on the stairs behind them rumbled, and the dozen or so survivors became agitated again. The middle-aged fat man showed a pleading look and said urgently, "Big brother, can you let us go? I am the CEO of Dingxing Group, with assets of more than 100 million, as long as I let me go, I will transfer 10 million to you after I go out, how about it?" Before Han Chang could answer, a fashionable beauty with dyed yellow hair also spoke up. "Little brother, let us go, I'll leave you a phone number, I'll be free to contact." The rest of the people around him chimed in. "Yes, as long as we let us pass, we will not treat you badly. I have a bracelet here, I bought it for 160,000 yuan, and my brother will give it to you. Big brother, I have a Bentley in my garage, and this is the car key for you." Han Xingji frowned. "There are so many rich people I met today, anyway, I don't see you so active when I usually see someone in need." Of course, Han Chang didn't care about these belongings. Compared to these money, even beauties, the weirdness attracted made Han Chang's head big. If he alarmed that evil sword, his life would be in danger. "Give me back, my patience is limited, and if I don't leave, I'll kill people directly." Han Chang's eyes turned cold. Tang Tang's killing intent didn't seem like a joke at all. Seeing his appearance, none of the survivors dared to move. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and the air was even more full of anxiety. Finally, someone couldn't help but shout, "Let's go down and go to the underground garage." The secure passage in the mall is direct to the garage, where there is also access to the garage. A dozen people were puzzled for a few seconds, and quickly made a decision that it was better to go to the underground garage quickly than to be threatened here. Soon the group of survivors moved, and they turned back to the safe passage and wanted to continue downstairs. The middle-aged fat man turned his head and glared at Han Chang before leaving. His eyes were full of resentment, but when Han Chang aimed the gun at him, the thing immediately froze, and hurriedly looked away. His face could not hide the fear. But just as the group of people was walking back, suddenly there was a loud bang in the corridor, and a black shadow jumped down from above, blocking the corridor, and more than a dozen survivors ran back in embarrassment, at a loss for what to do. Han Chang frowned when he saw the scene. The last thing he wanted to see still happened. Immediately after that, the heavy fire door was deformed by a heavy blow, and after a few more blows, a big thick black hand stretched out of the doorframe, pulled off the twisted door, and threw it aside. Bang! The sound of heavy objects falling on the ground resounded through the empty mall, and the survivors were right by the door, their faces blue and their whole bodies trembling with fright. Then a 3-meter-tall, swarthy monster poked its head out of the door. It squeezed out inconveniently with its body bent, and when it stood up straight, its muscles were as black as iron, and it was full of explosiveness when it was knotted in one place. With a sharp axe in his hand, the blade of the axe dripping with scarlet blood, it can be seen that this guy has killed a lot of people. The middle-aged fat man couldn't hold back his fear at this time, and ran towards Han Chang with a shout. He didn't care about the gun. He could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a second, and the rest of the people also rushed over with him. Han Chang's eyes were cold. Now his heart was on fire. He could easily complete the task, but suddenly this group of guys who were in the way appeared, and now things were in trouble. But since that's the case, I can only slaughter this big man for now. Otherwise, if we continue to make trouble, that evil sword trick will definitely be attracted. The black chi in his hand burst out, and several wisps of gray light swirled around Han Chang's arm, extending along his wrist, and a trace of purple gradually bloomed in the gray light, and a substantial purple blade quickly appeared in Han Chang's hand. The purple bone sword, the quaint sword body has no brilliance, only a few wisps of black light fluttering slightly on its edge. However, the sword body shook slightly, and the strange power of Pei Ran appeared in the surroundings, and a few strands of fierce sword blades flashed in the air, frost-like claws, bursting out with endless killing intent. Then Han Chang's footsteps moved, and he slowly walked towards the swarthy monster. His steps were resolute, and bursts of yin chi danced wildly, setting off a fierce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, blowing in his face. frightened the dozen or so survivors who ran towards him. "This one is so fierce, don't come to kill them." The middle-aged fat man knelt down first. "Big brother, let go." The rest of the survivors behind him fell to their knees in panic, and fear crawled all over their faces. However, Han Sheng didn't look at them much. He walked past them, and suddenly accelerated, like thunder and lightning, jumped high, and slashed down on the head. In an instant, the purple blade of chi pierced through the air. The monster has the strength of the killing level intermediate, which should not be underestimated, and the sharp axe in his hand is extremely heavy, and he is blocking above his head, and the posture is like a mountain rock, indestructible. However, the momentum continued to fall. The purple was smooth and flashing, and the stirring cyclone phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme swept through the surroundings in an instant, and the iron railings on the side collapsed and bent. Han Sheng landed, time froze at this moment, and more than a dozen survivors behind him were dumbfounded. The middle-aged fat man's pair of blistered eyes were about to burst out, and in his eyes, Han Sheng stood proudly, as if the god of war had descended. Purple light flowed on his arm, and in front of him, the body of the mountain-like monster was split left and right by a purple light in the middle. Bang! The monster's body fell from side to side, thick and solid like stubborn iron, and the ground made a muffled sound. Han Sheng let out a sigh of relief at this time, looked back at the group of survivors, and said in an unhappy tone, "Hey, you're not running yet, do you want me to pull you up?" When the survivors heard this, they seemed to wake up from a dream, and they got up one after another and hurried away. The middle-aged fat man was much more embarrassed, struggling to stand up, but his feet were wet, and he slipped twice before getting up, and ran in a hurry, and looked back at Han Sheng a few times on the way. This contractor has to say that he is very strong, as fierce as the god of war, and the thunderous style is even more self-sacred. The fat man in his heart is also extremely complicated. The hatred just now is much lighter, but there is a little more fear. It is obvious that if he annoys that man, he will definitely die. But just now he was indeed rescued by him, and he also felt inexplicably grateful. "Hey, I said the contractor wasn't that bad, he saved us." Someone said on the road. "Yes, he stopped us just now because he didn't want us to go through the fire door. Let's go to the underground garage, right?" Someone began to think, if we go out of the underground garage, this one will stop the monster and help us escape. You have a lot of ideas, but don't you think it's strange? Why did he block the door and wouldn't let us go through the fire door? I think it's because of that. At this time, the middle-aged fat man pointed to the corner of the south atrium, where more than a dozen people were arranging something. "I think that Big Brother must not want us to lure the monster over, so let us run to the underground garage," but we ignored what he meant. This time, everyone was silent, and a look of shame appeared on their faces. By the way, I suddenly remembered that the eldest brother was a treacherous god. Suddenly, the middle-aged fat man had a flash of inspiration, and his face bloomed. "No wonder it's so fierce. Yes, it should be him. I didn't recognize him wearing goggles just now. It's really true that you said it one by one." Someone chimed in. Sure enough, this deceitful god is really terrifying. Everyone went down the first floor from the escalator, and Lu Tong followed them. From hearing the gunshots just now, Lu Tong ran over to watch, just in time to see the scene of Han Sheng drawing his sword and stepping forward, slashing the monster to save everyone. At this moment, the image of the god in his heart is a little taller. And that purple light also made him excited. "Everyone keep quiet, I'll take you out immediately, follow me, don't panic." Lu Tong comforted everyone, and then took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to the exit. The middle-aged fat man on the road couldn't help but ask, "The one above is the tricky god Han Sheng, right?" Of course, the tricky god Han is the super ace in our group, and there is no weirdness that can't be solved by him. Lu Tong replied proudly, with a wonderful look on his face. Lu Tong led everyone to the exit, while more than a dozen engineers were still installing repeaters, but it looked like the project was almost over. "Run out, rush out, and someone will pick you up." Lu Tong sent the survivors to the exit, and then pointed to the foggy outside. The survivors were overjoyed, and finally got out alive, and ran out one after another. But before he could run a few steps, suddenly a huge noise like a demon coming out of the abyss exploded overhead. With a rumbling sound, the gray barrier outside suddenly turned black, rolling like a wave. The survivors who ran out saw this terrible image, and ran back, and in a panic, some of them fell, shrouded in black fog behind them, and it was vaguely seen that their flesh and blood were eroded rapidly, and in less than a few seconds, they turned into a pile of white bones, falling apart and falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining survivors screamed and rushed back to the mall, but fortunately, the black fog stopped at the entrance of the mall and did not continue to move forward. Lu Tong was dumbfounded and at a loss at this time. He saw Han Chang and Lin Shui jumping down from the second floor and running to him. Lu Tong immediately exclaimed, "Brother Han, here." Han Chang's face sank like water, and he didn't say a word. The last thing he wanted to happen still happened. This group of chattering annoying guys still attracted the attention of the evil sword. This is obviously to phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme the entire enchantment. Then there will be a massacre next. We must rush out before the barrier is completely closed. Han Chang's eyes were like lightning at this time, and he shouted at Lin Shui beside him. Blood Welfare Institute uses the enchantment to fight the enchantment. As long as one side is stronger than the other, then the enchantment of the weaker side will collapse. Archie is very strong and totally worth a try. Lin Shui's whole body immediately burst out with bursts of blood. She used all her tricks, and the aura around her body soared, and suddenly a bloody light appeared around. Then the vast dark killing intent inside and outside the mall slowly retreated, and it had the momentum of being covered by blood. However, the loud bang rose again, falling like a thunderbolt, and the blood light that had just bloomed suddenly stopped, and disappeared quickly. Lin Shui was attacked. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, but she was stubborn and quickly stood up with a baseball bat, her eyes full of disbelief. Obviously, Lin Shui's Blood Domain Welfare Institute was defeated in the evil sword domain, and then the entire shopping mall was also undergoing great changes. The earth rumbled and trembled, like a landslide, and deep cracks appeared in the walls and in the ground. Black corrosives appeared everywhere, and spread rapidly, spreading. A creepy roar followed, as if the entire mall was in hell. At this moment, everyone's color changed, and the look of horror and helplessness hung on everyone's faces. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh exploded over the mall. Someone actually dares to challenge my evil sword domain. It's good, there's a good contractor, and the one called the Trick God. You used your sword to split the Vajra trick. I'm also very interested in you. Come on, you two contractors, my evil sword is waiting for you on the 5th floor. As long as you kill me, this barrier will disappear, and you can get out, otherwise you will all have to die here. Humph. Sure enough, that big guy has attracted the attention of the evil sword. Han Chang was very unhappy in his heart. He was pitied by the survivors. Then the sound of hubris above the head returned. As for the other stinky rats, don't even think about running away. Be afraid, I like you like this. Bang bang, the wild laughter shattered the glass of the shop, and the survivors looked terrified. Hey, you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live slash phoneme anymore, do you still want to stay here and wait to die? Suddenly Han Chang roared loudly, give me a mouse like a mouse, find a corner to hide, don't make a noise for me, don't give me a head, get out. Han Chang held back a fire in his heart for this group of guys who were in the way, and they all poured out at this time. However, although Han Chang scolded them very badly, none of these people had hatred in their hearts, and in their understanding, Han Chang used vicious words to help them with the most kindness. Don't you have to find a place to hide at this time? This strange thing will naturally be left to the strange gods. With the statement of this fierce figure, hope was once again ignited in their hearts. Soon the group of survivors scattered and fled, looking for their own hiding spots, and went for their lives. In less than half a minute, the survivors next to him ran clean and left Lu Tong behind. You are guarding this machine here, and I will go up with Lin Shui. Han Chang ordered at Lu Tong. Even Lu Tong is a burden in Han Chang's eyes. Yes, brother Han, we are waiting for you here. Lu Tong's heart warmed. In his heart, Han Chang shouldered all the burdens by himself, and faced a strong enemy like a hero who died generously. How heroic this was. Then under his gaze, Han Chang and the two walked away towards the front. Waiting to see the backs of Han Chang and the others, Lu Tong's eyes were already hazy. He quickly turned around and rushed to the side of the engineer and asked, "Is it over?" The situation in the mall suddenly changed, and Lu Tong must report to the outside. "It's done," an engineer said. "Then turn it on." This is a new opportunity for us, a huge opportunity. Our company wants to step on Ali and punch penguins, and the future Huawei internet will be decided by our Genie Time company. The passionate voice echoed in the conference room, and Yen Tao was like a berserker with a bloodthirsty buff, his eyes were fierce. The leaders of the various departments attending the meeting listened to the same passion, and they will also get huge benefits if the company can develop. Thunderous applause rang out again. It went on again for a few minutes. Yen Tao raised his hand to stop the applause, his eyes were high, and his voice was loud. Next, our company will carry out the second step of marketing strategy. We will dig deep into the tricky god Han Chang to maximize his business value. We contacted the best cultural design studios in China to design the best peripheral products of the strange god Han Chang. Invite the best novelists in the country of flowers, not one, but a group of novelists to jointly create the background story of Han Chang. Mo Yen, Lu Cixin and others will also be invited. We only used the best resources for Han Chang's project. The top. Of course, Penguin also contacted us, and they wanted to make 10 weird skins, for which we offered the highest price of 10 billion, and the other party agreed. Yen Tao's voice paused slightly, the corners of his mouth hooked, and he did not hide his pride. Actually, these are not our main products. Our biggest plan is a dark coin. This product will help us to get on the top of the best internet companies. Our treacherous god Han Chang will also become the most successful internet celebrity. With that, Yen Tao solemnly put a dark coin on the table. This palm-sized coin sits in a glass box like a work of art. Through the glass, you can clearly see that this coin has a face value of 5 million, and the style is very novel. In the middle, there is a chic figure of Han Chang, and the background is the underworld. On the left is a mountain of gold and silver, and on the right is a mountain of mountains and rivers shining with sunshine. It means great wealth, and everything goes well. The paper is thick and beautifully printed. Absolute work done with care. This dark coin is our next flagship product, and it will be vigorously promoted on major platforms and major anchors with goods. Yen Tao looked at everyone and said loudly, "We will spend 300 million yuan for publicity and marketing, and the treacherous Han Chang will be the most successful internet celebrity in the world. With this dark coin, coupled with the popularity of Han Chang, it will definitely sell well. 3 billion. We can be on CCTV, and the activity of burning dark coins to Han Chang will definitely be hotter." Everyone was excited, looking at this dark coin, as if they saw their promotion and fortune, and their palms were red. Only Zhu Nang's back was cold. He was lazy and used the appearance of Han Chang's original owner, thinking that the short video would not be popular. But now this video is not only popular, but also phenomenal, so that the whole people are burning the dead coins. Hua country has a population of 1.4 billion, and even if 100 million people participate in this activity, it is amazingly popular. So after a long time, the original owner named Han Chang will definitely know, and once he learns, he will definitely file an infringement lawsuit against the company. The company will compensate a huge amount of compensation, and it will definitely bear important responsibility, and it will not only be rolled up and left at that time. They may even be held accountable by the company. But is it still useful to admit the mistake now? The general manager will definitely eat himself. I'm not going to end well. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became, and the cold sweat on Zhu Nang's forehead couldn't stop dripping. At this time, Yen Tao set his eyes on Zhu Nang and commanded. "Zhu Nang, you are responsible for overseas operations in the next work. Our tricky Han Chang is not only popular at home, but also abroad. You will make a plan for this later." "Yes, General Manager." Zhu Nang hurriedly nodded and agreed. Now in this situation, he can only die without fear of boiling water, and take one step at a time. I just begged that little brother Han Chang never to come to the door. Soon, the meeting ended, and Zhu Nang returned to his post and began to plan overseas. The first is to post a video on the tubing outside the wall, which has been done before, but it hasn't caused much repercussions. After all, foreigners do not have the custom of burning dark coins, so it is difficult for them to accept it. To this end, Zhu Nang proposed to hire well-known overseas anchors for marketing. Now Genie Time company is too rich to place a large order for promotion. So Zhu Neng's plan is very simple and violent, that is, to smash it with money. Seeing this report, Yan Tao immediately agreed. A lot of money can sometimes make people feel confident. Then connect with well-known overseas influencers through various channels. Many of these influencers are outdoor extreme enthusiasts, and as soon as they received the assignment, they started promoting it in their phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme streams. There are skydives in the sky, and then the descent during the burning of the coins. There are those who ride high-speed motorcycles and burn coins with one hand. There are those who step on skateboards to burn dark coins. There are even more exaggerated. Going to Mount Everest to burn, very ethereal, very artistic conception, but it is easy not to come back. Going to the bottom of the sea for 3,000 meters and burning in a submersible is very claustrophobic and mysterious, but it is also easy to not come back. Sometimes there is really a reason why there are few crooked nuts, and domestic netizens who watched this operation were shocked. However, the effective promotion is very good, and it has formed a fashion among overseas up-owners. A lot of people started to imitate. Someone runs to the church to burn it, and then someone knocks them out of the door, which is definitely a door-to-door provocation. There is a public cemetery to burn, this is a serious operation, but people go to heaven, it is estimated that there is no such express there. Relying on a huge amount of capital investment, the trend of burning dark coins overseas has also exploded. In the end, even the adult company couldn't help it, and got in and got a piece of the pie. Produced a theme work about the mysterious burning of dark coins in the East. It's just that this wave is too beautiful for human language to describe. After being popular at home and abroad, the new Stygian coin launched by Genie Time Company is extremely popular. Naturally, the money is a lot of money, far exceeding the 3 billion yuan spent on marketing. The huge income has caused dissatisfaction among some people. No, a few days later, Dalan Temple sent a protest email to Genie Time. The content of the email is very long, and the truth is very concise. The central idea is even more crude. It can be summed up in this sentence. Everyone is a peer, you make so much money. Won't you have money to make together? We're already red-eyed. This email saw the whole company of Genie Time with a bewildered face. Yen Tao didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme it with his mouth open for a long time. He couldn't have imagined that the operation of the tricky god Han Chang would be so successful, and so many internet celebrity companies would not be blushing, but they blew this one up. But if you think about it, yes. Peer indeed. People have been in operation for a few years, and now they have been overshadowed by themselves in less than 2 months, and it is normal to be angry. But Yen Tao was not ready to let go, and replied very righteously. If you have the ability, you ask Luo Xiang to be a lawyer to sue me. After sending the email, Yen Tao felt very happy, and clicked on a strange God Hansheng coin to suppress the shock. There was an insolent smile on his face. And this day has been less than 7 days since the strange came. In another week, the world will be completely enveloped in terror. Han Chang is super busy these days. He transports more than 800 tons of dark coins to the incineration plant for incineration, and then settles various accounts. When paying Zhang Mande money, Han Chang did not forget to appease a few words. Director Zhang, the quality of your dark coins is really good, and the Baishir chain store behind me will consider your factory. Zhang Mande rubbed his hands, full of joy. He, Mr. Han can do things for you. It is my honor to be a person, and I hope to help you in the future. Zhang Mande knew that the recent fire of the mysterious god Hansheng dark coin would burn that thing on the streets and alleys. He was already extremely red-eyed. As long as Han Chang could place an order on his side, he would be able to get rich and make a lot of money. And listening to Han Chang's tone, he is still very promising. By the way, Mr. Han is not free, go have a light meal today. Zhang Mande spared no effort to win over Han Chang. Of course, Han Chang refused, and in less than a week, it was going to be weird, and it would be a problem if this director Zhang was still there, so this kind of ineffective social interaction should be avoided. No, Director Zhang, my white chain store is about to open, and there are still many things to do. Especially recently, many bosses want to join. I estimate that there will be 300 chain stores when they open. This is not more than a dozen bosses in Dongjiang City want to talk to me today. How can I be free? Han Chang said helplessly, and the cake was painted big. Where does Zhang Mande still don't believe it? Maybe he still has the mentality of Bo for the first time, but now when he hears Han Chang say this, his eyes are full of admiration. Sure enough, Mr. Han is the tricky Han Chang on the internet. There are already hundreds of chain stores, which is indeed very commensurate with the current hot cryptocurrency market. Then I have to hold this thigh more firmly. Immediately, Zhang Mande took out the Cuban cigar that he had treasured for many years and was reluctant to smoke. Mr. Han, since you don't have time to eat, please accept this small gift, which is also my Zhang's heart. No, I don't smoke. Han Chang refused, but Zhang Mande forced it into him. Mr. Zhang, do you look down on me, Zhang? If you can afford it, you can bring it in the future. Mr. Han, please accept it. Zhang Mande was a little anxious. If this thigh ran away, he would be able to wake up crying when he slept. Han Chang looked at Zhang Mande's appearance of not being uncomfortable, and he was no longer polite, took the iron box containing the cigar, and smiled. Thank you, the factory director. Oh, what else do we say thank you? Mr. Han is so polite. When Zhang Mande saw Han Chang accept the gift, he immediately smiled. He could hug his thighs. Han Chang left Zhang Mande and followed the transport truck directly to the incineration plant. The incineration plant was already ready, and dozens of workers unloaded large bundles of dead coins. Han Chang took advantage of the time to paste a blank piece of paper on each bundle of dark coins, and his name and birth date were written on the white paper. Then let the workers break it up, put it in the stove, then pour gasoline on it, and light the fire. For a while, the flames in the furnace were boiling, and the dark coins were quickly extinguished in the fire and turned into ashes. The 800 tons of underworld coins were burned in two parts. The last time was a month ago, when more than 400 tons were burned, and this time 400 tons were burned again, and all the underworld coins have been burned. Han Chang settled the account with the director of the incineration plant, and then left with a shoulder bag. The next week was a week of waiting, and Han Chang didn't waste this time. He did some planning about what tricks he needed to obtain after the weirdness came. First of all, he didn't want to miss the white bone puppet. Although the combat power of this trick is 0, it can be used flexibly and multi-purposely, and it can have unexpected effects on many occasions. In the weird trial, he had already saved Han Chang's life more than once. Moreover, the white bone puppet was used to buy Han Chang, and it was easy and convenient to use. Another point is that in the previous life, the development of the white bone puppet Han Chang was not complete. In fact, because of the lack of dark coins, Han Chang's development of the white bone puppet was only a beginner, not even an intermediate level. Han Chang knew that the white bone puppet was weak in the early stages, but it was strong in the middle and late stages. In the middle stage, it can replace the host body, and has the function of a stand-in to save life. This is very against the sky. There are many crises in the strange world, and death is always around. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme walking on the road, there are flying accidents, and corpses are on the spot. Therefore, there is a means to save life is precious. It can also increase your tolerance for mistakes against enemies. Sometimes you can make mistakes multiple times, which is also a huge advantage. So in a sense, the white bone puppet is actually a divine skill. Gotta get hands. Then Han Chang wanted to get a Vajra Buddha bead. This Buddha bead is in a ruined temple in the eastern suburbs. After the strange came, the ruined temple became a strange place of trial. Vajra beads have a special effect in that they allow the wearer to attain a Vajra-like immovable mind. The mind does not move, and all evils do not invade. The wearer will not be afraid, frustrated, frightened, or hallucinated. The heart is clear, and the illusion is pierced. As long as you take this bead with you, those weird things that confuse your mind and deceive people will not be able to attack you. After the strange came into the world, it was not those who were extremely terrifying, with huge body power, and extremely brutal who killed human beings in large numbers. In fact, they don't kill much. What really causes a lot of damage is precisely these confused minds, demagogic weirdness. As long as one person appears in the crowd, then it is a catastrophe. In the previous life, Han Chang clearly remembered that even if human beings began to get used to the weird world, they still didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of weirdness that confused their minds. It is generally crushed by arrogant hard power. If you can't crush it, it's hard to kill your opponent, and you may even be counter-killed if you're stronger than your opponent. However, as long as there is this Vajra bead, this kind of weirdness is not to be feared. Killing them will be much simpler. Therefore, the Vajra Buddha beads are also obtained by themselves. The third trick that must be obtained is the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. Needless to say, the power of this trick can kill hundreds of people in an instant. It's terrifying. But this trick can only be obtained by a 12-year-old girl, and Han Chang can't directly obtain this trick. But through Lin Shui, he was equivalent to obtaining this trick. Therefore, after the strangeness came, Han Chang also had to find Lin Shui as soon as possible, which was very important to him. In addition to the above three tricks, Han Chang plans to take a look at other tricks. It's not about having more tricks, it's about suiting you. It still has to be developed, and it takes time, as well as all kinds of combat training. None of this is in a hurry. The rest was really waiting, and on the last night from the strange arrival, Han Chang left the hotel and took a car to the outskirts of Dongjiang City. Getting off the train at a secluded station, Han Chang looked around. There is a 722 convenience store near the station. Other than that, it's a dead road, a few streetlights. Looking at the time, it was 23:55 in the middle of the night, and it was 5 minutes before midnight. The strange world will descend in 5 minutes. Han Chang had already made sufficient preparations. He took a deep breath, felt the coolness of the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme at night, and quietly waited for the great changes in the world. Minutes and seconds passed. 5 minutes felt like a century. Finally, the time on the phone changed to 0, and the date came to May 1, 2023. There was a sudden sting in the sky, white and smooth across the sky, and the night phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme around it suddenly stopped. The air seemed to be more than 10 degrees cold, and Han Chang felt a chill all over his body, and he smelled a familiar smell in the air he breathed. The weird world has finally arrived. The strange world descended, and an eerie chill suddenly appeared in the originally cool night breeze. Han Chang took a deep breath and felt the familiar smell. After the weird, the normal world is connected to the weird world, and all kinds of weirdness will gradually set foot in the normal world. 1 is the lowest level of intimidation, and this kind of weird strength is not strong, at most the strength of 10 ordinary people. If they want to kill people, they can only achieve the rules of killing by intimidating, threatening, and frightening to break through the psychological defenses of human beings. The traffic accidents on the road in the early days of weirdness, someone jumped off a building inexplicably, or was overly frightened and died, etc., these are all masterpieces of intimidation. They are better in large numbers, haunting everywhere, making people unguardable. In the previous life, this group of weirdness caused a lot of losses to ordinary people at first, but as people discovered the weird rules and became familiar with all kinds of weird killing rules, it was difficult for this kind of weirdness to hurt people after the initial stage. But for now, they will be the biggest trouble for ordinary people. The second type of weirdness is the killing level, which is generally 5 big and 3 thick, and is vicious and abnormal, such as a corpse monster butcher with a big axe. These weird combat power is much stronger than the intimidating level weird, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme 30 or 40 ordinary people can't beat them. They are murderous, greedy for human flesh and blood, and incomparably murderous. In the early days of weirdness, these killing-level weirdos basically appeared in the weird trial land, and they were rarely seen on the streets. The third category is the entry-level weird, which is basically the boss-level characters in the early stages of the trials. In terms of strength, it is the strongest existence in the early stage of the weird world. After these 3 types of weirdness, there are also city-slaughtering and country-destroying weirdness. These 2 types of weirdness are super powerful, as the name suggests. They can slaughter the people of a city, and the power to destroy a country. These 2 kinds of weirdness, once incarnated, are a nightmare for mankind. In the previous life, these 2 types of weirdness only appeared about half a year later, and by that time, humans had gradually understood weirdness and had a way to deal with it. But it still couldn't resist these 2 types of weird strong strength. Civilization is gone, order is gone, and ruins are everywhere. Humans have appeared in places of refuge, ruined cities, and other places where the end times gather. These places are guarded by strong human beings, and they can be regarded as barely keeping the fire of mankind. However, no matter how weird they are, no matter what kind of weirdness they are, they have to follow certain rules if they want to kill people, and only when humans violate such rules will they be killed. These rules can range from failing to complete a task during a trial, watching a video, knocking on a door and opening the door, making eye contact with something, and so on. The rules vary, but there is one thing in common. That is, when humans take the initiative to offend, attacking tricks can violate all the rules of weird killing. Therefore, some weird people want to kill people, so they take the initiative to provoke, make things difficult for human beings, and stimulate human resistance to kill people. At this moment, the weirdness had just been born, and Han Changcheng smelled a strong gloomy atmosphere. Judging from the experience of his previous life, there must be a strange place of trial near here. But Han Chang didn't plan to pay attention. The most important thing for him now was to wait for the arrival of the immortal coin. In the previous life, he didn't make any preparations before the weirdness came, and naturally he didn't receive a penny of the dark coins after the weirdness came. So Han Chang really has no experience in how to get the Stygian coin. He felt his surroundings, engrossed, waiting for the movement to appear. But after waiting for 2 hours, my feet were numb, and there was no movement. At this time, a figure flickered near him, and suddenly appeared beside Han Chang in an extremely strange way, and stepped on his shadow steadily. Han Chang was startled, and when he looked sideways, he was a sloppy old man, dressed in shabby, patched cloth clothes, barefoot, with dirt on his face, holding a broken bowl with only a notch, and smiling grimly. "Give me some money, young man." The voice was cold, not living at all. Han Chang's face changed. According to the experience of his previous life, the old man in front of him was only begging weird, his strength was not strong, and he should only be at the intimidation level. Their entry rules are begging, and as long as they stand in your shadow and raise a bowl to you, then you must give him the Stygian. Failure to give triggers the strange killing rules of begging. And there are 2 strings of numbers on his broken bowl, one is the minimum limit and the other is the maximum limit. If the amount of Stygian is less than the minimum, the kill rule will also be triggered. If you give too much and exceed the maximum limit, then it will hurt the begging weird, and the higher the amount of overflow, the greater the damage, and you can even kill the beggar weird directly with money. In the previous life, this kind of weirdness appeared next to Han Chang, and Han Chang would spend dozens of coins to send it away. It's not that I don't want to kill, it's that the white bone skeleton has 0 combat power and doesn't have that strength, and the second is that I don't want to waste too much dark coins. Now Han Chang's burned dark coins have not yet arrived, and he doesn't have a penny of dark coins on him. In terms of strength, Han Chang is not such a terrifying opponent in front of him. Even the weakest intimidating weirdness has 10 times the strength of humans. So Han Sung is in trouble now, and it's a very tricky one. However, he believed that the Stygian would arrive, but it would only be a little later. But I have to complain that the efficiency of this Tiandi bank is too low. It's been more than 2 hours, and 20 trillion coins are going to drag on for so long? Are there any bad reviews? If there are, they must be given bad reviews. Isn't it inconvenient for young people? There is no money on him? After waiting for a long time and seeing that Han Chang didn't pay for it, he begged weirdly and showed his black and yellow teeth, and his smile was oozing. "If not, then I'll take it myself." "If you do it yourself, you don't want money, you want life." The beggar stretched out his black palm strangely and excitedly, and his long nails were like a ghost. Seeing this situation, Han Chang did not panic. In fact, it was useless to panic, but he would die faster. The calmness needed to deal with weirdness. As long as the rules are not triggered, this weird can't do anything about itself. In his previous life, he had also faced countless dangers, and he was still able to cope with this situation. "Wait a minute, I have it." Han Chang gestured and touched his pocket, giving the beggar a disdainful look. "It's just that I'm afraid you can't afford it." "Ha!" These words made the beggar stunned for a moment, and his outstretched palm stopped in midair. Looking at Han Chang, he didn't dare to make a rash move. The young man in front of him was too calm, his steady face was full of confidence, but the heroic spirit between his eyebrows made him cold. Could it be that this young man really has a lot of dark coins? If he exceeds the maximum limit too high, he will suffer a backlash and die. The begging couldn't help but hesitate, and this hesitation passed for more than half a minute. And at this moment, there was a red light in the sky, like a fire burning the sky, covering thousands of miles, like a red fire purgatory. A billowing red light slowly fell from the fire cloud, with endless coercion, and instantly set off a violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. The trees on the surrounding hills shook violently, and the street lamps on both sides of the road sizzled, and even turned off a few lights directly in the crackling sound. Han Shang pursed his lips and smiled, although it was a little slow, but his immortal coin was in hand. He raised his arms to welcome the landing of the red light, and the slow red light enveloped his body. Immediately, the red light faded slightly, and a black card condensed in the middle, and the card was bordered with golden light, which was dazzling. That's the Tiandi Bank card. Han Shang has never seen this kind of card, but he has heard of it. It is rumored that the Tiandi Bank card is divided into 5 colors according to the registration, and the worst is the million-level dark currency that meets the requirements for opening an account, which is a silver card. The 10 million level is the green card, then the 100 million blue card, the billion gold card, and the 10 billion platinum card. The platinum card is the most noble bank card in the world. But this one is a black theme, bordered by gold light, which is much more honorable and noble than the platinum card. The beggar who was standing on the side was also aware of the Tiandi Bank card. He looked up at the card, and his squinting eyes trembled at the bank card. The coercion above makes people unable to straighten their waists, and their whole bodies are about to fall apart. With such a powerful black gold-edged card, what kind of existence is this young human being? The beggar was extremely shocked in his heart, and he was even more glad that he had not made a reckless move just now. You must know that the most basic silver card alone has an amount of 1 million. 1 million coins are enough to kill him tens of thousands of times. And the amount of this black gilt card must be staggering, because the highest platinum cards are all overshadowed by it. The platinum card is at the level of 10 billion, so this black gold border card is. With endless curiosity, the beggar weirdly set his eyes on the amount on the black card. I don't know if I don't see this, and I was almost scared to death when I saw it. The numbers are staggering. 114412424212142220. How is this possible? How can anyone in heaven and earth have such a huge amount of dark coins? Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded with thunder, and the picture was black and white. The beggar is weird, and his whole body is trembling. Han Shang caught the Tiandi Bank card with one hand. This black card was slightly hot in his hand, and the gold on the side was smooth and shiny, quite like a treasure. At the same time, a string of information came into Han Shang's mind. Heaven and Earth Bank's highest supreme black gold card is presented. Dear customer, since the amount of your stygian is so large, you are the richest person in mankind for thousands of years. Therefore, I have spent a lot of effort to transfer this money, and I hope that the customer will forgive me for the delay. Han Shang is indeed the richest person in the history of mankind. Of the 1.4 billion people in the country of flowers, almost half of them participated in the activity of burning the dead coins to the deceitful god Han Shang. In addition, many of these people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme burn dark coins and develop a habit. Every time they burn it, it is a face value of more than 1 million coins, and when they burn it, it is a thick bundle, and the total denomination can reach 1 billion, or even tens of billions, hundreds of billions. The coin burning craze lasted for almost 2 months, reaching a climax in the last month, when Genie Time launched its latest 5 million coins. At that time, someone had a preliminary estimate that the value of the underworld coins burned by people in Hua country every day was more than 100 billion. This does not include a wave of popularity abroad, and the flowers played by those foreigners are also burned a lot. With the arrival of the strange world, all of them were gathered at the Heaven and Earth Bank, almost blowing up the bank. In the thousands of years since the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Bank, he had never seen such a large amount of dark coins, and it took them more than 2 hours to clarify this amount. After listening to the bank's explanation, Han Shang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that the dark currency did not arrive immediately because the amount was too huge. Counted the long string of numbers on the black and gold card, and counted the eyes. This is by no means 11 trillion yuan. Han Shang was stunned. Where did all this extra immortal coin come from? Suddenly, Han Shang himself was stunned. But it's definitely a good thing, a great thing. As for the reason, I'll figure it out later. Anyway, it's in my pocket, even if it's not mine, it's mine, and I don't want to take it again. Then the human voice appeared again in Han Chang's mind. Dear customers, the Supreme Black Gold Card has been delivered, the amount has been experienced, and please comment on this service. Then 3 floating virtual buttons appeared in front of Han Chang, each marked on them. Good, excellent, satisfied. Han Chang looked at the evaluation and said after a moment of silence. I want to choose very satisfied. Aren't you very satisfied? It took 2 more hours, and this kind of efficiency is not allowed to be bad. This day in Earth Bank has also learned badly. Heaven and Earth Bank. Dear customers, we are very sorry for this delay, and we sincerely regret you once again. If an apology is useful, then the robber only needs an apology for robbing your business. Han Chang said very calmly. Heaven and Earth Bank. Indeed, if an apology is useful, murderers and robbers are the happiest. 1 apology will solve the problem. If it doesn't work, then 2 apologies. Tiandian was choked silent for a long time, and only spoke up after a long time. Dear customer, our bank has already discussed, for the 2-hour delay, we are willing to make compensation, just give you a stand-in doll. Immediately, the white light flashed in Han Chang's hand, and a white rag doll the size of a palm appeared, with a frightened face and a terrifying shape. Stand-in dolls, props that can resist a certain death, and the effect is very similar to the stand-in effect of the intermediate white bone puppet. The difference is that the stand-in doll is a consumable, belonging to the underworld, and can only be used once. In the early stage of weirdness, when Han Chang hadn't yet acquired any tricks, it was definitely a good thing to have a chance to tolerate mistakes. Han Chang was very satisfied with the stand-in doll, but he still said reluctantly on his face. Okay, I'll take this little thing, you have to be diligent in the future, and there won't be a next time. Tiandi Bank, yes, please ask Mr. Han to give my bank a good evaluation. Yes, I see. Han Chang unhurriedly clicked the good button in the void. Heaven and Earth Bank. Han Chang, do you have any opinions? Tiandi Bank. Don't dare, we accept your evaluation with an open mind. With that, the red light dissipated, and everything around him returned to calm. Han Chang's face was still calm, and he took out 10,000 Shin coins as pocket money. The black gold card in his hand flashed as his mind flickered, and the pocket shook slightly. Took it out and looked at it, and sure enough, it was 10,000 dark coins. This is very convenient to withdraw money, and it is much stronger than ATMs. Moreover, Han Chang also knew that the dark coins deposited in the Tiandi bank card could not be snatched, as if they were labeled with Han Chang. Except for Han Ben himself, the others couldn't withdraw money at all. So even robbing Han Chang is useless. In fact, this Supreme Black Gold Card itself is a powerful artifact, and the Een aura that lingers on it is extremely strong. Even if it is a weird entry level, it is difficult to approach. Not to mention the weirdness of begging on the side. Han Chang put away the black gold card with satisfaction. It felt so good that the money was in the bag, and it was extremely down to earth. Now he has the strength to face the begging weirdness beside him, but Han Chang turned around and saw that the begging weirdness was gone. Where did you go for a while? Look down again, test. When did this old man kneel? I saw that his face was pale and terrified. Big brother, no, I didn't expect you, you were so rich. The beggar was trembling when he spoke strangely. Han Chang's money ability had already made the beggar extremely frightened. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take it back after his begging trick was launched, he would have wanted to run away a long time ago. At this moment, he had endless regret in his heart. His eyesight was too poor. Why did he find this terrible god of wealth? Han Chang smiled and didn't squeak. The most direct way to deal with this begging weirdness was to take out a stack of dark coins and kill him directly. This low-level beggar is weird, and a maximum of 1,000 Stygian coins is enough. But this is too expensive, and it costs 1,000 coins for nothing, which is a waste. Han Chang has a principle in life and doesn't like to suffer. Even if you are rich, you still can't change the bad things of the past. Another way is to give him the minimum limit directly and send him away. According to the experience of the previous life, the minimum amount of this kind of low-level begging is usually a few dozen pieces of dark coins. $100 coin can be discarded. However, in doing so, he still wasted dozens of yuan in the underworld. In fact, there is another trick: you only need to spend a few dozen coins to earn a vote. Looking at the strange begging, Han Chang remained silent, counting the stack of 100 yuan coins in his hand nonchalantly, and then slowly pulled out one from it. Seeing this, the begging weird immediately shouted, Big brother, you can give 20 is enough, I don't dare to ask for more." Hearing this, Han Chang's eyes lit up. It turned out that the minimum limit of this product was 20 yuan of dark coins, not even 50. It turns out that you are so lowly. Still without showing a single expression on his face, Han Chang gently put 100 yuan coin into the beggar's bowl. Then he said with a straight face and very seriously, "You wanted 20, I wanted 10 more. Now I gave you 100, and you can find me the remaining 80. Han Chang's voice fell, and a trace of black light flashed on the broken bowl, and the dark coin disappeared in the bowl. This means that the money has been collected, the rules have been met, and there is no way to reverse it. The beggar was weirdly stunned. According to the rules, he had to find Han Chang's 80 yuan coin. But he just went out to do business, so how can he have any money? But if he can't find 80, then he will be punished by the rules of begging, and the light will be seriously injured, and the Sirius will be destroyed. At this moment, the beggar is weird and wants to smack himself again. Why do you want to say 20? That, big brother, I don't have any money. The beggar looked at Han Chang strangely and sadly. Han Chang looked at him very seriously and replied seriously, I'm sorry, I don't like to lose, even if I'm rich, but I still have to ask for this 80. The beggar trembled strangely, and finally understood why rich people can be rich. Big brother, I don't have any money to find you, or I'll give you this broken bowl. The beggar was strangely gone, and trembling handed over the broken bowl of begging, which was the only thing of value on him. Han Chang frowned and took it with a reluctant look. Tell me that you are a real person. If you don't have any money, throw a broken bowl to me. Is it worth 80? Hey, after a long time, I still suffer. Begging weird almost didn't spurt blood. This begging bowl is a dead thing. Even if it's only E grade, it must be worth 300 or 400 dark coins. He sent it out helplessly, but his heart was dripping blood. Big brother, this bowl is. Oh, don't be, I'm very generous, you don't have to take it to heart. Han Chang didn't let the begging talk weird nonsense, and directly patted him on the shoulder and sent him away. Alright, everyone's busy, you can go back. The beggar was weird and stunned, turned away, and walked away with a look of lovelessness. When he went out to beg, where did he expect to meet a super rich man? Unexpectedly, in the face of this super rich man, not only did he not earn a penny, but he also gave away the begging bowl he ate to others. You can't figure out who the real beggar is? Here, Han Chang looked at the begging bowl with interest, only to see that the black light on it was slippery, and 2 strings of numbers were vaguely displayed at the bottom of the bowl. 20 to 100. This is the upper and lower limit of this broken bowl. No wonder it's an E-class artifact, the amount is too low. But Han Chang remembered that many underworld objects could be upgraded by using them. Like this beggar bowl, if it is upgraded, it can change from E rank to D- class. The upper and lower limits for begging can also be raised. It was a good thing back then. Smiling slightly, Han Chang put away the broken bowl, and the next thing was to go to the puppet boutique, where there was a strange place of trial, and the white bone puppet was contracted there. In the previous life, Han Chang had contracted the white bone puppet 3 months after the strange arrival. In this life, he wants to get it quickly. After all, he doesn't want to dream a lot at night. It's not far from the doll boutique, and it's only half an hour's walk away. This is also the reason why Han Chang chose to wait here for the strange incarnation. I just didn't expect that Tiandi Bank would go wrong, and I delayed myself for 2 hours. Taking a step, Han Chang walked towards the puppet boutique, and he didn't forget to turn his head to look at the city in the distance. The lights are still shining there, but some areas have turned black, and there should be a power outage. Zhang Xing, if you have a fart, don't hold it. What's wrong with Han Chang? He borrowed a loan shark and can't afford to pay it back. Zhang Xing lowered his voice and squinted. Then I showed the information in the WeChat group to sell the house to this Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang finished reading the boss with her mouth open. Hey, I really didn't expect this Han Chang to be like this now. He can't pay off his debts, and he even sold his old house. This kid," Sister Zhang mistook him. Zhang Xing's treacherous plan succeeded, and the thief laughed. "Sister Zhang, which girl? See if I'm suitable. Actually, I've done a good job in the past few years, and I bought a 3-bedroom apartment outside." Zhang Xing didn't buy a house at all, this is purely a big pie. Sister Zhang glanced at Zhang Xing, was silent for a moment, and said with a smile. "It's okay, then Sister Zhang will introduce the girl to you." "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Zhang Xingxiao's eyes narrowed. "Humph. Han Chang asked you to curse me to death again. Wait, I still have to buy the Stygian coin tonight, burn it for you, and make you unlucky for the rest of your life." After work that day, this star really went to the Baisher shop to buy the Hades coin. Each face value is 1 million, and the total face value of 1 billion is enough to have several large bundles. They were all loaded into the car and driven to an open field in the suburbs. Write the word Han Chang on the coin, and then write the 8 characters of Han Chang's birthday, and then take a little fire, and the flame of hula will rub against the old high. Looking at the soaring flames, Zhang Xing felt very comfortable. Hee, Han Chang, don't you want to curse me to death? Lao Tzu will burn it to you, so that you will be unlucky, and it is better to be hit by a car when you go out today. By the way, this matter has to go through the circle of friends, and by the way, I will also hack this Han Chang. Picked up the mobile phone, clicked a few times around, and a few videos of burning dark coins were transmitted to the circle of friends. In the past few years, there are all kinds of things in the circle of friends: houses, cars, food, beauties. But this is a rarity for this sunburned coin. Is this also worth showing off? This is not long before the high school class president, Taiwan High, comes with information. Zhang Xing, this day is not right, there are still 2 months before Qingming, why are you burning the dark coin? Are you sure that your ancestor can be happy? Squad leader, I didn't burn it to my ancestors, I burned it to my friends. Who is it? Do I know each other? Of course I do. Immediately, Zhang Xing had a private chat with Taiwan High, and told Han Chang that he owed a loan shark to sell the house, and cursed himself for buying dark coins to burn himself. In the end, he was very angry. Squad leader, do you tell me that this Han Chang is still a human being? Lao Tzu helped him sell the house to pay off the money, but he didn't appreciate it, and cursed me to death. I still have to burn some dark coins for him. Oh, this Han Chang has really gone too far. Zhang Xing, you are angry, I'll go to the class group to ask for you. Taiwan High smiled, he was also very unhappy with Han Chang. In their class in high school, Han Chang was admitted to 985. At that time, the school publicity, the praise in the class, all kinds of glory, people who watched it were red-eyed. What's more critical is that Han Chang has since become someone else's child. Parents always talk about Han Chang, and the Taiwan High is too big, and the bottom of their hearts is even more distorted. What kind of stinky scholar, how can he get it? Isn't it just stepping on shit luck? Now that he heard that Han Chang owed a loan shark, he had to step on it. Immediately, a message rang out in the group of high school classmates. I'd Han Chang. Han Chang, I heard that you have sold the house? Yes, it has been sold. Soon Han Chang replied, there was no need to hide this matter. Oh, are you in trouble? I remember that you just have an old house. Where can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme if you don't have a house? Taiwan High said pretendly, and he was happy in his heart. Sure enough, Han Chang got into trouble, and even sold the only house. $50 a night in a hotel. How inconvenient is that? You are carrying it like this, are you in debt outside? In some places, thick plumes of smoke rose into the sky, and it was clear that there was a fire there. The sound of a fire truck echoed over the city, and Han Chang seemed to feel everything that was happening over there. On the first night of the strange incarnation, even if the weirdness was not strong, it still had a huge impact on human beings. The world has changed dramatically. At this time, a young man on the opposite side walked over, carrying a bag, passing by Han Chang tiredly, and walked straight to the convenience store 20 meters away. The sign lights of the 722 convenience store are still bright, and the store is still brightly lit and still open. The young man walked through the automatic door and entered the store. Suddenly, a sting slid down the dark night sky around them, as if it were enveloping the surroundings. The gloomy aura in the air suddenly became a little heavier. Han Sheng frowned, and said in his heart that it was bad. That young man entered the strange place of trial, and brought himself in. Now with the convenience store as the center, there are strange trials within 100 meters around, and unless the task is completed, Han Sheng can't get out at all. It seems that we can only go through the level. Looking at the convenience store, Han Sheng walked over. The door of the store opened automatically, and Han Sheng entered the store. The temperature inside was several degrees colder than outside, and the atmosphere was strong. Looking around, the shelves are cluttered with all kinds of goods. It's just that these goods are very infiltrating. The thighs dripping with blood, the white bloodless arms. A few eyeballs blinked in the small commodity area, as if they had just been gouged out. In addition, strange things are also full of strange things. There are shrouds, burnt paper ashes, ashes in boxes. There are still some things that can't even be named by Han Shengdu. Hee, there's another one. Hey, don't stand stupid, come here. Following the prestige, I saw a man nearly 2 meters tall shouting rudely at Han Sheng. A steel pipe with a diameter of 25 centimeters was pierced through the man's head, and from time to time black brains flowed out and fell around the man. A terrifying one. Not strong, but very vicious. Han Sheng walked over quietly and found that there were 3 ordinary humans besides himself, one of whom was the backpack man who had just pit himself. Next to the backpack man is a young man and a woman. These two are holding hands. It should be a couple. The two of them were also full of doubts, not knowing what was going on, and it was estimated that they had not long come in. Looking at the 4 ordinary people, the head intubated man snorted coldly, and shouted with his nostrils up. Listen, welcome to the 722 convenience store. Now the 4 of you can't leave until you complete the trial mission of the store. If you don't want to complete the task, those who resist will die immediately, and those who fail the task will also die. Only by completing the task can you leave, and each person will be paid 500 yuan for part-time work when they leave. The voice fell, and the head intubated man glanced at the 4 people in front of him and grinned. Then let's start now. The head intubated man is ready to assign jobs to the 4 of them and start the trial of part-time jobs at a convenience store. At this time, the backpack man was unwilling. He just wanted to buy something to eat when he came into the store so late, and then went back to sleep. Who has time to accompany you to the plane? He said with anger on his face. What kind of airplanes? Do you want to do a reality show? I don't have time to play with you. I'm going home, and no one will stop me. After saying that, the backpacker man turned around and left. Looking at his back, Han Sheng shook his head slightly. At the beginning of weirdness, how many people died like this? This walk is against the rules of the place of trials, and weirdness has the right to kill. Sure enough, just as the door of the store opened and the backpacker man left, suddenly the head intubator man pulled out the steel pipe on his head, and then threw it out. Poof! The steel pipe was inserted into the back of the backpack's head with extraordinary precision, and he collapsed, blood all over the ground. The automatic door closed back and forth, holding the body of the man in the backpack. Seeing this scene, the young man and woman were terrified. This is true, someone disobeyed the order and really died. Okay, now learn to be obedient, right? The man sneered and looked at the 3 ordinary people. Now that I'm working on trials, I have 3 kinds of jobs here. One job is cleaning the floor, and the other is tally the shelves. In the end, it's just going to the cashier to collect the money. Keep in mind that you will be punished for not receiving money, or for receiving it incorrectly. Punishment is death. Now, the 3 of you have a choice. The man crossed his waist and said. The young man and woman glanced at each other, the man staring a little, and the woman's eyes gleaming. Without waiting for Han Sheng to speak, the woman reacted quickly and shouted. We choose cleaning and tallying. The young man realized it and echoed it. Yes, the 2 of us clean and tally. You can't go wrong with cleaning and tallying, you won't die. It's so much better than a cashier job, and almost everyone chooses it that way. I have to say that this young woman's thinking is fast and her eyes are shrewd, and she seems to belong to the category of smart people in society. But she would never have imagined that this cleaning tally was also full of all kinds of pits. Weird people like to kill, they won't let you simply pass the trial, and all kinds of things will happen. So sometimes being smart can also be mistaken by being smart. The head didn't care about the man, and at this time, he glanced at Han Chang and sneered. There are only 3 jobs, and they choose them first, so you go to the cashier. As a word of war, our customers are rude and generally won't pay, and you can do whatever you can to get them to pay. Han Chang nodded. Yes, I can do it. Han Chang's unusually calm answer made the man stunned for a moment. This one is obviously different from the other 3, is he so calm? But after thinking about it, it's right, I haven't met a rude customer, this probably doesn't know how difficult it is to be a cashier, so he is so confident. I'll run into a problem later, and he'll cry. The corner of the man's mouth grinned, he was now looking forward to Han Chang's expression after making a mistake, it must be funny. He began to make up the picture of himself drilling through Han Chang's head. The picture is beautiful, and he is looking forward to it. Turning his head, he looked at the young man and woman and said, Then you're in charge of cleaning and tallying. Remember, cleaning must be clean, no dirt, and no damage to a product. It's the same with tallying, each item must be neatly placed and clearly classified, and a single item must not be destroyed. If you break the rules, you will also die. The young woman's face changed slightly, but she was glad that she didn't choose a cashier job. The reason is simple, cleaning up and tally is much easier than dealing with difficult customers. Just be careful and check back and forth, and there will be no uncleaned or untidy placement. If you don't destroy a product, you just need to be careful. Anyway, compared to the cashier's work, this cleaning and tally are still easier to complete. The young man thought the same thing, and he turned his head to look at the young woman, and saw that they were looking at him, and their eyes were full of warmth. Brother Chen, I have little strength, you should come to clean up, I want to tally. The young man looked at the young woman's gaze and was embarrassed to refuse. Okay, Huan, I'll clean up, you go tally. Cleaning requires mopping the floor, which is really laborious, and with the petite body of a young woman, it is very difficult to do. The young man took it on very responsibly, grabbed the mop, filled it with water and began to clean. Looking at this hard-working look, Han Chang's eyes were indifferent. In a strange world, anyone who's soft-heartedly or accommodating others is stupid. On the contrary, the woman was very scheming, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and asking for cleaning and tally work, and then chose a more relaxed tally. Such a scheming woman is very suitable for survival in the last days. But Han Chang is still not optimistic about this woman. Dealing with weirdness, not only must be scheming, but also have a keen sense of observation, otherwise it will be stupid to be too smart. On the other side, the woman began to tally the goods on the shelves, facing the human body's remnants and limbs. She just frowned slightly, and then started to tidy it up, without any scruples. The man who didn't care about his head also took advantage of this time to go to the door and pick up the steel pipe and insert it back into his head. The steel pipe was also stained with the blood of the backpack man, and it was dripping down at the moment, which was extremely infiltrating. But the head-intubated man had a miserable white smile on his face, enjoying this bloody self very much, as if he had died again. He dragged the backpacker's body to the back of the store, and after a while walked out covered in blood. He glanced at the young man's cleaning. This kid was cleaning very seriously, and the floor between the shelves was wiped back and forth with a mop. There was dirt that could not be removed, and the young man still knelt on the ground with his fingernails. Under the threat of life, the young man can be said to be meticulous and go all out to clean. The tiles on the floor he had dragged were all dirty, reflecting the light brightly. Looks like we can get through it. But how could the head-intubated man let him go? He glanced at the shelves, quietly opened the box, took something, and threw it on the ground. The thing rolled under the shelves as if it were alive. Every place is cleaned for me. In the corners, under the shelves, there is no dirt, and if there is a little dirt, it is not a complete task. The head tube man crossed his hands in front of him and shouted solemnly. When the young man heard this, he trembled and cleaned more seriously, and in the corner, under the shelves, he had to use a mop to drag it back and forth several times. After dragging it out, I leaned down to check. I'm afraid that there is something dirty underneath that hasn't been cleaned up. But just as he leaned over to look under a shelf, something suddenly sprang out from below and hugged his face. It was a spider the size of a face, with a back as smooth as a silver platter, and after hugging the young man's face, he desperately gnawed at the man's face. As it devoured, a human face gradually appeared on the spider's back, and it was the face of a young man. This seeping scene makes my back tingle. Han Sheng's gaze tightened. He recognized that it was just a human-faced spider. When the human face was gnawed and the human face on the spider's back was completely formed, then the human-faced spider could completely control that body. The young man will become a living puppet, no different from the Walking Dead. However, this human-faced spider is very fragile, and the strength of an ordinary adult can tear them off and then kill them. But in this way, the young man breaks the rules, and he will die as well. The young man pulled the spider in the face, rolled to the ground, and yelled, "Huan, help me, hurry up and help me." The young woman wanted to come forward to help, but as soon as she took a step, the woman stopped, her cold face expressionless, and turned to continue sorting out the shelves. It's as if she didn't know the man at all. The young man rolled to the ground, and there was no one to help him, so he could only tear the spider off his face desperately, and finally tore this thing off with a lot of energy. But the torn-off face spider was cut in two, and half of it was still hanging on the young man's face. He didn't care about it, so he quickly slammed half of his face to the ground, and bright red blood rolled down his face and dripped to the ground. When the young man saw it, he didn't care about the wound on his face, so he hurriedly grabbed the mop and wanted to mop it clean. But a stout hand grabbed the mop and didn't let the young man take it. The young man looked up and saw that it was a head-intubated man, and the other party was looking at him gloomily. He trembled in his heart, and hurriedly explained, I haven't finished cleaning yet, and I'll immediately mop up the blood on the ground." The young man thinks that as long as it is not finished, there is a chance to remedy it, and the ground can be mopped clean again. He was completely unaware that he had broken the rules. "Humph, do you want to continue cleaning?" the head intubator man sneered. "Don't you know that you damaged the goods?" Damaged the goods. The young man was stunned on the spot, and after a while, he looked at the human face on the ground and the spider corpse. This is a big spider, not a commodity. How can it be a commodity? The young man trembled in panic, but the head of the intubated man did not give him time to be verbose, and directly inserted a steel pipe into the young man's head. The young man's eyes widened, and he finally glanced at the young woman not far away, hoping to get some help at the last moment. But the young woman never turned her head to look, and was tallied to herself, as if nothing had happened beside her. The head tube man looked at the young man's corpse and said with a smirk, "Yes, there are fresh items on the shelves in the meat section again." Dragging the young man's body, he re-entered the back of the store, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground. Han Shang watched all this at the cash register. His expression was calm. Dealing with weirdnesses like this, one will be killed if he is not careful. This group of weird people pays attention to the rules, but they can also be difficult for people. If you want to deal with them, you need not only brains and cold hearts, and a keen observation. Han Shang had been standing at the cash register for 10 minutes, and he hadn't met a single customer, so he took advantage of this gap to carefully observe the convenience store, and there were a total of 3 strange ones in the store. The head is intubated, there is a squat in the corner of the shelf, and there is the weird girl next to him. The girl was dressed in a convenience store uniform with a single ponytail and long bangs covering one eye and the other being a strange blue. The girl was the cashier in the store, and after Han Shang came, she stood in the back and sorted out the clutter in the cash register. Han Shang called this girl blue-eyed in his heart, looked at her back and tried to communicate. "I've been standing for 10 minutes, can you tell me when the task will be completed?" The blue eyes looked back at Han Shang, his gaze was very indifferent, and then he didn't say anything, turned his head and continued to sort out the clutter. Han Shang was bored, but he didn't care at all. Although the girl didn't say a word, she turned her head to look at herself. It shows that this weird girl is not as vicious as other weird, at least she can communicate. Otherwise, she would have 2 reactions. One was to scold her roughly like the man with her head intubated. There is also ignoring yourself. Both reactions are caused by arrogance and cold-bloodedness. But Blue Eyes didn't do that, but glanced back, indicating that she cared about you, at least with a hint of kindness. In the previous life, Han Shang's hard power was low, and to survive in the strange world, he not only relied on the white bone puppet, but also his keen observation. With this observation, you can have a unique interpretation of human nature. Oh no, it's supposed to be weird. He was sure that with a little kindness to the blue eye, the girl would be able to communicate. At this time, Han Shang saw her pick up a heavy wooden box and wanted to put it high on the shelf. With weird power, even a petite figure like Blue Eyes can easily do it. But Han Shang knew that this was an opportunity for him to show kindness, so he immediately helped reach out and hold the wooden box. "This thing is very heavy, you can't do it alone, I'll help you." The wooden box was placed smoothly on the high shelf. In fact, Han Shang didn't put much effort, but he did so, but it caught the attention of the Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes glanced at Han Shang again. This time his gaze was much kinder, and he was no longer so indifferent. "Don't be nosy and do your own thing." I spoke, although I still had a gun and a stick, but I was willing to communicate. Han Shang glanced at the store and said, "No one, it's okay to help." "Humph, don't be too happy, cashier is the most difficult task to do, and you will understand when the customer comes." Blue Eye said, "Yes, but I don't think so, I should." Han Shang said calmly. Blue Eye stared at Han Shang for a few seconds. This man made her feel so different. Where did she have the confidence to say this? None of the customers who came here were willing to pay, and he must have met them yet. Sure enough, stupid humans are stupid to death. "Okay, then you wait." Blue Eye said disdainfully, then turned around and continued to tidy up her things, and after a while she turned back and said, "By the way, you only need to complete a cashier to complete the task." Han Shang smiled slightly. "Thanks, it was an easy task." The Blue Eyes glanced at Han Shang, turned his head, and ignored the man this time. This fool is really brainless, even dumber than the guy with an iron pipe in his head. Han Shang pursed his lips and smiled. He would definitely be able to pass this cashier task. If it's a big deal, you can pay it with your own money. But then he would have to suffer. Han Shang didn't want to do that, he had a better way. At this moment, the automatic door opened with a clang, and a guest wrapped in a sack walked in. As soon as the guests entered the door, Han Shang smelled a pungent rancid smell. There must be a mass of carrion under the sack, otherwise how could it be so stinky? The sack guest selects the goods on the shelf, and the head intubation man sees the guest coming to the door, and immediately goes up to greet him. "Guest, we have everything you need." "I want the human heart, I want it fresh." The voice is hoarse and gives me goosebumps when it gets into my ears. "Yes, it just came out, you wait for me to get it for you." The head plugged man turned around and went to the store, and soon he came out with a cardboard box. Blood seeped from under the carton and flowed all over the ground. "Guest, that's what you want to be fresh about." "Well, it's fresh, indeed, I smell it, it's good." The sack guest was satisfied, and he took the carton and walked straight to the door. The head intubated man hurriedly grabbed it and pointed to the cash register. "Guest, please pay before leaving." The sack man paused for a moment, looked at the head intubated man, and then looked at Han Shang in front of the cash register, and after thinking about it, he walked over slowly. Looking at the sack guest, the head tube man raised his neck slightly. This sack guest is a difficult character. This confident human being is going to be finished. He can't get the money. As long as he can't get the money, the boy's mission will fail, and he will be slaughtered again. Hee, the fresh meat sold is enough to compensate for the heart just now. You should be able to make some money. Thinking about it, the head intubated man smiled evilly. The young woman who was tallying the goods on the side also looked at the cash register at this time, and she was very curious about Han Shang. Is also an ordinary person. Where did this man get the confidence to be so calm? And this calmness comes from strength, very stable, very stable. This man is by no means simple. Behind the cash register, Blue Eyes turned to look at Han Shang with a hint of worry in his eyes. This guy is going to have an accident, it's so pitiful. And Han Shang faced the sack man's coming. His face was unusually solemn, and his brows were furrowed. This guy stinks so much that he can smoke people to death. Han Shang's face was ugly, but he was very calm in his heart. He had a substitute for the death doll and could save his life once. There is also a Heaven and Earth bank card. As long as this sack dares to attack, then the Heaven and Earth bank card will protect itself, which is similar to a talisman. The Een and Evil aura on the Heaven and Earth walking card is strong, and it is difficult to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to anyone at the level of entering the Tao. The disadvantage is that it can only protect itself, not attack. So even if the sack that came was weird and terrifying, it exuded an unsettling aura all over its body. But Han Chang remained calm as usual. Human heart, 50 coins. Sweeping the goods, Han Chang tapped a few times on the cash register and quoted the price. Sack raised his head strangely, revealing a pair of shocked black eyes, and said coldly, "I don't have any money." After saying that, he grabbed the goods, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, the head intubated man smiled, and sure enough, this ordinary person couldn't stop the sack at all, and his mission failed. Hee, the meat rack can be replenished with new goods. The young woman in the tally had an indifferent gaze and no expression, but there was an inexplicable hint of joy in her heart. Fortunately, I was smart before and grabbed the tally job early, otherwise I would have died. Blue Eyes is helpless. She has a good impression of this young ordinary person, but her strength is low, and she is powerless to stop it. In fact, she has to meet several such customers every day, and whether she can get money or not depends entirely on the store manager, that is, the strength of the head intubation man. The strength is lower than that of the head intubation man, and he can only pay obediently. If you are strong, you will naturally pat your ass and leave. The weird strength of this sack in front of him is a scare level midstream, comparable to a man with a head intubation. In the face of an ordinary person like Han Chang, he was naturally disdainful. Just when everyone decided that Han Chang couldn't get the money, the sack was weird and was about to leave. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The sack was strangely unable to walk, and his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move half a step. There are underworlds. The sack was also an old man, and he immediately realized something. He turned around, and stared at Han Chang with terrifying eyes. "You kid is playing tricks." "Yes, I played a trick. Do you have any dissatisfaction?" Han Chang shrugged, then flicked the begging bowl in his palm with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Give me some money, I'm poor." Sack looked strangely at the broken bowl and immediately looked down at his own shadow. The shadow passed under the counter and was firmly stepped on by Han Chang. He understood in an instant, and the fierce light was revealed. "Begging for a broken bowl." "Yes, so please give me the money." Han Chang was still smiling. As long as there is a begging broken bowl, then the sack weird has to follow the rules, or he will be punished. Of course, the weird strength is strong. If it reaches the slaughter level, then this E-level begging bowl will not be effective. But the sack is weird and intimidating, and he doesn't even have the ability to move half a step in the face of this begging broken bowl, let alone disobey the law. The sack is weird and full of unwillingness. He is greedy and doesn't want to pay at all. But the rules of begging for broken bowls forced him to pay. Stretching out his hand, a 50 yuan coin was about to be placed in the bowl. Seeing this scene, the face of the head intubated man was ugly. He never thought that this ordinary human would have such a thing as begging and breaking a bowl. This broken bowl is only weird for begging, although it is not a high-end product, but it is also very rare, and it is generally impossible to get it. I didn't expect this young human to have one. Now the sack is weirdly forced to pay, and the head intubated man has mixed feelings. In fact, he didn't want Han Chang to complete the task, so he could only earn 50. And if Han Chang's mission fails, he will be able to earn more. Blue Eyes looked at Han Chang in surprise. How could he have a begging broken bowl? This thing is very rare. And ordinary people who can have this kind of spiritual thing, such a person is by no means simple. In the blue-eyed gaze, Han Chang's image suddenly became taller. At this time, everyone thought that Han Chang would accept 50 Stygian coins and then successfully complete the task. After all, as long as you can complete the task, you can get 500 Stygian coins, and then leave this place of trial safely. But they're all wrong. Wait, you're going to pay 50? Suddenly, Han Chang said loudly, his eyes mysteriously looking at the sack. You don't know the upper and lower limits of begging for broken bowls, do you? The sack's weirdly outstretched hand stopped. He naturally knew the upper and lower limits of begging for broken bowls, and he also knew that if he paid less than the lower limit, then he would be punished. Looking at the broken bowl, the sack was weird and didn't know what to do for a while. Is the minimum limit for this broken bowl at 60? If it is 60, then it is definitely not possible to pay 50 yourself. But it is also possible that this ordinary person is lying to himself. The sack stared at Han Chang even more strangely, as if he was about to eat Han Chang. Han Chang has been a human being in 2 lives, and he has experienced countless desperate situations in his previous life, and his mental quality is not ordinarily good. Besides, the weirdness of the sack in front of him is also a level of intimidation. For the old fritter who has lived in the weird world for many years, this intimidation is nothing. In fact, the more fierce the sack is, the more it proves the panic in his heart. It is precisely because of the uncertainty and insecurity in my heart that I will be angry. The sack stared at Han Chang strangely for a long time, and the ordinary people in front of him looked calm as always, without any waves, and now the sack was weird and panicked. Could it be that the lower limit is really 60? Just to be punished for saving 10 coins, this is too cost-effective. After thinking about it for a while, Sack Weird decided to stabilize himself. He took back 50 Stygian coins, and then put 100 Stygian coins into the broken bowl. I'll give 100 Stygians, but the human heart is 50, you have to find me 50. Han Chang smiled and accepted the 100 Stygian coins, and then made a gesture of please. Welcome to come back next time. The sack is weird. You should find me 50. Didn't you buy things without paying? Han Chang said calmly. But I'll pay you 100. The sack is weird and urgent. That's right, I got the 100 with my strength, why do I want to ask you for money? Han Chang looked at the sack with a confused face. The sack broke through the defense in a strange instant. He threw away the sack, revealing his true body, and the rotten flesh on his body emitted a suffocating stench, and many insects crawled in and out of the middle. Bang! The sack slapped the table strangely and heavily, glaring at Han Chang angrily. He wanted to tear Han Chang apart. But Han Chang was still calm. He knew very well that as long as he was not afraid, then this intimidating level weirdness would not be able to hurt him. These are the rules, and weird killings must follow the rules. The sack is weird and incompetent and angry, but he doesn't dare to really do it. He will definitely be punished for doing it, and with his strength, it will definitely be destroyed. You wait. The sack was eerily bare-chested for 5 minutes, then put on the sack and left the store. And Han Chengla took out the 100 yuan coin and flicked it lightly. The sound is crisp and good. Behind him, Blue Eyes stared at Han Chang with wide eyes. This ordinary person was too powerful. He could actually play the sack weirdly without a little temper. You must know that the sack is weird, and even the head tube man may not be able to deal with it. At this time, Han Chang glanced back at his blue eyes and asked. Excuse me, who is your store manager? After begging for a broken bowl and collecting 100 Stygian coins, Han Chang suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to buy the convenience store and collect money from the broken bowl. It can not only increase your income, but also increase the level of begging and breaking bowls, and once you reach the A level, it will be very interesting. In fact, begging for broken bowls is rare because of his domineering rules. And few people use it. That's because it is difficult to upgrade the begging broken bowl, and the low-level begging broken bowl is useless at all. If the lower limit is huge after the level is raised, then it can make a weird one go bankrupt in minutes. Comparable to an artifact. The blue eyes were suddenly questioned by Han Chang, and he was stunned for a moment, then looked at the head intubated man, and said softly. That's our store manager. Well, no wonder you have so many customers who don't pay. Han Chang nodded slightly and said suddenly. Generally, the boss of the weird trial land is at least killing level, but this convenience store is actually such a midstream intimidation level. There is no deterrent in strength, and those customers who have strength will definitely not pay. And if no one pays, the business of this store should be beyond its means, and it should not cost a lot of money to win this convenience store. Han Chang is very rich, but he also doesn't like to suffer. He can buy a convenience store for half a penny, and he will never spend a penny. At this time, the head intubated man walked towards Han Chang. He was very disappointed that Han Chang had completed the task, which made him earn a lot less. However, seeing that Han Chang was begging for a broken bowl, he wanted to buy it. Like Han Chang's thoughts, he wanted to collect money with a broken bowl. In this way, even if it is a killing level weird person who comes to the store to consume, he has to pay obediently. When he arrived in front of Han Chang, he stretched out his hand with arrogance. Give me the broken bowl, we can't use that kind of broken thing in the cashier of our store. If you are an ordinary person, you are likely to be frightened by this threat. Even if you don't break the bowl, there will be cowardice on your expression. As long as there is cowardice, then the head intubated man can snatch it. He was confident that he could snatch the broken bowl from this ordinary person. It's a pity that Han Shang has been in battle for a long time, but his face is still calm, and when he looks at each other, he unhurriedly puts away the begging broken bowl. I'm sorry, this is a gift from my friend, it's inconvenient for you. Sent to you by a friend? The head intubated man was stunned. Begging and breaking the bowl are all weird. This group of guys will only ask others to reach out for things, and they can also give things to others. What the hell is this kid coming from? Seeing that Han Shang was not timid, the head intubated man couldn't do it, but he didn't want to let Han Shang go, so he thought about it and said, "Okay, then you go ahead with the cashier." "No, my mission is complete, and I want to get out of here." Han Shang flatly refused. He knew very well the intention of the head intubation man. Didn't he just want him to continue the mission, so as to find an opportunity to kill himself and snatch the broken bowl? Fortunately, Han Shang knew that this task only needed to complete the cashier of a customer. Now his goal is to buy a convenience store. Of course, this matter can't come directly, so it's easy to be taken the initiative by the head intubated man, and the price is sky high. Han Shang said that he wanted to leave here, but it was actually a smoke bomb, which made the head intubated man mistakenly think that Han Shang had no other thoughts and just wanted to leave. Seeing that Han Shang refused to agree, the man with his head intubated still refused to let go with a calm face. "When the woman's tally is over, you leave together. I made a reason, and I just left Han Shang behind." Then the head tube man turned and walked towards the young woman. The young woman was still tallying. She was doing it very carefully, holding a rag in one hand, and wiping the shelves while tallying. After her tidying, the shelves are neat and clean, and it is almost impossible to find fault. If you can't find a fault, you have to make a mistake. Watching the young woman do it so carefully, the head is intubated, and the man's brows are furrowed. If anyone completes the task, they will have to pay 500 Stygian coins, and 2 of them will be 1,000 Stygian coins. The head intubated man felt a pain in his flesh. In fact, his convenience store business was very good, but he couldn't collect the money, and he couldn't make ends meet. Today, relying on 2 unlucky guys, I can make a fortune, but once 1,000 dark coins are gone, I won't make much money. Quietly grabbed another thing on the shelf, and the head intubated man wanted to repeat the old trick. "Please wait." Suddenly, the young woman said, "I'm done sorting out." Don't give the head intubated man a chance to pit herself. The young woman is thoughtful. She knows that if she wants to complete the task, she must complete the tally before the head intubated man makes it difficult. I have to say that she was very lucky. Everyone's attention was attracted by Han Shang just now, giving her plenty of time to tidy up. At this moment, she was not cowardly, and her eyes were firmly staring at the head intubated man. Life and death are at this moment. The man with the head intubated was stunned. According to the rules, as long as people complete the task, he can't make a move. Looking at the neat shelves, the head intubated man said reluctantly, "You've cleared the customs." The young woman was relieved, and her tense body suddenly relaxed, making her feel like she was prostrating. At this time, she glanced at Han Shang in front of the cash register. The man had a smile on his face and a relaxed expression, as if this strange task was a child's house. Comparing the two, the young woman felt very uncomfortable. But she also had to admire Han Shang. She didn't know where he came from, relying on a broken bowl to force that terrible sack monster to pay. It seems that this person is not simple, and if they leave together, such a man cannot be missed. "You can go with him tonight." The young woman is very open-minded, and if she can meet a strong man, she is willing to give something. Besides, she is petite and delicate, plump and charming, and many men worship under her pomegranate skirt. The young man who died before was one. The young woman believes that as long as she takes the initiative a little and shows off her style, it shouldn't be a problem to win Han Shang. Over there, Han Shang took advantage of this stall to have a match with Blue Eyes, and he was chatting without a match. "Don't you sell ordinary people's things in your store?" "You sell it too, and the tea that humans drink is very popular, and there are cigarettes, but we weirdly prefer to smoke dark cigarettes." Blue Eyes replied, and her tone was much more polite than before, and Han Shang's performance just now impressed her. "Yes, then I'll buy a pack when I leave." Han Sheng said very casually, by the way, the store manager is good to you, right? This is a temptation, and Han Sheng deliberately uses it to make a joke. The blue eyes grinned, looking a little dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to be blatant, and said in a low voice. He already owes me 3 months' wages, and I won't do anything more. Why is your business very bad? It's not bad, it's just that no one pays, you can see it. That's right, your boss's strength is not good. Han Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and sure enough, the situation in the store was the same as he guessed, and the store manager seemed to be short of money. Then there is a great hope of buying this store yourself. By the way, your store is almost unsustainable, hasn't your boss considered selling? If you think about it, I talked to a killing level boss today, but he was only willing to pay 5,000 dark coins. The store manager didn't agree if it was too low. 5,000 coins is not low, your boss should consider it. Han Sheng smiled, he already had the bottom in his heart, this store was worth 5,000 dark coins, which was much cheaper than the price he guessed. At this time, the head intubated man walked with an iron face. The 2 ordinary people have completed the trial task, and there is no reason for him to keep people. According to the rules, he must give 500 dark coins to each person, and then let them go. You've completed your mission, please put away the 500 coins, now you can. Suddenly, Han Sheng spoke up. When the head intubated man saw that Han Sheng wanted to talk to him, he was overjoyed, thinking that this person still wanted to sell begging broken bulls. But Han Sheng's words surprised him, and also made the young woman, blue eyes, stunned. I want to buy this convenience store, can you make a price? Han Sheng said with a smile. You want to buy my convenience store? The head tube man looked surprised, but then said with a straight face, my store is not cheap. Han Sheng knew that this lion wanted to open his mouth, but it was okay to hear the price first. How much do you want to sell? 30,000 coins. The head-plugged man raised his neck and said very arrogantly. 30,000 coins can almost open another weird convenience store, and the scale, decoration, and goods can be a level higher than the current store. The head intubation man broke out this sky-high price is also the meaning of scaring Han Sheng away. In his eyes, Han Sheng is very peculiar, he can beg and break the bowl, and he is calm as usual. This kind of person is by no means an ordinary person. But would he have 30,000 coins? No. 30,000 coins is a lot of money. Ordinary people can possess this amount of immortal coins, and they can completely contract to the killing level of weirdness. Therefore, he was sure that Han Sheng would not be able to afford 30,000 Stygian coins. Han Sheng's face was normal when he heard this, he thought that the shopkeeper would offer a sky-high price of 100,000 coins, which turned out to be 30,000. With an astonishing wealth of 11 trillion yuan, Han Sheng really doesn't care about these 30,000. However, Han Sheng didn't want to be the wrong leader, so why should he give you 30,000 yuan when he was only worth 5,000 dark coins? With a tube in your head, it's very horizontal, isn't it? 20,000 Stygian coins, I think it's worth the price. Han Sheng unhurriedly sacrificed the dragon-slaying treasure knife, and slashed a half to half. The head intubated man was directly cut off, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. I've seen something that can be cut, but I've never seen something that can be cut like this. When I'm a pawnshop, the bald head is not so bargaining, and the head plugged in the man said viciously. You're kidding me. You don't agree. Han Sheng didn't move at all, and said with a flat expression. If you don't agree, you will get at least 15,000 Stygian coins. 2,500. Han Sheng added 500. No matter how you say it, you have to get 10,000. That's 3,000. 8,000 Stygian coins, it can't be lower. The head intubation man said in a resolute tone, in fact, he was really willing to sell 8,000 dark coins. With this money, you can find a place to open another convenience store, which is a little bigger than that. Han Sheng glanced at the head intubated man at this time, and when he saw his fierce appearance, he knew that this price was very phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the price in his heart. But 8,000 Stygian coins are still too much of a loss. How's 4,500? I'm a big step forward. Han Sheng said very seriously. The head intubated man immediately refused. Not for sale. Okay, forget it. Han Shang no longer insisted. Anyway, the weird convenience store is not this one, and there will be opportunities to buy other ones in the future. After speaking, Han Shang left the cash register and walked towards the door. The automatic doors opened, and the night breeze outside blew in. The head intubated man was stunned, and an idea suddenly burst out of his mind. Now he is very short of money, and convenience stores always encounter customers who do not pay, and he is operating at a loss, and he is struggling. I can't even pay the wages of the clerks, and I owe them for 3 months. If this continues, his convenience store will have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme down sooner or later. And how could this man really have thousands of dark coins? His so-called acquisition wouldn't be a trick on me. 30,000 coin bargaining to 4,500, how can there be such a play? There must be a problem. If I pretend to agree to his price, and then make him pay, and if he can't, then even if it's a provocation, I'll be able to eat this rabbit cub alive. Suddenly, the man's eyes were bloody, and his murderous intent was soaring. The blue eyes beside him took half a step back, remembering that he had just said that 5,000 would be acquired, which seemed to sell the boss. But she was also unintentional. Who would have thought that this man would really buy a convenience store? By the way, if he really buys it, then wouldn't he become his employee? Stop! The head intubator man shouted at Han Shang. 4,500 is 4,500, I agreed. Han Shang just took a step outside the store and turned around and smiled. Yes, how do we trade? I have the deed to the convenience store, give it to you, the store is yours, you pay me 4,500 coins. The head intubation man said cheerfully. Okay, then we'll pay the money with one hand and the deed with the other. Han Shang was also very simple, walked back to the head intubation man, and then reached out and took out a thick stack of dark coins from his pocket. A total of 9,900, then slowly count out 4,500 from the inside. Han Shang is not afraid of being robbed, and he can't just shoot at humans casually. Even if the head is intubated and the man's brain is pumped and he risks the punishment, it will not succeed. Han Shang has the Heaven and Earth bank card on his body, which is a powerful talisman. Once the owner is attacked, it will immediately erupt with an extremely powerful sinister coercion. The strength of the intimidation level of the man with the head intubation is simply unbearable. Therefore, Han Shang hoped that the head intubation man couldn't resist the temptation of the underworld coin. The head intubated man was stunned again at this time, and he was hit by a million critical hits. He was originally sure that Han Shang could not have thousands of dark coins, but now that he looked, not only did they have them, but there was also a thick stack, and it was estimated that there were 10,000 dark coins. He can take out 10,000 dark coins casually, how arrogant this kid must be. Taiwan Hai became more and more distorted, and this question was also presumptuous. Han Shang frowned as he looked at it. He didn't intend to explain. No one believed it when it was explained. But for the sake of the 3 years of classmates, let's remind you by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have time, you can prepare some dark coins, which are useful. As soon as he spoke, Han Shang's mobile phone screen jumped, and he came out of the group chat interface. Then a prompt message. You've been removed from the group. Don't like to hear the truth, then let it be. Han Shang shrugged, put away his phone, and went out. He has already found a boss Su to sell a house. This boss Su's family is big, and there is no problem in terms of capital and efficiency. He went out to talk to boss Su about the purchase contract. Once it is done, go to the real estate exchange to handle the transfer, and then the house payment will be cleared. In the group of classmates here. Taiwan Hai kicked Han Shang out, but instead of reining in, his mentality became more and more distorted, and he continued to step on it. Classmates, you all saw it just now, this Han Shang even sold his house, and he already owes a lot of debt. I'm kicking him out for everyone's good, and now he doesn't even have a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. Once it depends on all of us, it's inconvenient for anyone. Everyone says yes, right? Soon someone in the group echoed. Everyone basically graduated this year, and few of them found good jobs. In the unit, he was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme pressed by his old colleagues, or he was tricked by various leaders. Think about Han Shang's graduation in 985, it is easy to find a 40k job, and it hurts a lot to compare. Now that he saw Han Shang down, his heart suddenly soared. Squad leader, you did the right thing, Han Chang. This kid must have been infected with pornography, gambling, and drugs. After this kind of thing has no money, he will definitely borrow money everywhere. We can't be entangled by him. Yes, we should sweep the floor out of the house for this kind of rotten person. Squad leader, you did the right thing. Brothers, delete friends quickly. Soon everyone was busy kicking Han Chang out of the friend list. Zheng Xing was also in the group, watching all this, a happy horse. At this time, he was bubbling up, and he looked very righteous and angry. Actually, everyone is a classmate. If Han Chang just spoke well, we can help. But what do you say? Let's buy the Stygian coins. Isn't this TM's curse and we die? Taiwan Hai immediately came out to cooperate. Xingzi, the burning of the dark coins you posted in the circle of friends, don't it also because of Han Chang, a rotten person, right? It's not. I want to help him buy a house and pay back the money. He actually told me to hurry up and buy the dark coins and keep them for myself. You say I can bear it? Brother went directly to buy 1 billion dark coins, wrote Han Chang's birthday, and burned them all to him. Zhang Xing said in a flamboyant tone. Damn, Xingzi, you did 6, or let's go burn some dark coins for that garbage Han Chang, who let him curse us to death. Agreed, my brother will donate a lunch, and after work, I will go to burn a bundle. Count me, if there is more, send it in a bundle. Then I'll burn it too. A group of classmates, half of them responded to burn the dark coin. Han Chang didn't know about it, and he must have grinned when he knew it. The world has seen people who are happy to help others, but they have never seen people who are so happy to help others. A week later, Han Chang completed the transfer procedures with Boss Su. Boss Su also boldly transferred the money to Han Chang's account. After removing all kinds of taxes and fees, Han Chang finally got 26 million. That's not a lot of money, so if you want to buy the maximum amount of Stygian coins, you have to go to the printing house. There is the wholesale price, which is the cheapest. Within a week of selling the house, Han Chang also found a factory in Dongjiang City to print dark coins. There are 3 of them. Han Chang compared their products and finally chose the one with the best cost performance. Pegasus Coin Printing House. This factory is located in the suburbs, and the transportation is inconvenient, so Han Chang took a taxi. What makes his heart hurt even more is that he sold the convenience store cheaply, and the price of 4,500 is 500 lower than the strange 5,000 price of the dog head in the morning. No matter how you think about it, it's heartache. The blue eyes on the side were shocked. This ordinary person turned out to be a rich man, so rich. If he becomes his own boss, his monthly salary can be guaranteed. Couldn't help but look at Han Chang's gaze with blue eyes, and his gaze was a little more kind. The young woman looked at Han Chang in shock. This man once again refreshed her cognition. Originally, I thought that Han Chang was a little capable, with a steady heart, and he came from an unusual way. Now that I saw him take out a stack of dark coins and scare the violent weirdness like that, it can be seen that he should be a big man. Then I have to follow him even more. Gotta go with him tonight. It doesn't matter if he doesn't think of himself as a human being. The young woman intends to give everything. Here, Han Chang counted out the 4,500 dark coins and handed them to the head intubation man. The head intubated boy took it without love and handed over a card. There was blood in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. I knew that I would sell it for 5,000 coins this morning, and I could make a lot more. The more I think about it, the more I hate it. Han Chang looked at the card in his hand with a smile, which was about the same size as the bank card, earthy yellow, with 722 convenience store written on it, and the number 022789. It turns out that this is the deed of the trick realm, and it is exquisitely done. In the previous life, Han Chang didn't have any property in the trick realm, so this deed card was also the first time to see it. There's also a small piece of text in the corner. The owner of the 722 convenience store with the number 022789 is the owner of the 722 convenience store, and the owner can use the card to open the delivery channel. Within 100 kilometers of each other, the materials can be delivered to the store instantaneously at will, and the store owner can also pick up the materials from the store. It turns out that this convenience store can also deliver goods instantly, so if I have any good things in the future, I can send them at will. You can get what you want, when you want. This is very convenient. Buying a convenience store actually got this benefit, making a lot of money, definitely making a lot of money. Han Shang was overjoyed, but his face was silent. He carefully put away the card, and then looked at the store. This place now belongs to him. Looked at the head intubated man who was still in severe pain, and said in a stern tone, "This is my territory now, go out, I'm not welcome you." "What? Drive me away now." The man with the head intubated suddenly became furious. 10 seconds later, he left the convenience store in a gloomy manner. Drove the head intubated man out. Han Shang felt disgusted when he looked at this thing. What did it mean to shake a tube on his head? I didn't see how good it was, but I saw that it was very brainless. It is indeed a brain disability. "Okay, Blue Eyes, now this store is mine, I'm your boss, I think." Han Shang began to put on a score, but before he could start speaking, Blue Eyes interrupted. "Boss, can you give me 3 minutes, I have to get out for a while?" Blue Eyes pointed to the outside of the store, and instantly Han Shang understood. Just take a look at the strength of this beautiful clerk. "Okay, then hurry up, my time is precious." "Okay, just 3 minutes, promise to be back right away." Blue Eyes rushed out of the convenience store like a chicken blood, and disappeared into the darkness outside. Then came the wail of a man with a head intubated in the darkness. In less than a minute and a half, the Blue Eyes straightened the bangs in front of his forehead, came back with a spring breeze on his face, and when he entered the store, he threw the iron pipe in his hand out of the door. "Dare to owe me money, look for death." Is very domineering, very powerful. I didn't expect that this blue-eyed man's combat power is actually stronger than that of a man with a head intubation. Han Shang suddenly had a sense of surprise. Such an employee was exactly what he needed. "You're coming back in 3 months?" Han Shang asked with a smile. "Well, 600 in total, all of them were returned." The Blue Eyes snorted proudly, and happily stuffed $600 coins into his pocket. "All right, boss, what do you have now?" "Let's tidy up the store first, that human body equipment, we will not sell it in the future." Han Shang commanded. Although he was not kind, he was not a devil with a twisted mentality, and he couldn't make money with the body of the same kind, and he couldn't do such a thing. Besides, it's not profitable to sell these, and the supply is unstable. "Okay, then I'll sort it out now." Blue-Eyed agreed, and then began to organize the shelves. She has a new boss and is very rich, which makes her very motivated. After all, she doesn't have to worry about her salary in the future. Otherwise, she will also play soy sauce. Obviously she has a stronger strength than the owner, and she will not make a move in the face of customers who don't pay. The young woman on the side saw that she was going to tally again. She was very smart, and she also stepped forward to help, taking this opportunity to win favor and want to stay. But what kind of person Han Shang is, he naturally understands this woman's thoughts. To be honest, this woman is very suitable for the weird end times, but it's not a good thing to be too venomous. The reason is very simple: if you can pit others, why can't you pit you? To control this kind of person, you must have overwhelming strength, or deeply bound interests, otherwise you will be pricked with it. And it's the kind of type that can be used and not trusted. Han Shang doesn't like this kind of person, and he is more wary of humans. In the previous life, it was not the weird that killed humans the most, but the humans themselves. Strange killings become less and less in the later stage, because they need rules to kill people, and knowing the rules can avoid danger. But human nature is the most difficult to figure out. For the sake of interests, let alone brothers, that is, father and son, have enemies. In the late stage of the weird apocalypse, for an A-level trick, relatives killed each other and attacked each other. For a special artifact, the brothers who have worked together for many years stabbed them in the back. Han Shang saw this kind of thing and heard too much. So the fewer of your kind who know that they have a large sum of money, the better. "You don't need help, you can go back," Han Shang said to the young woman. The young woman turned her head to look at Han Shang and smiled. I don't have anyone at home, it's just me. I'm scared if I encounter something like this again." As she spoke, the young woman tugged at her neckline, and the towering abyss was faintly visible. With his head down, his face was flushed, and his bewitching but reserved appearance was particularly lethal. If it is an ordinary man, he must be upset when he sees this scene, and most of them will leave this woman behind. However, Han Shang is very special. He has experienced countless lives and deaths in the weird end times, and he has also had women. Especially in the last days, everyone is very open, being together is fate, and you can break up casually after that. They are all people who have today and no tomorrow, and they are happy in time, and no one suffers. Therefore, Han Shang was indifferent to women. He pointed out the door and said unceremoniously, "Go out, don't talk to me uselessly, or I'll do it." The young woman was stunned. She was very confident in her appearance and methods, but it didn't have any effect at all. "Does this man not like women? I can do a lot for you." The young woman still wanted to hold on, and intentionally or unintentionally touched her thighs, which were exquisitely curvy. But Han Shang didn't want her to beep anymore and shouted, "Blue Eyes, help me get her out." "Got it, boss." Blue Eyes was moving her thigh, and the blood was bleeding her face, when she came over with a human leg on her shoulder. The young woman's face was gray. She was angry and annoyed. She was actually looked down upon. "No, I'll go by myself." With that, the young woman turned and left, and the darkness outside flickered, and the dead silence returned. Watching the young woman leave, Han Shang said to the Blue Eyes, "All right, you can continue to tally." "Well, I'll move these things to the back warehouse." Blue Eyes said, "You can deal with it as you please." Han Shang didn't care about this. He paused and asked, "What's your real name?" "Xin Ming, my name before I died." "Oh, good name, but I'll call you Blue Eyes." "Well, I like the name Blue Eyes, too." "Your previous boss gave you 200 a month, right?" "Well, the salary is a bit low." "Then I'll give you a 500 a month, and you can have a bonus." "Really, thank you so much, boss." "Sure enough, I see that you are a different person, very atmospheric." "You're trying to say I'm rich?" Han Sheng smiled and said, "I am indeed very rich. You follow me to work hard. I will hand over this convenience store to you, and you will be the store manager in the future." Blue Eyes shook their pink fist. Han Shang looked at it and smiled. "Your strength is not weak. To be honest, I didn't see it at first. Can you tell me your tricks?" If the blue-eyed trickery is strong, Han Shang doesn't mind contracting her. "My trickery is mad eye." The blue eyes lifted the eyes that were covered by bangs, and the left eye was shriveled with flesh and blood, like a dried corpse. In the middle is a deep red eye that trembles incessantly, and looking at it makes people's blood spurt and restless. I can go berserk for 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes I'll be exhausted. And my mad eye can only be used once a day, and if you use it too much, you will lose your mind and use it out of madness. Blue Eyes introduced. Han Shang nodded. He had heard of the crazy eye trick, which could make the user instantly burst out with wild brute force, and his combat power was extremely strong. But the mind will be affected and will not be able to use it much. However, if it is used with the Vajra Buddha beads, it is a combination. The combination of not being disturbed by any mental disturbance and possessing terrifying powers is very exciting. And Mad Eye can also be used on other people, and it doesn't require a contract. It's just a little less effective, but it's enough. I didn't expect to accept this convenience store and get such a small thug who can fight. Yes, not a loss at all. Then I'll put the begging bowl here, and you will be responsible for the things in the store in the future. After finishing his business, Han put the begging bowl on the cash register. Don't worry, boss, I know everything in the store. Blue Eyes had finished tidying up the shelves, stood in front of the cash register and patted his chest. That still dangled. Well, then I'm leaving. After the order, Han Shang should leave. He has to quickly accept the white bone puppet. Goodbye, boss, have a nice trip. By the way, you can contract me at any time. The blue eyes behind her waved goodbye, and she was in a very happy mood to be able to keep up with a rich big boss. Coming to the outside of the store, it was still pitch black. Han Shang came to the main road, walked straight, and walked past the station where he came last night, and soon a startle flashed in the world around him, and the light was bright. Out of the place of the convenience store trial, the outside world is already daytime, the sun is shining, and the morning dew is shining. After a night of tossing, the weirdness began to subside. In the daylight, when the yang energy is strong, most of the weirdness will converge, although the sunlight can't kill them, but it can make them very uncomfortable. However, after reaching the Tao level, the damage from sunlight to it is very weak. Now all that disturbs the world is some intimidating weirdness, and when you see the sun, you will naturally disperse in a hurry. In the distance, the city is full of smoke, and order is gradually restoring there. Han Chang remembered that order would be maintained for a period of time in the early days, and it was still the same old at the beginning. What situation was controllable? Don't panic or anything. After a few days, strange events became more frequent, and more people disappeared and died, and order could no longer be hidden. That's when someone will come out and expose the weird and teach people some simple ways to deal with it. And it wasn't until half a month later that a lucky person contracted to be weird, and since then people have found that weirdness can be used. As long as you are familiar with the rules, many strong weirdness can be subdued. For a while, people began to study weirdness, summarize their rules, and more people would get weird contracts. Slowly, human beings can cope with strange existences, and some people are even optimistic that the strange has been subjugated by humans. At that time, many people hoped that the weird would be completely tamed, so that they would gradually leave the human world and return to their normal life in the past. But half a year later, with the strange incarnation of the Slaughter City level and the destruction of the country, the optimism of mankind was shattered. Order also collapsed at that time, and a large number of people died. The strange end times have come completely. Humanity has appeared in ruined cities, shelters. People with great trickery and vast resources have risen to become the new order makers, while many more have been relegated to hell. However, human beings are tenacious at all times, and sometimes Han Chang is also very puzzled. Humans are actually similar to Shou Qiang, and it is difficult to be completely exterminated. In the cracks, many people are living strongly. Han Chang in his previous life was one of them. Stay alive and get stronger. In the last days, man is these two purposes. It's very simple, it's straightforward, it's as it should be. Now taking down the white bone puppet is what Han Chang urgently needs to do. In the previous life, he didn't give full play to the power of this trick because he didn't have enough dark coins. In this life, he must do his best to develop it. Bone golems can be upgraded to S rank. S-class bone golems will be terrifyingly powerful. The puppet boutique is located on a 100-meter hill with a 2-story Western-style building looming among the lush trees. The doors and windows of the Western-style building are bright and the appearance is exquisite, which has become an embellishment of the beautiful scenery. Before Han Chang obtained the white bone puppet in the previous life, he had never been to this place, and he didn't know that there was actually a delicate puppet house here. He also broke in by accident on the way to escape. To be honest, it is very strange to open such a store in such a remote place. At this moment, Han Chang stood at the door of the boutique puppet shop, and he could slightly feel the chill coming out of the crack in the door. This place has become a strange place of trial, and like a convenience store, there is another world behind the door. Next to Han Chang were 3 men who came together. All of them were high-end brands, each with a watch on their hands. There is no need to guess, these 3 must be the rich second generation. In fact, it is not ordinary people who can come to the boutique puppet store to consume. The boutique puppets here sell for millions each, and they are not at all something that ordinary people can consume. This is a boutique puppet shop, and the puppets inside are all works of art. All of them are like real people, and they are all 15 or 16-year-old girls, and their skin is delicate and smooth to the touch. The fat man Zhang Ke said with a smile. Well, I've also heard that the girl puppets here are not only exquisitely made, but the puppets' eyes can follow people, just like living people. The thin man said quite excitedly. That is, the puppets here are all works of art, each one is made of the best materials, and the puppets' clothes alone are made of gold silk, which is the most precious textile on the market, and it costs more than 500,000 yuan per catty. And the puppeteer here is also a cow. When he was young, he once opened his own studio in Europe, designed puppet dolls for the royal families, and was quite famous in the circle over there. I don't know what's going on, but I returned to China to open this boutique puppet shop in my old age. Su Wanliang, the man with glasses, said quite smugly, his temperament is cold, and there is arrogance between his eyebrows, and he is also the leader of the 3 rich second generations. Then it's not an exaggeration to say that the puppet here is the best in the world. The thin man said with a little excitement. Of course, and this puppet shop is special because he lets customers experience it before they buy it. So when you come into the store later, the boss will do some little show, so don't make a fuss about you too. Su Wenliang said complacently. Among the three of them, he had been to the puppet shop once, and he still knew the situation here. First of all, the store manager greets you, and then you invite a girl puppet to let customers choose by themselves, and after choosing, they can take it to the back room for experience. If you are satisfied, you can pay for it and take it back. Su Wenliang bought a puppet last time, and he couldn't put it down after bringing it back, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme took it out quietly when no one was around, which was very interesting. What kind of program is Brother Su? Can you get to the bottom of me first? The fat man Zhang Ke picked his eyes. Su Wenliang smiled euphemistically. It's called a garden tea party. It's to take the puppet to the back, and you'll understand when the time comes. Okay, I'm looking forward to that, Zhang Ke said with a smile. At this time, Han Sheng couldn't help but show a trace of disdain on the side. The boutique puppet shop has long become a strange place of trial. How can you think of these good things? When the time comes, these three rich second generations will have to lose their lives. Su Wenliang's eyes lit up. He saw Han Sheng's disdainful expression, and his eyes suddenly flashed towards Han Shengdao. What do you mean, this friend? Do you think what I said is wrong? Han Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to him, and said without looking back. It's a weird puppet shop inside, but it's not the place you want to play. The life and death of the three rich second generations has nothing to do with Han Sheng, and Han Sheng doesn't want to save people at all. He is afraid that these three will spoil his good deeds. I remember that in the previous life, there were 5 people who went to the boutique puppet shop with him to try. In the end, he was the only one who survived. Han Sheng's words suddenly made Su Wenliang very unhappy. He looked at Han Sheng, a dark t-shirt, a sweatshirt, and a neckline that was high to the cheekbones. A pair of eyes are bright and shining, and his temperament is steady and calm, which is very incommensurate with his age. Su Wenliang was speechless for a while, and Han Sheng's temperament made him dare not blaspheme casually. But one thing is for sure, this is a boutique puppet shop, and the name of the shop at the door is clearly written in a few exotic art words. Boutique puppet shop. Could it be that this person is illiterate? Su Wenliang smiled coldly, full of disdain, and lost his sentence. Don't pretend to be too much, open your eyes and talk nonsense. After hearing this, Han Sheng turned his head to look at Su Wenliang. With a killing intent in his eyes, Han Sheng had not killed anyone in his previous life, and this momentum was still there. Besides, people who have experienced the end of the world have the ruthlessness of hungry wolves, and those eyes have not experienced the test of life and death, and it is impossible for hungry wolves to take food. Han Sheng's eyes looked at Su Wenliang coldly, and the proud rich second generation suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he took a step back inexplicably. It was the first time Su Wenliang saw such a vicious gaze, as if he was looking at a beast that had been hungry for 4 or 5 days, and he would be gnawed at any time, and there was not even a bone left. Seeing that Su Wenliang was stunned, Han Sheng's lips moved slightly, with a hint of sneer, and turned around and pushed the door into the boutique puppet shop. It wasn't until Han Sheng entered the store that Su Wenliang scolded. What kind of person dared to stare at me? Su Wenliang's usual rampant person couldn't bear this anger, but when he thought of Han Sheng's cannibalistic eyes just now, he felt a fur in his heart again. The cruel words in the second half of the sentence were suddenly scolded. Brother Su, I really want to look at this person. At this time, Zhang Ke came up and said. He looked at Han Sheng's face very much like a person, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Disappointment, let's not mention this guy, let's go into the store and take a look. Su Wenliang's face was hot, and he felt that he had lost face just now, so he quickly opened it, pushed open the door of the store and walked in. As soon as I entered the store, my body felt cold, and the air around me felt like it was winter. Looking around again, there was no light in the dimly lit room, and there were 12 candles lit around it, and the candles were flickering. Against the backdrop of this candle flame are 12 puppets with lifelike faces. All of them were 14-year-old girls, with delicate white faces and exotic dresses. Su Wenliang finished sweeping the surroundings, and this place was basically the same as when he came last month, and things had not been moved. Suddenly became proud, and said to Zhang Ku and the others. This is a boutique puppet shop. What's weird, can't you even see the name of the store at the door? Han Sheng heard it, but ignored him. Why should a dying person waste time? Seeing that Han Sheng ignored him, Su Wenliang felt that he had found some ground, and the corners of his mouth were coldly hooked, and he said again. You two are both steady, the shopkeeper who will meet is very personable, after all, from Europe, usually mixed with the top aristocratic circle, but not as brave and ruthless as some of them. These words were said to Zhang Ku and the thin man, but they were actually aimed at Han Sheng. Deliberately to mock it. Han Sheng still ignored him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was also taking care of his spirit while being guarded. Seeing that Han Sheng didn't speak again, Su Wenliang was even more proud, pulled his collar, and wanted to blow his nose and face, but this time he didn't speak, and the back door of the store opened and an old man with an extraordinary bearing walked out. The old man was about 60 miles away, wearing a Western-style butler uniform, with a gray beard, a bright gaze, and a noble expression. Walking with a slight increase in the jaw. When they came to the four of them, the old man stood still, his waist straight, and bowed very politely. For distinguished customers, welcome to the strange puppet shop. As soon as these words came out, Su Wenliang's three rich second generations were stunned. Brother Su, this doesn't seem to be a boutique puppet shop. The thin man felt that something was wrong. Yes, Brother Su, how did you become a weird puppet shop? Zhang Ku was also full of doubts. Both of them came with Su Wenliang, and they must have to ask Su Wenliang if there was a sudden change. Su Wenliang was also unexpected, he had been here for a month before, and he clearly remembered that it was a boutique puppet shop. And the outside door is also a boutique puppet shop, and the furnishings in the store are also average. How did it become a weird puppet shop? Maybe it's this month's event? Su Wenliang made a reason for himself. No, dear customer, we don't do any activities, we are a weird puppet shop. The old man heard the conversation between Su Wenliang and the others, and explained enthusiastically. At this time, Su Wenliang's face was embarrassed, and he was slapped in the face again, which was very uncomfortable. And not only that, Zhang Ku and the thin man had already looked at Han Sheng curiously at the same time. That guy was right. Could it be that he really came here? Zhang Ku was familiar with himself and thick-skinned, and asked at Han Sheng. Big brother, have you been here, can you tell me what a good program is? Han Sheng glanced sideways at the fat man, pointed at the old man, and smiled slightly mockingly. There's a good show, you let it take its head off, and it will definitely be able to do it. Cut, big brother, don't be kidding, this is a puppet shop and not a magic show. Zhang Ku didn't believe it, but he looked at Han Sheng and felt more and more familiar. This must have been seen somewhere, and he should be a well-known person. Zhang Ku touched his head, and suddenly became interested. This celebrity said that he could let the old man of the shopkeeper perform a head-picking performance. Why don't you take a look? Can Mr. perform a head-picking magic? Zhang Ku shouted at the old man, which immediately attracted the cold eyes of Su Wenliang beside him. Zhang Ku, you are very stupid, don't you know? People are obviously just teasing you and talking nonsense with you, how can there be a head-picking performance here? Su Wenliang said unhappily, originally he was the head of the three, and Zhang Ku and the thin man were all revolving around him. But after meeting Han Sheng, he lost face one after another. Especially the ugliness in the name of the store made Su Wenliang's teeth itch. Now Han Sheng seems to have been here and knows a lot, but he seems to be a braggart. So seeing Han Sheng's nonsense, Su Wenliang naturally seized the opportunity to hack him. Besides, how can a human head be removed? And the magic show is also very fake. But as soon as he spoke, the old man said in a very affirmative tone. Absolutely, as long as the customer is happy. The old man held his head in both hands and lifted it up. The head is separated from the neck, the middle is empty, and there is no connection in the middle. This can't be. Su Wenliang was dumbfounded, but then his face gradually became angry. It is absolutely impossible for a living person to remove his own head, this is definitely false. Humph. Shoddy magic show, there must be a set behind to confuse people. Su Wenliang was extremely unhappy, he was slapped in the face 3 times and twice, and he urgently needed to get back the field. Walking up to the old man, Su Wenliang reached out and grabbed it in the middle of the old man's head and neck. It's empty. Ah, it's true, this guy is a dead man, we've got a weird. Su Wenliang's face turned pale with fright, and he pointed at the old man and shouted that it was a ghost. Zhang Ku and the thin man were also so frightened that their faces changed greatly, their legs trembled, and they stood in place in a daze. "Don't be afraid, it's just a little trick." Then the old man pressed his head back, turned left and right, and moved to the most comfortable position. The thin man was the same, wiping a cold sweat and saying, "I said that this is really realistic, and I will post it on Moments when I go back. This trick is very good." Only Su Wenliang's face was still ugly. He was scared before, and he was so strange during the day that he almost burped a rich second generation. Now he was ashamed, his face was red and white for a while, there was still a heat under his pants, and the only remaining face was lost. "Brother Su, don't be afraid, the shopkeeper said it was fake, you should get up quickly." "Ah, you're wet underneath." Zhang Ko originally wanted to help Su Wenliang up, but when he saw that there was urine, his outstretched hand was immediately retracted. Su Wenliang wanted to find a place to die, so he could only get up by himself. "I didn't dare to speak with my head down." At this time, Zhang Ke looked at Han Sheng again. This eldest brother must have been here, otherwise how could he know so carefully? "And the more you look at it, the more it looks like a celebrity," the old man continued to say. "Dear 4 customers, let's get down to the first mission now. Since the puppets in the warehouse have been piled up for a long time and are full of dust, I asked 4 customers to help clean up the puppets. Later, please choose a girl puppet for each of the 4, and then please help him clean the dust from his body in the private room at the back of the store. The task is simple, but please note that there are a few requirements for the 4 customers. First, don't damage the girl's puppet when cleaning up. Second, please don't do anything wrong when cleaning up. Third, please be sure to clean up the girl's puppet, inside and out." Speaking of this, the old man paused slightly, revealing an evil smile. The above 3 requirements are also requested to be strictly followed by all 4 customers, and if they are violated, the store will have a heavy punishment. Zhang Ke listened, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to speak to Su Wenliang, but he was so smoked by the smell of urine on Su's body that he frowned, and turned his head to say to the thin man, "Skinny, this show is good. I like it very much. We are all gentlemen, and when we see a puppet dirty, how can we not clean it up with our own hands?" The thin man also had a wicked smile on his face. Both of them are old gentlemen, so they naturally understand where the main point of this show is. As for the punishment, I don't care at all, the shop is trying to liven up the atmosphere. At most, it's a glass of wine, a red envelope, and a little show or something. Su Wenliang was silent. Now where does he still have the intention of continuing to play, thinking about leaving this place quickly to change his pants? But I couldn't put this face aside and said this. If he leaves like this at this time, I guarantee that tomorrow the thin man and the fat man will definitely post their ugly things to the circle of friends. Then how will I mix it up in the future? If you don't ask the store for a pair of pants later, bear with it. The old man slapped his palms at this time, and with crisp applause, 4 delicate girl puppets slowly walked out of a dark background. These 4 puppets are of equal height, and they are made vividly, and the faces are extremely exquisite, and the white faces are reflected with halos. Look at them in European-style evening dresses, with shoulders and backs, and the skin exposed is also fairer than snow. The style came with a dignified appearance, like a princess or a count, indescribably honorable and luxurious. When they got closer, the 4 puppets lined up, and a faint smile could be seen on their faces. A pair of dark blue or dark eyes glowing with candlelight, quite charming. Zhang Ke was pleasantly surprised, the puppet here was really exquisitely made, and he could walk around like a living person, and his eyes were even more agile. In a word, where is this puppet? It is clearly a 15 or 16-year-old delicate girl. Su. Zhang Ke excitedly wanted to talk to Su Wenliang again, but he turned his head again because of the smell of urine, and said to the thin man, "Skinny, these puppets, no, the artwork is really very beautiful." "Well, I've seen it all, which one do you choose, fat man?" said the thin man with an eyebrow. Zhang Ke glanced at the 4 puppets again and landed on the puppet dressed in the style of a royal sister. "The one in red, I like it. Then I'll choose the rightmost one, petite and delicate, to my liking." The thin man also has a liking. Su Wenliang didn't have this yaxing anymore, but when he looked at the 4 puppets that came out, his eyes widened. As a rich second generation, he usually plays in nightclubs and yachts, and he has never seen any kind of beauty. But as soon as the 4 girl puppets in front of him appeared, their souls were taken away. It's beautiful, and it doesn't seem to be a human thing. At the same time, Su Wenliang was very puzzled. He had never seen such a perfect girl puppet when he came last time. These 4 puppets can walk, and someone moved out last time. This time, the 4 puppets had smart eyes, and they could almost speak. Last time, it was just the eyeballs that moved with the guests, and it was a kind of image tracking device. Where is there such an expressive charm? Is this really a puppet? Is this really the same shop last time? Could it really be that he made a mistake? Su Wenliang's eyes lit up. Don't care about these for now, such a beautiful puppet, he must take a look at it. By the way, of course, you have to change your pants. I'll choose the blue-eyed one on the far left, puppet. Su Wenliang spoke, and his confident momentum returned. Brother Su, you can have a good eye. Blue Eyes originally wanted to choose, but I prefer to be mature. Zhang Ke pinched his nose and said. Then he looked at Han Cheng curiously. The mysterious big brother, which one he will choose? If he chooses the one they have already chosen, it will be interesting. Han Cheng looked at the 4 girl puppets on the stage at this time. His expression was calm, and there was no change, as if such a shocking artwork was just garbage in his eyes. In fact, Han Cheng knew that the so-called 4 girl puppets were actually 4 zombies. It's just that the dress is very good looking, and the makeup is exquisite, so there is such an effect. But if they are cleaned up, then their true colors will be revealed. This is how several gentlemen died in the previous life. Went in full of righteousness, came out with a red body, and the one who died was called a tragic word. As for which girl puppet to choose, in the previous life, Han Cheng was very rational to find out the strangeness of these girl puppets, and he didn't choose from them at all. Instead, a very special puppet was chosen. It was that puppet that made Han Cheng contract the white bone puppet. At this moment, Han Cheng's gaze fell on a corner, where a badly damaged girl puppet could be seen in the dim light. She was shabby, her limbs scattered and dusty. Even a face is incomparably venerable. It was a real puppet, but made of white bone. Han Cheng only learned about the secret of this boutique puppet shop after the contract. You're the only one left with this customer. Which puppet do you choose? The old man asked at Han Cheng at this time, and his words were still very polite. Can I choose whatever I want? Asked Han Cheng in his last life. As long as it's a puppet in the store, you can choose it. The old man replied. Well, I'll choose the puppet. Han Cheng raised his hand and pointed, and the light in the corner lit up, and a scattered girl puppet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And the old man's eyes trembled at this moment. The old man's eyes twitched violently. This man actually chose that puppet. What the hell did he come from? You know, no one will notice the old puppet in the corner. But it is precisely the dilapidated puppet that is the treasure of this weird puppet shop. The old man also spent the most effort when he made the puppet, and the final product was also the most satisfying. In order to prevent anyone from peeping at this beloved treasure, the old man deliberately put on a shabby dress without any whitewashing, and no one knew about it in the corner. But this man saw at a glance how he did it? Not only that, but it was also suspicious that he had asked the customer to ask me to take off my head. He seemed to be convinced that I couldn't refuse the customer's request, and he would do it. In fact, one of the rules of this trickster shop is that customers who have not made a mistake must meet their respective requirements, even if the request is rude. But how did this man learn about the rules when he had never been to the store? I had behaved in such an unusual way that it didn't even indicate that it was a strange trial. How did he find out? This man was no ordinary man, absolutely. The old man turned pale, and he couldn't refuse the request of a customer who didn't make a mistake. Yes, please clean up. The old man looked at Han Cheng deeply and agreed. That's for sure. Han Cheng said calmly, and then walked over by himself. The puppet was also a young girl, but it was covered in bones, and with its clothes removed, it was like a human skeleton in the infirmary. Han Cheng took a rag from the side, then put the scattered puppet parts inside, packed it, and carried it on his back. Looking at Han Cheng's move, Su Wenliang snorted coldly with disdain and said in a low voice. You see, this guy is going to be different again. to make such a broken skeleton, see how he plays. This is full of sarcasm, and anyone can hear it. Han Shang naturally ignored this dying man. Is it interesting to quarrel with a dead man? Isn't this brain dead? Zhang Ku also watched from the side. He also couldn't understand, why didn't this big brother want to have fun? Do you really want to clean up the puppet? Han Shang glanced at him and replied. This one of mine is better. It's really better, this puppet can contract and get the bone puppet trick. Although it was rubbish at the beginning, upgrading to the S rank is a magic skill. Han Shang still couldn't know how powerful it was at that time, but the functionality was definitely full. To be honest, after he had a huge amount of immortal coins, he was still looking forward to the ultimate effect of the white bone golem. And there is another benefit to choosing this white bone puppet. Zhang Ke didn't know how to answer after hearing this. This big brother doesn't take the usual path, this habit is simply nothing to say. It's all bones, and it's better than meat. But considering that this big brother has been here, has a lot of experience, and his previous performance is enough to prove it, then his choice must be justified. Could it be that there are other special services in this store? I said, big brother, are you kidding me, are you kidding me? Then you think you are choosing a boutique puppet? Han Shang asked slightly mockingly. Zhang Ke was stunned when he was asked, and said in his heart that he chose not a puppet? It is a real person. Maybe it's really a real person pretending. But even so, the mood is full. Exciting enough, fun enough. There is also a hint of weird horror, not to mention that this still has another flavor. The rich second generation does not lack gun racks, what they lack is this alternative stimulation. Thinking of this Zhang Ke, he was relieved, but he still couldn't understand why people said that white bones were good. He looked at Han Shang curiously, and his handsome expression gradually matched with the characters on the immortal coin. Suddenly, he recognized Han Shang. Isn't this the trickster god Han Shang who has exploded recently? If it weren't for the virtual image of Han Shang on the Stygian coin, Zhang Ke would have recognized it a long time ago. This is a super popular traffic star recently. If it is really him, then this big brother is rich. You must know that now the whole world is burning his dark coins, and this person is just the portrait right, and the traffic fee is estimated to be tens of billions of income. At this time, Zhang Ke's gaze at Han Shang suddenly became full of respect, and he asked politely. This big brother, can you ask if your name is Han Shang? Yes, my name is Han Shang, how do you know? Han Shang asked in surprise. He was also very curious about his recognition. He had never seen these three rich second generations. When Zhang Ke heard Han Shang admit it, he immediately smiled excitedly. Thin man, brother Su, do you hear, this is the tricky god Han Shang. Wow! Exam! You are Han Shang! The thin man suddenly exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, even more excited than seeing the hell just now. Su Wenliang stared at Han Shang with his eyes, not to mention that this person's face was very similar to the character on the underworld coin. If he changed into a black and white impermanent costume, it would be the same person. Suddenly, Su Wenliang's heart swelled with a sense of loss, which was very sour. He was embarrassed by Han Shang and urinated his pants, so embarrassed that he had long hated Han Shang so much that his teeth were itching. But he has always had a sense of superiority over Han Shang. He is the eldest and youngest of the Su family in Dongjiang City, with thousands of family assets, and he is a top-notch existence in the rich second-generation circle in Dongjiang City. Now I know that the cold man in front of him is actually a super traffic star, the treacherous god Han Shang. The sense of superiority in his heart was suddenly smashed to the ground. He had already heard his father say that the operation of the treacherous god Han Shang of Genie Taimei Company has made hundreds of billions of dollars, and the company is almost comparable to penguins. As the owner of the portrait rights of the deceitful god Han Shang, he must also make a lot of money, maybe not only rich, but also expensive. Otherwise, such a good thing, how could it be the turn of this person who has no background to succeed? Hey, brother Su, hurry up and say hello to brother Han, don't be scared. Zhang Ke saw Su Wenliang staring at Han Shang in a daze, and hurriedly endured the smell of urine and patted him. Su Wenliang's face was extremely ugly. He hated Han Shang very much. But he was richer than him, his status was higher than him, and he was in Dongjiang City. In the future, Su Wenliang still wants to enrich the second-generation circle here, so he has to give Han Sheng a face, otherwise it will be easy to anger the other party and make him unable to get along. But this change from hating others to licking others is a bit difficult, especially for people like Su Wenliang who regard show superiority as a basic exercise. It is even more difficult to add a man. But it can't be done without saying hello. Su Wenliang thought of the cold words he had just spoken to Han Sheng several times. It was impossible not to be hated by others. If you don't apologize, maybe even my father's business will be affected. Their Su family's business is deeply bound to Genie Time Company, and they are the treacherous Han Sheng himself. If they say a word, their own business will not be finished. After a fierce struggle of thoughts, Su Wenliang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile. Then, hello brother Han, I apologize to you for offending a lot just now. I don't want to, I want to target you, in fact, that. Han Sheng couldn't listen anymore. This person spoke like squeezing toothpaste, and it was laborious to listen to. Don't talk about it, you're going to die anyway, what are you talking about? Han Sheng directly told the truth. These three rich second generations all had to die, which was already doomed from the time they chose those zombie puppets. However, these words were like thunder in Su Wenliang's ears. This trickster Han Sheng not only holds a grudge, but also refuses to forgive him Su Wenliang, and that domineering warning is a manifestation of strength. Now I'm going to be finished. If he knew that he had offended the deceitful Han Sheng, then his father would definitely break his leg. Bang! In the taxi, the driver was 40 miles away, calmly holding the steering wheel, whistling in his mouth, and his hair was shiny. At first glance, it is the kind of skilled old driver. Where is the little brother? Do you want to be a big sword? Don't hide it from the little brother. I have driven this car all over the world, and I know everything and everywhere. The Imperial Club in the south of the city, the Yuzu Fong in the East Garden, the Bliss in the South Town, and the Heavenly Joy in the Haiyuan. The old driver said that the head was the way, and he talked eloquently. But there was no sound behind him. The old driver looked back at Han Sheng suspiciously, only to see the latter showing him the navigation of his mobile phone with a serious face. Tianma Stygian Coin Printing House. The old driver's face suddenly petrified. This young man is doing business, and he can't fight with the big sword. With a crooked mouth, the old driver laughed at himself. Hee, little brother, don't blame me. It's not that I don't know that you have to do business, just abrupt. But you're going to look for a job in the underworld coin, right? I've heard that there are a lot of girls in this kind of printing house, and there are 0-hour couples in today's society, and I think you're good looking, and you have a show. Han Sheng's face was as serious as ever. I'm just going to buy the Stygian coin. Old driver. Well, today is unlucky, and I met someone who doesn't play cards according to common sense. The old driver stopped talking, stepped on the accelerator, grabbed the steering wheel, and the taxi accelerated. 2 hours later, Han Sheng arrived at the Tianma Styx coin printing factory. The factory is not big, just a few hundred square meters, and the doorman saw Han Sheng enter the factory and came out to ask. What are you doing? Who came to buy the Stygian coin? That building, go in and turn left, and the third door will be. The doorman raised his hand and pointed at it, and then went back to the guard's room. Han Sheng walked to the building, and soon found the factory director's room, where a bald middle-aged man was working. Han Sheng walked in and greeted him. Hello, what do you call it? The bald man looked up at Han Sheng. He was not very old, but his temperament was steady, and he had the demeanor of a child, so he immediately said politely. My surname is Zhang, and I am the director of this Tianma Stygian coin factory. Young man, are you? My surname is Han, and I am here to buy hell coins. Han Sheng got straight to the point. It's a customer, Mr. Han, please take a seat. The bald man gave Han Sheng a seat, and then poured a cup of hot water for Han Sheng with a disposable cup. Please use tea. Sitting down opposite Han Sheng, the bald man smoked a flower. Smoke one? I don't smoke, you feel free. It's a good habit for young people not to smoke, it's good. The bald man laughed a few times and cut to the chase. Mr. Han, how many tons of goods do you plan to buy? Han Sheng did his homework before he came, and knew that the wholesale of dark coins was counted in tons, and generally a ton of dark coins was 70,000 pieces, and the price was about 2,500. But it also depends on the texture of the paper and the quality of the ink. Products like this Tianma Pluto factory belong to the middle and upper range, and the price will also rise. Well, I want to buy 10 tons, Director Zhang, you can tell me the price. Han Chang has 26 million yuan, and the money he intends to use to purchase the underworld currency is 15 million, and the rest of the money is used to hire vehicles and contact the incineration plant. In this way, the money can basically be used. And 15 million can buy 860 tons of dark coins. Han Chang said that 10 tons is a stone to ask for directions. The bald man touched his head and said, "If you want 10 tons, you will be given a discount, 24.50 a ton, how about it?" Tianma Xinyuan factory is a small factory, and buying 10 tons is considered a big customer, so Director Zhang naturally wants to be polite, thinking about continuing to do Han Chang's business in the future. Han Chang knew that there was actually a lot of room for bargaining at this price. If you want to buy 860 tons yourself, the lower the price, the better. Director Zhang, if your price drops a little more, I can buy more. This is a signal to the other party. I wanted more. Su Wenliang knelt down directly, this time he made a lot of sense, and cried directly. Brother Han, I'm not human, you, just let me go. Han Chang turned his head, his face was speechless, he wanted your life, not me. Han Chang looked at Su Wenliang who was kneeling on the ground, his face was speechless, and he didn't want your life, it was useless for you to kneel on me. Ignored Su Wenliang. Han Chang asked directly at the old man. Can you go into the back room and clean it up now? Yes, please come in. The old man made a gesture of please, and 4 small doors opened beside him, and the space inside the door was more than 10 square meters, and a candle was lit, and the candle flame was long. Han Chang carried the puppet on his back and walked over directly. Seeing that Han Chang refused to spare himself, Su Wenliang was very anxious and pulled Zhang Ke's trouser leg. Fatty, help say a few good words. Zhang Ke was in a circle with Su Wenliang, and he couldn't bear to see him suffer, so he caught up with Han Chang to intercede. Brother Han, you wait, my brother Su has no malice, you have a lot of adults, spare him. Okay, I'll spare him. Han Chang didn't even stop walking, and casually dropped this sentence. Anyway, he didn't mean to harm these 3 rich second generations, and it wasn't him who wanted to hurt people. Seeing that Han Chang was so easy to speak, Zhang Ke had a lot of face on his face, and said with a flattering smile. Thank you, Brother Han, let's go together later, and the 3 of us will invite you to have a meal. No, you better think about how to get through first. Han Chang walked to the door, turned around and said, and then closed the door. Zhang Ke's originally smiling face gradually stiffened. He couldn't figure out the meaning of Han Chang's words. Could it be that he could clean up the girl's puppet and pass the test? Isn't it just playing? It's a big deal to leave some sense of proportion later, and don't hurt the soft tissues. Returning to Su Wenliang's side, Zhang Ke said. Brother Su, it's okay, Brother Han has already let you go. Okay, I'm afraid that Brother Han still holds a grudge. Su Wenliang still had a pimple in his heart, but when he stood up, he thought for a while and said, later, the 3 of our brothers will be very good, not playing with his wife, just shoot quickly. Brother Su, it's rare to come once, why are you doing so fast? The thin man was unhappy. Su Wenliang glared at him like a fool and scolded. You're stupid, let's finish it early, wait for Brother Han outside, wouldn't it be good to follow Brother Han in the future? The thin man suddenly nodded when he heard this. Yes, that's the right thing. Su Wenliang knew very well that Han Chang's words alone could not completely let him go, and he had to further show favor in order to eliminate Han Chang's prejudice against himself. Moreover, now that the fiery god Han Chang is still ongoing, there must be a lot of money to be made by hugging this person's thighs. Su Wenliang is not a brainless person, on the contrary, he is very shrewd. Of course, the first thing is to change his pants quickly, he never realized that he was so sassy. Okay, let's go in with a few brothers. Su Wenliang straightened his clothes and walked to a private room. And the girl puppet he had chosen earlier came out of the queue and followed him. Slow cat steps, waist swaying, that enchanting and charming is indescribable. Zhang Ke was even more sure that this was not a puppet, it was a real person, and sure enough, Brother Han was experienced, and he didn't forget to remind him, then he must be in control. Thin Man, then I'll go too, you can take care of it yourself. Okay, I know, you weren't long. Last time you gave my sister 3,000 red envelopes and made her shout for 3 more minutes, don't think I don't know. Zhang made a gesture to kick the Thin Man, but the Thin Man laughed and jumped away. Then Zhang also took the girl puppet into the private room, and as the room was closed, suddenly the surrounding sounds became extremely quiet. It was as if the private room was suddenly cut off from the outside world. Zhang didn't care, he glanced around and found a basin full of water in the small room. 3 brushes of various sizes, a few bars of soap, and an unknown bottle and jar. Looking at these things, Zhang smiled. I'm really good at playing, I'm so serious, but the atmosphere is good. Then let's start cleaning. Zhang happily pinched the puppet's face, and his hand was slippery and greasy, but it was very hard. After reading countless women, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, which girl's face was so hard, and with a little force on his hand, it seemed that something was broken. Zhang was puzzled, he turned his back to the girl puppet, and pinched the thing on his finger. It was a thick makeup cream, and the broken thing was a black object like skin. Zhang frowned, turned around in confusion, and looked at the girl puppet. The girl's puppet's face was still radiant, and the exposed skin was still dazzling in the candlelight. It's just that there is a gap on the girl's left cheek, where the skin with a thick makeup base is exposed, black. Now Zhang was not interested. It turned out that this was a real puppet, he thought it was a real little girl, and he made him burn. But even if it's fake, it's okay, as long as the quality is good, it's acceptable. Then let's start clearing. Zhang looked at the basin, suddenly realized something, his face turned pale with horror, and he didn't say the next words. On the Thin Man's side, as soon as he entered the room, he looked at the brushes and basins around him, and his interest became even stronger. Do you want my help by yourself? The Thin Man's 10 fingers grabbed the girl's puppet like playing a piano. The girl's puppet stood coldly, not saying a word under her bright face. So you're still shy? I saw that you're alive. How about it, I'll give you 3,000 red envelopes, and I'll go out later and pretend to be very powerful. The Thin Man didn't want to be embarrassed in front of his friends, in fact, he couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. The girl puppet still didn't speak, but her hands began to loosen her clothes, and slowly a silk scarf slid down her soft ground. The Thin Man looked at the blood and sprayed, and his eyes were even wider, watching the clothes fall to the ground. However, when the girl finally took it off, it was not a beautiful scenery, but a trace of sewing, and the color of the meat was different, obviously not the same person. Not only that, but the meat was rotten, and crawling insects could be clearly seen on it. The Thin Man threw up on the spot, he screamed, and rushed to the door to open the door, but the lock was so dead that he couldn't open it at all. The Thin Man realized that he could not escape, and he turned his head in horror and shouted. Don't kill me, please, I'll give you as much money as you want. The girl puppet didn't speak, she slowly walked towards the Thin Man, the corners of her mouth cracked, and the exquisite makeup was torn off, revealing the teeth inside. One of the eyeballs in the eye socket dropped, revealing a black hole. The 10 fingers raised are as sharp as spikes. Outside, the old man looked at the 4 private rooms, and the door of one of them rang with the sound of a jingling bell, and he showed blood-red eyes. The first one, I opened. He walked along, opened the door of the room with the bell ringing, and then faced the Thin Man who was bleeding inside, and the old man smiled like a beast. Dear customer, you have violated Article 2 by having evil thoughts about my child. No, I didn't do anything. The Thin Man screamed, dying. You ordered her to strip and dress. The old man laughed more and more fiercely, and opened his mouth full of fangs. The old man took a bite and excitedly sucked the Thin Man's blood. At first, the Thin Man could struggle for a while, but then he was paralyzed, his eyes were dull, and he completely stopped moving. Soon he was a shriveled corpse. Yes, human blood is heartwarming. Licking the corners of his mouth, the old man's bloody eyes were still excited, and he looked up at Zhang room, where the bell also rang. Second, business is good. The old man walked over with a sinister smile, and when he was about to open the door, suddenly the bell stopped. The old man stared for a moment, his brows furrowed. When the bell stops, it means that the customer has not violated the rules, so he cannot do anything to the customer. Even if he was unwilling, the old man still suppressed the urge to tear open the door. At this time, Zhang Ku inside the door was in a cold sweat and looked panicked. He desperately smeared it on the face of the girl puppet, and the part that he had pinched and played with flowers was painted, but the colors were different, and it looked even more ugly. "Sister, I didn't mean to, don't be angry. Do you still have this powder? I'll put a little more on it, and I promise it's pretty." Zhang Ku was holding a bottle of powder on the ground, and he didn't know what it was, so he could apply it. He was pulling and pulling, but his hands and feet were fighting restlessly. Now he understands that this is not a puppet at all, let alone a living person. No wonder Brother Han said that this is a weird puppet shop. This is the truth. Brother Han deserves to be a god. And this god is still real, not an internet celebrity. Zhang Ke now has great respect for Han Chang, and he can kneel. If Han Chang can save him, shout Dad Ducheng. At this moment, he desperately recalled what Han Chang had said. Maybe he could find something that could be used to save his life. Brother Han said that he wanted to clear the customs first. The task at hand is how to clean the girl's puppet. "Sister, should we wash it first? You take it off by yourself," Zhang Ke said carefully. The weird puppet didn't answer, but she moved, slowly taking off her clothes. Watching the gorgeous costumes fall one by one, Zhang Ke didn't have any thoughts in his heart. It's a terrible trick, doing that kind of thing with trickery. As the last piece of clothing fell, Zhang Ke was presented with a rotten body. Where was there anything heartwarming? "Well, I'll start washing." Zhang Ke trembled and wanted to soak it with a rag, but suddenly thought of something. "No, it's not cleaning, it's cleaning. No water is allowed. This basin of water is a pit." Zhang Ke was so frightened that he was in a cold sweat and raining down, and he almost violated the rules. Although I don't know what the punishment will be after violating the rules, it's definitely not a small show. Maybe my life will be gone. "Then wipe it with a rag." Zhang Ke looked at the strange puppet and remembered the old guy's words again. "It must be cleaned inside and out. Wipe the outside and then wipe the inside, but how to wipe the inside?" Suddenly, Zhang Ke understood why Han Chang chose the white bone puppet. It's easy to wipe the inside or the outside. Sure enough, it's a treacherous god. Brother Han knows a lot. But what should he do? Thinking that this was a dead end, Zhang Ke could no longer bear the pressure, his eyes widened, and he fainted. Outside the door, the old man waited for a long time, and no bell rang in Zhang Ke's room. This made the old man, who was already in high spirits, very angry, and waited for 10 minutes, but nothing happened. The old man was angry and angry. Suppressing the rush that wanted to tear open the door made him extremely uncomfortable. He howled, crawling on the ground and scratching the floor like a bloodthirsty beast. Fortunately, the bell rang in Su Wenliang's room soon. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and his figure flickered, and he rushed to Su Wenliang's door. In the room, Su Wenliang had already taken off his pants, threw them aside, and said in a domineering tone, "Get me a pair of clean pants, hurry." Seeing that the puppet didn't move, Su Wenliang's eyes froze, and his tone was serious. "Hey, you're deaf, didn't you hear what I said? You're still acting. Aren't you just a seller? Don't be a fool." After a minute, the puppet still hasn't moved. Su Wenliang's face turned blue and pointed at the puppet. "I'll count to 3, if you pretend to me again, Lao Tzu will beat you." Couldn't even subdue a stinky woman, Su Wenliang was furious. He was already very unhappy. He hit nails on Han Chang's body one after another, his pants were wet, and he knelt down. It's almost impossible to find this face. There is another woman pretending to be in front of her. How can she endure this breath? 1, 2, 3. Bang! As the words fell, Su Wenliang didn't hit anyone, but the door opened, which scared the rich second generation into a spirit. Immediately he saw the old man appear outside the door, and immediately complained. "Boss, what's the matter with your subordinates? I refuse to do something, I want to change people, you hurry." The old man ignored Su Wenliang's request, but said coldly, "Customer, you've broken the rules." Su Wenliang was stunned for a moment, looking at the old man with strange eyes. Suddenly, his back was cold, and the eyes of the old man in front of him were bloody. and his body was bloody. The corners of his mouth fell to the ground drop by drop. And walked towards him step by step. What do you want to do? Su Wenliang was frightened, and his face turned from blue to white. I didn't break any rules. You violated the second clause, and you can't clean up with non-divisive thoughts. The old man walked into the house with a sinister smile, and blood flowed all over the ground. I don't have any ideas. Su Wenliang stepped back in a panic and pressed his back against the wall. You've taken off your pants. The old man pointed to the ground and said, then smiled bloodthirsty, and then pounced on Su Wenliang with his mouth wide open. The girl's puppet still stood radiantly in place, not moving. And beneath her feet, a pool of blood soaked the room. In the other room, Han Qingzhan was leisurely wiping the white bones with a rag, and he wiped them extremely clean inside and out. After wiping, he pieced together the skeleton, and soon a white bone golem took shape. The skeleton was fair, without a trace of dirt, and it lay quietly. Han Shang looked at his masterpiece, and he was not in a hurry. He sat quietly and waited for the next step to happen. In the previous life, Han Shang was very lucky. He discovered the strangeness of those zombie puppets in advance, so he chose this white bone puppet. Then when he entered the room, he also wiped it clean, and at that time he had no idea at all, just to complete the task and leave this strange place of trial. But as soon as he laid out the scattered skeletons, the white bone puppet moved, and an interesting soul appeared. Everything in the room was calm at the moment, but suddenly the candlelight flickered, and a dark shadow flickered in the room, and then the air was cold and biting. Han Shang shuddered. He didn't have the slightest fear, on the contrary, he stood up excitedly. In his gaze, the white bone puppet on the ground slowly stood up, and a pair of candlelight-like eyes appeared in its hollow eye sockets. Are you the one who saved me? Said the bone puppet, a poor girl, estimated to be only 15 or 16 years old. The white bone puppet on the ground stood up, looking at Han Shang with a gloomy gaze. Are you the one who saved me? Was the voice of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, in a miserable tone, as if she had been oppressed enough. In the previous life, Han Shang was startled by this voice, and he still wanted to fight with this white skeleton with a brush. Later, it was discovered that the white bone was actually very pitiful, and she was originally the daughter of the owner of the puppet shop. When she was 15 years old, she contracted a strange illness and died soon after, and her father, who was a puppeteer, was so grief-stricken that he made the girl into a puppet and placed it in the shop to accompany him forever. Soon after, however, her father died, and her temperament changed dramatically, like a bloodthirsty beast. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme feasting on blood. The puppet made of this daughter also lost the love she had before her death, and began to abuse her. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme. At first, the white bone had fair skin, bright big eyes, and was dressed in gorgeous clothes, like a little princess. But then all of that was gone, leaving only a white skeleton, and it was ruthlessly thrown into a corner. The girl is now very afraid of her father, the old man outside the door, and he hopes that Han Sun will take her out of the store. As long as she can leave, she is willing to make a contract with Han Chang. In the previous life, Han Changcheng obtained the white bone puppet skill in this way. However, the strength of this Miss White Bone is too low, and the D-level white bone puppet is just a small person with a big palm, and it can't be transformed into a large puppet to help Han Chang fight. This led to Han Chang's limited growth in his last life. But it is precisely because of this small size that this white bone puppet has a lot of unexpected effects. Now Han Chang said calmly in the face of Miss Baigu's plea for help. Yes, I'm here to save you. Han Shang came in a hurry in this life, isn't it just for her, and it is not against his heart to say this. Miss Baigu looked at Han Shang, and the dark fire in her eyes trembled. Thank you, as long as you can help me get me out of here, I'm willing to make a contract with you. It's just that my ability is very weak, and I may not be able to help you. Miss White Bone has a very cowardly personality and poor self-confidence. Han Shang had long been accustomed to this, and he didn't care about it. It's okay, I don't care about that. Really? Really? Han Shang said again, don't be afraid, you will be fine immediately. Han Shang knew how to contract this Miss White Bone. He bit his finger and lightly touched Miss Bone's forehead, and instantly a cold penetrated into his body through his fingers. Miss Whitebone also trembled. She wondered how the young man in front of her knew how to make a contract with her. She didn't say anything. But as long as she can leave the store and get rid of her father's abuse, she is willing to do anything. Besides, the man in front of her didn't seem to be bad. She felt that she had found the right person. The silent Miss Whitebone accepted all this, and the fire in her eyes also soared, and a young girl appeared in the flames. Immediately afterwards, Miss Baigu turned into a black light and entered Han Chang's body. Han Chang's left abdomen was in severe pain, his forehead was wrinkled, and he struggled to endure it. This is the side effect of the contract, Miss Whitebone. You have to hand over a rib and use this rib to make a white bone puppet. In the previous life, Han became a place where he could leave the trial, and in order to survive in the strange apocalypse, he gritted his teeth and endured all this. In this life, Han Chang has become much stronger. This severe pain is far less intense than in the previous life. After going through so many tribulations, his mind has long been as strong as steel. It's just a rib, it's nothing. Fine sweat flowed down his forehead, but Han Chang was still smiling. The bone golem is in hand, and it will be used regularly to improve it in the future. As long as there are enough dark coins, the white bone golem can be upgraded to S rank. What will it be like then? Han Chang smiled at the corner of his mouth. He was really looking forward to it. The candle flame in the room calmed down, the air was no longer so cold, and everything was calm again. Han Chang has already completed his goal. The next thing is to leave here. As for the 3 rich second generations, it has nothing to do with him at all. Han Chang doesn't want to care about them at all. He walked to the door and knocked on it. At this time, the old man outside was waiting anxiously. The flesh and blood of the 2 living people had not yet fed him, and he was still extremely bloodthirsty. When he heard Han Chang's knock on the door, he was excited at first, thinking that another trialist had broken the rules and could have a good meal. But it turned out that it was a knock on the door, which indicated that someone had completed the trial. The old man's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. His trials were full of pits, and he deliberately concealed a lot of information when he came up, and the 3 boys didn't expect it to be a weird trial. But that calm boy seemed to know everything. Now the only one who can avoid all the traps and complete the trial is that man. Thinking of Han Chang, the old man gritted his teeth with hatred and wanted to tear this guy alive. But as long as the trial was completed, he would not be able to make a move against Han Chang. Helplessly, he opened the door, and Han Chang's face behind the door was extremely calm, and he was as calm as ever in the face of the bloodthirsty old man. I'm done with the trial. Where's my child? The old man looked inside the house and found that there were no white bone puppets, and he immediately looked at Han Chang in shock. He soon discovered that Han Chang's left abdomen was haunted by a yin aura that was familiar to him. His eyes widened. You contract her. Yes, do you have any grievances? Han Chang looked directly at the old man, his gaze was not timid. But he didn't dare, and finally stopped. Since he was able to contract with the white bone golem, he not only completed the trial, but also completed it even better. Because the white bone puppet is not cleaned up and reassembled, Miss Whitebone will not wake up. Therefore, being able to contract means that Han Chang has completed the trial. The old man could not hurt him. Can I go? Asked Han Chang calmly. Okay, get out of my way. The old man stepped out of the way and let Han Chang leave. Han Chang walked out of the elegant room and walked towards the door. But at this moment, a bell rang. Hearing the bell, the old man became excited again. One more to eat. The door of Zhang Ke's private room opened, and the boy woke up, and when he saw the door open, he was about to run out. But the old man blocked the door, the corners of his mouth were bared, and he bit Zhang Ke viciously. Zhang Ke's face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly shrank away from it. Then he saw Han Chang outside, and immediately saw the savior, and shouted loudly. Trick God, save me. These words were like thunder, making the old man tremble. When will there be a big man in his small shop? The one that can be called a treacherous god must be incomparably powerful, and he is a small intimidating level weird. How is the opponent? The old man showed a panicked look at his thoughts, and when he looked back, he saw Han Chang stop. Taking advantage of this space, Zhang Ke got out from under the old man's armpit and rushed to Han Chang's side. Brother Han, please save me. Han Chang pushed him away. He didn't have so much love for saving people. Friend, I'm not obligated to save you, you can figure it out yourself. Don't, Brother Han, you are really a god, you can't be wrong, please save me. Zhang Ke begged, pulling Han Chang's trouser leg and not letting go. Brother Han, as long as you save me, half of my family's property will be given to you. Han Chang doesn't care about money at all. The weird post-apocalyptic world will use the underworld currency as the universal currency, and with a wealth of 11 trillion yuan, will he be short of money? But before Han Chang could speak, the old man's hideous gaze shot over and asked in a deep voice. You're a treacherous god. Han Chang turned his head to look at the old man, his face full of calm. Yes, I'm a god. Han Chang said calmly to the old man. Yes, I'm a trick god. Han Chang admitted, in fact, it's useless if he doesn't admit it. Someone hugs your thigh and cries and calls you a trick god, it's always a bit false for you to deny it. It's better to admit it directly, and there won't be a piece of meat missing anyway. The old man's eyes were stunned, and his expression showed jealousy. The person in front of me is actually a strange god? It's unbelievable. Observing Han Chang, except for the left abdomen, there were faint fluctuations of yin qi on this person's body, and there was no abnormality in the rest of the place, just an ordinary human being. Could he be a god? It can't be. Maybe it's just the human trying to escape, making it up. After thinking for a moment, the old man felt that Han Chang had a lot of suspicions, and he didn't look like a trick god at all, and even he was sure that this man was an ordinary person, and his combat effectiveness was also very weak. If it weren't for the restrictions on the rules, the old man would have been eager to tear up this incomparably calm human being, treating him as nothing. You're not a god at all. The old man said sharply at Han Chang, and immediately strode over. Facing the approach of the old man, Han Chang was naturally fearless, but his left abdomen suddenly ached violently, and Miss Baigu, who was parasitic in his body, was terrified in the face of his father. Han Chang himself frowned slightly. He didn't want to care about this kind of nosy, but killing this old man seemed to be good for Miss Baigu to get rid of her heart disease. The reason why the White Bone puppet in the previous life was so weak was related to Miss White Bone's character. Extreme inner insecurity and lack of self-confidence. These were all formed because of the rough abuse of the father. If you kill this old guy, you can let Miss White Bone get rid of her heart disease, which is conducive to the improvement of the White Bone Golem's skills. Besides, Han Chang really couldn't get used to this old man. Thinking of this, Han Chang no longer stayed out of the matter, and a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Stop, or I will destroy you. The old man's footsteps paused, as if he had heard something wrong. He looked directly at Han Chang with an unexpectedly expression, and Ant was ordering himself. Pretending should also have self-knowledge, and this ignorant human being is making stupid mistakes. The old man snorted coldly, and then laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, stinky boy, are you threatening me? As long as it is a threat, then Han Chang breaks the rules, and the old man can tear him apart. The old man couldn't resist the urge to tear people apart. Han Chang naturally knew why the old man was so proud. He had deliberately said that just now, and the way to destroy this old thing was actually very simple. That is to let the old man take the initiative. Han Chang has the strongest talisman Tiandi bank card. This card will erupt with powerful coercion when the holder is attacked, and this intimidating old thing in front of him will inevitably be shattered. Therefore, Han Chang's unusual provocation was to provoke this old guy and give this old thing a chance to attack him. Now it is obvious that the old man has taken the bait. Then the corners of Han Chang's mouth rose and he continued to provoke. What's wrong with threatening you? Can't I, as a god, order you a scaremonger-level waste? Who do you say is a waste? The old man listened, and a wave of anger suddenly rose between his eyebrows. What can an ordinary human being, even if he has contracted Miss White Bone, dare to speak to him like this, which makes the old man feel extremely humiliated? It's you, do you have an opinion? Han continued to look at the old man like a fool. Bastard, you're looking for death. The old man's eyes were fierce. He couldn't hold back his already extremely angry anymore, let alone think about Han Chang's abrupt performance. He pounced on Han Chang with his mouth full of sharp teeth. In the face of this ferocious bite, Han Chang was still extremely calm. He didn't even move, just stood in place, letting the old man pounce. It seems that in his eyes, this old man is a piece of Less than half a meter away from Han Chang, the old man was about to pounce on Han Chang at the moment. Suddenly, a cloud of black light burst out from Han Chang's body, coiling around Han Chang's side, whistling and hissing, exuding a terrifying and evil coercion. The power of the black gold card of Tiandi Bank is huge, and the most bullish depositor with 110,000 trillion deposits can easily die, so naturally he must be given the safest protection. At this moment, this gloomy aura was like a landslide, enveloping the surrounding waves of chi and rushing towards the old man. The old man couldn't move at all, and was swept away by this coercion in an instant, and then he understood something. He seemed to be a clown. People knew that this was a strange place of trial, and he was so arrogant, how could he not rely on it at all? Thinking of this, the old man regretted it in his heart, but it was a pity that just like he killed ordinary people, he never gave others a chance, and the same others would not give him a chance. The momentum of the black gold card is like 1,000 mountains, and the old man's body and bones can't bear it at all. With a bang, soon the old man's body fell apart like pieces and exploded in the air. Immediately, the black light was put away, and the surroundings were swept like a violent phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, and calm was restored again. Han Chang patted the dust on his body unharmed, looking very pleasant, light and breezy, as if nothing had happened just now. And the pain in his left abdomen disappeared, and he still faintly felt a trace of coolness. Han Chang could feel that Miss Bone's long-standing fear had dissipated, and she had gained some kind of relief. This may be an opportunity. The weird that is not attached to the obstacle grows faster, and the trick can also improve quickly. Bone golems will be stronger and faster to become S-rank skills. At this time, Han Chang patted his left abdomen at the right time to show his appeasement to Miss Baigu. And this timely pacification obviously had an excellent effect. Miss Baigu relaxed a lot, and Han Chang's body also felt comfortable. It is certain that this Miss Baigu's recognition of Han Chang has greatly increased now. The closer the relationship between the weird and the host, the more combat effectiveness it can also increase. Of course, there aren't many of them, because most of the weird are murderous and emotionless. Cooperation with human beings is also just a mutual use. But Han Chang's small action brought him closer to Miss Baigu, and it didn't hurt to deepen his intimacy. Then he glanced down at Zhang Ku. "Hey, why are you still holding me?" "Oh, I'm sorry, brother Han." Zhang Ku came to his senses at this time, and the earth-shattering scene just now made him feel like he was living in a blockbuster. The black light burst into flames, the terrible ghost howl, and the incomparably powerful coercion instantly blew the old man into powder. This ability is not much different from the tricky god Han Chang's promotional video. But the promo is fake, just now it was real. Zhang Ke saw it with his own eyes not long after, and there was still a chill on his face that was raging in the phoneme. Alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme just now. For this kind of personal experience, even if he is a student of 9 years of compulsory education, he cannot deny what he has just seen. Zhang Ke's eyes widened, his expression was dazed and confused. He had already suspected that Han Chang's trickery was real. The scene just now has confirmed this point with great shock. Han Chang is a god. And he is a real god. There are so many things in this world that no one knows. Han Chang looked at Zhang Ke, this kid, and found that there was jealousy and piety in his eyes. Obviously the scene just now made him fear and reverence. It's good, with these two things, you can firmly control this kid. Although Han Chang is not bad for money, he doesn't want to have too much intersection with Zhang Ku. But since you can save people, you might as well use it, otherwise it will cause a waste of resources. Wouldn't it be a pity? Remembered that this kid was a rich second generation, and after the weird end times, food was in short supply and materials were insufficient. Although Han Chang also saved some, the amount was not much. After all, he was a commoner, and he didn't have so much money, so he can only concentrate on buying the Stygian coin. Now taking advantage of the weird early days, when the materials are not so tight, it is also a good thing to use this rich second generation to hoard a wave. In addition, I have a convenience store of my own, and since I no longer sell human bodies, I will definitely run out of stock in the future, so it is also good to replenish some human tobacco and alcohol to enrich the goods. Blue Eyes have said that human beings like to smoke and drink weirdly. You can't go wrong with earning more coins, and you should never be too much. Han Chang thought of this and changed his smiling face. What do you call me? My name is Zhang Ke, Brother Han thanked you just now. Well, let me ask if your family can get tobacco and alcohol? Big brother, our Zhang family accounts for half of the tobacco and alcohol wholesale in the entire Dongjiang city, so you can take as much as you want. Okay, that's it. Han Chang nodded with satisfaction. Now his weird convenience store doesn't have to worry about the supply. After negotiating the supply with Zhang Ke, there is nothing to do in this weird puppet shop. In the end, Han Chang looked around. There were still more than a dozen puppets in the entire puppet shop, and one of them was still standing in the middle, which was the one he chose before. This is a zombie and does not have a complete consciousness, so it is not a full version of weirdness. It cannot be contracted, and it can be used as a cheap thug at most, but Han Chang doesn't need this kind of garbage. So there's nothing left to be nostalgic for in the whole puppet store. Let's go, let's get out of here. Han Chang turned around and walked towards the door of the store. Zhang Ke followed closely behind him, and he didn't dare to stay away from Han Chang if he was killed now. The two of them went out of the weird store. The sun was shining outside the store, the air was fresh, and the breeze was repeatedly blowing, which made people feel refreshed. It's hard to imagine such a gloomy place in such a wonderful world. This is the world after the strange incarnation, because the two worlds are intertwined and blended. In the future, as the interlacing and integration deepens, this situation will become more obvious. Along the mountain road, the two went directly to the foot of the mountain. At this time, Han Chang had two plans. One was to go to Lin Shui. Although it was still almost time for Lin Shui to get the Blood Domain Welfare Institute, he should not intervene in this girl's life too early, so as not to affect Lin Shui's life trajectory in this life. But today is very special. It is the birthday of the Queen of the Blood Domain. If she is here today, then Lin Shui's good impression of herself will be even stronger. So go and see at once. There are more pros and cons, and you will never be wrong. At the same time, I can also pay attention to the situation of that welfare home. If I can help Lin Shui, it can also help her and help her get the Blood Domain Welfare Institute as soon as possible. You must know that this trick is S-level, very strong, and Han Chang doesn't want to miss it. The second is to find the Vajrabuddha beads, which is also the most important. The Vajrabuddha beads can make people's hearts sink like stones. Even if the sky collapses outside the body, the heart is still calm and waveless. When encountering spiritual tricks, this Buddha bead is simply their nemesis. Moreover, the strange trials in the future will also face many difficulties, such as the mist of illusory blood, the sea of thoughts, and the weeping jungle, which are full of illusions, demagoguery, tearing minds, and the places where demons are dancing wildly, and few people can pass through. If there is a Vajra bead, it becomes extremely easy, so this Vajra bead is Han Chang's established treasure, and it must be obtained. There are two choices. Han Chengdu doesn't want to have many dreams at night, and he wants to rush over in time, but he lacks skills, so he can only choose one of them. After thinking about it, Han Chang decided to go to Lin Shui first. There shouldn't be any major changes in the welfare home. Just look at Lin Shui and give a birthday gift. It won't take much time. Then go and get the Vajra beads. Turning his head, Han Chang looked at Zhang Ke and asked, "Where's your car?" A group of rich second generations came to play in such a remote place, and they must have come in luxury cars. Sure enough, when Zhang Ke saw the question, he immediately nodded and replied, "Brother Han, our car is over there, please." "What please, please? You won't drive the car in front of me?" Han Chang looked at Zhang Ke in surprise. Zhang Ke was stunned and nodded immediately. Yes, brother Han, wait a minute, I'll drive it for you." Soon a big cow of more than 4 million arrived in front of Han Chang, and Zhang Ke personally got out of the car to open the door for Han Chang. "Brother Han, get in the car." "Well," Han Chang said, getting in the car, "go to the 9th Welfare Institute." "Welfare Institute, Brother Han, what are you going to do?" Zhang Ke asked. "Why don't you do it? Look at a child. By the way, can you prepare some gifts?" Han Chang looked at Zhang Ke. With this rich second generation, he didn't have to pay out of his own pocket. The gift is expensive. That kid is not ordinary. "Don't worry, Brother Han, you will take care of this matter." Hearing that the trickster god let him do things, how could Zhang Ke be unwilling? After the matter is done, as soon as Brother Han is happy, he will be able to cover him steadily in the future. Thinking of Han Chang's ability beyond normal people just now, Zhang Ke had endless worship in his heart, and he naturally had to do this little thing, and he had to do it well. The car started and went directly to the Ninth Welfare Institute. At this time, the welfare home has not yet been affected, and all kinds of strange phenomena in the city have not appeared here, so it is still peaceful. When Han Chang arrived, he saw that the courtyard was full of children, lined up under the leadership of the teacher, and in the middle was a 12-inch cake. The cake is lit with 2 number candles, one 10 and one 3. But standing in front of the cake was a boy, not Lin Shui. This made Han Chang's eyes stare at him. He would not mistake Lin Shui's birthday. He had seen the birthday banquet of the Iceberg Queen in his previous life. And I remember it deeply. Hundreds of strong people at the banquet led tens of thousands of people to celebrate the birthday of the Queen of the Blood Domain. When the ba was made, and the Queen's well-being was sung, the heads of the people rose and fell like the waves of the sea, which was magnificent. The banquet was piled up like a mountain of food, with 30 long tables in a row, serving 3,000 people at the same time. Looking at the last days, it can be said to be incomparably extravagant, and the scene is amazing. So Han Chang remembers this very well, and he can't be mistaken at all. Then the only possibility is that the hospital here did not celebrate Lin Shui's birthday. Han Chang searched through the group of children with sharp eyes, and soon he found Lin Shui. Sure enough, she was arranged at the back of the crowd, and the hospital didn't plan to celebrate her birthday at all, and she wasn't even going to give her a cake. And Lin Shui had a few bruises on her face, and the floral skirt on her body was full of dirt, as if she had been shelf-struck. It seems that Queen Lin is still being bullied, and she has been bullied enough today. But this is not an opportunity to help Lin Shui have a decent birthday, so that the queen is her own. Han Chang got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and walked directly to the welfare home. Zhang Ko hurriedly followed behind and said attentively, "Brother Han, you want to see that birthday child, right?" "No, I want to see another child." Han Chang looked at Zhang Ko very seriously. Zhang Ko was stunned, and the horse's fart slapped too quickly on the horse's leg. Then, that one who is dazzled by me, that kid who looks crooked and stupid, must be a fool. Han Chang ignored this stubble, and asked with a change of words, "When will the gifts you prepared arrive?" "It's coming soon, I've already received the text message, and it will take 10 minutes. Zhang Ko replied. Han Chang nodded and said again, "Why don't you prepare a big cake and ask for a 16-inch one? No, send me a 24-inch one, and give it to me in 20 minutes. 24 inches, delivered within half an hour." Zhang Ku exclaimed, looking very embarrassed. No, it will be delivered immediately, 24 inches, within half an hour." Zhang Ku immediately agreed. This is a request of the gods. No matter how difficult it is, he has to agree, and he will do it at all costs. Turning around, Zhang Ku called home. "Hey, send me a 24-inch cake immediately. It must be delivered quickly, within half an hour." "What, the 24-inch store can only accept reservations? You can't do anything if you have money. I want a 24-inch one, and it must be delivered within half an hour. The address is the Ninth Welfare Institute, don't beat me for the rest." The phone hung up, and Zhang Ko returned to Han Chang like a dog. "Brother Han, it's all arranged, you can rest assured." "Okay, then let's go in now." Han Chang came to the door of the welfare home and patted the iron door of the welfare home, where the teachers and children all looked at each other. Han Chang smiled and shouted at the courtyard, "Lin Shui, happy birthday!" Han Chang's shout made all the teachers and students of the welfare home look at him. At this time, the 2 nursery staff whispered, one of whom had seen Han Chang before. The other nursery worker, the director of the welfare home, nodded, and then walked briskly towards Han Chang. "Sir, what do you call you?" asked the dean in a polite tone. Han Chang smiled. "Han Chang. You're the one who wanted to sponsor the child last time, right?" The dean smiled happily and hurriedly opened the iron door for Han Chang. "Actually, Mr. Han, you should make a phone call first, and let us be prepared." As he spoke, the dean glanced at the big bull behind Han Chang several times, and when he saw that it was a luxury car, his eyes couldn't help but brighten a little. "Sorry, I just wanted to surprise my friend," Han Chang said casually. "Oh, which friend?" asked the dean, flatteringly. Han Chang ignored this dean, and directly waved his hand at Lin Shui in the distance, and said loudly, "Lin Shui." Lin Shui stood behind the crowd. She was bullied again yesterday. De Fat took a few children and beat her up again, and also falsely accused the nursery staff, saying that she bullied them. So she had a piece of cake to eat this morning, but now she is at the end of the line, and it will definitely not be her turn to share the cake. As for celebrating her birthday, Lin Shui has never been in the welfare home for so many years. At this moment, Lin Shui saw Han Shengchong waving to herself, remembering that this young man was the last time she helped her. He actually came again, and shouted to wish her a happy birthday, and Lin Shui's heart swelled with heat. She walked quickly towards Han Chang, and many children looked at her in surprise along the way, their eyes full of envy. Director Zhang grinned and said, "How about 2,400? This is the price of our old customers." "Is it really an old customer?" Han Chang felt that it should be able to go down again, but he didn't rush and asked, "What is the output of your Tianma factory in a month?" "More than 300 tons. If the customer volume is large and urgent, I will let the workers work overtime, and there will be 500 tons a month." 500 tons in January, there are 2.5 months left. It's just in time. Han Chang nodded slightly, and tried again. "In that case, I want to buy 100 tons of goods. Director Zhang, do you see this price?" The bald man's eyes lit up. For him, a small factory with dozens of people, these 100 tons of goods are a big deal, and he definitely has to hold this list. Hee, Mr. Han didn't see it. It turns out that you want so many goods, there must be several white shops outside, right? I'll make friends with you, 2,300 a ton. The meaning of the bald man is very clear, that is, he wants to do Han Chang's business for a long time, so he let the price be so much. Han Chang heard the meaning, so he naturally drew a big cake with the trend. Director Zhang is polite, a few friends and I want to make a chain brand and sell all kinds of white items. Now there are more than a dozen stores across the country that are willing to join, and it is estimated that there will be more than 30 stores next month, so that the demand for dark coins will be very large. My preliminary estimate is that we will need more than 400 tons per month. Han Chang's voice paused, smiled modestly, and said, "I think this market has great potential. If the formation of a chain brand, we can unify the purchase. The price has a great advantage. When there are thousands of franchise stores across the country, the monthly consumption of the dark currency will be an amazing amount." After speaking, Han Chang lowered his head and took a sip of tea, looking a little excited. And the bald man is even more excited at the moment. The young man in front of him turned out to be a rich second generation who wants to start a business. It will not be easy for someone who can think of doing thousands of white things chain stores. If I can get on this car and establish a long-term relationship with this young man, I will definitely make a lot of money. My own Tianma factory can also grow and grow, and when the time comes, it will expand to the scale of hundreds of people, no, thousands of people. Maybe it can be listed. The bald man thought very beautifully, looking at Han Chang's eyes full of appreciation, and anxious to stammer. He shouted out the door. "Xiao Zhou, make a cup of tea with my newly bought Maojin and send it to this Mr. Han quickly." Then the bald man smiled at the man. "Mr. Han, wait a minute, my hairy tip was just harvested in the spring of this year, and it sells for 3,001 caddies outside. Oh, by the way, this is a contemptible business card. Mr. Han also asks you to accept it." Taking out a business card from his body, the bald man got up and handed it with both hands. "My name is Zhang Monday, you can just call me Monday in the future." Han Chang didn't get up, took the business card casually, and said with a smile. "Director Zhang is polite, my name is Han Chang, our company is still creating, and there is no business card for the time being." It's okay, Mr. Han, I'll give you the best price for the goods you want, 2,100 per ton, this price is the lowest, and I hope Mr. Han can be satisfied." Zhang Monday rubbed his hands and said cramply, "Well, okay, Director Zhang is so sincere, our company will place an order with you in the future." Han Chang put away the business card, and then grabbed the phone. "Hey, Xiaoju, I've negotiated, and I'll pay the deposit to Tianma factory." "Well, let's pay 2 million first, we have a long-term cooperation with Tianma factory." Zhang Monday waved his hand again and again. "Mr. Han, don't be in a hurry, let's discuss with each other, how much do you need this month? Quote the number, and you will pay when the product is shipped." "That's not good, you pay overtime, and the production cost has increased." Han Chang-dao. Oh, it's okay, even if Mr. Han you don't want it in the end, I won't lose much if I have this stock. Zhang Mande has made up his mind to develop together with Han Chang's Baisher chain store. Unlike other commodities, the Pluto coin can be stored for a long time. The most envious thing about the orphanage is not how good you are, not how much you please the caregivers, but that there are people outside who are worried about you, which shows that you are not alone. Which child in the orphanage is not lonely, and the children who can be remembered by others are the happiest people in the eyes of others. Lin Shui still had people to see her on her birthday. How could this group of children not be jealous? So along the way, Lin Shui's waist has straightened. Not only is her heart very warm, but she also has a sense of superiority. Even the big fat who usually bullies her, that gaze is extremely complicated. There is incomparable envy, but also deep hatred. Lin Shui, who is not social and has no friends, still has someone to congratulate her on her happy birthday. And the man drove a car and brought his subordinates, and at first glance he was a very powerful social figure. The fat man's teeth itched with jealousy and hatred, and when he saw Lin Shui passing by him, he stretched out his feet and wanted to trip Lin Shui. Lin Shui raised her chin, and along the way, she didn't even look at the fat man, and when she walked past him, she jumped lightly. Stepped on the fat man's upper with a kick, although Lin Shui's body was light, but she jumped, this strength was great, and the big fat grinned in pain. Wanted to scream, but looking at Han Chang and the two outside the door, he didn't dare to squeak again. Could only stare at Lin Shui's background fiercely. But Lin Shui didn't plan to let go of this big fat like this. She stretched out her feet to trip her. She had already seen it. Not only to step on this dead fat man, but also to embarrass him. Lin Shui had just staggered past Big Fat, and suddenly she turned around and threw a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme frog into Big Fat's collar at a very fast speed. The Big Fat was angry, and he endured the pain in his feet. Who would have expected Lin Shui to kill a horse pistol, and when he reacted, he saw a frog into his clothes, fell into his abdomen, and scurried there. This time, the Big Fat screamed in fright, and hurriedly reached into his clothes to catch the frog. But I couldn't catch it, and in the end, the corners of my clothes were all torn apart, and I was very embarrassed. The children around him were laughing and laughing. And Lin Shui took revenge. Her heart was much more refreshed, and she walked up to Han Chang casually, looking at Han Chang with big eyes. You're welcome to my birthday, but I don't have a birthday cake, so I'll share it with you. If I don't wait until I go out to work in the future, I'll divide you again, and I'll write it down now. Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled. This Xiao Lin Shui was sassy enough, and he also admired the trick just now. It should be like this: whoever bullies you will seek justice and never be soft. Lin Shui behaved like a blood queen, and this girl could grow into a hegemon in the future, relying not only on strength, but also on this ruthlessness. Survival in the last days is precisely the need for this kind of ruthlessness: how to survive if you are not ruthless, and how to convince the public if you are not ruthless. Sure enough, Han Chang felt that he had not chosen the wrong person, and this blood domain queen was worthy of a second visit. No birthday cake? Han Chang pretended to look at the dean suspiciously. The dean looked embarrassed. How did she know that Lin Shui had such a good friend, if she knew that she would definitely have to help her celebrate her birthday today? And the more the dean looked at Han Chang, the more he felt that this person was not simple. He had a luxury car and an attendant's own aura is also free and uninhibited. Such a character is a proper rich second generation. If she could get funding from such a person, the dean felt that she could make a fortune from it, so she thought carefully and immediately changed her smiling face. Oh Xiaoshui, you just said that there is no cake. That's a misunderstanding. Isn't the cake over there for you? Although Lin Shui was 13 years old, she was very precocious because of the hardships of life, and she just glanced at the dean's shamelessness and asked lightly. Teacher, didn't you say it was Xiao Ming's before? And the Welfare Institute has never given me a birthday. The dean's face is dark. This kid is too worry-free. What is the truth? Xiaoshui, that's a misunderstanding. This cake is for you. Then the dean turned back and shouted at the child in front of the cake. Xiao Ming, you go to the end. This cake is Xiaoshui's. The child in front of the cake blinked dumbfounded. How could the cake that was about to reach his mouth fly? But before he could react, he was pulled away by a nurseryman. Xiaoshui, you see that the cake is yours now. You go to blow out the candles, and I will ask the teachers and students of the whole school to sing you a birthday song. No, I don't like that cake, so you can eat it. Lin Shui replied coldly, and then said to Han Changdao. Can you give me a birthday cake? I'm going to eat yours. Han Chang smiled. Yes, and I'm going to give you the biggest cake in the world. Lin Shui's eyes widened and she said in surprise. Oh, you said it, don't lie to me, or be like him. Lin Shui was naughty and fat, and the guy was rolling on the ground, like a great warrior, fighting to the death with the frog in his arms. Han Chang nodded seriously. No lie, guaranteed to give you the biggest cake. At this time, Zhang Ku on the side answered the phone and interjected. Brother Han, that birthday present has arrived. Han Chang nodded. Okay, let's look at the birthday presents first. As he spoke, an off-road sports car was speeding towards him in the distance. An emergency tail flick in the welfare home, bringing up a cloud of dust, then the car door opened, and a black-clad bodyguard came with a large suitcase. When he arrived at Zhangkou, he opened the box, and inside the box was a set of exquisite princess dresses. Boss, this is designed by the Domestic Angel Studio, the price is 258,000, let me try it first, if it is not suitable, you can change it again. Zhangkou didn't speak, but looked at Han Chang inquiringly. Han Chang opened his hands and looked at Lin Shui. I heard it, if you don't like it, you can change it again, if you still want another one, just ask. Okay, then I want 10. Lin Shui was not ambiguous, and directly opened a big mouth. The dean, the nursery staff, and many children were stunned. A piece of clothing costs 250,000, and this Lin Shui still wants 10. Lin Shui was unequivocal, and asked for 10 pieces when she opened her mouth, which was so arrogant that the teachers and students of the whole school were shocked on the spot. This time, Lin Shui was in the welfare home, and it was completely impossible to have friends. You're too polite, you only want 10 pieces with me, and 20 pieces directly. Han Chang was dissatisfied, it wasn't his money in the first place, do you need to be polite? Turning his head, Han Chang glanced at Zhang Ku. Without waiting for Han Chang to speak, Zhang Ku already understood, and he said to the black-clothed bodyguard. Leave this one, and then order 20 pieces. Yes, young master. The bodyguard turned around and left, and then Lin Shui spoke. Wait, don't be busy, I'm not done yet. Do you want more? Zhang Ku was stunned, this girl has a really big appetite, can't she fill 20 pieces? But Lin Shui didn't care about the princess outfit at all, and threw the gift on Zhang Ku's face. Well, pay you back, I don't like this kind of thing, do you have jeans? And a baseball cap, give me a set. Then he patted his shabby skirt and added. I love menswear and I've wanted to change it for a long time. Zhang Ku nodded, this little ancestor is indeed a good match for men's clothes. But Lin Shui's move caused a huge wave among the teachers and students of the welfare home. This Lin Shui actually doesn't want an expensive princess outfit, it's a top private brand, 250,000 sets. The big fat on the ground didn't catch the frog anymore, and he fell to the ground in shock. The frog jumped out of his crotch, screamed twice, and ran away. The dean's face was pale with anger, and she said to the nursery staff beside her who had seen Han Chang's side. In the future, when people from the public come to our welfare home, they must inform me as soon as possible. The tone was extremely sharp, and the nursery worker trembled all over, and whispered yes. The dean thought that this nursery worker would not be able to do things. If she knew that Lin Shui still had such a cow-eyed friend outside, she would definitely give Lin Shui the best birthday party and eat the most delicious cake. Naturally, he can also get a large donation from this rich man. It's a pity that this donation passed by me and flew away. Life's regrets are sometimes like that, and it doesn't hurt to not get something hopeless. But what was once at his fingertips left him, which is a remorse. That's the mentality of the current dean. And the chaos in the welfare home is not over. Just as everyone was stunned by Lin Shui's performance, the frog that jumped out of the crotch of the big fat pants bounced all the way, and then snapped and fell into the original Xiaoming's cake crisply. Oh no, teacher, the frog got into my cake. Xiaoming, who was already at the back of the crowd, cried and shouted. Teacher, that's Lin Shui's frog. The big fat who had just stood up from the ground with his pants in his pants also raised his hand in time to report Lin Shui. But when he raised his hand, half of his pants fell off. Pull it up again immediately. The dean looked back at the cake, and the frog jumped in the cake a few more times, and the cake was so bad that it was no longer edible. Suddenly, the dean's brows furrowed, and his heart was extremely irritable. Big Fat, your frog ran into the cake, and I'm going to lock you up for a week. But teacher, that frog is. The Big Fat was confused. This frog was obviously Lin Shui's. How could it be said that it was his? He wanted to explain, but before he could finish speaking, a nursery worker came up to him and snapped a mouthful of melon seeds. Shut up! De Fat didn't dare to squeak. Now his eyes looking at Lin Shui were full of fear. This woman can't be messed with in the future. Because he can't afford to mess with him, the dean said again. Since the cake can't be eaten, let's go buy a new one, this time it's bigger. Saying that, the dean looked at Lin Shui with an earnest face. Xiaoxue, what flavor do you want to eat? Lin Shui glanced back at the dean, didn't answer, turned back to Han Chang and asked. My cake, the biggest in the world. Of course, you're absolutely satisfied. Han Chang replied confidently, no matter how you say the 24-inch cake, it is an exaggeration. As for the time to arrive, Han Chang glanced at Zhang Ke, who was on the phone, and the latter pointed his finger at the highway entrance in the distance. This time it was a van, and the speed of the car was very fast, like coming down from the Autumname mountain, and a sharp brake belt drifted to the door of the welfare home. As soon as the door opened, 4 large men got out of the car carrying a table-sized cake. Zhang Ke was relieved when he saw this cake and said to Han Changdao. Brother Han, it's finally arrived, half an hour is less than a minute, what do you think? Han Chang looked at the 24-inch big cake. The volume was no problem, but the color was very flowery, red, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, white, black. There are all kinds of colors. And then the shape is also very unique. There are flowers and trees, there are squares and circles. Anyway, all the cake styles that can be seen on the market can be glimpsed on this cake. Han Chang looked at Zhang Ke in amazement. You're a cake? How did I watch dozens of little cakes put together? Zhang Ke's head was full of sweat, and he said truthfully. Brother Han, you said half an hour, it's 24 inches, where is the time? Don't find a nearby cake shop, buy all the products of others, and then put together a piece. Han Chang was speechless, glanced at Lin Shui and asked. What do you think? I think I can eat it. Lin Shui didn't care about the shape, she patted her little belly. I'm hungry now, I want to eat, as long as it's delicious, I really don't care what it looks like. Okay, let's eat. Han Qingyi clapped his hands and beckoned Zhang Ke to share the cake. The 4 big men, plus Zhang Ke and Han Chang, accompanied Lin Shui to chew. Lin Shui ate the most, several pieces of belly, and soon her stomach was round, and of course her face was full of cream flowers. Lin Shueshio's tongue swept away, reminiscing. Yes, your cake doesn't taste bad. Then blow out a candle? Han Chang asked. Don't blow it, I've eaten all the cakes, I have made all my wishes, wait for next year. Lin Shui shook her hand, and then pulled the baseball cap tongue on her head to the back of her head. Now she is wearing a jeans, and her body looks thinner, otherwise she will be a boy who will be alive. Then when will you come to see me next time? Lin Shui suddenly glanced at Han Chang. Let's see the opportunity next time. Han Chang put down the half-eaten cake, and the next time she came to see Lin Shui, it would be time for her to obtain the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. Well, then I'll wait, remember to buy me a baseball next time, frogs don't bite, I like direct. Lin Shui's mouth crooked. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Han Chang nodded. Okay, I'll eat the rest. Lin Shui opened her arms at this time and shouted at the people in the welfare home. Wow, I can eat cake. It's a big cake, I want to eat it. The children in the welfare home couldn't hold it anymore, just watching Lin Shui and a few people eating, the corners of their mouths were drooling. At this moment Lin Shui was so generous, she didn't wait for the nursery staff to speak, she had already rushed up and pounced on the big cake. Then there is the lively scene of gobbling up and turning into a foodie. The dean had no choice but to watch the chaos if he wanted to stop it. At this time, Lin Shui was holding a plate, and a piece of cake on the plate was handed to her. Teacher, you can eat a piece too. The dean was very strange about Lin Shui's sudden kindness, but he didn't think much about it, and took the cake to thank him. Xiaoxue, you are really good. Many people used to say that you were naughty. In fact, the teacher knows that you are the most honest, as long as you keep it in the future. The dean is not to blame for the past. Lin Shui has such a big boss friend. What else can she say? It's too late to confront Lin Shui. After taking a bite of the cake, the taste is still quite sweet. Xiaoming's mouth was full of cream, his eyes were full of happiness, his birthday cake was very small, and he had to eat it for all the people in the welfare home, and it was very good if he could eat a piece. Now Xiaoming is directly full. The big fat is even more covered in cream residue, and his belly is round. Lin Shui's cake was delicious, but he heard a croaking while eating, which made him look stunned. He was particularly sensitive to this cry when he had a leg with the frog prince in the bed every day, and when he looked closely, he saw a big frog barking happily with a big belly in the cake. Then it spread everywhere, and a group of children vomited one after another. The dean's face was very dark, and the half-eaten cake in his hand fell directly to the ground. At this time, Lin Shui was long gone. She came to the small forest with a plate and a red cake, and then put the cake on a stone. There was no one around, but a gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme made the surroundings feel indescribable. Lin Shui said happily to the empty place. For you, my best friend just came to celebrate my birthday, you can eat this piece with confidence. I put the frog in the back. Soon, the cake on the plate disappeared. Han Chang left the welfare home, and on the way he recalled Lin Shui's various actions. I have to say that this girl is really powerful, relying on careful thinking and all kinds of small means. The whole group of teachers and students in the welfare home died and came back to life. Is worthy of being a woman who can sit on the hegemony in the previous life, which is indeed extraordinary. And Han Chang's birthday congratulations this time were also just right, and it added a lot of weight to Lin Shui's heart. In fact, it was the arrival of Han Chang that made Lin Shui, who was originally lonely in her heart, feel a little brighter, and felt particularly warm. For Han Chang, Lin Shui felt like a family member and could be trusted. Therefore, Han Chang's trip achieved the goal he wanted. Now Lin Shui's matter is over for the time being, and the next thing is to obtain the Vajra Buddha beads. Vajra beads can stabilize the mind, and are an important magic weapon for the mind not to be confused by demons, and obtaining this Buddha bead can be of great help to future strange trials. But no one would have thought that such a precious Buddha bead appeared in a small Buddhist temple with no name, Xianhua Temple. Xianhua Temple is located in the south of Dongjian City, in the middle of a mountain forest. There are no houses around the Buddhist temple, and the nearest village is more than 10 kilometers away. Perhaps because of its remoteness, this former Chinese Buddha has long been deserted, and there is no monk in it. Before the strange incarnation, Han Chang had been there once, stepped on a point, and knew the situation in the Buddhist temple. In fact, he also drew a sketch of the temple and carried it with him. At this moment, Han Changqing silently recalled the memories of his previous life in his heart, and wanted to filter out some information about the strange trials in Qianhua Temple. It's a pity that Han Chang hadn't obtained the Vajra Buddha bead in his previous life, and he didn't know anything about that place of trial. The only information is also heard after the Vajra Buddha beads became famous all over the world, which is true and credible, and there is really very little information that can be used. Therefore, Han Chang realized that he could only rely on himself for this trip to take the Buddha beads. His eyes were calm, and he didn't have much ups and downs in this difficulty, and when he saw that he couldn't remember the past, he didn't think about it anymore, calmed down, and took care of his spirit. About an hour and a half later, Zhang Ke's car stopped on the side of the road. He looked back at Han Chang, and said in a low voice, "Brother Han, we have arrived at Qianhua Temple." Han Chang opened his eyes. In fact, he had never fallen asleep, he had remained aware along the way, and his mind was still clear at the moment. Leaning out of the window, Han Chang looked around, and on the lush mountains, a dilapidated temple building loomed. The spire of one of the ancient towers protrudes from the forest sea, which is extremely eye-catching in the sunset. It is the temple of the former Hua. Yes, this is the place. Han Chang looked at the time. It was 5:20 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky would soon darken, the strange power would increase, and he would have to act quickly. After thinking about it, Han Chang didn't delay, got out of the car, and left a few words. "This place is dangerous, you should go back first." Zhang Ke thought for a while and asked, "Brother Han, should I not wait for you in the village?" "No, it's also a hindrance for you to follow. as long as you don't forget to send cigarettes and alcohol. Han Chang waved his hand and went straight up the mountain. Stepping up the steps, Han Chang's body was sprinkled with the afterglow of the setting sun, and the golden light seemed to be draped in a Buddha's robe, full of inspiration, eye-catching, and suddenly looked extremely solemn. Zhang Ku in the car looked in surprise, recalling Han Chang's power beyond human cognition this morning, and suddenly his heart was surging, and he let out endless emotion. Brother Han is really a true god, it won't be wrong, Lao Tzu can't miss this master who can burn incense. Secretly, Zhang Ku once again strengthened his decision to hug Han Chang's thigh. So he decided to show his sincerity, and stayed on the side of the road and waited for Han Chang to come back, not leaving. He took out his cell phone and called home. "Hey, Dad, I'm not coming back tonight, you can eat dinner by yourself." "What do you kid want to do? Do you want to fool around again?" On the other end of the phone was Zhang Junshan's indisputable anger. "I can warn you, 13 years old is 10 years old, don't make a mess of me." "Dad, you have misunderstood," Zhang Ku said. "Misunderstanding, they told me about ordering cakes, Zhang Ku, our family has money, and celebrities can invite their families to come at will, what else do you want, do you have to play a trick?" "Oh, Dad, it's really not what you think." Zhang Ku tried his best to explain. "What is that?" "Don't be blind and deaf to my old man, I heard that you also followed Su Wenliang to play with those wooden lumps, that thing can make you excited? You're a fucking talent, too." Zhang Junshan scolded loudly, his son wants to play all kinds of games if he doesn't get married, he doesn't object, the family has this condition. "But you don't play with people anymore, you play with wood, this is really anxious as Dad Zhang Junshan. Later, when I heard that a birthday cake was given to a 13-year-old girl, I was relieved and even more anxious. This son said that he was going to die." "Dad, your misunderstanding is getting deeper and deeper." Zhang Ku was powerless to refute, "It's true to play puppets, but 13 years old has never done this, but it's also difficult to explain. Get out of here, if you want to be unmistakable, get back to dinner for Lao Tzu immediately, and you are not allowed to spend the night outside in the future." "Dad, there's really something going on here," Zhang Ku said bitterly and explained, "Have you watched the news today? Are there a lot of weird worlds happening everywhere?" Zhang Ku's words are right, after the strange incarnation, one night and one day, the city has already exploded. There have been hundreds of traffic accidents for no apparent reason, and the perpetrators all said that they saw something dirty, and then the vehicle lost control. There are also people who stand on Tiantai Mountain and suddenly jump off the building, committing suicide every day, but today there have been 12 cases in Dongjiang City alone, and there is no reason, so you have to laugh. Not only these things, but there are many other strange things. For example, someone saw a dead person driving a bus rampant in the city, but it could not hit the dead person, and the car passed directly through the person. Even Zhang Junshan's company has several strange incidents. A clerk saw a human head in a drawer, which frightened the entire office. But a few minutes later, the head disappeared for no apparent reason. Checked the surveillance to find out why there was no head, but found that the head did not appear in the video at all. In the video, there is no head in the drawer that the clerk opens. But more than a dozen colleagues in the office all saw people's heads, and it was impossible for everyone to hallucinate. It's creepy. Zhang Junshan was also worried about this matter, and was thinking about his son, but now his son suddenly mentioned it, and he realized that his son knew something. "Zhang Ku, have you encountered something?" "No, Dad, I'll tell you honestly, I met a master, he can keep our family safe." Holding the phone, Zhang Ku became proud. "Oh, son, tell me quickly, who is that master?" Zhang Junshan was in awe, and his face showed expectation. "This master has absolutely real skills, I have seen it with my own eyes, there will never be a fake, and you also know this father, he is, the deceitful Han Chang." Zhang Ku said Han Chang's name in an unusually solemn tone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second, and then the scolding blew up Zhang Ku's ears. "Stinky boy, you're not only a talent, but also a fucking talent. That tricky Han Chang is a virtual character, there is no real person at all. I had dinner with Yen Tao of Genie Taimei Company, I don't know yet. You give me to get back immediately, and if you dare to say a word, Lao Tzu will not have a son like you." Zhang Junshan's forehead was on fire, his son was fooling around outside. But no matter how harshly he reprimanded, Zhang Ke still replied with confidence. Dad, what I said is true, I just won't be back tonight. Zhang Ke replied very firmly. Dad, what I'm saying is the truth, the tricky god Han Chang really has his own people, and he is a true god. I'm going to follow him anyway, and I'm definitely not coming back tonight. Zhang Junshan was angry and wanted to scold again, but before the words could be spoken, Zhang Ke hung up the phone. Zhang Junshan finally dropped his mobile phone. He is such a son, if something really happens, he can't sleep. Stinky boy, I just don't want you to worry. Grandmas, what kind of trick Han Chang? I'm enchanted. Lit a cigarette. Zhang Junshan's hands trembled so much that he took a puff and snuffed out the cigarette violently. No, this kid must pull him back, otherwise my old Zhang's incense will be broken. He shouted out the door. Ah Bing, prepare a car for me and go find my son Zhang Ke. A security guard with 5 big and 3 thick came in outside the door and bowed. Chairman, we don't know where the young master is. Zhang Junshan slapped him directly, and spit out. Eat dry rice, let your people follow the young master, what are you going to do? Chairman, you can't blame me, it's the young master who doesn't let us follow, and he said that if he follows, we won't have good fruit to eat in the future. Ah Bing covered his face aggrievedly, and at the same time looked at Zhang Junshan's gloomy face, and whispered, however, if you want to find the young master, it is not impossible to find it. The young master ordered us to send a cart of tobacco and alcohol to a station in the suburbs, and I see that the young master is 80% over there. Zhang Junshan raised his eyes, stared at Ah Bing deeply, and said in a deep voice after a second. Let's go to the station, hurry up and prepare the train. Zhang Junshan pulled on his suit and set off. On the other side, Zhang Ke dropped the phone and glanced at the steps up the mountain, where Han Chang's figure was gone. It seems that he entered the temple. Zhang Ke was not idle, he was alone at this time, watching the sky outside getting darker and darker, the surrounding street lights dim, and the whistling mountain phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoning made him panic. Don't be afraid, brother Han is on the mountain, and he can come down to save me at any time. Zhang Ke cheered himself up, and his courage has grown a lot. Of course, whether Han Chang can really receive the call for help is a matter of 2 words, even if Han Chang receives it, he may not come down to save him, so everything is wishful thinking on the part of this kid. Zhang Ke turned on the car music again at this time, and when he listened to the song, his mood was divided a lot, and his anxiety was greatly reduced. I don't know how long it took, the sky outside was completely dark, and there was not even a little starlight, just a dim street lamp on the side of the road. Zhang Ke was fascinated by the song and didn't know anything about the situation of the parking space, until the car suddenly shook, and then he came to his senses. When I saw that it was dark outside, I wanted to grab my phone and see what time it was. Suddenly, the window of the car on his side was knocked, and Zhang Ke suddenly became clever and realized that he was in the wild and might encounter something strange. The sweat is down, and the songs in my ears are useless. He turned his head mechanically, only to see a hideous face appear in his pupils. Can you give me a ride? Handsome guy. Weird. Zhang Ke screamed in shock. On the mountain, Han Chang came to the gate of Qianhua Temple, where the mountain gate has long been dilapidated, as long as 3 faded large character plaques are hung crookedly on the lintel. Han Chang raised his feet and walked in, and he felt that the cold in the air was a little thicker. Then he heard a group of voices, which made him suddenly turn his head in alarm. I saw 3 men and 2 women standing not far away, all 5 of them carrying bags, as if they were ready to come here. They gathered together, and kept talking to each other. It's not wrong to be in this place, Qianhua Temple, there are Buddha relics here. The strong man Zhou Qiang is more than one. 9 meters tall, strong, with eye-catching tendons, looking at the map on his mobile phone, and said in a very affirmative tone. Brother Chang still has a good brain, and he found this place. If we don't think we'll get lost. Lu Ming, who had a sharp beak and a monkey's cheeks, patted his ass. This kid was not tall, thin like a monkey, and his face was flattering. It's not, our team is still a strong brother who can be strong, can use martial arts, and can use his brain. Xian Lingling is a beautiful woman, convex and backward, rubbing against Zhou Qiang as she spoke. She is also Zhou Chang's girlfriend. The remaining 2 were Otaku Ayun and the chubby girl Fang Yuan, and neither of them squeaked. Especially Ayun has been keeping his head down, looking submissive. Okay, don't talk about these useless things. The world has become not very peaceful, so many people died last night, and there are so many car accidents on the street during the day today. ZF has been hiding it, but we all know that the weird is true. So if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, well, you have to get this Buddha relic. Zhou Qiang raised his voice and said like a big brother, I also said ugly things before, we all know each other. I Zhou Qiang don't eat alone. As long as I get this Buddha relic, let's find a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in seclusion together, and talk about it in 2 or 3 years. But you all have to do your best in this matter. Don't shout that you come forward like a turtle with a shrunken head, otherwise don't blame me Zhou Qiang for being polite. It turned out that the 5 people of Zhou Qiang were from a community, and after the weirdness came, there were many strange incidents in their Phoenix community, and more than a dozen people died, which made the residents of the entire Phoenix community panic. Zhou Qiang, the 5 of them were originally colleagues, but when they encountered such a thing, they found that ZF was okay, so they combined with each other and pondered that they should leave Dongjiang City and go to the mountains in the countryside to avoid for 2 or 3 years. At this time, the otaku Ayun told Zhou Qiang that if he wanted to take refuge, it was best to bring a treasure that could defend himself, and he found out from the information on the internet that there was a Buddha relic in the Qianhua Temple in the far suburbs of Dongjiang City. No one would take this thing seriously when it was peaceful in the past. But now that I see such a strange event, someone has died inexplicably, and I still don't believe it. He risked the mind that the Buddha relics could drive away ghosts and evil spirits, and came to Qianhua Temple to hunt for treasures. Brother Chang, it's not good, there are people over there. Suddenly, Chen Lingling pushed Zhou Qiang, pointed to the door and shouted. Zhou Qiang and the others immediately turned around and saw Han Chang standing at the door, less than 20 meters away from them. Obviously they had heard what they had just said. Brother Zhou, this kid must have heard our conversation and drove him away. Lu Ming stared at Han Chang fiercely. Zhou Qiang nodded, raising his neck and shouting at Han Chang. Hey, who are you? Get out of here. In the wilderness of Qianhua Temple, there were no outsiders here except for a few of them, so Zhou Qiang was very polite as soon as he came up, not pretending at all, very direct. In fact, this is also after the strange incarnation, the order begins to gradually become chaotic, which will naturally happen. In the past, when there was order, most people still had scruples. But the chaos is like this, who can take care of so much, naturally whoever has a hard fist will be justified. And Zhou Qiang has this strength, he is half a head taller than Han Chang, and his body is as burly as a hill. On the other hand, although Han Chang on the other side is also tall, he is far less strong than Zhou Qiang. In fact, although Han Chang is not as strong as Zhou Qiang, his heart is far superior to Zhou Qiang, and sometimes the fight is not necessarily brute force and physical strength. Experience and a wise mind are more useful. And Han Chang far surpassed Zhou Qiang in these 2 aspects, so he was not afraid of Zhou Chang's aggressive momentum. There was even a bit of disdain in his eyes. Now that Han Chang has contracted a white bone puppet, there is no problem in scaring this group of ordinary people with this thing. Besides, he is a man who has experienced a strange end times. The people who survive in that hellish world are all strong. Who am I, you ask? I'm the tricky god Han Chang. Han Chang replied in a sarcastic tone. It was only after hearing Zhang Ke call himself the treacherous Han Chang that Han Chang searched for information on the internet and understood what was going on. It turned out that someone pretended to be his own image and made a virtual character on the internet. Also engaged in an activity of burning dark coins, which was surprisingly popular, and even people abroad were playing. This also explains why he has 11 trillion underworld coins, which he got from here. Of course, Han Chang wouldn't be angry about this, since someone was sending the underworld coin and making his own name. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't need it? Seeing that people asked, Han Chang unceremoniously moved out of this resounding name. Get out of you, you are the trick Han Chang, Lao Tzu, or the Buddha. But Zhou Qiang didn't believe it at all, and even thought that the man in front of him was teasing him. His attitude was very arrogant, and he had to teach him a lesson. Besides, how can the Buddha relics make people? This place cannot tolerate 2 tigers. Zhou Qiang rolled up his sleeves and took a few steps towards Han Chang. At this time, Ah Yin pushed his glasses and looked at Han Chang stunned for a while, and the figure on the dark coin in his mind gradually overlapped with the man in front of him. The appearance is 90% similar. Brother Chang, he is really tricky Han Chang. Ah Yun shouted. Zhou Qiang was stunned for a moment, looked back at Ah Yun, and asked with slanted eyes. You're sure? Sure, it looks too similar. Ah Yun said with certainty, and the other people around him also saw it and nodded their heads. Zhou Chang's face was stunned. He had naturally heard of the name of the deceitful god Han Chang, but he didn't expect to meet him in such a broken place. Turning around, Zhou Qian looked at Han Chang seriously again. The eyes are scorching, the temperament is extraordinary, and the eyebrows are still with an unfathomable mystery before. Not to mention that this image is consistent with the character of the deceitful god Han Chang. But everyone knows that the tricky god Han Chang is just an internet celebrity created by Genie Time. I heard that there is no such person at all, and it is purely an original character. Even if there is a real person, this person is an ordinary person, and it can't be weird. As long as he is a human being, Zhou Qiang is not afraid. Therefore, Zhou Qiang dares to be sure, and the arrogant man in front of him is more pretending. Humph. Pretend, Lao Tzu will beat you today to go down to the underworld to meet the real god. After that, Zhou Qiang no longer hesitated, and walked towards Han Chang with a menacing stride, with his knuckles on the road, rattling. Han Chang stood still like a mountain, his sharp eyes suddenly becoming cold. The man who crawls out of the pile of dead people is like a wolf. If there was a knife at this moment, with a commodity like Zhou Qiang, Han Chang was sure that he could knock down 3 of them in 10 seconds. This is no exaggeration. Facing Zhou Qiang, a strong man who was approaching step by step, Han Chang was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his sharp eyes overflowed with murderous intent. And Zhou Qiang rushed to Han Chang in a step, and without saying a word, he directly called Han Chang's face with a fist the size of a fan. Han Chang's face was full of disdain. Just this punch was a loophole, compared to those ordinary people in the weird apocalypse. The unhurried Han Chang was short, less than half a centimeter away from Zhou Chang's fist, and he avoided it accurately, then took a step forward and turned around with a flying kick. This kick was heavy and powerful, and it was a killer move that Han Chang had practiced countless times before he achieved. In the previous life, Han Chang had defeated many strong enemies by relying on this, and at this moment, he was very familiar with it, as fast as thunder, and his legs flickered. Bang! Zhou Chang's tall figure flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground. Han Chang didn't take the opportunity to attack, staring at Zhou Qiang with cold eyes. He pondered asking for the location of the Buddha relics from these people, because Han Chang was 60% sure that the Buddha relics might be Vajra Buddha beads. The 2 men and women who were with Zhou Qiang on the other side were shocked. In their eyes, Han Chang's figure could not be compared with Zhou Qiang, and he could not be an opponent at all. But the fact in front of him was that Han Chang didn't take much effort to kill Zhou Qiang. And looking at Han Chang's calm appearance, he shouldn't have done his best yet. This man doesn't seem to be simple, and if you think about it carefully, it should be so. Now that it's so dangerous outside, it's impossible for a man to come to this kind of place at night when he's alone. Brother Chang, are you okay? Shen Lingling saw that her man had suffered a loss, and shouted worriedly, and then the mother-in-law scolded Han Chang loudly. Stinky boy, you were lucky, my brother Chang has a stomach trouble today, and he just missed, otherwise you will definitely be finished, don't get out quickly. Shen Lingling originally wanted to help Zhou Qiang find the field and give some comfort, but the words became darker and darker, and Zhou Chang's face on the ground was originally ugly, but now it has directly become the color of pig liver. I'm grass. Lao Tzu has to kill you. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Qiang stood up with a red face. A pair of fierce lights glared at Han Chang, as if they were about to tear the opponent apart. He didn't want to suffer this loss, especially if he lost people in front of so many people, so the man in front of him had to die. Baring his teeth, Zhou Qiang pounced on Han Chang again. Stop! Suddenly a voice exploded, instantly making everyone's eyes follow the sound. I saw a monk in shabby clothes walking slowly, his hands folded, his eyes gloomy, and the stinking carrion under the torn skin on his face. Beside the monk followed a big cat. 1 person and 1 cat came to everyone. Seeing this monk, Han Chang's eyes tightened slightly. This is weird. In terms of strength, it should be the upper level of the intimidation level, with a little strength, thinking that he has entered the trial place of Qianhua Temple. Maybe it started from the moment you climbed the mountain. Calming down, Han Chang was still on guard. On the other side, Zhou Qiang didn't dare to make any more moves. He looked at the monk's lifeless face, and then thought of so many strange events that happened in the Phoenix community during the day today, and he already understood that the monk in front of him was a dead man. Living people are naturally panicked when they see death, and Zhou Qiang is no exception. His scalp is numb now, but he doesn't want to lose face in front of so many people. It is embarrassing enough to fall just now, so now he can't be embarrassed anymore. Therefore, Zhou Qiang still pretended to be very arrogant, straightened his waist, and seemed to be not afraid. But the calves and stomach were trembling. When the monk saw Zhou Qiang's appearance, he didn't care about it at all. Such mortals were not in his eyes. When he saw Han Chengshi, his eyes trembled slightly, and he felt that this person was extraordinary, and there was a faint momentum on his body that could not be blasphemed. Looking away from Han Chang, the monk swept the rest of the people and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to visit my Qianhua temple at night. Since you are here, there is a fate, and please follow the little monk to go through it and experience some karma. If your benefactors have good fortune, they will definitely be able to turn the danger into a disaster and reap a lot of rewards." With that, the monk folded his hands and bowed to everyone. Han Chang naturally knew that this so-called experience karma was nothing more than a strange trial, but he didn't know what programs could be used for trials in this Buddhist temple. On the other side, Zhou Qiang and the others looked at each other with uneasy expressions. Originally, the 5 of them still wanted to come here to get the Buddha relics, but now that they met the dead monk, they naturally didn't have this mind, and they all wanted to leave early. "Brother Chang, there is a problem with this monk, we can't go with it," Lu Ming said in a low voice. "I know that this place is strange, or we don't want any Buddha relics, and leave quickly." Zhou Qiang was so frightened that he wanted to slip away, so naturally he had this idea. "Brother Chang is right, this place is gloomy, I am afraid without that monk, it is better to leave now." Xian Lingling also agreed. Ah Yun and Feng Yuan both nodded. "Okay, then let's go," Zhou Qiang said. Feng Yuan is the most anxious among several people. She is already timid. If she doesn't want to be with everyone, she won't come. Now that she met a dead monk, she rushed to the door first. When the monk saw that someone was leaving, he smiled coldly and glanced at the flower cat beside him. "Big Flower, you have meat to eat. There are people here who have broken the rules. Once you enter the land of strange trials, no one is allowed to leave without permission. As long as you leave, it is naturally a violation, and the price of violating the law is to be attacked." The flower cat suddenly had black gas all over its body, accompanied by a hideous roar. Its body increased like a blow, and in less than 2 breaths, it turned into a colorful tiger, showing sharp teeth, and pounced on Feng Yuan like an arrow. Blood flowed all around, and the scene was horrific and extremely uncomfortable. After a while, the tiger ate Feng Yuan cleanly, and then a pair of tiger eyes raised to look at Zhou Qiang and the 4 of them. Zhou Qiang and the 4 of them were trembling. Where did they dare to go? There was cold sweat on each forehead, secretly glad that he was walking slowly. If he was as anxious as this Feng Yuan girl, maybe he would also be eaten clean. You have to think about it, my Qianhua temple is not such a casual place. The monk's tone became unkind, and he waved at the tiger. Big Flower is back. The tiger obediently returned to the monk's side, licking his bloody paws, and his body turned back into a big flower cat. The monk touched the head of the big cat. "Don't be greedy, you'll have something to eat later." If Han Chang really deceived him, he can also sell it slowly. That's why he dared to take a gamble, and in his opinion, Han Chang's words were reasonable, young and sophisticated, and he was not comparable to ordinary people at all. Unless the rich children of rich families have been doing business with their parents since they were children and are used to seeing big scenes, they will not have this calm performance. Especially the action he took from his business card just now, which was very casual and seemed uneducated, but it showed the arrogance of everyone's children. Zhang Monde has seen many young and promising rich 2nd and 3rd generations in the shopping mall, and many people have this kind of arrogance. This is a sense of superiority born with a golden spoon, and you can't be wrong. In fact, Han Chang's steady heart was tempered after being weird. In the face of the hideous and terrifying weirdness, all kinds of insidious and cunning tricks, there is no calmness, rational judgment, and how can I survive with wits and courage? It is also a frying wall between life and death. Okay, Director Zhang is so sincere that I might as well be respectful, but I can't let you suffer too much. As soon as the month ends, I will have 400 tons this month. Han Cheng smiled and stretched out his hand. Zhang Mande hurriedly held it, squinted and smiled. Mr. Han is arrogant, please give me a lot of help in the future. Yes, as long as the quality of your dark coins passes, my company can be established in 2 months, and then I will sign a long-term supply contract with Director Zhang. Han Cheng shook hands with Zhang Mande, and the big cake he painted had firmly encircled this Zhang Mande. It's really been 2 months, even if Han Cheng is really a rich second generation and wants to set up a white chain store, it's useless. No matter how much you burn in the weird world, it's useless, and at that time, only the ones that were burned before were counted. Then the two signed a 2-month supply contract, which was set to end every month, and the price of each ton of dark coins was 2,100 yuan. Han Cheng also made requirements for the quality of the dark coin, which must be bright in color and thick in paper. Every month, Han Chengdu will come to check in person, and if the quality is not up to standard, he will not only not accept it, but also fine. This is also to prevent Zhang Mande from messing around after knowing his situation. After signing the contract, the two shook hands again. Zhang Mande said with a smile. Mr. Han, go slowly, I'll ask Secretary Zhou to go to Zuaxian building to book a table later, and let's have a light meal. After a light meal, I'll go to other places to see, the white shop can't just sell dark coins, I also have to run away to tie paper or something. Han Cheng politely refused. Oh, then Mr. Han, you are busy first, give me a letter when you have time, and appreciate it a lot. Zhang Mande said with a sycophancy. On the other side, in the group of senior high school students, Taiwan High, the squad leader, posted a video in which a bundle of dark coins was ignited, and the flames were rising, and in less than 5 minutes, they turned into a pile of ashes. I burned 100 million to Han Cheng yesterday, not to mention that I was inexplicably happy after burning. Squad leader, you also burned it, I burned 200 million yesterday, after the burning, the European gas is full, today the bus to work all the way to the green light, it's a god, it's rare to arrive at the company half an hour early, so that the manager saw it, and praised me for my good performance. Damn, is there really such a spirit? Then I'll have to try it. Hurry up and try it, I burned it before, and I also posted it on Moments. Do you know what happened in the past week? Zhang Xing bubbled at the right time, and his tone was smug. Hey, Xingzi, don't sell Guanzi, what's going on? Hee, let me tell you, Lao Tzu has been promoted and raised. A few days ago, I talked about the next list of commercial villas, and directly credited 20W, and the boss was happy to give me a promotion. And oh, this good thing is all in pairs, I have a partner now, my girlfriend is very beautiful, 1.7 meters, 95 pounds, and the measurements are even more explosive, a proper royal sister is pure desire. With that, he looked up at the few people who participated in the trial. Let's go, it's up to you later, what is good is not necessarily a disaster, maybe there will be a chance. Ha ha ha. The laughter was high-pitched and full of eerie atmosphere. Then the monk turned around and led the way, followed by the cat. Han Cheng followed 30 meters away from the monk, his face calm from beginning to end, as if nothing had happened just now. As for Zhou Qiang, the 4 of them hesitated for a long time and were still afraid to go. Brother Chang, shall we go, or shall we not go? Lu Ming asked tremblingly, anyone could see that most of the lives of those who followed were in danger. Go, of course go, if you don't go, you'll die now. Zhou Qiang patted his trouser leg, what else could he do now, he can only take one step at a time. If you want to say that you regret it, it is that you shouldn't have come to this place. The helpless Zhou Qiang and the 4 of them also followed. Not long after being on the road, Han Cheng suddenly asked, Little master, won't you report the Dharma number? The monk was stunned for a moment, stopped, and turned to look at Han Cheng, his eyes were gloomy, and he was quite unkind. But Han Cheng did not look at him at any cowardice, his eyes were neither humble nor arrogant, and he was unusually calm. The monk smiled faintly, this one was really unusual, so he answered. I'm sorry, I forgot, the little monk is forbearing. It turned out to be the little master of forbearance. Han Cheng smiled and nodded, and then said, does your temple have a merit box? I would like to donate a donation. As soon as these words came out, not only the forbearance monk was shocked, but even Zhou Chang's eyes widened. What does this man want to do? Han Cheng's purpose is very clear, that is, to use his money ability to listen to intelligence. First, understand the content of the upcoming trial. If you can know it in advance, you can avoid a lot of risks. After all, the strange trial in the temple must be different from other places. Han Chang doesn't want any accidents. Second, to inquire about the information of the Vajra Buddha beads. This is the purpose of Han Chang's trip, otherwise even if he completes the trial, he will be busy in vain. The first trial intelligence. Han Chang thought that it should not be difficult. There are few people who are not greedy for money in this kind of intimidation level weirdness. As long as they give a little favor, they will definitely tell them all. But the second one is difficult. The Vajra Buddha bead is a treasure, and this intimidating person has not yet been able to know. But if you don't try it, you never know, so Han Chang plans to give it a try. The forbearance monk here was stunned for a while, and then squinted his eyes and clasped his hands. The donor is polite. If you want to donate you to the little monk, it's okay, but... Han Chang glanced at Zhou Qiang and the others on the side, and stopped talking. Han Chang has no obligation to help Zhou Qiang and a few people, and here he said that he must have heard it from these people, so why should he share the information? He spent money on them. Patience comprehends the mind and immediately says, "Please come with the little monk, you stay here. If anyone dares to run, you will eat it directly." Then the ring patience took Han Chang to 30 meters away, and this ring patience couldn't wait to stretch out his hand at Han Chang. "Donor, give money." Han Chang looked at it and sneered in his heart. This forbearance was not only greedy, but also so shameless. Sure enough, this is an industry now, not a practice, and it has nothing to do with Prince Siddhartha thousands of years ago. Han Chang couldn't help but feel a little more disdainful, and he didn't want to give money, but he still had to inquire about the news. This was not difficult for Han Chang. He slowly took out a stack of dark coins, counted a few, and then slowly handed them into the hands of the forbearance. Forbearance has long been impatient, and you have to take the initiative to grab it when you reach out. But Han Chang took the money and didn't give it. "Wait, Master Forbearance, I have a few more words to ask." "TSK, you guy, ask if you have something." Chu Run is very dissatisfied, but he can't grab it because of the rules. "I want to know what the trials will be later." The trials at this temple are divided into two parts. The first part is to go through the mental obstacles, and later you will all go into a hut, where you will arise the desire for greed and hatred, such as when suddenly a large sum of money appears in front of you, and if you take the money away, you will break the rules and die. But as long as you don't do anything, you'll be fine. Jiaring touched his chin and muttered, "Otherwise, the little monk will give you a knife later. If you encounter a temptation to bewitch the donor, you will stab yourself. As long as it hurts, the desire will be retreated, but you will be safe. So that's it, so don't use it." Han Chang's heart is extremely calm. Can he still make a mistake here? He estimates that he has a 90 out of 5 chance of being able to pass the test, absolutely stable. What about the content of the second trial? Han Chang continued to ask. He didn't answer, shook his hand, and motioned to give the money first. Han Chang didn't give it, but counted out another 10 dark coins. The denominations of these dark coins are all 100, and the total value of the dark coins in Han Chang's hand has reached 1500 at this moment. That's a lot of money for a scare level weird. Sure enough, when I saw so many dark coins, my eyes straightened, and I couldn't wait to grab them directly. "Tell me together, and I'll give it all to you, 1500 in total." Han Chang was sure that this greedy weirdness would still be said, because he would never let go of the opportunity to earn 1500 Stygian coins. Indeed, although he was unhappy with Han Chang's practice of doing things first and then giving money, even the idea that others were playing tricks on him rose in his heart. But he didn't want to miss this opportunity to make 1500. With this money, he can move up a level, from the upper level of the intimidation level to the killing level. Once he reaches the killing level, his status in Qianhua Temple will rise several levels, even only below the abbot. You must know that the abbot of Qianhua Temple is only a killing level. Therefore, after struggling a little, he still said patiently, "The second trial content is to meet the abbot of the temple, Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun will ask you a few words. You just need to answer truthfully. Remember not to lie. You must be what you think in your heart, otherwise you will die." Then what questions did he ask? Can you be specific? Han Chang shook another 1500 Stygian coins. Jia Ren bit down. "It's all homely, just ask, if you have a girlfriend? There's no place to trap people?" Han Shang sneered slightly. How could strange things let humans go so easily? There must be something behind such a simple trial. In fact, this forbearance does have a small abacus. He didn't say the key point, thinking that Han Shang would be killed when the time came. If you are an ordinary person, it is really possible to be deceived by this forbearance, and you will not think much about what traps are in it. But what kind of person is Han Shang? He is thoughtful, and has a personal experience of weird and apocalyptic deceit, and he will never trust people easily, so he naturally asks to the end. Jia Ren's face was extremely ugly. He didn't want to say the key point, but after a few glances at the 1,500 dark coins in Han Shang's hand, he finally said it. My abbot will ask ambiguous questions, such as if someone asks you if you have borrowed money and if you don't pay it back when it is due, do you have to settle accounts with him? There are pitfalls here. Han Shang nodded slightly. He didn't need to explain much to understand. There are actually two interpretations of this sentence. One is that someone else hasn't paid back the money, and you go to someone else to get the money back, then the word accounting is literal. The other is that if someone else does not repay the money, if you don't come back, you have to use some means to force others to repay the money, and this settling accounts has become a broad means. Sure enough, it's weird and not good-hearted. If you don't know in advance, you may indeed be tricked, and once you answer wrong, you will die. Donor, can you give me the money now? Han Shang pursed his lips and smiled, counted 10 more 100 yuan coins from his arms, and combined them into 2,500, and said with a smile. I have one more question, and if I answer it, I'll give it all to you. Okay, then you ask. Quit Ring gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about Han Shang, so he rolled his eyes and said. You have a Buddha relic in Xianhua Temple, right? I don't know where it is? Han Shang did not say the Vajra Buddha beads, but asked for directions with the Buddha relics throwing stones, and the Buddha relics were most likely this Vajra Buddha beads. This time, his face froze, and he was silent for a long time without speaking. His eyes were full of jealousy. Han Shang saw it clearly, and he knew it even more clearly in his heart. This forbearance knew the Buddha relics, and it was even very likely that he knew where they were hidden. But he didn't dare to say. It seems that this Buddha relic is definitely not ordinary. At this time, Han Shang was even more convinced that the Buddha relics were the Vajra Buddha beads. Why can't you say that? That's so. It's a pity. Han Shang pretended to regret, especially the long stretch of the word it's a pity, and took back the dark coin. Seeing that the impending coins were about to be withdrawn, a heart felt as if it had been hooked, and it was extremely uncomfortable. That thing is in a Buddhist temple. Jia Ren suddenly lowered his voice and said, and after speaking, he looked around weakly, as if he was afraid that someone would overhear. Han Shang turned his head to look at the northwest. There was an ancient tower there, and he noticed it when he came, and it was hidden in the night at the moment, looking weird. Thank you. Then give the money. No, I still can't give you the money. Han Shang replied with a smile. Hearing this, his eyes widened instantly, and he yelled at Han Shang viciously. You dare to fool me. Facing the cannibalistic gaze of forbearance, Han Shang was not afraid at all. On the contrary, there was a reasoned and well-founded way. It's not that I don't want to give money, but I want to defend the embankment. If what you just said is not true, wouldn't it be wrong if I gave money? I think so. As long as I can successfully complete the trial, before leaving, I will not only give you 2,500 Stygian coins, but also add 1,000 Stygian coins. What do you think? Weird can't hurt people casually, but it doesn't mean that weirdness can't deceive people. Therefore, there is really no way to prove it, unless Han Shang completes the trial. Everything he has passed is what he said, and that is the best proof. But he was extremely aggrieved in his heart, and he was led by the nose like a clown, and he was pinched to death. It felt unusually unpleasant. And the money didn't arrive at the moment, and he had to help take care of him everywhere after Han Shang's trial. Otherwise, as soon as this guy died, his 3,500 dark coins would fly. Okay, then do as you say, but you must give me 3,500 Stygian coins after you complete the trial, not a single point less. The eyes of forbearance are murderous, and the evil on his body is surging. Han Shang grinned. That's for sure. I won't give you money. This was what Han Shang said in his heart, but he didn't say it. This is also a little trick. Anyway, your abbot, Master Qingyun, loves to play word games, and there is nothing wrong with Han Shang playing a greedy trick. The other side. Zhou Qiang and the four of them waited for a long time, and they didn't know what to say when they looked at Han Chang and the forbearance monk over there. Brother Chang, is that tricky Han Chang bribing a monk? You see that he seems to be holding money in his hand. Lu Ming leaned over to Zhou Chang's side and whispered. Zhou Qiang has been looking at Han Chang's side, and indeed as Lu Ming said, Han Chang is holding a stack of paper in his hand, most of which is money. I was also wondering in my heart, can these tricks be bought? Think about it, money can make ghosts grind. It's not impossible. Zhou Chang's eyes lit up when he thought of this, and he rushed to the three people beside him. I think if we spend some money too, maybe these tricks will let us go. Lu Ming was the first to approve. Yes, we also pay for our lives. Xian Lingling and Ai Yun also nodded in agreement. At this time, everyone wants to leave here, and what can be done with some money, it is better than losing their lives. Then you give me all the money, and I'll give it to the monk together. Zhou Qiang spread his big hand at the three of them. This time, the three of them hesitated, but looking at Zhou Chang's domineering appearance, they didn't dare to say a word, and they looked for it one after another. Soon the colorful banknotes arrived in Zhou Chang's hands, with a total of more than 50,000. In fact, these people carry far more money than this, but now they are all in the era of swiping mobile phones. How many people still bring cash? If it weren't for the fact that he was preparing to flee, he had prepared some cash, otherwise it was estimated that he would not even be able to make up the 50,000 yuan. Looking at the mere 50,000 yuan in his hand, Zhou Qiangji frowned. Such a small amount of money is probably not enough to buy his own life. He glanced at Ai Yun and said roughly, "Take out your laptop, game console, and bank card. If you dare to hide it, Lao Tzu will beat you to death now." Ai Yun trembled with fright and pleaded, "Brother Chang, these things don't work, it's useless for you to take them. There's so much, let you take it out." Ai Yun was swollen from being slapped, and he took out all the valuable things on his body in horror. Zhou Qiang looked at these messy things and frowned slightly. Computers and game consoles are definitely worth some money, but are those plastic villains worth it? Then Zhou Qiang looked at Lu Ming again, and Lu Ming nodded with a smiling face. "Brother Chang, so many things are worth a lot of money, that dead monk must be happy." "Well, in order to make Death Trick a little happier, why don't you take out all the valuable things too?" Zhou Chang's face darkened. Lu Ming was stunned and said hurriedly, "Brother Chang, I don't need it." "Don't be a fart, Brother Chang will take it if you want to. Where is so much nonsense?" Zhou Qiang didn't speak. Xian Lingling spoke first, and leaned on Zhou Qiang, and said affectionately, "Besides, Brother Chang wants this money so that we can all phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. You are still hiding it, is this a person?" Lu Ming made a bitter face. Seeing that he couldn't take this posture, he couldn't do it, so he helplessly rummaged in his bag, and took out some fruit tablet and fruit mobile phone. Plus a few cultural toys. These are all bought by him for tens of thousands, which is really distressing. Watching Lu Ming put valuable objects on the ground, Zhou Qiang finally set his eyes on Xian Lingling. "You should also be smart and hand over everything of value." "Brother Chang, I'll take it too," Xian Lingling said in surprise. "What, why can't you take it?" Zhou Qiang suddenly grabbed Xian Lingling's earrings rudely and ripped them off. "Give it to me, Rory, don't think that Lao Tzu won't dare to beat you." "Maid, what are you doing in a daze? Take the fuck off my hands and feet. And the bags you carried, take them all." Xian Lingling covered her bloody ears, and her eyes were red and begged. "Brother Chang, you can't do this to me." Smack, a resounding slap in the face. Zhou Qiang didn't give face, and scolded with his chin raised. "These things are not sold to you by Lao Tzu, how can your husband sell them to you? I didn't let you take off these few pieces on your body, which can be regarded as saving face for you. Hurry! I don't mind leaving a mark on your face." Xian Lingling didn't dare to squeak anymore, and took out all the valuable jewelry and bags crying. For a while, the ground was full of all kinds of goods, and these things were valuable goods in Zhou Chang's eyes. Of course, he was suspicious of those little plastic girls. As long as he has these valuable goods, Zhou Qiang thinks that it should not be a big problem to buy his own life. As for the others, he didn't think about it in the first place. At this time, the forbearance monk in the distance walked back with Han Chang. As soon as the forbearance came back, the big cat came up and obediently rubbed on the leg of the forbearance's pants. The ring ninja touched its head, and then saw something on the ground, and looked surprised. What's going on? Han Chang on the side saw it in his eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. This weird will not accept the property of ordinary people, they only want dark coins and dark things. Just these expensive bags, literary toys, and those Hatsune figurines, in the weird eyes are not farts. Zhou Qiang saw that he was asking about it, and immediately greeted him with a smile, and he glanced at Han Chang halfway, and saw that Han Chang was sneering, and he suddenly had a fire in his stomach. Don't think you can bribe this, I can too. And with my good things in one place, I have 50,000 cash in my hand, no matter what, I have to have more than you. Later, not only will I save myself, but I will also have to let this dead monk harm you. Master, these are the things I want to donate. Also, these are also for my Buddha, and I hope that the master can put it down, and I am grateful. Zhou Qiang said as he handed over the 50,000 cash bills. After taking a look, he waved his hand impatiently and knocked it off. Take it away, we don't accept this garbage in Xianhua Temple. The banknotes in the sky were sprinkled. Zhou Qiang was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at the smiling Han Chengcheng and couldn't understand why this kid could bribe the dead, but why couldn't he do it? Jia Ren shouted at a few people. Don't delay, hurry up and follow the little monk, your first trial is ahead. Stop forbearance, turn around and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme the way. Han Chang followed behind. He had been keeping a distance from martial patience, and that alert vigilance was always maintained. Zhou Qiang was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses, and he didn't dare to pick up the banknotes after looking at the place, so he hurriedly caught up with the forbearance, for fear that he would go slowly, and the big cat would eat himself. Behind them were Qian Lingling and the others, and they didn't even go to clean up the belongings on the ground. It's all up to this, and the ones who go to pick up the money are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme fools or crazy. Soon the group arrived at a meditation room, which was a small house of more than 10 square meters, although it was dilapidated, but it was still neat. The door of the meditation room was open, but inside it was a black hole, and nothing could be seen. On the contrary, after watching it for a long time, it will make people feel frightened, as if they have fallen into the endless abyss inside. This side of forbearance is against everyone. Now start the first trial task of your donors. The rules are very simple, that is, go in and stay for 3 minutes, and you can come out if nothing happens within 3 minutes, and you can pass the test when you come out. The rules are unusually simple. Staying in a dark room for 3 minutes seems to be something anyone can do. But except for Han Chang, the rest of them were all pale and frightened. I don't know what is in the black hole, let alone 3 minutes after entering, even 3 seconds are dangerous. Jia Ren looked at a few people, and when he saw that no one was talking, he asked. Donors, do any of you want to be the first to go in? No one volunteered, and even when he heard the question, Zhou Qiang took a step back timidly. Jia Ren frowned, and pointed at Lu Mingdao. It's you, hurry up and get in. No, master, I don't want to go in, you. Lu Ming retreated in fear, but when he retreated to the third step, Dawa's whole body was black and prosperous, and his body swelled sharply, instantly turning into a colorful tiger. Seeing that this man-eating tiger Lu Ming had nails on his feet, he didn't dare to move anymore. Don't want to enter, then let the big flower eat you. Jia Ren drooped his eyelids and said indifferently. I'll go in. I'll go in. Lu Ming was about to cry, both left and right were dead, so he could only fight to go in and walk. Maybe there was no tiger in it, and he could leave a whole corpse when he died. Soon, Lu Ming walked into the meditation room in despair, and the darkness inside swallowed his figure, as if he had entered the abyss, and there was no scum left. The people outside were frightened, everyone thought of themselves, and it would be the same later, and everyone was furious in their hearts. Only Han Chang was very calm. He squinted slightly and observed the meditation room. There is a sinister aura flowing out of the room. It seems that there is something in the room, according to the dead monk who forbears. Inside is the trial of greed and hatred, so there must be a mechanism for hallucination. So how can we restrain the illusion in front of us? Naturally, we should hold our minds and remain unmoved. As long as the heart is not moving, the flag is also as quiet as no phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Han Chang was naturally very confident in this. He was afraid that there were other traps inside. This group of weird people had always been cunning, except for the iron-like rules, they didn't dare to use any tricks. Thinking of this, Han Chang touched his chin, becoming a little more vigilant, and at the same time more concerned about the situation in the house. At this moment, Lu Ming walked into the house. His black hand could not see his 5 fingers, and there was a deathly silence in his ears, and he couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. Lu Ming kept walking. He didn't dare to stop. In fact, if he stopped, the irrepressible fear would make him extremely anxious, so it was better to keep walking. But this room is not big from the outside, at most a dozen square meters, and it only takes 2 or 3 seconds at most to reach the end. But now Lu Ming felt that he had been gone for several hours, but there was still no end in sight, and the torment of fear became more and more uncomfortable in this unknown environment. I don't know how long it took. Lu Ming finally stopped, not because he was tired of walking, but because he really couldn't stand the fear in his heart, so he stopped. Now he hopes that death will come sooner, because if he dies, he will be free from this torment. But death did not come. On the contrary, just when Lu Ming was extremely desperate, suddenly a warm light fell from above, like a street lamp covering him. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt warm all over his body, and the panic that was beating and had nowhere to put it slowly began to calm down. Lu Ming looked up at the sky, wanting to know who was leading him at the end of the light. He saw a Buddha, huge and majestic, with a solemn appearance, holding a palm with one hand and gently pushing it outward, like pushing a door. That light was coming out of the palm of the Buddha's hand. Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? Suddenly a voice rang out in the darkness. Lu Ming was clever and looked back and forth, except for darkness and darkness all around, and then he immediately raised his head. Buddha, are you asking me? I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, please have mercy and save me. Lu Ming cried and knelt down, and the moment he knelt down, the Buddha's light expanded to all sides, like waves rolling in all directions. The darkness receded, and the light appeared. A splendid scene of the Buddha kingdom appeared in the heavens and the earth. There are many bodhisattvas, arhats, and immortals from all walks of life in the sky. Flowers are blooming on the ground, melons and fruits are everywhere, and the breeze is warm and intoxicating. Lu Ming cried even more excitedly. He called out desperately, grateful for the Buddha's care. Go, turn back, you just don't need to be greedy. The solemn Buddha voice was once again immense. Yes, I see, thank you Buddha for your advice. Lu Ming called out a few more times, then got up and turned around and walked back. Soon he saw a bright light in the distance, and in the bright light several people outside the house could be faintly visible. There are Zhou Qian, Xian Lingling, Ayun, and the treacherous Han Chang. The men were watching him. No need to ask, that bright light is the exit. Lu Ming rose to hope. He quickened his pace, began to run, and rushed towards the bright light. But when he was less than 10 meters away from the exit of the bright light, he suddenly fell. Where he fell, he saw a ball of golden light in the grass, and he looked over curiously to find that it was a bag of gold. The golden gold was full of dazzling light, and Lu Ming's heart was moved in an instant. The outside world is weird and rampant, and I have to hide in the mountains. How can I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme for a long time without some money? All the valuable things were given to Zhou Qian, and he was penniless, so why don't you bring this gold with you? Just as the Buddha gave it to me, he was merciful, saved people to the end, and gave me a bag of gold. He. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the gold, looked left and right, and hid it in his arms. Then he hurried through the bright light. But at this moment, the strong light suddenly exploded, the sky and the earth changed color, and a black light fell from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The greedy man shall not forgive, but leave his life here. Suddenly, a black light enveloped Lu Ming. A terrible sound sounded in the dark room. Ah! Outside the house, Zhou Qian and several people changed color, so Lu Ming had already had an accident. But the forbearance showed an expression of enjoyment, and the screams of the living seemed to make him happy with the incomparably beautiful music. He faced the crowd and said indifferently, "Next, you." This time the forbearance pointed to the otaku Ayun. When Ayun entered, he was terrified, and his crotch was wet. Outside, Zhou Chang's face was not good looking. He knew that he had to do something, otherwise he would be the next to die. And now the only one who can come up with a way to break through this impasse is the tricky god Han Chang. Zhou Qiang turned his head to look at Han Chang. Although he couldn't get used to seeing this stinky boy who was superior everywhere, Zhou Qiang also had to admit that this person was very unusual. For example, now that he is clearly living and dying, this kid is still as calm as ever, and even from the strange appearance to the present, he has not shown a trace of fear. Just this hard Zhou Qiang is far from comparable. Moreover, this person spent money to bribe the dead monk before, most of them were relied on. Why not take advantage of this person? Thinking of this week, Chang pretended to be casual and approached Han Chang, and said in a low voice, "Brother Han, can you say something?" Han Chang tilted his head and glanced at Zhou Qiang. He was very clear about what Zhou Qiang wanted to say. Didn't he just want to rely on his ability to help him survive? But how could Han Chang save this kind of goods? Even if it was someone else, Han Chang didn't intend to save it. Seeing that Han Chang was silent, he continued with a cheeky face. "That, Brother Han, we didn't know each other before, don't hold a grudge. I can also see that you are a really capable person, just now you and that. The monks have all talked, right? Hee, can you also talk to the monk and lead me away back? Brother Han, as long as you help me with this, from now on, I Zhou Qiang will be your good brother, and I will stick a knife in both sides." Han Chang's eyes were a little more contemptuous, just Zhou Qiang, who turned his face and didn't recognize people, and was embarrassed to talk about his good brother, and he was embarrassed to talk about a good brother, and he stuck a knife in his ribs? Han Chang wanted to laugh, believing in Zhou Chang's nonsense. It was better to believe that a pig could fly into the sky. "Get out of the way, or I'll let you die now." Han Chang didn't give Zhou Qiang any face, and even glared at Zhou Qiang murderously. Zhou Chang's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme face, which he wanted to put on closely, suddenly froze, as if his face was still slapped fiercely with a smile, which was very embarrassing. But Zhou Qiang couldn't say a cruel word. Han Chang's murderous gaze made his back cold, and he didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of revenge, so he could only retreat with a red face. Just when Zhou Chang's hot face was pumped, Ayun had already met the Buddha in the meditation room. Similar to Lu Ming's experience, he was also bathed in the grand scenery of the Buddha country, and he was full of joy. Then Ayun also saw the white light exit, and he rushed over excitedly, but less than 10 meters away from the exit suddenly more than a dozen strong men burst out. These strong men were wearing the school uniforms of Dongjiang City No. 8 Middle School. The first one had a scar on his face, curly hair, a toothpick in the corner of his mouth, an open collar, his hands in his pockets, and a wild look at Ayun. "Ayun, do you remember me? Why do you want to run after class? Brother Xiang, you let me go." Ayun retreated in horror. Brother Xiang in front of him was a tyrant in Dongjiang City No. 8 Middle School, and he had been bullying Ayun when he was a student. Ayun was originally an ordinary child, and the reason why he became a dull and restrained otaku is inseparable from this Xiang brother. At this moment, when I met Ayun again, I was only afraid in my heart, and I didn't realize that this was just an illusion. "Let you go, then you come and polish my shoes?" Brother Xiang raised one foot and beckoned to Ayun. Ayun wanted to run, but found that he was surrounded by Brother Xiang's accomplices, and he had already surrounded him. "Brother Xiang, don't, please." Paralyzed. "There is so much nonsense, Brother Xiang will wipe it if you want to." An accomplice kicked Ayun in the ass and kicked him directly in front of Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang was condescending, his eyes were wide, one foot stepped on Ayun's shoulder, and he said word by word, "Hurry up and wipe it." Ayun cried. He didn't want to be bullied, he didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and such humiliation. He wanted to resist, he wanted to kill everyone here. This thought rose, and suddenly a bright light lit up in front of Ayun's eyes. "It's a knife, a sharp knife." Another thought came to mind. What would happen if this knife stabbed into Brother Xiang's stomach? The picture of the intestines flowing out must be very beautiful. Ayun smiled coldly. A trace of darkness flashed on his face, and he stretched out his hand to grab the sharp knife. But at the moment when his fingertips touched the handle of the knife, he hesitated again, and he didn't dare to kill people because of his kindness. "Why don't you dare to take a knife? If you have the ability, pick it up and stab me, come on." Brother Xiang ripped off his shirt and pointed at his heart. Ah Yun's hands were trembling, but he still didn't hold the knife. Rubbish! Brother Xiang spat on Ah Yun's face, raised his foot and kicked it. Kill this garbage, don't even dare to fight back. Being kicked, beaten, Ah Yun cried, he still didn't take a knife. 3 minutes later, Ah Yun staggered to the door of the meditation room, although he was not injured, but his heart was covered with bruises. But he's alive. Seeing that Ah Yun could come out, Zhou Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was quite shocked and showed hope for life. If this waste otaku can come out alive, then he can do it even more. Ah Yun looked at the people outside, and was about to come out with a relieved grip on the doorframe, but at this moment, a bloody sharp knife fell out of his pocket. The sharp knife was stuck in the ground, and the blood on the blade was extremely scarlet, flowing all over the ground. The donor seems to have been angry and killed someone with a knife, said in a malicious tone. No, I didn't kill anyone, I didn't take this knife, I didn't take it. Ah Yun was anxious and defended loudly. But the knife fell out of your pocket, what is the explanation for this? Jiaren showed a sneer and touched Dahua's head. I'm sorry, you failed the trial, and the big flower ate him. The big cat roared and approached Ayun step by step. Ah Yun froze on the spot like a lost soul. He had endured the humiliation and was beaten all over his body, but he still didn't hold a knife, and finally walked to the door, and he almost completed the trial in one step. But he never expected the final result to be like this. He was unwilling, full of unwillingness. Ah Yun's eyes were red, and he muttered in a low voice. You forced me, I will kill you all. Said the last sentence, Ah Yun's voice almost roared, and suddenly he bent down to draw his knife. And seeing this scene, Han Sheng's eyes tightened, just like he thought before, this group of tricksters will not give ordinary people a chance to simply complete the trial. Is this a good way to set up an illusion to provoke people? Although Han Sheng didn't want to save people, he couldn't help but complain. Stupid! Isn't this knife going to be tricked? Han Sheng's voice was silent, it was purely talking to himself, but several people were not far from him, so they could naturally hear this. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Han Sheng was stunned, looked around, shrugged and smiled. Why, don't you understand? The knife is an illusion, and the big cat hasn't been transformed. The key is what the monk said, the donor seems to be angry, and this seems is very interesting. The listener was stunned, and indeed that's what the monk said just now, everything is a scam. But among the few people, Han Sheng saw through everything. Ah Yun's hand stopped in midair, and at the last step, he heard Han Sheng's words, and did not draw the knife. At this moment he watched the sharp knife at his fingertips turn into a cloud of light and shadow, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, Ah Yun suddenly realized that everything just now was a game made by a strange monk, trying to lure himself into anger and break the rules. He didn't notice it at all, he almost lost his life, and he looked up at Han Sheng in his heart. Doubts flew in admiration. This man really can't be a god, right? Seeing Ah Yun successfully walk out of the meditation room, his expression was very unsightly, and he carefully laid out this game, and actually let this kid escape the past in the end. Of course, all this is because of Han Sheng, it was he who woke up others with his voice. For this reason, a pair of unkind eyes looked at Han Sheng, and he was a little complaining. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chang's heart flickered, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of joy. Let you talk more, this time the monk is not happy, and I want your life. But in the next second, Han Sheng directly glared back, and shouted very unceremoniously at the forbearance. What's the matter? I'm helping him, what do you want to do? Well, the donor is kind-hearted and didn't do anything wrong. Jiaren actually lowered his head timidly to avoid Han Sheng's gaze, and did not dwell on it any longer. He still wanted to ask Han Sheng to take 3,500 Stygian coins. How dared he offend Han Sheng at this time? It's okay if you say it casually, you can save people, anyway, you don't dare to make trouble with it. Zhou Qiang was stunned here, the corners of his mouth had just curved up and wanted to laugh, but this time he froze again. His face was hot, and he felt like he had been slapped hard. And judging from the tone and momentum of Han Sheng's speech just now, it seems that this person was not kidnapped by tricks, but came to reprimand weirdness. Zhou Qiang couldn't figure it out at this time, even if he gave money, he couldn't be so arrogant. What made him even more incomprehensible was that Han Chengcheng was arrogant, and the monk couldn't let out half a fart. This made Zhou Qiang extremely humiliated, and people are sometimes more painful than people. But now is not the time to dwell on these. Zhou Qiang watched Yun walk out of the meditation room, immediately ran over, grabbed the other party's arm, and asked, "What's in there? How did you kid get through?" I didn't do anything," Yun said with a trembling body. "Really didn't do anything?" Zhou Qiang asked in disbelief. "Really, I didn't do anything." Yun's tone was timid, not like a lie. Zhou Qiang thought for a moment at this time, then smiled and pushed Yun away. "Ha, Lao Tzu understands, as long as you don't do anything after you go in, no matter what happens, it's fine." Zhou Qiang, who thought he had obtained the secret of customs clearance, glanced at Han Chung provocatively, and he was clearly speaking. "Look at Lao Tzu also knows how to pass the test, so you don't want to help. Lao Tzu doesn't need to bird you now, look at how good you are." Han Chang naturally ignored this kind of fool's gaze. Even if he could pass this level smoothly, the old monk would have to encounter a pit in the back level, and he would be even more unguardable. At this time, Yun walked up to Han Chang and said in a low voice, "Mr. Han, thank you just now." "No thanks, I didn't want to save you in the first place, I just leaked my mouth." Han Chang turned his head and said truthfully. Yun shook his head vigorously, and his tone became stronger. "No, it was Mr. Han's words that alerted me, whether you intentionally or unintentionally, I have to thank you." Then Yun raised his head and plucked up courage. My name is Xing Yun, Mr. Han, you will call me Yun in the future, and I will be your follower." I don't want to follow." Han Cheng smiled. He had a hint of appreciation for the otaku in front of him just now, that is, the moment he bent down and drew his knife, whether it was right or not, anyway, at which moment Yun was very manly. But Han Cheng will not accept this useless follower. He knows very well the cruelty after the weird end times, and those who are incapable will only be a burden. He doesn't need it. "Okay, I'm sorry to bother Mr. Han." Yun lowered his head again and turned to leave. Han Chang looked at the background of this waste man and suddenly said, "If you can get a trick, I don't mind making you a brother." After speaking, Han Chang smiled. "Trick, Mr. Han, what is that?" Yun's eyes widened. "You'll find out soon, don't ask." Han Chang smiled and turned his head back and stopped talking. And Yun looked at Han Chang deeply, and the mysterious words just now made Yun even more admired. Mr. Han is a real god, he is a true god. You can't be wrong about that. Here, he glanced at Zhou Qiang and Shen Lingling, and then looked at Zhou Qiangdao. "It's your turn, donor, please come in." Zhou Chang's body trembled. Although he knew how to clear the customs, he was still extremely nervous in his heart. After all, he would lose his life if he made a mistake. Looking at the inside of the Black Cave meditation room, Zhou Changshan mustered up his courage and slowly walked to the door. At this time, Han Cheng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait, let me do it this time." These words made Jiren stunned, and whispered to Han Cheng, who came over. "Donor, don't go in, wait for your last one, I'll take the things inside, and you will nest in it for 3 minutes, nothing happens." "No, I'm very confident in my heart." Han Cheng smiled. "Well, that's dangerous. Quit forbearance and worry about the 3,500 hellcoin, so Han Cheng can't die." "Don't worry, I'm really going to be fine," Han Cheng said and continued to walk towards the meditation room. Seeing that he had made up his mind, he quietly handed over a knife. "Donor, if you can't bear it, you can stab yourself with a knife, and you won't fall into it if it hurts." "Okay, thanks." Han Cheng didn't want to be too verbose with this treacherous monk, so he took the knife and walked straight into the meditation room, and was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Looking at Han Cheng's disappearing back, Zhou Qiang felt unhappy again. Even if you know the secret of customs clearance, you still can't compare to others. Look at how attentive that strange monk is to him. He simply came in through the back door. One word, it's sour. Han Cheng entered the meditation room, and his eyes quickly became dark. He couldn't see anything, and his ears were also dead silent, without any sound. If it were an ordinary person, it would be terrified at this time, or at least panicked. But Han Cheng is still calm. He has a strong heart, and he will not mess with himself at this time. Moreover, he came in early for a purpose, that is, to get the Vajra Buddha beads as soon as possible. After all, he was going to meet the old monk later, and Han Shang didn't want to play tricks under his nose, that would be very irrational. Therefore, it is wisest to release the bone puppet and search the stupa now. At this time, he sat down cross-legged, then touched his left abdomen, and said in his heart, "Miss White Bone, I'm going to borrow your power, let's get started. Let me eat 200 cc of your blood, or pay for it with 100 Stygian coins, or I won't have the strength to activate the skill." Miss Baigu's voice was very soft, but it was clearly transmitted to Han Shang. Han Shang was slightly happy. Every time he used a white bone puppet in his previous life, the cost was 400 cc HP, or 200 Stygian coins. I didn't expect this life to be directly half discounted, probably because the intimacy with the weird has increased. Okay, then I'll pay it off with 100 coins. By the way, thank you for the regular customer price. Miss White Bone. Han Shang took out a dark coin and burned it out, and then Han Shang felt a chill in his left abdomen, and where the yin chi gathered, and soon a villain came out from under the hem of Han Shang's clothes. Still the same as in the previous life, the size of a fist, covered in skull skeletons, with small eyeballs in the big eye sockets, timidly glanced around, and then quickly ran into the distance. Han Shang looked at the little guy, and a picture appeared in his eyes. In the empty hut, there are only a dozen square meters, there is no window, there is an incense case under the corner of the wall to the north. An ancient Buddha stares at the people in the room with a hideous face, the body of the ancient Buddha lingers with a cold breath, the black light in the room flickers, it looks extremely weird. Tut, it seems that the kidneys that Lao Tzu has raised for more than 20 years are going to be lost, and I will send you a photo when I have time in the future. In the office, Zhang Xing crossed Erlang's legs, grabbed his mobile phone, and was full of energy. This girlfriend was introduced to him by Sister Zhang, and the woman didn't like him yet, but he made a deal. And after 20 Ws were recorded, the girl said that she could talk. Of course, you have to blow hard in front of your classmates, and you have to say that there is no thing about the 8 poles. Sure enough, Zhang Xing's good luck aroused the envy of the classmates in the group. Zhang Xing, you kid stepped on shit luck, so European. Fuck off, you've just stepped on shit, your whole family has stepped on shit. This is the luck of me after burning paper money, and it may have something to do with sending it to moments. Oh. Anyway, Lao Tzu's life is subverted now, you don't talk about it, I have to go with my little flower. Then a smiling face. There was a pause in the group, and then the information flew in. Shoo, see you forget your friends, Zhang Xing, don't go. Xingzi, we are good kidney friends, does your girlfriend have any sisters, let's be a brother-in-law? Damn, ignore people, it makes Lao Tzu's heart so sad. Don't be sour. People are promoted and rich, and there are beautiful women with them, life is changing, let's hurry up and burn paper money. Say the important thing 3 times. After the burn, send it to the circle of friends. After the burn, send it to the circle of friends. After the burn, send it to the circle of friends. The group of classmates fell silent, and no message came out for a long time. Soon after, someone swiped the picture of burning paper money in the circle of friends to celebrate. In the picture, the paper burners are not only not sad, but on the contrary, they are extremely happy, and they write a name Han Shang on a thick bundle of dark coins, and then the 8 characters of birthday. With a look of anticipation on his face, he lit the coin, the flame soared, and the paper burner shouted out his wish. I want a raise, I want a promotion, I want a girlfriend. Burning paper money can burn this kind of wonder, and it is also talent. What's more critical is that the paper burning person in the back of the video still has a message. Everyone, after burning paper, I am full of European energy, and I can't even smoke it for 10 times. Poof. That's really interesting. For a while, many people in Dongjiang City received this kind of video. This year, the big guy is not tired, and the one is not rolled. The 3 bold words shouted out the hearts of countless people who squeezed the bus to school and went to work. Watching the video, everyone can smile on their faces. General Manager of Operations of Genie Time Internet Celebrity Company, Yen Tao, known as Invincible Milk God. Sitting in the office at the moment, I saw this video, and my eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there's a head. Looking at the video of burning the coin, Yen Tao found it very interesting. The young man burned the coins and shouted out his troubles. Relaxed, exciting. In the high-pitched manifesto, there is a rebellion against tradition in a traditional way. A very unconventional way of venting. It is very much in line with the values of today's young people. So this video will quickly spread on the internet and form a wave of popularity. If you use this wave of popularity to make an internet celebrity popular, it will bring huge profits to the company. Yen Tao watched the video carefully again, and set the target on the name on the dark coin in the video, Han Chang. I don't know if this person is really there, but if so, he can make his debut through the popularity of this video. If the person is handsome, take the idle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme after packaging. If people are poor looking, they can also take the ugly star phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. Anyway, you can do something with this momentum. After thinking about it, Yen Tao typed a line in front of the computer and instructed his assistant Zhu Neng. Help me find out if there really is this person, I'm anxious to wait for the result, you hurry up. Then he sent Han Chang's name and birthdate to Zhu Neng. Zhu Neng agreed. Knowing the leader, I'll check it right away. The sudden appearance of vision is naturally given by the bone golem, and the contractor has the vision of the bone golem and can command the bone golem at the same time. And the white bone puppet itself was weird, completely undisturbed by the illusions in this house, so it allowed Han Chang to see the truth. It turns out that all the illusions are because of the ancient Buddha. Wouldn't it be okay to take him in? Han Chang grinned and got up and walked towards the ancient Buddha. As Han Chang moved, the ancient Buddha's hideous eyes had a silky essence, and the dark runes around him swayed, swirling into an extremely complex law. A Buddha light also appeared above Han Chang's head. Han Chang just wanted to walk over and collect the ancient Buddha, but suddenly the Buddha's light above his head shrouded him, and immediately bursts of Buddha's voice filled the air. Han Chang looked up, but saw a statue of the Buddha, with a golden light, holding a great fearless seal, and his eyes were compassionate and majestic. If it were an ordinary person, just like the two before, they would definitely be excited to worship sincerely, but for Han Chang, who had seen the truth, he was not moved at all, and even disgusted. Sinful person, my Buddha is merciful, seeing that the deity of the Dharma is not quick to bow down and repent, only then can you get rid of the evil thoughts on your body. The Buddha's voice came out from the ancient Buddha and entered Han Chang's ears like a morning bell and a dusk drum. Han Chang's face was full of disdain, and through the observation of his surroundings, he found that these illusory illusions were actually an enchantment, and the one that generated the enchantment was naturally the ancient Buddha. Han Chang had an idea in his heart at this moment, since he wanted to play, let's play together, and then he scolded for tat. Mosquito coil head, let me ask you, you yourself once left the 3 Dharma seals. The division is that all laws have no self, all actions are impermanent, and there are omissions, requests, that are suffering. He also told his disciples that as long as everything is in line with one of these things, it is the Dharma, and what does not meet is not the Dharma. Then if you ask me to kneel down to you devoutly, do you ask for you? Do you violate the Dharma seal that makes all the omissions suffer? Isn't this not the Dharma? Since it is not the Dharma, did your old man slap himself in the face? After speaking, the Buddha statue above his head was silent. In fact, when the Buddha was alive, he did not leave a single word of Buddhist scriptures, and his disciples advised him to leave a Buddhist scripture with words, but his old man just refused to stay, and at the same time said that all the laws in the world are Dharma, and only need to conform to the 3 Dharma seals. After that, the times have changed, and now it has long been distorted. As for this ancient Buddha, he just borrowed the Buddha's Dharma to deceive the world and steal his name, and he was frozen by Han Chang's words, and he was immediately annoyed and angry. The surrounding thunder was loud, and the Buddha voice rumbled. The deity is the Buddha, the Dharma is the deity is the Dharma, you and other people with evil thoughts should not be forceful to reason, and do not quickly bow down and surrender to me. Okay, you said that you are the Dharma, so do you want to charge tickets? Han Chang took out the Heaven and Earth bank card with a smile, and the black gold card exuded a burst of majesty, and instantly formed a surging enchantment around Han Chang, resisting the Buddha's light. Thunderbolts suddenly flashed around the Buddha statue, and the sound of the Buddha became extremely shocking. You actually have 110 billion trillion coins. The odds are good, so are we particularly destined? Han Shang shook the TND bank card, smiled and said, "Mosquito coil head like this, I'll give you 1,000,000,000,000 dark coins, even if I pass the test, how about it?" The Buddha statue didn't have any consideration, and agreed in one bite, as if he was afraid that Han Shang would regret it if he answered late. "Yes, the deity thinks that you want to donate trillions of dark coins for the sake of your kindness, and I will let you go, but the donor, your evil thoughts can be gone, otherwise sooner or later it will harm you." "Okay, I will definitely remember the teachings in the future, eat fasting and recite the Buddha." Han Shang replied very seriously. Immediately, the surrounding thunder was extinguished, and the Buddha's light once again blessed the earth. The Buddha statue in the sky also had a flash of inspiration, turning into a ball of golden light floating in front of Han Shang. Jin Guangzhong was an old monk with a greedy face and a bowl in one hand. The bowl was facing Han Shang, and the other was holding the Buddha in the middle of chanting. But in Han Shang's eyes, it was the ancient Buddha with a hideous face that flew up from the incense case, and then came to him. Han Shang naturally wouldn't give 1,000,000,000, but he couldn't help but express it, so he took out a 100 yuan bill and put it in the bowl. In an instant, the $100 bill disappeared, and apparently the ancient Buddha accepted it. The ancient Buddha only accepted 100 dark coins, and then saw that Han Shang had no intention of giving money, and he stopped reading the Buddhist scriptures, so he asked, "Donor, where else? Do you still want it? I can't do it if I don't give it." Han Shang put away the bank card very scoundrelly, looking like Lao Tzu wouldn't give money. The boss of the ancient Buddha's eyes was glaring, and he was furious after being teased. "Mortal, do you know what you have done? If you dare to tease the deity in the Dharma realm, the deity will want you to take your life." "Yes?" Han Shang opened his arms, not afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled after his treacherous plan succeeded. "By the way, Buddha statue, are you not allowed to commit acts of greed and hatred in this enchantment?" How did you know?" said the Buddha in a trembling voice. "Cut, the pigs can see who you can fool." Han Shang was very disdainful, and then said, "Then you are finished. You have already committed greed just now, you have taken my money, and you still want to ask for it again. Is it a big drop of greed?" A huge thunder in the sky slid to the ground, and a raging karmic fire sparked. Gu Buddha's body was trembling. He realized the seriousness of the problem. He violated his own law of enchantment, and then he was going to destroy himself. What's even worse is that his enchantment law is borrowed from the power of Buddhism, which means that he can't change it himself, let alone circumvent it. Gu Buddha's heart was cold, and what made him even more unacceptable was that he was actually deceived by an ordinary person. You just laid out the pit deity." The Buddha statue was furious. "Yes, you're smart, give you 100 points. Han Shang clapped his hands and praised, only now did he see that there was a pig's head. Then Han Shang looked at the sky again, pretending to be very panicked. "Hey, you don't have much time left, the thunder above is coming, take care of yourself, I'll burn another 100 yuan for you in the future, after all, you have a lot of fate with my bank card." "Grass, you bastard, kill you before the deity is destroyed." The ancient Buddha fish pounced on Han Shang with a dead net, dying at the hands of a mortal. He couldn't swallow this breath. However, when he raised his attack intent, the Yin aura that was suddenly coiled around Han Shang suddenly increased, and the roaring storm instantly went out, bouncing the ancient Buddha away. Han Shang pursed his lips and smiled. He had a powerful underworld weapon like the Heaven and Earth bank card on his body, so he naturally had nothing to fear. It's just a pity that this bank card can only protect himself, and he can't take the initiative to attack, otherwise Han Shang can really go sideways. The ancient Buddha who was bounced off on the opposite side had not yet stood still, and suddenly there was a thunderclap above his head. Boom, thunder instantly engulfed the surroundings, followed by a terrible scream. No, the deity is a Buddha, and the deity will not be. In the aftermath of the thunder, everything calmed down, and all kinds of illusions disappeared. There was a deathly silence in the room, and the incense table under the north wall was still placed, and a bronze Buddha with bursts of black smoke fell to the ground. "This bronze Buddha is the ancient Buddha just now," Han Chang went up and kicked it away. It's such a waste, I can't even control my own enchantment, and I'm not afraid of pitting myself when I come out to play. After kicking, Han Chang looked at a corner and said, "Come out." Golem, a small skeleton emerges from it. Han Chang looked at him and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll open the door for you." When he came to the north wall, he grabbed the table where the incense case was and slammed it against the wall. A hole was smashed into the crumbling wall, and a faint light shone in. The white bone puppet bowed slightly at Han Chang, then jumped up on the hole and went out. Han Chang grinned. He didn't rush out, but sat down in a circle, quietly waiting for the news of the white bone puppet. Outside, the monk had a complicated face and was restless, and there was thunder and screams in the meditation room just now. Could it be that the donor is dead, but if the trialist dies, the ancient Buddha demon inside will send him a message? But the forbearance was not received, that is, the trial continued. Hiss! What the hell is going on? This donor is too extraordinary. Is the trial so intense? Touching his chin, he became more and more worried about his 3,500 coins. And Zhou Qiang and the others were even more stunned, looking at the door of the meditation room, and they didn't dare to come out. That tricky god Han Chang is too powerful, others are silent when they go in, and this one is thundering when he enters. Feeling that this trick god is real, he can't do it in casting spells. Having seen weirdness, Zhou Qiang and the others have long had doubts about science, and this kind of thinking is normal now. After the white bone golem left the meditation room, it walked all the way to the northwest. The entire Qianhua temple is not big. Even if it is a small short leg, it will not take long, and soon the white bone puppet will arrive at the door of the pagoda. It's just that the tower door is closed, and there is nowhere to enter. The bone puppet circled around the circle a few times, and did not find any other passages to enter, but found that there was a small circular window on the second floor of the stupa, from which it could be entered. The white bone puppet found a dead tree nearby, climbed up the branches, and then jumped over it with all its might, landing on the eaves of the second floor of the pagoda, and clicked. The white bone puppet didn't move. Its little eyes turned to look around, and when it saw that no one noticed, it flew into the small window. This window is a frame, and I didn't press the window at all, so when I entered the pagoda, I could hear the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme howling, which was bigger than the outside. Moreover, the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme formed a circulation in the pagoda, and the sound became sharp, not to mention that it resembled a hissing evil chirp. The bone golem didn't stay on the second floor for long, it went down to the second floor first. There is nothing on the first floor except a few Buddha statues, and it seems that this Buddha relic should be on the top of the stupa. The white bone puppet turned around and went up, checking layer by layer, and when it reached the highest level, which was the 7th layer, it really made a discovery. I saw that in the narrow confined space at the top of the pagoda, a faint light shone brightly, illuminating some of the surrounding places. The white bone puppet jumped closer, and soon saw that the glimmer was a turquoise Buddha bead, with a radius of about 5 cm, and several Sanskrit imprints could be clearly seen on it, slowly circulating, pregnant with Howren Buddha's will. Although Han Chang had never seen the Vajra Buddha beads in his previous life, he had heard that this Buddha bead was exactly the same, and it seemed that the Vajra Buddha beads were correct. But just as the white bone puppet was about to grab it, suddenly Han Chang ordered it to stop. Is there a problem with such a simple hand? Such a valuable Buddha relic is placed on the top of the stupa like this, and no one guards it, and the other monks in the Buddhist temple are all eating dry rice? Han Chang said to himself, obviously there is a problem here. Such a conspicuous Buddha bead must have some embankment, there must be something wrong here. The bone puppet throws stones and asks for directions, and you find a place to hide yourself. Han Chang gave the order. The bone puppet in the stupa jumped into a corner, then picked up a stone and threw it at the bead. Suddenly, a black light fell from the top of the Buddha beads, and under the light of the Buddha, it could be clearly seen that it was a poisonous snake. The long body hung high, looking at the top coiled into a ball, estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The body is as thick as a human waist, and the scales and armor glow with cold light. The snake is full of fangs. His green bead-like eyes were full of coldness, and he raised his head to scan the surroundings. The bone golem hid in the corner, just in time to be undetected. In the meditation room, Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled. Sure enough, it is not so simple to take this Buddha bead, there is protection. And this python is also a trick, and its strength should be at the upper level of the intimidation level, similar to that forbearance monk. However, it is not impossible to get the Vajra Buddha beads by crossing this big python, but the time has not yet come. Han Chang was worried that if he took away the Vajra Buddha beads at this time, it would inevitably attract the attention of the treacherous monks in this Buddhist temple. Would he still have a chance to leave? Obviously, this matter had to be dealt with last, and he couldn't be in a hurry. Since he had already found out the situation, he could also settle down and go all out to deal with the old monk's level. Han Chang finished thinking about it and looked outside the meditation room. Outside the meditation room, half an hour has passed, and the patient is so anxious that it only takes 3 minutes of trial. How can it be that the time has passed 10 times and there is still no result? Why is there no information from the ancient Buddha demon inside? The patients can't wait, there must be an accident in this room, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many abnormal noises before. The precept was about to enter the meditation room, when Han Chang's figure happened to come out of it, and the two met at the door. Donor, what happened just now? Why did you only come out at this time? Seeing Han Chang appear unharmed, this forbearance's originally tangled heart suddenly loosened, and his 3,500 immortal coins seemed to have hope. Then I was curious about the situation in the meditation room. Oh, I was talking to the Buddha about the Buddhist scriptures inside. He called me Subodhi. I said that your old man recognized the wrong person. He said that he was not wrong, and said that I can become a Buddha in the next life, and he talked to me for a long time. I can't help it, I can't leave, I can only talk to him, and then it's been delayed for so long. Han Chang was talking nonsense seriously, and he didn't know if it was true or false when he looked at it with a serious expression. He couldn't help but go into the house to take a look. He first found the hole in the wall, the messy incense case on the ground, and finally found the burnt bronze that was kicked into the corner by Han Chang. And the ancient bronze Buddha has no yin qi on his body. How can he have any spirituality? Obviously the ancient Buddha demon has been destroyed. According to the situation in the house, as well as the previous thunder, the martial arts judged that it was caused by the heavenly thunder just now. But who caused this heavenly thunder? Thinking of this, the martial arts was full of wit, looked out of the door, and said in his heart what was the identity of that man, and why was he able to induce the heavenly thunder to subdue the ancient Buddha demon. You must know that although the strength of this ancient Buddha demon is not strong, in this Dharma realm laid out by combining the power of Buddhism, it is also directly chasing and killing. Not to mention ordinary people, even if the abbot comes here, he may not be able to subdue the ancient Buddha demon. There must be something wrong with this. Jiaren hurriedly walked out of the meditation room, facing Han Chang. His heart was furious at the moment. This man was terrifying, this person was by no means ordinary. Therefore, the gaze of the forbearance became sharper, and with a gesture of his hand, the big flower came to his side, looking like he was facing a great enemy, and then he asked Han Chang. Donor, what did you do inside? Why did you break the trial circle inside, and also destroy the ancient bronze Buddha of the guardian of the circle? As soon as these words came out, Han Chang didn't say anything, but first petrified Zhou Qiang, Chen Lingling, and Ayun on the spot, and their whole bodies were black and white. When people went in, they died, and this tricky Han Chang not only did not die, but also smashed other people's fields. Not only that, but he also went home too much and destroyed people. What kind of strength is this? The deceitful god Han Chang is definitely genuine, and there is no need to doubt it anymore. Especially Ayun, he had seen the power of the magic circle inside. The illusion was as real as it was, the Buddha was even more majestic, and the strong sense of oppression made it difficult for him to breathe. But in the hands of the deceitful god Han Chang, he actually broke the game and destroyed the Buddha. It's too capable. Ayun's body was trembling, and Han Chang in his eyes was already as tall as the appearance of a god and Buddha in the illusion realm. Han Chang shrugged his shoulders and said very blandly, I didn't do anything, and I donated 100 to his old man's home, and in the end, probably because I felt that I had no face to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore after arguing with me about Buddhism, I caused the thunder to blow myself to death. I caused the thunder to bombard myself. I almost didn't scold my mother. How is this possible? Play him as a pig. But forbearance is also very strange. If it is really Han Chang who killed the ancient Buddha demon, then Han Chang broke the rules of the trial, and he can take action against it without being retaliated by the law. But the forbearance couldn't make a move on Han Chang, which showed that Han Chang really didn't make a move, and the ancient Buddha demon should not be destroyed by Han Chang. But if you think about it this way, the problem is unimaginable. Did the ancient Buddha demon really kill himself? Is this guy really because he didn't have the face to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme after refuting the Dharma? Quan Renyan's face turned blue. He knew very well that Han Chang was lying and teasing him, but he just couldn't refute such a ridiculous lie. But no, if you quit forbearance, you will not think that Han Chang deliberately lured the ancient Buddha demon to commit greed. Forbidden people would not have thought that Han Chang had 110,000 trillion dark coins, and promised to send 1 trillion dark coins to the ancient Buddha demon. Otherwise, how can this ancient Buddha demon be tempted? Jia Ren looked at Han Chang for a long time, and couldn't find half a sentence to refute the extremely ridiculous lie, but if you think about it carefully, the human in front of you really doesn't have the ability to trigger the heavenly thunder, and the heavenly thunder in the illusion is with the help of the power of Buddhism, not something that this human can control. Then there is only one possibility: it is indeed the ancient Buddha demon himself who attracted the heavenly thunder to kill himself. Of course, the real reason for forbearance is unknown. After a stalemate for a long time, I couldn't bear it anymore, and said in a low voice, "Donor, the little monk already knows that you are different from ordinary people. Can you settle down in the future? Don't make any trouble?" "Little master of forbearance, what do you mean to make me settle down? Was I restless before? Am I restless now? I'm at peace all the time, okay?" Han Chang pretended to be very aggrieved and tried his best to argue. The corners of his mouth twitched when he heard this. "Are you considered to be safe? No matter how safe it is, you can smash our Qianhua temple." He didn't want to entangle with Han Chang anymore. He found that the man in front of him was too eccentric, and if he continued to entangle in this matter, he would have to invite Tian Lei to split himself. It's better to take the opportunity to take more benefits, which is the right way. Okay, donor, you're very peaceful, just don't forget that thing later." He pinched his fingers and made a gesture to count the money. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Of course you have to add more to me. I have to wipe your ass for that incident just now." Seeing that Han Chang didn't speak, he continued, "No more, add another 500. This time, Han Chang immediately replied, and his voice was unusually loud. "No." These two words were like a loud slap in the face of the forbearance, and the forbearance stayed on the spot in an instant, the boss with his eyes staring, and he was about to explode in another second. But without waiting for the forbearance to go wild, Han Chang immediately said loudly, "No, how can you only add 500, the little master of forbearance, you help so much, I'll add 1,500 to you." Big brother, be quiet. Quiet." And Han Chang's words made Zhou Chang's eyes light up again, and at the same time, they were full of doubts. Why can this monk who gives money accept it, but we don't accept it? Moreover, the number of home-delivered products is far more than 1,500. 15 minutes later, the monk put a new bronze Buddha in the meditation room, and then used mud to fill the hole, which was regarded as wiping Han Chang's buttocks. The forbearance of this thing was very aggrieved, but thinking about the 5,000 dark coins afterwards, he still endured it. Of course, he is not stupid, he is also afraid that Han Chang will fool him, and if he lifts his pants and does not give him money after he is done, then he will be wronged, so before wiping his buttocks, he also asked Han Chang to swear to the sky that if he does not give money, he will be killed. Han Chang naturally made an oath very seriously, pointing to the way of heaven. "I promise that the little master of forbearance will donate the same amount of money, and if there is a mistake, I am willing to suffer from the thunder of the sky." Finally, I added a heavy sentence. "I will never lie to anyone." After hearing this, he relieved his heart, and if Han Chang didn't give money, it would be against the rules, and he could also harm Han Chang. Here, she wiped Han Chang's ass in the meditation room, and Qian Lingling couldn't bear it outside. She originally had a husband, and this runaway was considered to be an elopement with her lover. But Zhou Chang's performance made her extremely chilled. How could she have the warmth of the usual rolling sheets together? It's proper to wipe her as a rag and throw it away. Besides, now that I encounter strange trials in life and death, my first thought as a woman is to find a backer. Qian Lingling also has this capital, her figure is convex and backward, and her face is quite beautiful. Now she has a crush on Han Chang. This man is not only young, but also resourceful, just a series of performances left and right, playing everyone like a monkey. Who else can have this ability? Quietly, Shen Lingling approached Han Chang and deliberately pulled her collar. The two white balls were faintly visible, and her voice was soft and pitiful. Mr. Han, can I talk to you about something? Han Chang ignored her. He was concentrating on controlling the white bone puppet at the moment. Since he had planned to do it after the old monk had passed, he had to plan in advance. Through the inspection of the white bone puppet, Han Chang found that there was a big tree on the north side of the pagoda, and the treetop was level with the top of the pagoda, and the distance was less than 5 meters. If the treetop bends 90 degrees to the east, the strength of the rebound is enough to send the white bone puppet to the temple gate. It's a good escape. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme. You can go directly past many houses, avoid a lot of blockages, and that's it. As for how to lure away the big python, Han Chang also had an idea. First, make a noise on the eaves of the 7th floor outside the pagoda, and the python entrenched in it would inevitably react. At that time, the white bone puppet jumped down the 6th floor, entered through the window opening, and bounced again to enter the confined space on the top floor. It shouldn't be a problem to pick up the Vajra beads in the size of a white bone puppet, but when the beads are successful, it is a bounce against the south wall, and the angle of the jump is 45 degrees, so the white bone puppet will bounce down after hitting the north wall, and fall directly from the exit back to the 6th floor. As soon as it reaches the 6th floor, it rushes out quickly, and then pulls down the treetops for catapulting. Han Chang rehearsed the entire action more than a dozen times in his mind, and it shouldn't take more than 12 seconds in total. The big python was thick, and it would definitely be too late to react. Taking into account other possible changes, Han Chang believes that the success rate is more than 80%. If there are variables, the biggest one is that the python does not move and stays by the side of the Buddha beads, but this possibility is very small. Here, Han Chang was carefully planning his actions, and Shen Lingling on the side was very coquettish at an inopportune time. She saw that Han Chang ignored her, but she didn't refuse her, so she continued to rub forward. Brother Han, it's not easy for me to be a woman. There is no man in the family, and I was bullied by the surname Zhou when I went out, and now I meet this treacherous monk. I don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Brother Han, if I can, I want to follow you. I will do laundry, cook, and take care of your life. What do you think? Shen Lingling grabbed Han Chang's arm and sent it forward, and the look in her eyes was even more pitiful. In fact, most of her words are lies. She obviously has a husband, and she is fooling around with Zhou Qiang. Was arrogantly yelling at Han Chang before. How could he look like he was being bullied? But this woman can act, and now she still has a few drops in her eyes that can't fall off, and her eyes are forever spinning in circles, not to mention that she really looks like that. Seeing that Han Chang still didn't react, Shen Lingling was overjoyed. It seems that there is a play, and getting this man is much stronger than that Zhou Qiang. But in the next second, Han Chang pulled out his arm, pressed it on Shen Lingling's head, and pushed it away hard. What's annoying? No matter how annoying, I'll kill you first. Han Chang's eyes were murderous. He had just been thinking about the plan with all his heart, but someone was making noise in his ears. Shen Lingling was pushed away, her hair was scattered, and her face was embarrassed, but she didn't dare to pester Han Chang anymore. In the next second, he came out of the meditation room, and he looked at the back of everyone. Let's go. Due to the limited time, the trial here is over, and now I will go with the little monk to meet my abbot, Master Qing Yun. My abbot will ask you a few words for your benefactor, and you can answer them truthfully. Let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the way. Han Chang was still 30 meters away, and he already had a way to deal with the answer with the old monk, ensuring that he could perfectly avoid all the pitfalls. The martial patients led everyone to a small 3-room courtyard, with lights on in the main room, and the sound of chanting Buddha came from within. When he first walked into this courtyard, it made people feel relaxed, but Han Chang was eyebrows. He didn't care how the Buddha sound inside was recited. The cold he felt, and the fainting aura in the room was even stronger, and he could feel it even more in the courtyard. The weirdness in the house was at least killing, and the weirdness finally met the powerful one the next night. But Han Chang is still very calm. He has a Heaven and Earth bank card. This card is very good at competing even if it is an entry-level weirdness, so this killing-level weirdness is not a threat to Han Chang. Moreover, Han Chang also has a stand-in doll. This thing can help Han Chang avoid death, and it can be regarded as a means of pressing the bottom of the box, which can be described as a double-layer protection and foolproof. Jia Run glanced at everyone, and when he saw that everyone had entered the courtyard, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Master Qing Yun, the abbot of my family, has a few words to ask later. Don't be too careful, don't be careful, just answer truthfully." After answering, the little monk will also send the donors away, and he will also send 800 dark coins to show his gratitude. The words of forbearance are very polite, and they seem to be in no danger, but after the trial in the meditation room just now, how can everyone believe these nonsense now? Except for Han Shang, they all bowed their heads and were silent. He didn't care about the feelings of these people. He glanced at everyone again, and then fell on Qian Lingling. This woman is also lucky. The previous trial in the meditation room, because of Han Shang, caused the ancient Buddha demon to be destroyed, and the illusion circle inside was also destroyed. Although a new ancient Buddha demon was replaced, I don't know whether the phantom array can still be activated and what the effect is, so the trial in the meditation room ended hastily, but it cheapened this woman and the strong man. Now the trial at the abbot's place will let these two go in first. Anyway, the abbot of his own house has a lot of tricks, and these two ordinary people can't escape. After thinking about it, Shu Ren spoke. "This female benefactor, you should go into the meditation room and meet my abbot." "Master, if I don't want the last one, you can do it." Qian Lingling cried and begged. How could she be tempted by forbearance? In fact, the more miserable ordinary people cry, the more joyful this kind of weirdness is. "If you let you in, you will go in. As for life and death, it is determined by karma. Why should the donor bother? If it drags on any longer, Dahua will have to take action." Jia Ren touched the head of the flower cat, and the flower cat bared its fangs and roared. Qian Lingling couldn't escape when she saw it, so she could only go in. Entering the meditation room, there is incense burning, bright candles, tables, chairs and furniture are antique, although not luxurious, but also thoughtful. Under the north wall is a meditation bed, on which sits an old man, white to the chest, with slightly narrowed eyes. It looks like a living person, but if you look closely, you can see that the monk's neck is a dry bone, and most of the body wrapped in the monk's robe is also a pile of white bones. Qian Lingling, a woman, was naturally terrified when she saw this scene, so she knelt down with a grunt. "Master, please, let me out, I won't come again." "Donor, it is fate to come in, it is fate to stay, and it is fate to be able to go, so why force it?" Master Qing Yun opened his eyes, and there were no eyes in his dark sockets, like a blind man whose eyes had been gouged out. "Master! Don't cry, the old man has a few questions, you just answer them truthfully. First of all, do you have a husband and son at home?" Qian Lingling reluctantly admitted. "Well, even if you are honest, the old man will ask you again if you are happy?" "Happiness?" Qian Lingling was stunned for a while. Now her life was difficult to protect, thinking that if she didn't come out with her lover, at least someone would be there to accompany her at home. 3 meals a day is also guaranteed, and it is too late to regret it now, and tears are falling. "Master, my family is very happy, and I beg the master to let me go back, my husband and son are waiting." "Donor, you're not good, why bother to deceive the old man?" Master Qing Yun suddenly looked angry. "Master, I answered truthfully, and I didn't lie to you." Qian Lingling was stunned. How could she be deceiving people when she answered truthfully? "Haven't you lied to people? I asked if your surname was the word Fu, but you answered the situation in your family, and it was not that you answered the question, and it was clear that there was deception." Master Qing Yun's voice was stern, and a cloud of black gas surged in his eyes, and he pounced on Qian Lingling. Qian Lingling screamed, and soon she was wrapped in black gas. The skin and flesh on her body shrank rapidly, and in less than half a minute, the whole person became a shriveled corpse, and she fell to the ground and was no longer alive. Comfort, the flesh and blood of this living person is nourishment. After sucking the living person, Master Qing Yun was full of enjoyment, glanced out of the door, and shouted, "The next donor." Zhou Qiang entered the meditation room tremblingly, and saw the old monk trembling with his legs. This big brother in society, who was very capable of pretending in front of others, only lasted for half a minute, and was sucked away from his flesh and blood, turned into a pile of dried corpses, and fell down with Qian Lingling. The two eloped out, and finally died together, which can be regarded as a kind of fate. The third one to go in was Ayun. He glanced at Han Sheng before entering. Han Sheng didn't say a word. In fact, he didn't need to say it. To this point, he didn't know this group of weird tricks. This Ayun was too stupid. Yun bowed to Han Shang before entering the meditation room to meet Master Qing Yun. As soon as he entered the house, Yun saw two dried corpses on the ground, and he stood in front of Master Qing Yun with nausea. I understood in my heart that this was weird, and answering the questions truthfully was false, and there was no routine. How could these two people die? Therefore, Yun also kept an eye on it, and he had to be extremely careful when answering later, and he must not die here. Master Qing Yun didn't even raise his head here, and asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Do you have a job? No. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Yun muttered in his heart, the figure doesn't count. Then there are parents? Master Qing Yun suddenly spoke faster, and Yun was also brought up the rhythm, and just wanted to answer no. He suddenly realized that there was a problem here, so he stopped and asked carefully. Master, do you mean whether my parents are still alive? Master Qing Yun replied impatiently, but he scolded in his heart. This young man was much more alert, and he didn't have a path. It's a pity. I don't ask more questions later. A trialist can avoid a pit, and then it is too much to set up a pit. Master Qing Yun likes to decorate the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and bones, so he let go of this Yun and waved his hand. The donor's fortune is profound, and the auspicious people have celestial phenomena. Congratulations on you have completed the trial, go out. Master Xia. Yun bowed, then turned and left the meditation room. When he got outside, Yun's entangled heart was let go, and he finally escaped and survived. Yun left the abbot of Qingyun's meditation room and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had just found out that it was a fluke. If the treacherous old monk continued to ask, he would definitely make a mistake. As the saying goes, if you can hide from the first day of junior high school, but you can't hide from the fifth day of junior high school, it is also your own luck that the old monk did not continue to make things difficult. In fact, Master Qingyun's question just now. Do you have parents? There are two explanations. One is to ask if you have parents, which is literal, regardless of whether the parents are still alive or not. This is actually nonsense. People must be born with parents, how can they not have parents? But weirdness can be used to make things difficult for you, and that's a pitfall. The second is to ask if your parents are alive, which is very common in life. It was at that moment that Yun had a flash of inspiration, and he was alert to discover this, so he avoided the pit, which was also his luck. Yun who came out was a lot more relaxed, and he came to Han Chang. Mr. Han, I've passed the customs, I can go out. Well, you've done a good job, but you're lucky. Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled. You can come out so quickly, the old thing inside must not ask a few questions, and there are only 1 or 2 questions at most that make it difficult for you. Most of the time he can let you go as pretending to be benevolent, but weird is weird. Cannibalistic heart will not change, and it will definitely be difficult for me in the future. Han Chang's analysis made the joy on Yun's face suddenly disappear, and he was worried about Han Chang. Mr. Han, aren't you dangerous? Don't worry, isn't it just some brain teaser like something, and those who play this kind of thing are not smart people. Han Chang's tone still had a hint of disdain in it. At this time, the martial patience shouted. Next. After speaking, he gave Han Chang a look, then pointed to his head, and then pointed to his mouth. The meaning is obvious, which is to let Han Chang think clearly before answering. Master Qingyun's cheat question can actually be avoided as long as you are vigilant and careful. If you are afraid that you will answer it too quickly and take it lightly, it will be easy to make mistakes. Han Chang had already thought of countermeasures, he didn't care at all, and stepped into the meditation room. Seeing Master Qingyun in the meditation room, Han Chang naturally stood and saw the old monk slowly raise his head to look at him. There was nothing in the sockets of a pair of eyes, and the deep darkness was like 2 black holes. Han Chang felt a chill, and this old thing launched a mental attack as soon as it came up, but Han Chang's heart was unusually stable, and he was not affected at all. Seeing that Han Chang didn't react, Master Qingyun was stunned. The young man in front of him seemed to be a little different. Ordinary people would be disturbed and confused when they were attacked by their own minds, but this one didn't react. Could it be that this person has a great background? But if this person has a problem, then the forbearance who is responsible for receiving the trial should report it to me as soon as possible. Maybe this kid didn't think I was weird. Master Qingyun found a reason to think he was perfect. And the real reason is that he can't help but think about the 5,000 dark coins promised by Han Chang. and he can't protect Han Chang's life. How can he report Han Chang's abnormality? Your name? Master Qing Yun began to ask. Han Chang. Do you have brothers and sisters? Master Qing Yun dug a pit in advance, and after this sentence was, do you have parents? If Han Chang answered carelessly, then he would be able to make a move. I don't want to answer. Han Chang said directly, choking Master Qing Yun and almost falling off the meditation bed. What kind of answer is this? It's too unreliable. Donor, please answer seriously, otherwise the old man will take action. Master Qing Yun's face darkened. I don't want to answer, I don't want to answer. You want me to answer, I just don't want to answer. Even if I want to answer, I just don't want to answer. I just don't want to answer how I like to answer. Master Qing Yun. You can't do this. The old man is asking you questions, and you must answer them seriously. Master Qing Yun struggled to suppress his anger. Han Chang was very calm and spread his hands. I just don't want to answer. Okay, then don't blame the old man. Master Qing Yun was about to make a move, but he found that Han Chang actually didn't break the rules, which meant that he really didn't want to answer. Yes, Han Chang knew the answer to the question, but he didn't want to answer it in his heart, so he answered truthfully. I don't want to answer. This is definitely an honest answer. Naturally, there is no violation of the rules. Master Qing Yun was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that there was a superbug in his trial program, and the young man in front of him accurately grasped this. What's your name? Master Qing Yun tried to start over. I don't want to answer. Do you have parents? Master Qing Yun came directly to the pit. I don't want to answer. Do you think that's interesting? Master Qing Yun began to gradually collapse. I don't want to answer. Can't you answer properly? Master Qing Yun was mad in his heart. I don't want to answer. Outside, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see Han Chang come out, and his heart began to go up and down again. He wasn't worried about Han Chang's life, he was worried that this little ancestor wouldn't play another trick. After the blood lesson of the Zen room trial, the forbearance had already realized that Han Chang was really unusual. Now that so much time has passed, it may be happening again. Forbearance is now a big head. If something really happens, will I be in trouble? Knowing this kid should have kicked out of the temple gate, and he couldn't be allowed to come to the trial. Inside the house, Master Qing Yun's body was trembling, his beard was fluttering, the clothes on his body were flying, and the Yin aura on Zhou's body was unusually surging. Do you want to answer or not? You'll have to give me an answer. I don't want to answer. You're paralyzed. You're a stupid fork. Master Qing Yun jumped up from the meditation bed. He was fed up. Even if he was punished for violating the rules, he would forcibly attack Han Chang. This human must die. The roaring gloom suddenly filled the entire room. The room made a ping-pong sound, and the furniture shattered. Master Qing Yun's monk's robe shattered, revealing the living white bones inside, and his pair of black eyes filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. It was as if a tide of corpses was surging, rushing towards Han Chang. And Han Chang was very calm in the face of this scene, unusually calm, and even wanted to laugh a little. After replying, he immediately switched pages and chatted with his girlfriend Xiaoli. Just yesterday, Zhu Ninggang spent the night in the tent with his girlfriend, and when he went to work today, he felt that his legs were numb, and even his desire to urinate in the toilet was affected. Could this be what the doctor said about soft tissue contusions? Xiaoli, let's go camping by the lake again this week. Okay, but it's too hard, I hurt to death underneath. Zhu Neng drank tea and sprayed directly on the computer screen. Why don't you speak? I mean, the ground is too hard, you're heavy, my back hurts to death, you have to think about my feelings. Xiaoli's tone was soft and glutinous. That's it, I didn't even notice, it's me who was wrong. Xiaoli, next time I drive my dad's big run over, let's get in the car. Cut, you know how to bully people. Let's go to dinner tonight, and I'll buy you a dress. I don't need my clothes, Xiaoli, I'd better buy them for you. Are you sure you don't want to? I just want to buy a pink underwear to wear, are you sure you don't need to? This. Zhu Neng licked his lips. Yes, the temperature in front of the small desk rose sharply. Zhu Nang was completely involved at this time, and he had already forgotten Yin Tao's task. Until 2 hours later, Yin Tao couldn't wait any longer. I'm still waiting for news to make plans. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, he urged on the computer. Zhu Nang, has there been a result for the person I asked you to check? Yes, Director, I have already checked, there is no such person. Zhu Nang chatted for 2 hours, and he didn't have time to check Han Cheng's information, and when he saw the supervisor asking, he couldn't say that he was working in fishing, so he could only prevaricate casually. Okay, then you hurry up and write a plan, I'm going to make a short video. By the way, in the video, the Pluto is to be burned, and the name and birth date of this person are written on the Pluto coin. And you make a rough model of this Han Sung character. After Yin Tao finished speaking, he took a sip of the teacup and thought in his heart. It is even easier to deal with people who are not real, otherwise they have to take care of various infringements in the law. Now you can boldly use this person's name and birthday. As for the character image, it is replaced by a virtual character, like Luo Tianyi. Now is also the time when virtual characters are popular, especially young people are very receptive to this novel model, and they can try it in a wave. After thinking about it, Yin Tao tapped on the keyboard and made a plan. Trick God Han Cheng. On the other side, Zhu Nang regretted it, burning the immortal coin was for the dead. Is it appropriate to write the name of this benevolent brother? If this friend surnamed Han is really alive, he must not trouble me. But when the words are spoken, it is the water that has been spilled, and it cannot be recovered. Now I will explain to the leader that if I go to work and fish by myself, I haven't checked it at all, and I will definitely be trained. Maybe you won't even have a job. The more Zhu Nang thought about it, the more worried he became. He clicked on the keyboard and began to look it up seriously. Soon, he finally found out Han Cheng's information through various channels. A college student who graduated from 985 has a very good job. People are plump and handsome, high-spirited, and belong to what kind of man has light in his eyes and wisdom in his heart. This is very in line with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals root/phoneme of intellectual idols. Zhu Nang touched his chin, thinking about the video plan that Yin Tao asked him to make, and an idea appeared in his mind. Or don't use the original appearance of this big brother directly. Anyway, it's just a small video, and the company produces tens of thousands of short videos every year, and there are very few that can be popular. Even a popular short video is difficult to make a big impact in society. The likelihood of the original owner discovering it is low. Zhu Nang made up his mind. Anyway, he had already made a mistake once, so he would continue to be wrong. In this way, I save a lot of my brain cells, all of which are ready-made. Soon he started planning on the computer. 2 hours later, the plan was handed over to Yin Tao. A group of treacherous monks, what bullshit determination, what cowshit cultivation, a little greed and hatred will explode, it is too inferior. Outside, I saw the abbot's meditation room shaking violently, as if it was about to explode. Jie Ren's eyes widened in surprise, his body retreated again and again, and the big flower beside him screamed in horror and hid behind Jinren. Sure enough, this kid has made a big deal again. I wanted to cry a little when I thought of this stubble, but I couldn't cry. Abbot Qingyun's whole body was extremely surging, staring at Han Cheng. Even if he was desperately punished by the laws of heaven, he would tear this guy apart. And Han Cheng behaved very calmly. He didn't have to be afraid at all with the Tiandi bank card and the stand-in doll. This old thing lost an inch and killed himself. Boom! The clouds above the house were dense, a purple thunder exploded, Master Qingyun reached out his trick, the dark hand bones were covered with complex scriptures, and the sound of the Buddha was filled with all around. But just as the trickster approached less than a meter in front of Han Cheng's body, suddenly an even more terrifying aura lingered on Han Cheng's body. The layers of coercion are like heaven and earth, majestic and heavy, and cannot be shaken, and the rumbling is like a sweep. Master Qingyun's face changed suddenly. This young man had a dark object on his body, no wonder he had no fear. He hurriedly accepted the move, and forcibly suppressed the and evil pressure around his body, shaking himself and spurting out a mouthful of blood. The essence blood of the two living people who had just been sucked was all wasted at the moment, and Master Qingyun, who looked at the blood in the place, regretted it. But no matter how monstrous the hatred is, you can't do it again. Looking at Han Chang, Master Qing Yun was jealous, and half of his originally well-thought-out face fell off at this time, revealing the white bones inside, and forced out a little smile and became half of a smile, half of the scary ugly face, indescribably infiltrating. The donor is really hidden, or not, the old man admits it today, you can go. I don't want to answer. Donor, let the old man go. Master Qing Yun trembled all over, and almost fell apart. The young man refused to let him go. Han Chang shrugged, he was just afraid that the old thing would end up scaring against him, so he came to defend himself. Coming out of the abbot's meditation room, Han Chang saw a 7-point frightened and 3-point frightened forbearance monk. This guy was holding his big flower cat and hiding far away. What, am I so terrible? Han Chang smiled. No, donor, you have passed, congratulations. Quan Ren was stunned for 3 seconds at first, and then his heart was happy. Han Chang's ability to survive means that his 5,000 Stygian coins are stable, and with 5,000 Stygian coins, his strength will definitely be able to advance to the killing level, and at that time, he will only be under the abbot. At the same time, an old voice came from the abbot's room. Quit forbearance, both of them have passed the trial, you can send them out, and each of them will be given 800 Stygian coins. Master Qing Yun only hopes that Han Chang will leave Qianhua Temple as soon as possible. Yes, abbot, the disciple will send them out immediately. Quit forbearance and rejoice. Then he sent the two to the gate of the temple, which is where Han Chang and Zhou Qiang came. 2 donors, 800 coins have entered your pockets, and now you can leave. After saying this, he looked at Han Chang, this donor, you just go slowly, the promised penny. He also please give it to the little monk. Yun suddenly realized when he heard it, no wonder it was useless for them to bribe the monks, it turned out that they had to use the dark coin. Think about the deceitful god Han Chang, everyone is a character on the underworld coin, and this underworld coin is naturally not lacking. Han Chang smiled here, not in a hurry to answer, but his mind drifted away, controlling the white bone puppet in the pagoda. The white bone puppet on an ancient tree outside the pagoda jumped on the eaves of the 7-story pagoda, this time deliberately making a noise, so the white bone puppet did not lose its strength, and the sound was very loud. Not only that, after the white bone puppet jumped on the eaves, it trampled around the eaves for a while, causing the tiles to shatter and fall to the ground, and the sound was even more obvious. 3 seconds later, a thick figure poked its head out of the pagoda, and the scarlet snake Hyacinth flew and pounced on the white bone golem. Although the white bone puppet is not strong in combat, it is small, fast, and flexible enough, and it has long been prepared, and when it saw that the big python was hooked, it immediately jumped down and reached the eaves of the 6th floor. The python didn't have much intelligence, and when it saw the white bone puppet jumping down, it also chased after it. The python was thick and heavy, and although it was extremely fast in a sudden blow, it was not good at pursuit, and by the time it reached the 6th floor, the white bone puppet had already burrowed into the pagoda. The python did not hesitate and entered the pagoda, but his thick head more than doubled the size of the window. The white bone puppet rushed to the narrow space on the 7th floor at this time, and picked up the Vajrabuddha bead with both hands, and the bead flashed slightly, and then put away its edge. The white bone puppet immediately leaned against the south wall with a 45-degree diagonal jump, slammed into it, and went down to the 6th floor with the force of the rebound. And the mouth of the python just hit the air, and the difference between the two was less than half a second, which can be described as thrilling. After reaching the 6th floor, the bone puppet found that there was nowhere to go out, and the only window was stuck by the snake's body, so it could only go to the 5th floor. Jumping out of the window on the 5th floor, the bone puppet jumped to the ancient tree opposite. The distance between the pagoda and the ancient tree is less than 5 meters, and the time in the air is estimated to be 1 second, and it is at this gap that the big python went crazy and directly smashed through the wall of the pagoda and poked its head out, opening its fangs and mouthing to fly towards the white bone puppet. At the last moment, the white bone puppet jumped onto the ancient tree, and the treetops shook, making Shiko pounce, which was another extremely thrilling scene. The bone golem did not stop, and then climbed up the treetops, and then pulled down, but the python opened its mouth again to bite, not giving the bone golem a chance to escape at all. Originally, the plan was to bend 90 degrees, but now it can only be 60 degrees, and the treetops bounce with a whoosh, throwing the body of the white bone golem out. The python's mouth pounced again, and this time it hit the treetops, breaking off the ancient tree. It was less than half a second, and the white bone puppet had already flown out, and the direction was the temple gate, but the distance was a little insufficient. There was still a bit of an accident in Han's pre-planned plan, but the completion degree has reached more than 90%, which can be regarded as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to perfection. I'll pick it up by myself some distance away. Here, Han Chang came back to his senses and said to him with a greedy face. Little master of forbearance, what do you see over there? After saying that, Han Chang had already rushed out and ran to a clearing, then spread his hands, and the white bone puppet fell from the sky and was hugged by him. After receiving the white bone puppet and touching the Vajra Buddha beads, the cool feeling made Han Chang feel comfortable, and his mind was like the plane of a mirror lake without a trace of ups and downs. It was a feeling of tranquility to the extreme, indescribable, yet incomparably comfortable. Behind him, he was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Han Chang holding the Buddha beads, he was immediately stunned. You actually dare to steal the Buddha relics of this temple. Why don't you want 5,000 dark coins? Han Chang smiled, then reached into his arms, took out a thick stack of dark banknotes and counted them. Suddenly he hesitating, should he make a noise? Looking at the dark coin in Han Chang's hand, his eyes were full of essence, and he became more and more greedy. The Buddha relics of the fart are not as real as Lao Tzu's strength. Forbearance made the smartest choice in an instant. Han Chang counted the dark coins while arriving at the gate of the temple, and when he arrived at the door, his 5,000 dark coins were also counted. Little master of forbearance, thanks to your help this time, I am grateful. It's easy to say, the donor is always available, as long as I am forbearant to keep you safe. The eyes of the forbearance were staring at the dark coin in Han Chang's hand, and even the big flower beside him was meowing. But Han Chang didn't give money, and after shaking the dark coin, he stuffed it back into his pocket, and finally said shamelessly. Then the little master of forbearance, let's say goodbye and see you again. Wait, you left the Stygian coin, you let go of the oath. Don't be in a hurry, after a long time of trouble, this shameless human still deceived himself. The big flower beside him also let out a low roar, and immediately turned into a colorful tiger. Han Chang nodded very seriously. Yes, I swore an oath, but I said that I will never lie to people. Do you say that you are human? Yes, he's been dead for hundreds of years, you lied to me? Jiren suddenly became furious. Don't you want to leave my Qianhua temple, and the donor? You have already violated the rules, you took away the treasures of this temple, Buddha relics, and the little monk will never spare you. The colorful tigers on the side also roared with a roar, and their vicious appearance was clearly about to tear Han Chang apart. Han Chang was naturally fearless, he grinned. I advise you not to be impulsive, your abbot still can't touch me, what can you do to me, and his punishment is coming. Saying that, Han Chang looked up at the sky, and under the dark night sky covered with dark clouds, suddenly a sting slid across the sky, and then a thunderbolt tore through the thick clouds and fell straight down, and the direction was the abbot's meditation room. Boom, the Qianhua temple was blasted out of a deep pit by thunder, the karmic fire burned the plain, burned to the sky, dyed half of the sky. Just now, Master Qing Yun risked the punishment of the law to make a move on Han Chang, although he stopped halfway, but the law is the law, and there can be no violation. Since he made a move, he will definitely be punished by heaven and earth. Master Qing Yun was also unlucky, and it was not good to meet anyone, but he ran into Han Chang, a trick god, which can be regarded as fate. The man who looked in the direction of the meditation room, his frightened mouth opened, was shocked in his heart. As for the colorful tiger that has turned into a flower cat again, trembling. Han Chang smiled here, then turned around and left. A Yun on the side was also stunned. The tricky god Han Chang was so powerful, he could restrain the weird everywhere, and he could take the other party to death. This kind of strength, this kind of mind is unmatched. Seeing Han Chang leaving, he also hurriedly followed. The two of them walked out of the temple gate one after the other, walked down the stone steps, and the sky outside slid across the sky again, and the whole world changed. The fire in the Qianhua temple burned and dyed half of the sky. The current Qianhua temple is silent, and a waning moon hangs high in the night sky. The two are clearly two worlds. In fact, this just proves that the strange world and the human world are integrated with each other, and there will be more and more connection points with each other in the future, and finally become one, which is also the era of human sorrow at that time. When he arrived on the road, Han Chang saw Zhang Ke's parked car, but there were a bunch of figures gathered around the car, and it was a little weird when you looked closely. Or the stomach is broken, the intestines are dragging on the ground, or the head is half off and hangs on the neck, and from time to time a cloud of black blood spurts out of the neck. There are also rotten bodies and stinky ones. Anyway, this wave of weirdness seeps people when they look at it. Of course, their strength is not strong, they are all intimidating, otherwise Zhang Ku in the car would have been dead a long time ago. Zhang Ku is panicking now. Han Sheng's phone can't get through, the car is scary and weird all around, and the windows are being slapped with bursts, and they are about to be smashed. His face was pale, and his intestines were blue with regret in his heart. He knew that he should listen to Han Sheng now, go to the village under the mountain and wait. What should he do if he is wrapped up now? This thing is a big palm, it is a small object like a talisman, put it in the car to ask for an auspiciousness, and now Zhang Ke can't care about the spirit, grabbed Maitreya Buddha, and shouted loudly. God of Trick help me, God of Trick save me. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to the car, and he raised his foot and kicked it on Weird. Weirdly frightened, they all turned their heads to look at Han Shang, and found that there was another mortal with flesh and blood, and they were immediately overjoyed. Can't move in the car? Can't move outside the car? Weird people pounced on Han Shang. Han Shang saw this and showed his bank card in the open air a little, and the gloomy aura on the card body suddenly became extremely fierce, swept out, and a few weird ones that approached were directly spun into the sky and thrown 30 meters away. The rest of the weirdness was extremely frightened, and they all stopped, their eyes glaring at the boss. Why do you still want to fight? Han Shang tilted his head, a prelude to a warm-up. Palala, the weird tide receded, and in less than half a minute, the weird one on the side of the car was gone. The guests at night are gone, open the door. Han Shang patted in front of the car window. Zhang Ku in the car was dumbfounded, looked at the Maitreya Buddha in his hand. This thing worked, kissed it and then opened the door. Brother Han, you're here, I've called you more than a dozen times. What are you doing? Let you wait for me in the village below the mountain, you have to be here, aren't you looking for yourself? Han Shang gave him a blank look, sat in the car, and then poked his head out and beckoned to Ayun. Ayun's heart was hot, and the trick god could still think of him, which made him very excited, came over to get in the car, and thanked him. Thank you. No thanks, just take you along the way, and when you get to the main road down the mountain, you go back by yourself. Han Shang squinted his eyes and nodded. In the future, it will be very chaotic outside. If you don't have the ability, come out less, stay at home obediently. Anyway, this world will not be so chaotic. Han Shang is right, in the last life, the human race has maintained order for half a year after the strange arrival without collapsing, and most people's food and clothing can still be satisfied. Even after discovering the secret of the contract trick, he once launched a counterattack against the weird. If it weren't for the arrival of the city slaughtering and country destroying weirdness, humans could really conquer the weird. It's a pity that these two types of weirdness are so strong that they come together, and human beings have no chance to turn the page. The car started and came to the main road down the mountain. At this time the white of the oriental fish belly had emerged, and a round of red sun was slowly coming out. Ah Yin got out of the car, looked at the distant vehicle, he bowed deeply, and when he straightened up, he saw a round of wonders. Under the rising red sun, thousands of golden rays are gradually moving away towards the distant car, and then the light is flourishing, and the earth is full of light. Tricky God Han Chang. Ah Yin muttered in a low voice, firmly remembering the name. Brother Han, where are we going next? Asked Zhang Ku in the car. The 722 convenience store chain that asked you to deliver, just go there. Han Chang replied casually. Okay, then Brother Han, I'm speeding up. Zhang Ku excitedly wanted to show off in front of Han Chang, stepped on the accelerator, and walked away. On the other side, not far from the suburban station, not far from the 722 convenience store chain, a truck stopped on the side of the road. Two workers got out of the car and pulled the back compartment open, which was filled with more than a dozen boxes of tobacco and alcohol. Where is the person who came to pick up the goods? A worker looked around, but there was not even a figure, so he wondered, are we in the wrong place? No, the young master will let us send it here. Another worker confirmed. But where there was someone, the two workers looked around and still didn't see half of them, but when they turned to look back at the car, they were suddenly stunned. Hey, what's the cargo in our car? Another worker turned around, only to see that all the cigarettes and alcohol in the car were gone, and the full cart weighed 2 tons, and it was removed in such a short time. How is it possible, who did this? In the far corner, Zhang Junshan's hands holding the telescope were trembling violently, and he could see that it was just a young girl with blue hair. She quietly arrived at the car, and then easily picked up her cigarettes and alcohol and left. Although the girl couldn't see that she was a trick in appearance, could this person who carried 10 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol in one breath be able to do it? And the scene that happened later made Zhang Junshan even more frightened. The monster with 10 boxes of tobacco and alcohol on his shoulders walked towards the convenience store, but did not enter the door, and suddenly disappeared halfway through. Yes, she disappeared out of thin air. Isn't that a trick? And the girl was very fast, disappeared and then reappeared, repeatedly came to the car to move the goods, and in half a minute she had all the goods moved. It's amazing. So this is not a superwoman, but the cliff is a female trick. Ah, Bing, hurry, quickly contact Zhang Ko, let that kid hurry home, this bastard boy has encountered a trick. Zhang Junshan's anxious eyebrows were on fire, and at the same time, he was afraid that his palms would be cold. He was just a son. Zhang Junshan saw the strangeness, and anxiously asked Bing to call his son and asked Zhang Ko to come back quickly. But Bing didn't fight and said, "Boss, you don't have to make this call. Look, the young master's car is here." Then he pointed to the road not far away, and a big bull came galloping, the speed of which seemed to have just come down from Mtayakina, highlighting a fast word. Zhang Junshan's face was stunned, and he said immediately, let's go over and have a look." The two came down the hill and trotted all the way to the car. As soon as the car door opened, it was Zhang Ko who came down. He diligently went around to the other side to open the passenger seat door, and shouted respectfully, "Brother Han, it's here, you get out of the car." Han Chang got out of the car slowly. At this time, Zhang Junshan rushed to him with a roar, pulled his son behind him, and then took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Han Chang. "Friend, whoever you are, I warn you, stay away from my son." Before Han Chang could speak, Zhang Ko was anxious and explained to his father. "Dad, what are you making trouble? This is the treacherous god Han Chang, you have to respect others." "Shut up, don't think I'm blind and can't recognize this one, but you know what?" Zhang Junshan glared at his son, lowered his voice and said, "Dad saw the trick just now." Bing on the side also nodded hurriedly, indicating that what the boss said was true. But Zhang Ko was not at ease at all, and thought that his father was making a fuss. "Dad, Brother Han is a trick, isn't it normal to have a few tricks under his hands?" "What do you kid know? Anyway, this guy is evil, don't get involved with him." Zhang Junshan is still very wary of Han Chang, but he thinks that he can drive tricks to do things. If this thing is true, then this person is really capable, and absolutely powerful. You must know that the city is now in a mess, strange and rampant with dead people everywhere. There is actually a strong man here who is not afraid of tricks and can drive tricks. Can you not look at it differently? Han Chang naturally heard the conversation between the Zhang family's father and son, and he shrugged his shoulders with a bit of disdain in his tone. "You are Zhang Ko's father, I have no ill will towards Zhang Ko, you can rest assured. Besides, if I really want to harm your son, can he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here?" These words made Zhang Junshan stunned, thinking that since the person in front of him could have a relationship with Wei Wei, it was indeed a very easy thing to kill his son, and he didn't have to stay until now. Turning his head to look at his son again, Zhang Ko gave his father a very sincere nod, and then said, "Dad, don't be suspicious, Brother Han not only didn't harm me, but also saved my life." "You kid also got entangled in tricks?" Zhang Junshan said worriedly. "It's okay, as long as Brother Han is here, he will keep our family safe." Zhang Ko hugged Han Chang's thighs in a tone. Zhang Junshan understood that his son was thinking that the other party was the eldest brother. If the person in front of him was really capable, his Zhang family really needed a master who could help solve the weirdness. But this person in front of him is quite suspicious. Can he have a relationship with tricks, and this person himself is also just tricks, right? Immediately, Zhang Junshan whispered to his son with concern. "Are you sure this is a human, not a trick?" This time, without waiting for Zhang Ko to answer, Han Cheng smiled first. He spread his arms and said in a mocking tone, "Why do you think I'm a trick? This idea is very novel. Also, it is impossible for me not to hear you father and son talking so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to me. Don't hide your ears and steal the bell like this, okay?" Zhang Junshan's face was embarrassed when he was said, and he explained with a smile. Mr. Han, don't be careful, I'm guessing. Really? I think you're too suspicious. Han Chang grinned impatiently and said, you are so stupid, if I am a trick, you won't use your brain to analyze it? If I am really a trick, I will kill you for the few words you just said. Second, Boss Zhang should have heard of the treacherous thing. Is it so lifelike, eloquent, polite, and approachable like me? Third, if I'm a trick, why save your son? Your son is not a beautiful girl, is it because I want to be treacherous? This. Zhang Junshan's face was extremely stiff, and Han Chang's words were really this truth after thinking about it carefully. If people are really treacherous, why do they have to beep with themselves endlessly? Why do they want to save their son? Besides, there have been head incidents in Zhang Junshan's company, and this is not the kind of routine in front of them at all. Maybe it's really thinking too much, right? Zhang Junshan glanced sideways at his son, then scratched his bald head and squeezed out a little smile. It's that I'm thinking too much, Mr. Han, don't blame you, I believe you are a person. It's just that there is a female trick here, and I don't know what it has to do with Mr. Han. Han Chang stared at Zhang Junshan with crooked eyes, and snorted coldly, this old thing is much more shrewd than Zhang Ke, I'm afraid that I will pretend to be a ghost and fool him. Well, just take this opportunity to let the Zhang family see their ability. Humph. The people of your Zhang family are really difficult to get along with, the female trick inside is my employee, how about I want her to come out and apologize to Boss Zhang? Forget it. How dare Zhang Junshan see a female trick, but he is indeed wary of Han Chang, don't pretend to be a master to fool my son. That's why he said this, but his eyes kept looking in the direction of the convenience store. Han Chang pretended to be very dissatisfied. What are you looking at? If you want to see my daughter, just say it, Boss Zhang, you are not sincere. After speaking, Han Chang walked towards the convenience store, and like the blue eyes before, he suddenly disappeared out of thin air at a distance of more than 20 meters from the door of the store. This abrupt scene surprised the three members of the Zhang family again. Ah, Bing muttered. Boss, this seems to be a real master. Don't fart, I'm not blind. Zhang Junshan scolded, and his heart began to feel uneasy, if this is really a master, it is very unwise to do it himself. Just thinking about it, at this time, the light and shadow flashed in front of him, and Han Chang came back, with a beautiful beauty behind him, and a big blue eye was particularly conspicuous, wasn't it the one who showed tricks before? Come, I've met Boss Zhang. Han Chang nodded at Zhang Junshan and ordered. Blue eyes are clasped in their hands, hanging on their abdomen, and their heads are bowed, like a schoolboy who has been taken out of the classroom by a teacher to lecture. She answered very obediently, then walked up to Zhang Junshan and bowed respectfully. I've seen the boss, and I'm the one who moved the goods just now. Zhang Junshan didn't dare to come out at the moment, although the blue eyes in front of him were not terrible, they were even very youthful and bright. But thinking that the other party was a trick, this man with thin arms and legs had just carried 10 boxes of goods, as if he was playing. Zhang Junshan was nervous, nodded with a pale face, and didn't dare to speak. After the blue eyes finished speaking, he obediently stood behind Han Chang, still in the posture of a primary school student being reprimanded. Han Chang glanced at her with slanted eyes and ordered again. Why are you still standing here? There's no one in the store, go back. Yes, boss. Blue-eyed whispered a whisper and left obediently. Waiting for the blue eyes to disappear, Han Chang looked at Zhang Junshan with a sneer. How about Boss Zhang, is there anything else you need to explain? No, there is no need to explain, Mr. Han is definitely a master, and Zhang has been taught. Zhang Junshan hurriedly shook his hand, he admired Han Chang's submissive female trick, such a big thick leg really has to be hugged. Of course, it was too rude just now, Zhang Junshan is a mixed society, and he knows that he should have some real apologies at this time. Mr. Han, it was indeed my fault just now, don't be careful. I'll send you 10 more truckloads later. Han Chang nodded and replied nonchalantly. It's a small thing. In his heart, he was satisfied with the result of beating the Zhang family, and he had the strength to order the female trick just now. In the future, Han Chang made some excessive demands on the Zhang family, and this Zhang Junshan would not refuse. No, it would be more accurate to say no. Otherwise, your son is also back, and I still have something to do here, so you father and son will go back first. Han Chang was tired here, so he didn't talk nonsense and said bluntly. There is no need to be polite to this group of people who ask for themselves, kind words will only make things inefficient. Zhang Junshan naturally replied respectfully. Yes, then we won't bother Mr. Han. When I have time, I also invite Mr. Han to enjoy the light and have a cup of tea. After a few polite words, Zhang Junshan left with his son. Han Chang watched the Zhang family's father and son leave, and he was also pondering in his heart. With his own arrangement and the use of the Zhang family to raise materials, the problem of materials has been solved, but it is still far from achieving a career in the last days. Thinking back to the previous life, human beings lived like pigs and dogs, even if they were the strongest among human beings, with a doomsday city and a powerful overlord who ruled over hundreds of thousands of people, they were not the strongest. Not even the middle of the pyramid has been touched. The group of city-slaughtering and country-destroying existences in the weird are the real masters. They look down on humanity with pride, and look at the cannibalism of the human powerhouses with a blind eye, like a god who is high up and can control everything in the world. Yes, it's like a person looking down on a busy ant on the ground. Life and death are just a thought. Han Chang took a deep breath. His heart was inexplicably heavy. The human powerhouses in the previous life had also fought bravely to be the first, strengthening themselves at all costs, but it was useless, and he still couldn't change his ant-like fate. If you don't want to be trampled on by those things in this life, you must not only stand on the pinnacle of human beings, but also impact that group of weird powerhouses. Only then can you truly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme your own life and be fearless of any existence. Han Chang's gaze became deeper, and some of his original thoughts changed. Of course, we have to take it step by step now, and now that the Vajrabuddha bead has been obtained, the next thing is to wait for Lin Shui to get the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. After thinking about it, Han Chang turned around and walked towards the convenience store. It was dark in front of me, and it was obviously daytime, but it was a dim night, with no starry sky and dark clouds, and the 722 convenience store was in front of it. Ding dong, Han Chang entered the store. There were no customers in the store at this time. Blue Eyes supported his head with one hand, and when he saw Han Chang entering, he stretched out his hand. Boss, give me money. Don't worry, you won't be missing. Han Chang took out 100 dark coins and gave them to Blue Eyes. Just now let this woman go out to apologize. Han Chang negotiated the conditions. Got 100 Stygian coins, and dimples appeared at the corners of his blue-eyed smiling mouth. Thank you, boss, look for me more in the future. Cut, look at your beauty. Han Chang glanced at him, and then asked seriously, I wasn't there yesterday, how is the business? The Blue Eyes gave Han Chang a roll of his eyes. Can't you see if people are beautiful? Shook his round face and then said. As for business, see for yourself. As he spoke, Blue Eyes opened the cash register, which was full of dark coins, but they were all 10 or 20 small amounts. Your begging broken bowl is really powerful, no guest dares not to pay, and now this broken bowl can be upgraded. Hearing this information, Han Chang's eyes lit up. He was about to upgrade so soon. This speed exceeded his expectations. However, in a convenience store, hundreds of customers are cashiered a day, and it is normal to be able to upgrade. Han Chang grabbed the broken bowl, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Begging for a broken bowl, is it an upgrade? Please pay 3,000 coins to upgrade. The upgrade of the underworld requires Stygian coins, which Han Chang knows, but generally E-level to D-level only costs 1 or 200 Stygian coins, but this broken bowl costs 3,000, which is very expensive. But the more expensive it is, the more powerful and special this artifact is, and if it can be upgraded to S rank, it means unimaginable power. Besides, Han Chang is not short of dark coins, and a mere 3,000 dark coins is not even a hair. Upgrade. Han Chang happily took out 3,000 spirit coins to upgrade the begging bowl. A few black rays flashed on the broken bowl of begging, and then the bowl body flowed smoothly and flashed, and bursts of strange inscriptions appeared all around. After a few seconds, the broken bowl became a little newer. The original damage, or small cracks actually disappeared, although the whole bowl is still quaint, but you can feel the Yin and evil aura on it is a little stronger. Han Chang grabbed the broken bowl and looked at the bottom of the bowl, where the streamer flashed, revealing 2 bright numbers, and then slowly disappeared. 100 200. This should be the upper and lower limit of the upgraded D-class begging bowl. 100 to 200 is enough for most customers. No, there are even more. Not only can you make money selling goods, but you can also make a profit on begging and breaking bowls, and the upgrade fee of 3,000 Stygian coins should be able to recover the cost quickly. I have to say that this is a good investment. Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled, put down the broken bowl, and said to the blue eyes, "I'm tired today, go to the back and rest for a while, you can take care of the things here, don't bother me if it's not a big deal." The blue eyes didn't reply. She saw Han Chang upgrade and beg for a broken bowl, and took out 3,000 dark coins casually, without even blinking her eyes, and then thinking of the last time Han Chang bought a convenience store, she was infinitely curious about how much money this human had in her heart. It is estimated that the boss's wealth far exceeds her imagination. The big blue eyes of the blue eyes burst into light, and his heart fluttered, and he suddenly shouted, "Boss, you contract me, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future, you can do what you want me to do, as long as you are happy, you don't have to treat me as a human being. If you can get Han Chang's contract, then there will definitely be no shortage of dark coins. With the dark coins, her blue eyes can't quickly improve her strength, which is too attractive for weirdness. It's like bees discovering honey and ants discovering sugar water, and they have to get it desperately. You're not a human being in the first place, what do you want?" Han Chang gave her a very unappreciative look. For the blue-eyed trickery, he was furious for a few minutes, and his abilities were greatly improved, which really didn't arouse Han Chang's interest. Men have to be calm, and more importantly, lasting, just 3 minutes, it's a. When facing the enemy, it is even more chicken, you are furious, and the enemy can't hide and go. After 3 minutes, this kind of chicken blood fighting skill will definitely have side effects, and it will be a pit at that time. Alright, I'll go in. Han Chang didn't want to talk nonsense, and walked straight to the store manager's room. The blue-eyed cheeks bulged, and the expression of the puffer fish was about to explode. Facing a treasure mountain, a phoenix man among phoenix men, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life if he let it go? 3 seconds later, the blue eyes were full of strength and a very firm word. "Wait, boss, I'll let you contract me." Bang, blue eyes slapped the table heavily in a gesture of determination. There happened to be a strange entrance at the door, and he was frightened by this mountain-like momentum, and he hesitated and didn't dare to enter the store. "Is this a convenience store? How do you feel, murderous? The slaughterhouse is not so fierce." Seeing that there was a customer at the door, the blue eyes hurriedly put on a professional smiling face. The speed of change was comparable to the change of face in Sichuan, and the earnest bow was far more than the waiter in the island country. "Welcome, sir." The sudden change made the door weird and unadaptable, and even more fearful, always feeling that I was going to be unlucky when I entered the store. "Sorry, I went to the wrong place." After saying that, he was about to leave with a strange gesture at the door. Bang, blue eyes slapped the table again. "Don't want to leave, you have to spend when you enter our store, otherwise the old lady will pick your skin." The bangs that covered his left eye danced wildly with murderous aura, and the scarlet blood made him shudder, and suddenly the blue eyes were filled with a godlike aura around his body. This woman is not easy to mess with. "How dare you dare to go at the door?" And she entered the store tremblingly. "My mother is in a bad mood today, you have to buy me enough goods for 200 coins, otherwise don't want to leave." The blue eyes are awe-inspiring, and the temperature in the store plummets. "Damn! You're a bright robbery." The door is weird and full of curses, but you don't dare to let go of the fart, so let's shop obediently. The manager is indoors. Han Chang looked around. This room was originally a head tube man, and there were originally all kinds of terrifying torture instruments here, such as the Iron Lady in the Middle Ages, the idol of modern violence, the bloody chainsaw, the equipment of early orthopedic surgeons, all kinds of sharp chisels, bulky axes, machetes, and more. It can be said that this room is the best location for horror movies, and the bloody scenes that have been in those horror movies can find a bit of a sense of picture here. But for an ordinary person, it would be extremely uncomfortable here, so Han Chang let the blue eyes clean up a little before. Look at it now, the shelves around it are empty, and the Iron Lady in the corner is gone, replaced by an old-fashioned gramophone. On one side of the door is a writing desk with a wooden chair on the side. In the opposite corner is a single bed covered with white sheets. On the ground and on the walls, there used to be bloodstains, but now they are clean. Anyway, the blue eyes did a good job, but the trickery was too wasteful. Han Shang planned to rest for a while. He was busy for a day and a night last night, except for squinting in Zhang Ke's car for 2 hours. He almost never slept in the others, and he was seriously sleep-deprived. As for what happened after waking up, Han Shang planned to practice the skills of the white bone puppet. Although the Heaven and Earth bank card was a perfect talisman treasure, but when it encountered the weirdness of the entry level, he would not be able to retreat with his whole body. The weirdness of the slaughter level and the country-destroying level is even more disdainful of the existence of this kind of card. At that time, if you wanted to protect yourself, you had to have real hard power, so in the past 6 months, Han Shang had to improve the strength of the white bone puppet, so that he could continue to play with ease. Of course, Han Shang does not rule out obtaining stronger tricks. This depends on the specific situation of tricks. Generally, Han Shang, who seems to be a very strong trick, will not contract, such as the blue-eyed trick outside the door. Only those tricks that really have growth are what Han Shang needs. Of course, none of the S-level tricks are bad, but it's a pity that although Han Shang knows a lot of S-level tricks, there is only one who knows the source, the Blood Domain Welfare Institute. And this trick must be contracted by a specific group of people, and Han Shang has no chance. Therefore, if you want to obtain S-class tricks, you must have information, a very powerful information network. This is something that can only be found in today's order. Thinking too much, let's wash and sleep first. Han Shang interrupted his thoughts and fell asleep. On the other side of the car, the Zhang family father and son sat in the back seat of the car, and the bodyguard A Bing drove the car. Dad Zhang Junshan touched his chin, still recalling the unbelievable picture just now in his mind, and he muttered after a long time. Tricky God Han Shang. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Ke, you kid is doing a good job this time. Hug this living god, and our Zhang family will have something to rely on. Zhang Junshan rarely praises his son. These words made Zhang Ke feel very comfortable listening to them, and said with the corners of his mouth. That's for sure, Brother Han is unbearable, I can understand it at a glance. Dad, haven't you seen a scene in the weird puppet shop? Brother Han, his whole body was covered with black light, and he killed a trick in an instant. Zhang Junshan was quite moved after hearing this. He didn't believe in this kind of thing in the past, but now that strange things have happened one after another, he has also changed his original cognition. Well, then we'll have to hold on to this god all the more, so you can invite him to our house for a meal tomorrow. Under the strange rampant, Zhang Junshan thought that if he invited this great god to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in his house, then the Zhang family would be able to avoid strange infestation. Although this kind of thing hasn't happened yet, Zhang Junshan doesn't like to invite Han Shang after it happens, so he will be passive. Okay, I'll call you about that. Zhang Ke agreed. When Han Shang woke up, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he first ate some instant noodles indiscriminately. Among the goods sent by Zhang Ke were several boxes of instant noodles, which Han Shang requested. This thing was an overtime artifact in the past, and it will be the source of life in the future, and in the last days, a pack of instant noodles can be exchanged for a beautiful female slave on the black market. Instigating the soup, Han Shang wiped his mouth, threw the noodle bowl into the trash, and after a short rest, it was time to practice his tricks. The training method of trickery is actually very simple, that is, use more, comprehend and use, and develop tricks. In fact, some tricks seem to be very ordinary, but when they are developed into the depths, they have unexpected effects. For example, Han Shang's white bone puppet, if it is developed, it can completely become a kind of control of white bones, thus forming various offensive tricks. Skills such as bone spurs, bone cages, bone spells, etc. Therefore, the depth of development of tricks is also an important criterion for whether the user is strong, and even if some humans in the weird apocalypse have good tricks, but the depth of development is not enough, they will be defeated by the tricksters of the lower level. On the other hand, using more tricks can also make the weirdness parasitic in the human body more compensated, thus making them more powerful. On the other hand, weirdness is stronger, and her trickery can become stronger accordingly, which is a positive cycle. Of course, the premise is that you can have enough Stygian coins to pay, and if you don't have Stygian coins, you can only compensate with your own flesh and blood. This way is simply self-cutting, and you have to hang up if you don't use it a few times. This contributes to the importance of the underworld, but in the last days it is not easy to obtain and the number of underworld coins is limited, so the strong people in the weird apocalypse are not only powerful, but also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme mean that they are rich. There is not enough financial resources to support the use of a powerful trick. Of course, Han Chang is not short of money, so he is destined to be able to constantly use tricks to strengthen himself.